Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 221-240. Text Chapter 221 _ The Man Who Practiced Swords. Any hidden village in any country will have some shady deeds, and the ninjas who perform these shady deeds are called Anbu. Interesting Academy first release. Unfortunately, Shikamaru and the others were caught by these Anbu, the most notorious Kurigakure Anbu in the whole continent. Endless death, endless life, endless means to achieve the goal. Although the era of blood fog is now a thing of the past, this tradition is still passed down in Anbu. It is conceivable how unlucky it is to encounter so many damn things. Trouble. I'm hungry. How to do? Looking around, Shikamaru is a little numb, Choji is a little hungry, and Ino is a little sad. The mission we took on was a shit. Let's discuss whether it's okay or not. It's easy to negotiate if you have a good word. It's more hurtful to fight and kill. Nara, bastard, put away your tricks, and I'll tell you to move your head if you move again. Shikamaru, who was about to use the shadow gathering technique, was stunned when a dull thunder struck his forehead. Not only was he stunned, but Ino Choji was also stunned. They actually knew Shikamaru's plans. These guys. How on earth did they know? A scar swept across his cheek, and the leader of the chasing force looked frosty. Yes, there are many naturally intelligent people in this world, such as Shikamaru. But there are also smart people who are not smart. They are the monsters who survive the battlefield. These monsters have no brains, but they have impressive experience. What's more profound than the insight gained in a life and death struggle? The new generation of Ino Shikacho, go back and say hello to your parents on my behalf. My name is Jien, don't give me the wrong name. Sword. Swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, Shikamaru began to sigh. Interesting Academy first release. You know him. Is that guy famous? Head with extreme difficulty, deep guard welled up in Shikamaru's eyes. It was a Saturday morning, the fog was a little thick, and the old men who were picking up rags lined up in 2 lines. Perhaps because of the weather, Nara Shikaku told his son about the experience of the Third World War. Among them, one person was highlighted, a strange flower in Kurigakure, an outlier in the ninja world. He is the sword. The scum who gave up the 7 broadswords inheritance and specialized in kendo. The reason why he is called a scum is because the character of this person is scum. People are cheap for a lifetime, pigs are cheap with a knife, and they don't learn to learn the sword. The golden sword does not learn to learn the silver sword, but after learning and learning, they finally learn the most silver sword. Since the mastery of swordsmanship, the sword has really become cheap, and over time, the name is gone. When I meet this guy now, Shikamaru's head is like a pot. Son, you have to remember that although this possibility is very small, if you encounter this guy, you can run as far as you want. Don't think that you are a little smart and try to calculate him. Your dad has suffered from his dull losses in the past. We are smart people, and we can't have the same knowledge as mental illness. They will pull your IQ to match theirs, and then beat you with their vast experience. Shikamaru, you must remember. Are you a Kurigakure bitch? Ha, Nara's boy, did your dad tell you that? Kiba's eyes were stinging with fire. Although Shikamaru had told himself to be careful, he was still disgusted when he saw this guy who was farting and kicking his feet. Let's kill him. This guy sucks. Hang Erlang looked at each other. Kurigakure bitch wiped his nose. Kurigakure standing around swayed, each with a stomachache. How about it, Konoha bastards, have you thought about it? That girl, do you want to pay it or not? We can do it if you don't. Get your hands on it. The sudden attack kicked off the battle, and the Kurigakure slut deserved to be a Kurigakure slut. Shikamaru Ino Choji is completely blinded. Such a shameless guy. Big bullies die early. The fury of food is terrifying. Ino is optimistic about Yingying. Choji is coming with me. Shadow gathering. Needle bomb chariot. Shadows gathered from all directions stretched tentacles like sea urchins, and Choji, who was blown up, leapt into the air like a hedgehog. The Kurigakure swordsman looked up and sank into the soil with a fingerprint. If you say he sinks, just sink, but leave half of the tip of the sword exposed, for fear that others will not know where he is. Choji sees that this can still be done. Fuck him. Turning around the windmill, a big meatball covered with spikes fell from the sky. The Kurigakure swordman didn't do much, but Choji jumped up first, and he jumped to a height of 3 feet. My ass. Choji. Shikamaru, my butt hurts. Yuhi, and Bai Zanjuo looked at his companion with a half-cut sword stuck in his butt. Ino, that careful, tangled and tangled. After a successful sneak attack, the Kurigakure bitch who floated up from the ground sneered. A water body is only equipped with a real sword. Simple, too simple. Konoha, little devils, compared to your parents, you guys are really inferior. Shikamaru, I want to kill him. I'm going to avenge my ass. Bite Kiba and pull out half of the blade. Choji's hands are bloody Yuhi, bloody Yuhi, The Kurigakure Anbu began to encircle, and one after another of water stood up, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding area was filled to the brim. Shikamaru, who was targeted, turned his head, and a deep sense of powerlessness penetrated his heart. Do you want to retreat? Dozens of running schemes are spinning rapidly in my mind, and there is no clear path to turn around. Trouble, die. Choji, Ino, let's do this. With the gesture prepared in advance, he jumped up first, and shot 18 shuriken in a row in all directions. What is this kid going to do? Run, it's the detonator. Damn, coming this way. Here too. We withdraw. After careful calculation, the initiating party was located in the impossible, and the 10th class, who had already prepared, wiped away and ran away. The swish-swish figure was running fast in the woods, and Shikamaru swallowed involuntarily as he watched Kurigakure chasing from both sides. Although they succeeded in escaping the encirclement, it is not so easy to get rid of the pursuit. Kurigakure and these sloppy dogs are too difficult to deal with, and they have to find a way. Hey, Pineapple Head, run this way. The sudden sound startled everyone, and the girl named Hotaru changed direction. Shikamaru Ino Choji was immediately blinded. Can this lost guy find a place? Chase or not? 2 inquiring eyes came. Shikamaru bit Kiba and chased. The cloud is working hard. It's late. Everyone go to bed. It will be the same tomorrow morning. Text chapter 222_Big Died Cock. Choji, Ino, listen to me. Heihei168.com. Shikamaru said in a low voice while fleeing. Our mission is over, now it's a private act. If anything goes wrong, choose to retreat immediately, and I will do it for you. Procrastination. Shikamaru you. 2 beams of eyes shot one after the other, and Choji Ino was completely frightened. They had never seen Shikamaru like this before. They're the Kurigakure assassination force and the long-established figures, we have to. Needless to say, we are afraid of Akatsuki even if they can kill them. Shikamaru, are you not confident in yourself? Ino, it's not a question of lack of confidence at all. Back at the Kurigakure swordsman who had disappeared, Shikamaru was even more worried. That guy's sword is different. What he's practicing is a real assassination sword. Just like White Fang. No, White Fang's swordsmanship lies in suddenness, and he wins with absolute speed and Lingli's tricks. He is different. The thing he practiced is not so much swordsmanship as it is assassination. Using blind spots, light and shadows, as well as enemies and friends, a series of things that are difficult for ordinary people to pay attention to, such as the cover of both sides, are the real swords of the yin. Quote. Sounds like trouble. It will be more troublesome in the future. The ninja world knows the reputation of Kurigakure's silent assassination. But in front of him, silent assassination is just a trick for children. When you encounter him or his descendants in the future, you must be extra careful. The intelligence is not very useful, you need to rely on your teammates. Quote. Ino, I will escort me next, and the observation is left to you. Understood. Released their senses on the hand seal on the chest, and the power of the Yamanaka family spread to the surrounding. The sword hidden in the dark raised the corners of his mouth, not even a leaf touched a leaf, running through the jungle like an insubstantial ghost. Sweat dripped from Ino's forehead. One moment was still on the left, and the next moment was on the right, sometimes standing at the foot, about to remind, the person was gone. Pressure, invisible pressure, in the face of veteran assassination powerhouses, Ino even doubted whether she had a chance to speak. The wind in the woods was more urgent, and the rustling sounded endlessly. Something doesn't seem right. Jumping over 2 good ambush spots in a row, Shikamaru suddenly noticed the enemy's anomaly. They are not trying to catch us, they are trying to force us to ask for help. From Konoha to wait for reinforcements even if the signal is sent. In this way, their purpose is yin-yang. Raising his eyelids to stare at the jumping girl, Shikamaru figured out what was wrong. Six-tailed Jinchuriki column force. The purpose of these guys has always been the Jinchuriki column force. Found it. What if you found out? Hidden behind a tree and showing his half-pulled head, the Kurigakure swordsman is full of confidence. Nara's kid, this old man won't play tricks with you, your head is really admirable. But I can play with you, Yangmu, I don't believe you don't go to Yugao. Running, leaping, persecuting. Kurigakure was putting pressure on the 10th squad every moment, and Shikamaru didn't dare to let his guard down even if he knew their plans. This feeling is so uncomfortable. The tense breathing oppressed the oppressed chest and lungs, the rapid blood flow agitated the fragile pipes, and all the 10th class members collapsed. Suddenly, Ying smiled. It was a sea of bright yellow flowers, and it was an admirable picture. In the sea of flowers all over the mountains and plains, dark brown rocks stand alone. Lonely than a rock is the man who sits on the rock. He has long bangs, wears aqua blue gauze, and breathes bubbles silently, just like a goldfish in the water, a dumb hare raised at home. Master, master, help, there are bad guys trying to catch me. Jinchuriki column force of the six-tailed man. Long trouble. Can he eat that thing in his hand? Hopping around and hugging her arms, Hotaru wrapped around Yugao like a homeless pug. The Kurigakure pursuit force appeared. Looking at the sword coming out of the shadows of the forest, the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force gently pushed Hina away. The mountain wind blew up the fallen leaves, and the eyes of the two met. What are they doing? I don't know. I'm hungry. Can you not mention that word? Shikamaru stared at his friend with a dark face. Choji patted his belly. I'm so hungry. Ino. Don't call me, I'm hungry too. You. Round eyes and snorts, Shikamaru tugged at his hair frantically. Yugao, go back with me. Jien, I have nothing to do with the village anymore. Don't forget your master. Master, do I have a master? In his hand spun around, and the six-tailed Jinchuriki column turned around silently. Seeing that Yugao was going to leave, Jien rushed to the front immediately, and together with Jien launched the encirclement and suppression, and the other 7 Anbu. With faces surrounded by flowers, Yugao raised his eyebrows slightly. Don't make us do it. Shikamaru Ino Choji swallowed all his saliva when he saw the bright yellow that was split in two as the sharp blade slashed diagonally across the blown petals. Such a weird weapon. It's actually transparent. Did you do a non-reflective treatment? The body of the 2-foot-3-inch sword is completely transparent and dull. If you don't pay attention, it will disappear. If you look at the sword and know the person, you will know how disgusting the owner of this sword is. Come on, take him back to the village. Disappeared without a trace, and surrounded the hand seal of Anbu hand seal on all sides. Yugao looked left and right to lift the blower, and Gululu spit out bubbles all over the sky. Just as the battle was about to break out, the sound of a propeller sounded in the sky. Why is that guy again? Is the boss here? Very hungry. The silver-white hull has 2 rows of portholes on the left and right, and the rapidly rotating turbines rolled up the sky with bright yellow, and appeared on the stage. Rakuriki Column Force, Kurigakure Pursuit Team, Konoha 10th Squad all turned their attention. The young girl Ying looked at Liamong, then at Yugao, with her small mouth shriveled in a black voice. Master, please help me teach him a lesson, this silver stinky fox is always disgusting. Little girl, if you dare to call me a nickname, be careful I beat you. Come here, I'm afraid of you. Ying slammed her chest tightly. Master, I tell you, this silver stinky fox has scolded you. He said you were a big cock with dyed fur. In the first chapter today, the cloud is working hard, let's work together. Text chapter 223_master, I'll give you a blow. Little girl, you will go to hell after chewing your tongue. It is more convenient to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. You bite me, dare you say you didn't say it. Boring. Without even taking a glance to lift the blower, Yugao wrapped himself and Yingying in the bubble. With the light bubble wrapped around her body, the girl giggled, opened her eyelids and said, Damn, I want to go with the master, it's all in vain. You can't leave until it's over. Snapped, snapped. The two extremely abrupt swords flashed through the bubble and shattered, and the Kurigakure swordman appeared 5 meters away. Ying, with her big head down, was lifted by Yugao, and it took a long time to think about it. The old man with a fierce face, why did you arrest the master? It's too hateful. It's as hateful as the skunk in the jungle. No, you are more hateful than the skunk. Sword, is, 000, going to fight. You know I don't like fighting. The girl who was in his hand put it on the ground, and Yugao's bangs under his eyes flashed cold. The swordsman Kurigakure took 2 steps back cautiously. We are sincerely asking you to go back. Now we are no longer in charge of the 4th generation of Mizukage, and there are some problems that I cannot tell you. But the 5th generation of Mizukage is very sincere. It doesn't matter to me, I just want to live in peace. You can't calm down. He took out a kiba sign and put it at the corner of his mouth. Liamong took out the letter again. Look at it for yourself, and then talk about it after reading it. The last time someone ran away, this time I won't make the same mistake again. Liamong glanced at the sword, but the old guy didn't answer him at all. He took the envelope and unfolded it. Yugao didn't change anything from the beginning to the end. After reading it, he just tossed it. When the light and fluttering letter was about to approach the ground, it suddenly rose in the wind and flew into the distance. Liamong and Jien were a little dazed. What happened to this guy? Hey, Shikamaru, what are you saying they're up to? How do I know? Baidu Interesting Academy. I'm hungry. You know how to eat. Mom said. Stop. Don't tell my mom, my head hurts when you tell my mom. Covering his forehead and looking around, Shikamaru suddenly realized that their choice to stay was the biggest mistake. I'm no longer a Kurigakure person, and Kurigakure naturally can't control me. The 4th or 5th generation is no different to me. If you die, you will die. You don't need to control me. Another bubble spit out and got up and wanted to go, but Yugao Lianying, who already understood, didn't bring it with her. Liamong looked at him indifferently, holding his breath and admiring it. This idiot was dead, he aimed. Akatsuki was not afraid. How did he get so much courage? Yugao, I didn't want to tell you about this at first, but now it seems that this old man must explain it to you clearly, about Chunyu. Sword. Yugao, you can't escape. No matter what happens, Chunyu will always be your master. Really? He's my master. Why would he take this thing if he were my master? He raised his hand and pressed his lower abdomen and looked away. The 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force's words shook the spot. Tail beast extraction is killing people. How could his master? What a stalking bunch. Don't get in my way again. Feather high. What nonsense are you talking about? Why did he take the monster from me? Disciple, a person's energy is directly proportional to his own strength. Trying to use the power that his master cannot do will only bring disaster. Forgive me as a master, it should not be sealed in your body. Master, village. Chunyu is all for your own good. why don't you understand? Haha, for my own good. Yu Gao changed his expression for the first time. For my sake, I will be stunned and tied to the casting table, and then take this cursed thing. Sword, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Now, are you going to let it or not? Yu Gao, I don't know what happened to make you misunderstood. Chunyu is indeed for your own good. Yes, he would risk his life to set you free, but you killed him. Originally, I didn't want to tell you this. But now I have to make it clear to you. You have no idea what Chunyu has done for you. Quote. Shock. Shocked. Tremor. Something doesn't seem right. Two sides insisted on accusing each other. One side was Jinchuriki column force, the other side was Kurigakure Anbu. Lu Meng and the others were stunned as if listening to a scripture, all of them staring dumbfounded. Who is real and who is fake? Yutaka. Sword. The two parties stared at each other and fixed their eyes. After a long time, Yu Gao smiled. I only trust my eyes and ears. You are just using me as a tool. Chunyu is dead, you can make up whatever you want. Are you suspicious of this old man? Jian was furious. How could he make up any lies in his identity, not to mention his relationship with Chunyu? Jian, Xiao Gao will ask you later. You really want to do that? I am his master, how can I let him carry that kind of thing? You will die. Sword, I've lived long enough, it's time to pass on the bubble, promise me. As if the conversation from yesterday was still in front of him, Kurigakure looked at the secret blowpipe in Yu Gao's arms and lowered his head. The long bangs fluttered in the wind, and the person who threw off his sleeves, Jinchuriki column, flew into the air. Seeing Yu Gao floating away, Ying stepped on the flowers and jumped into the air, hugging her thighs at the last moment, but she didn't let go. Master, don't run, Xiaoying will hold you firmly. You let go. Don't think about it, I won't let it go. I say you let go. If I don't let go, the master will never run away alone. Firefly. Yu Gao Lei Niu glanced down, and at the base of his thigh, a small hand was watching. The girl who followed her gaze was stunned, and subconsciously pinched it twice. Yu Gao's face turned green at that time. Master, I didn't mean to. Or I'll blow you up. The little-faced Yuhi fluttered his hand away, and the girl with blonde hair and green eyes lowered her head. Yu Gao's face was livid and shivered twice, and there was no movement, and a song called Egg Pain was sung in the wind. Look up. Kanata shies Yuhi's cheeks. Ankola bent over the pole. Tamari I live Yuhi lips. The least image of Senju Tsunade kept slapping Shizune, and Uzumaki Karen blinked faintly. Liamong covered his forehead and sighed loudly. Whoever is caught will hurt, and whoever will be caught will be hurt. They have a good relationship. Ino, how did you see it? You didn't see it, you caught it. Do you want me to catch you too? Try to update 3 more chapters today, and after 5 o'clock in the next chapter, the cloud will continue to work hard. Text chapter 224_ suddenly becomes complicated. Stinky boy, let's just let him go. Interesting Academy debuts. What else can I do? Grab it hard. That's Jinchuriki column force, my good sister. Do you dare to underestimate this princess? How can it be? Liamong smiled at the angry Tsunade-chan, then turned back and asked Kurigakure to pursue the troops. Tell me, what's going on? If you don't make it clear, this mission will be forfeited. Let's go. Hello. What do you mean, old man? Kurigakure, who turned away without answering a word, his eyes narrowed. The big bad brother was ignored, shame on you. Whirlpool, vortex, incense, phosphorus. Master, look at him bullying me again. I am grass. Liamong eating. Sister Anko, you help me clean up her. Anko is gone. Be good, Tamari, you help me control her. Tamari also ran. Hinata. Brother, I have something to do. Damn, no one will help you. Karen, do you feel like you've got me? What are you going to do? Uzumaki Karen hid behind Tsunade like a little rabbit as he watched the evil voice approaching him. Looking at the sky, Yu Gao took Yingying back to MT. Katsuragi. Once you leave Bubble Girl, you will be stupid. People, where have people gone? Fields, sentries, and halls, as far as the eye can see, are empty of people and animals. Interesting Academy first release. Suddenly, Yingying, who had a bad premonition, hurried to the back mountain and entered the belly of the mountain from the entrance of the golden roof and blue tiles. The tunnel with 9 and 18 bends was thrown behind her, and the girl who pushed open the door was stunned. Grandfather. 2 long gray eyebrows dyed fresh Yuhi hung down on his chest, and the servant walker lowered his head and lost his breath. Hearing Ying's exclamation, Yu Gao, who ran quickly, stood outside the door, his pupils shrunk and there was no movement. Who killed Grandpa? Gently wiped off the filth with a towel dampened with water, the girl seemed to have grown into a big girl in an instant. Things are starting to get complicated. The villagers of Katsuragi disappeared without a trace, and Jinchuriki Column, a 6-tailed man, was reluctant to return to the village, and his head was about to explode with a headache. Stinky boy, what are you going to do with this mission? Wild-tailed beasts and human Jinchuriki Column power are 2 completely different concepts, and it is not easy to bring back that dumb hair. Listening to Anko's obviously unhappy question, Liamong was also deeply helpless. No way, take a step by step, the ghost knows why that guy is so stubborn, and those Kurigakure, they must know something. Or catch them all. Does that work? Liamong shook his head. Human Jinchuriki Column force has long legs, and if the dumb hare is unwilling, can he be stunned if he is caught? The reason why the 5 major countries seal the tailed beast into the body of the newborn baby is not only that the sealing technique is not deep enough, but also for the synchronization of chakra. Only a child who was chosen as an adult Jinchuriki Column power at birth can adapt to the chakra of the tailed beast in the process of growing up. If you want to create a new one, it will take more than 10 years to say the least. At this time, Kurigakure couldn't afford it, and Liamong couldn't afford it either. Shikamaru, didn't you say you want to go back to the village? We're investigating Akatsuki. Nara Shikamaru swallowed the cloud faintly as he flicked the lighter and lit a cigarette. Liamong rolled his eyes with a sigh. When did you get this thing? It doesn't take long, it's just a sign. For Asuma. A question was asked. Ino Choji all bowed his head. Shikamaru bit the cigarette and closed his eyes. The mountain wind mixed with petals fluttered across his cheeks, and the big guy fell silent for a while. Shikamaru with a complicated expression let out a smoke ring. That guy is a good guy. I know. Do you really think so? Asuma and 3 generations are different. Liamong let out a sullen breath, reluctant to talk about this topic. Liamong turn and leave. Shikamaru lowered his head and snuffed out the cigarette. He really knew. Know what? Asuma thing. Shikamaru raised his chin and looked up at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot. Choji Ino was shocked. Asshole. Boss he. There's no reason for him to stop it. Looking back at the airship that lifted up, Shikamaru felt extremely complicated. Ino cried out in tears. Why didn't he stop? He could have stopped. Shikamaru, tell me why he did. Bangbing sobbed and wiped away her tears. The more the girl wiped, the more she was heartbroken. Akamichi Choji was stunned for a long time, then turned around and left. Where am I going? I'll go find him. What can you change by looking for him? Teacher Asuma is dead. Shikamaru, I have to ask myself, why didn't he save Asuma? Choji. Forget it. Shikamaru I'm just guessing unilaterally, even if it's true. He has no position and no reason to save people. He is no longer the ninja of the village. Choji. Ino. Different life, different position. Suddenly, the 10th class discovered that they were so far away from Liamong. The land of water, Kurigakure. Kurenai Yuhi walked into the 5-generation Mizukage office, and the 2 mature royal sisters looked at each other. The descendants of the Yuhi-colored sunset, what are you doing here in our small hidden village? Mizukage, the 5th generation, is very kind. I came to take away my disgruntled apprentice. Did Kurenai Yuhi-janan make a mistake? Terumi May asked with a wink, why is your apprentice here with us? 5 generations of Mizukage-sama. Kurenai Yuhi-janan, we really don't know where your apprentice is. It up and pretending to be confused, Terumi May didn't let go if she didn't admit it. Kurenai Yuhi bit Kiba and decided to show off. I'm sorry about the last incident, I hope Mizukage-sama will forgive me. Yakumo is still a child, I hope you can raise your hand and let her go. I said, I'm not here. With a sneer in his eyes, Terumi May lifted the teacup, and Terumi May took a sip of the fragrance. The rolling tea leaves sipped into his throat, and a sense of relief spread all over his body. She liked the excitement, a kind of uneasy trembling. Kurenai Yuhi, who was on the cool side, was full of anger and didn't dare to get angry. What Terumi May saw was a relief. Is Konoha amazing? Konoha can capture other country-tailed beasts at will. I want to go back to your apprentice's dream. Chanjuro, see off the guest. It happened to be a little late for dinner, I hope everyone can understand. Text chapter 225_senior wake up senior. When Terumi May sent a doll to, please, out of the office, Kurenai Yuhi almost got a stomach bleed. Interesting Academy first release. The literati are lighter, and the beauties are more inclined to each other. The more beautiful women are, the more they like to compare each other, which can make them maintain a sense of superiority at any time. Look, my breast is bigger than hers. Look, my legs are longer than hers. Look, my arms are more upturned than hers. A man who does not have a deep understanding of a woman's heart will never understand this species that is obviously very close to us, but is actually very far away. Look at her, she's not happy. If you don't look at her, she is even more unhappy. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, a man's legs are love to go into the water. Women like to compare, and women who are caught in anger prefer to compare. Terumi May, you ugly bastard, wait. Shino, do you feel that something is wrong with teacher Yuhi? Kiba, women have that few days a month. Ga. My dear disciples, what are you talking about? Inazuka Kiba. Abarame Shino. Report Yuhi teacher, we are discussing women's physiology. Shino, he recently had a girlfriend. Gently abducting his teammates, Kiba's panic words came. Kurenai Yuhi pursed Yuhi's lips with a smile, really, Shino? Yes, Mr. Yuhi, I recently got a girlfriend through the introduction of the clan, and I am asking Kiba for advice. Oh, what did you ask for advice? Tell the teacher for your reference. Abarame Shino pushed his sunglasses, and drops of cold sweat ran down his cheeks. Kurenai Yuhi smiled, like a flower. 2 little bastards, just with your little IQ, you want to deceive the old lady, and see if the old lady won't let you die. Inazuka Kiba, Abarame Shino. Interesting Academy debut. 2. Run back to Konoha now. What? Mr. Yuhi, you mean run back? Do you think it's too easy to run back? Well, for the teacher to meet your requirements, one person will carry a weight of 200 or 200 pounds before running. Kiba, I really want to kill you. Shino, I don't want to either. I don't want you to talk too much. How do I know the teacher is so cruel? Can't you call me a woman? What are you two still muttering about? Run for me quickly, whoever runs behind, the training volume will be doubled after returning to the village. Inazuka Kiba. Abarame Shino. Women who are menstruating really can't afford it. Hello. Don't run first, Shino, you're a shame. This is called Zanzan Inazuka Kiba, you actually let the dog. In vain, Akamaru, drive. Over and riding the Jonin dog and shouting twice, Inazuka Kiba came from behind and ran to the front. Abarame Shino turned black and flicked his fingertips. It wasn't long before the dog in front went crazy. The latest development of canine flea type, IQ determines success or failure. Sure enough, I'm still smarter. Shino, I won't let you go, you wait for me and I'll be back. Riding on the back of the cramping Akamaru and running into the distance, Inuzuka Kiba did not forget to say a harsh word before leaving. The boy playing with bugs pushed the small sunglasses, and turned around and complained to Kurenai Yuhi in a very high level. "Mr. Yuhi, Kiba said he should go first, we don't need to wait for him. Is he carrying any weight? Looks like I brought it." "Like? Ahi wrote on Akamaru, I didn't see it." "Fine, Shino, you're being honest." Secretly following Kurenai Yuhi on the road with a versus word, Aburame Shino seemed to see an impending bloodbath. "What is IQ? This is it. Lord Mizukage, the Great Elder is ready." From the village of Kurigakure, ninjas lined up in circles holding Dharma seals, standing in 8 directions, 8 corners and 8 gates, and the blood-like stone platform in the middle is densely engraved with tadpole-like incantations. In front of the stone platform, the old man kneeling on the ground was nearly 100 years old. He was skinny and had no flesh, and was as thin as a monkey. Not only the skin on his face was smashed together, but his body was like being smashed with a hammer. He was short and long and ugly. He was the only surviving veteran of Kurigakure village. "Lord Mizukage, the eldest elder, the ceremony is ready. Let's get started." Took off his hat and handed it to Chojuro. Terumi Mei stood at the outermost edge. She would use Keke Genkai to suppress it when an accident happened. The Great Elder, who was holding the green vine ghost staff, looked around, finally confirmed it, and litigated the scriptures like a ghost. The whale walla mantra was sung, and the shark Madaka pot placed in the center of the stone platform let out a glorious light. Senior, wake up, Senior Didera. Get out of here." The big feet that were about to grow hair slammed away, and with a muffled crack, Ah Fei, who had been kicked in the face, spun around and fell to the wall, sticking to it as if he was sticking to the wall. "Senior still likes violence like this. Ah Fei, you'd better explain it to me, or I will." "We can go out." "What?" Didera's eyes lit up with blue light as her body that was about to go moldy, degenerate and long-haired rushed forward. Ah Fei shivered and stepped back. "What did you just say? Can we go out?" "Yes, Senior, we can go out." "Then what are you waiting for?" Didera's eyes spit fire and ripped her clothes to pieces, rolling her arms and sleeves to dry. How many days have you been trapped in this ghost place? No food, no drink, no sound of art, no light of art, such days are coming to an end. Ah my blue sky, ah my Shirakumo, Didera will see you again." Senior, are you all right? "What can I do? Take me out quickly." "That. Then what?" Senior Didera. Ah Fei swallowed hard. "I think we should be later." Ah Fei. 2. You can die. Kurigakure, who saw Didera and Ah Fei appearing, was completely blinded. Who are these 2 moldy and hairy guys? How could they be here? Wait, look at their clothes. Black background. Yuhi pattern. Akatsuki, they are Akatsuki. Kill these 2 guys. The 4th generation of Mizukage, Sama. Come on, brothers. Senior Didera, we are probably, maybe, surrounded. Shut up, I can see. Okay, I'll shut up right away. Ah Fei. 2. You can die. A big foot kicked the ground and wiped his nose. Didera and Terumi Mei were facing each other, and the fierce electric light shone through the audience. There is another chapter in the second half of the night. Brothers and sisters can watch it tomorrow morning. It is estimated that it will be before 3 o'clock. Text chapter 226_ The Fate of Breaking the Casserole. Take the 4th generation of Mizukage as a toy and ravage the Akatsuki of Kurigakure village at will, and you still have the guts to appear here. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's go right away, okay? Giggle giggle, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail. Do you think you can still leave? That, Ah Fei scratched his head and tilted his head in anticipation. Senior Didera, you have a way, right? You must have a way, right? I know you must have it. Ah Fei. 2. You die for me. Deidara wanted to die when a big kicker kicked this chattering guy away. I have a way, I have your sister's way. Kurigakure ninja surrounded by water, the bomb maniac's heart is wow. The ninja that can be used to seal the tailed beast, which one is not the elite of the elite, isn't he aiming at playing people? It's too bullying, it's not a thing. Afe, I have to blame you for this. Senior, why are you blaming me? Afe is very wronged, Afe is depressed, Afe is very sad. Senior, if you think of a way, I will listen to you. I miss you Morella B. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Concealment. Inciting the whole body of chakra to activate the rocks under his feet, Deidara got into the soil and wanted to run. Seeing the deserted rocky ground, Terumi May laughed, so did the Great Elder, and all the Kurigakure ninjas laughed. Deidara, who emerged from the mud, cried, wow. Mobile reading is more convenient m.heihei168.com. I would like to introduce, this is the Matsuri altar of water handed down from generation to generation in Kurigakure village, the magical place where the shark Madaka pot is enshrined. Use the Doden Earth Style technique to escape on this island sealed by the water element force. Junior, you too talented. Old guy, you don't need to speak sarcastically. If you can't run, you can't run. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Art is a blast. Kill me all. Taking the opportunity to recreate the explosive clay while diving, Deidara finally has the tools to use the bomb. One after another, pale spiders emerged from the ground, and the Kurigakure fell down in astonishment. Dare to underestimate me again, the immortal thing, then it will be your turn. Art is to explode drink. With one hand and a sword pointing to move the bomb, the clay centipede that broke out of the ground wrapped around the body of the elder. A fierce fire flashed, and the shattered water droplets scattered around. Presumptuous. You are too mad. In less than 2 blinks of an eye, nearly half of his subordinates collapsed, and the beauty Jouda, who underestimated the enemy, was very angry. Yoden, Lava Style, the art of dissolving monsters. Lightly lifting Yuhi's lips, he spat out a large splatter of viscous green solution, and the clay bombs made by Deidara melted as soon as they touched it. Afe, who rolled over and got up, blinked, turned around, twisted his butt, and ran. I'm dying, Senior Deidara, run, if you don't run, you'll be gone. Run, I'll see where you're going. Yoden, Lava Style, liquefaction into mud. The viscous substance that was liquid before gathered together with the change of chakra, and turned into a thick wall in a blink of an eye. Afe, who ran to the beach, squirmed his throat twice, and ran back again. Senior Deidara, think of a way, or we will be finished. This woman is a lunatic, she sealed the island. Look up, if we don't run out, we will die. The solution that closed and climbed in all directions spread all over the sky, and the bomb maniac who kicked Faye ruthlessly released the bird. Just as he was about to jump up and run, dozens of turquoise water snakes pinned it on the spot. Junior, bullying the old has to pay a price. It's the old guy just now. Holding the weird-looking crooked snake stick and raising his head, the elder sighed twice. Terumi May said to him apologetically, Elder, you've lost your mind. It's not your fault, it's these guys who are so rampant. Do your duty as a Mizukage and kill them. Thank you sir, I will bet on the name of Mizukage and finish the task beautifully. I take your life. Fuden, Vapor Style, the art of mist. First use Yoden, Lava Style, to liquefy the island into mud, and then use Fuden, Vapor Style, to corrode the opponent. Terumi May's blood follows the horror to the extreme. Feeling the pain from her body, Deidara stepped back and fixed her gaze. The bones of her left hand that first touched Chawu were exposed. A face standing behind was terrified. Senior, your hand. It's melted. Senior's hand is melted. It's over, we're really finished now. Senior Deidara, we're really finished now. Shut up, you bloody chatter. Biting the Kibaguan tightly, Deidara, who knew that something was wrong, glanced at the shark Madaka pot on the ceiling table. What do you want to do, bastard? Put it down quickly. Let it go. Why let it go? Feel the greatness of art. Art is a blast. The shark Medaka pot stuffed into the clay bomb was thrown into the air, and as Deidara sang frantically, a huge shadow appeared in the air. The silver-gray armor shines, the dark Yuhi-colored body is ferocious, and the three long tails dance between the waves. Terumi Mei's face turned green at that time. Not only her face was green, but the elders and the surviving Kurigakure ninjas were also green, and the green ones were completely devoid of human color. Madman. This guy is a lunatic. How dare he, how can he? Can that kind of thing be released at will? Then he is aiming at three tails. Are there three tails? Brothers, get out. Run, big guy. If you don't run away, you'll be gone. Kurigakure, whose parents had two more legs, ran out of his life, and his heart was broken while running. Mizukage-sama, you have withdrawn the technique. Withdraw, I'll withdraw now. Yoden, lava style. Depend on. Don't hurry, it's already fallen. Just ask the island in front of you what it's like to be hit by a discus with a height of 17 or 8 stories. But I don't think you have that chance anymore, because the island is gone. At the last minute, he solved the ninjutsu and escaped, leaving only the kitten Ursan and the beautiful Jouda with blood dripping from his eyes. So hateful, Akatsuki, so hateful. The old grievances are not over, and the new ones are born again. The matter of the fourth generation of Mizukage is not over yet. Akatsuki, Terumi Mei, are endless with you. The cloud has gone to sleep, everyone should sleep too. Text chapter 227 _ a sudden surge of war. Sanwei was very happy, Sanwei was angry, happy and escaped the seal, angry and saw the enemy again. Interesting Academy first release. The enemy met Yuhi with special eyes. Asada, who smashed the Matsuri altar of the collapsed water, shook his head and waved his tail. The three large tails covered with scales set off a huge wave. The water cannon, with dozens of square feet, swept across all directions like a meteorite falling from the sky. Feel the wrath of the tailed beast, mortal. One by one, the ninjas died, and the waves piled up one after another. Terumi Mei was like a small boat in a violent storm, struggling to survive in the terrifying natural disaster. Screaming and wailing, only a few of the ninjas around him died in the blink of an eye. Kurigakure, who didn't escape much at first, disappeared after a few breaths. Some were bombarded by molten iron, some were smashed by tailed beasts, and some were unclear. Elder, you must withdraw first. Looking around and forming the water formation wall to protect the nearly 100-year-old old man, Terumi Mei bit Kiba and faced the bombardment. The old guy who was about to die shook his head with a cough. Xiao miming, let's go first, this old man's bones are still useful, and the information here must be passed back to the village. Elder, you. Remember Mizukage's responsibility, your life is more important than this old man, retire. Lifting the crooked handle of the snake stick and slamming into the water, the old man opened his eyes that had not been open for a long time, and the two cloudy eyeballs burst out with endless glory. Let this old man make another contribution to Kurigakure. Secret mystery. The dragon and snake rises to the ground and trapped me. Lord Elder. Come on. The four water dragons formed by chakra wrap Kiba's claws around his body, and the dragon balls in his mouth spew out and bite. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. First, he was stunned by 4 blows, and then he was entangled by 4 dragons and snakes, and Sano Asada went mad. No one wants to seal me back again. The tailed beast is also dignified, and the tailed beast must be free. You hateful human beings will die for me. Tailed beast bomb. He raised his head and opened his mouth wide, and the black chakra that gathered crazily was good at the wind. Survivors who saw this stuff urinated. This is a very lucky guy. Deidara threw the bomb and he didn't die. He didn't die when the 3 tails broke the seal. He still picked up a small life in the previous storm. But, the goddess of luck will not always favor the same mortal, and good luck will always come to an end. Facing the tailed beast bomb, the lucky home Kurigakure grinned, finally got his hair done, and smiled at death with open arms. Even if a man wants to die, he must die fearlessly. Bring it on, grandson. Tailed beast bomb, which was shot with a bang, slashed across the sea, and the Kurigakure ninja was instantly turned into nothingness, not even ashes were left. The only thing that could prove his existence was a wooden comb that was thrown far away. This is a wooden comb with regional characteristics. The whole body is pale yellow and purple and engraved with coral patterns. Kurigakure, who died in tailed beast bomb, originally planned to use it to please his wife. That is a gentle woman, like a water orchid that never fades, and the blue orchid is flawless all year round. Unfortunately, his wife could not receive this lover's gift. It was the 5th generation of Mizukage that picked it up. Terumi-Mei didn't know why she caught the comb subconsciously, let alone who the owner of the comb was. No impression, no name, even if I go back to the village and open the file, I can't confirm my identity. Born humble, die without a trace, this. Maybe it's the sadness of ninjas. Terumi-Mei ran away, leaving behind his subordinates who didn't know how to live, and ran away, leaving behind the elders who risked their lives. Sometimes it takes more courage to run than to fight. Akatsuki. The cuckoo's cry of blood spread far and wide, and the 5th generation Mizukage shed tears all the way. Those tears, soft with firmness, weeping blood in sorrow. Inform the ninja world that I'm going to fight a Megakure village. Dang pushed open the office door. Terumi-Mei bit Yuhi's lips and issued a death order, and all the ninjas who came after the news were stunned. Mizukage-sama. I know what you guys want to say. But, Terumi-Mei shouted with bloodshot eyes swept over to Teoshin, the elder is dead, all the ninjas involved in the seal are dead, Akatsuki attacked the Matsuri altar of water. Is anyone going to stop me now? Long, the elder is dead. How come? Kurigakure, who had arrived, was completely shocked. In the village of Kurigakure, the significance of the great elder is extremely important, and his existence is much higher than that of Mizukage. As long as the elder is alive for one day, Kurigakure will not lose his backbone. This old man is the spiritual branch of Kurigakure, Jinchuriki column. But now the old man is dead. Not dying of death, not dying of injury, but secretly attacked and killed by Akatsuki, who had played with 4 generations of Mizukage. The ninjas present will not forget the blood fog. In those terrifying memories, it was this old man who coordinated various places to preserve the roots of the village. It was also he who discovered the anomaly of the 4th generation Mizukage, and finally used his prestige and wrist to select the current 5th generation Mizukage, pointing the way for Kurigakure. With all these pasts, the elders are not inferior to the reborn parents for every Kurigakure, who are the real living ancestors. Upon hearing the news of his passing, the Kurigakure were immediately blinded. After he was finished, an uncontrollable anger flooded into his heart. Vengeance. We want revenge. We want to avenge the elders. Kill. Kill them. Kill Akatsuki, kill those bastards. With the news that the great elder had passed away, the emotion that there was no need to guide spread throughout the village, and Kurigakure, the country of water, froze and released countless letter eagles. Konoha, the country of fire, Sunagakure, the country of wind, Iwagakure, the country of earth, Kumogakure, the country of thunder, and the hidden villages who got the news, big and small, were all shocked to death. Boom. Is there going to be another war? A heavy slap on the table, Jiraiya looked back at Hokage Rock. This is really bad news. Maybe we should do something. Akatsuki again, these bastards again. Different reactions to the same information. Kurigakure's declaration of war on a Megakure caused upheaval throughout the ninja world. Just when the village leaders held a meeting, our Liamong classmates were sleeping. Yes, they were sleeping. Sister Enko, don't move. Tamari, be nice. Hinata comes up. Brother. What? It was a really sunny day. Today's first update, brothers and sisters, enjoy reading books, and have a good mood. Text chapter 228 _ unexpected enemy. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Who is it? Your Aunt Me. Pressed on the chest of the little secretary, Hinata reluctantly removed 10,000, and finally squeezed Xiaodudu's flowing mane and boarded the slippers, wrapped a bath towel and walked to the door. Senju Tsunade, who was standing outside the door, sniffed, and Yuhi's arrogant face immediately flashed. This bastard boy, who is messing around in the cat house during the day, is not afraid of dying from exhaustion. My good sister, what's wrong with you? What's up, what's up, what's up? You bastard, you don't know how precious things are when you're young, and when you're old enough to cry, you have to take it easy. Puff. Sister Tsunade, is this what you can say? I can't say who can say, this is the admonition of 00, as a medical master. Senju Tsunade's face slapped Yuhi again. Little guy, you are still young. It's not good if you do too much. Be careful that you won't be able to harden up in the future. Quote. Depend on. Are you talking about people? Bump your fingers. Slammed his forehead. Tsunadeheim clucked against the door, finished clucking, and said something that surprised Liamong. Those Kurigakure are dead. The lopsided corpse was thrown next to the forest not far from the foot of Katsuragi Mountain, and a few crows fluttered their wings as they rushed past. Every corpse had its eyes wide open. The Kurigakure swordsman who had caused Shikamaru and the others a lot of trouble earlier held a half-broken blade and bent his head. From his dilated pupils, he could vaguely see them dead. Panic before. These guys are not mediocre, can you see how they died? No. Tsunadeheim turned over the bodies and shook his head. Except for the 5 suspected to have been killed by giant beasts, the remaining 3 have no cause of death at all, as if they were scared to death. I don't believe what I said. How could a ninja die so incomprehensibly? Demonic illusion. Liamong squatted down and looked at it carefully. This was the only way to explain it clearly. It's not like. Tsunadeheim still shook his head. To deal with ninjas of this level, ordinary demonic illusion can't achieve this effect, and there are countless people who can have this ability. Uchiha Itachi, or... What did you think of? Seeing that Liamong's expression suddenly changed, Senju Tsunade straightened up in confusion. Drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks. Liamong didn't rush to answer. He rushed into the woods with his legs, and clenched his fists after observing every trace of the battle. He aimed. How could it be him? Bastard, what's going on? What did you find? Miss Tsunade, we're in big trouble. Outside Katsuragi Mountain, on an unknown hillside, the girl who was buried in the burial knelt in front of the tomb. The 6-tailed Jinchuriki column leaned against the tree silently, blowing bubbles for a while, and the large and small bubbles drifted across the woodland and across the treetops, disappearing one after another without a trace. Master, can you teach me ninjutsu? The girl turned back expectantly, tears welling up in Yuhi's swollen eyes. Yugao was stunned for a moment. Ying, I never planned to teach you. You don't want to call me master, and I don't want to be someone else's master. Didn't you teach me a lot of training methods before? When you were in the fortress? That's just a box of your wishes. Yugao interrupted Ying's words, with a cold face without any intentions. The girl lowered her head in disappointment, but immediately raised her head again. Master likes to lie the most, and you were like that back then. Yugao was stunned for a moment, and then forced his words to distinguish. I'll help you, but it's just to repay my kindness. Then you teach me ninjutsu. No. Why? The girl rushed to her side excitedly, grabbed the sleeve and shook it. Yugao pushed impatiently but didn't push. Good master, teach me whether it's good or not. I'm very good. Ying, why do you want to become stronger? I looked back at Grandpa's cemetery. The girl sobbed and shed tears. Yugao raised his hand and wanted to wipe it for her, but stopped in midair. What about getting stronger? What about revenge? It's just the beginning of another pain. But I don't want to let it go. Grandpa's expectations, and more. That's all you do. No, I still want to be by the master's side. Ying grabbed her sleeves nervously, and stroked her golden hair behind her ears. I don't want to be a burden, I want to have the power to protect myself and you. If I can be as strong as my master, maybe Grandpa won't be. What is power in your eyes? Isn't power just power? Ying raised her eyes in confusion, not understanding why Yu Gao asked such a strange question. Duan Mao glanced at the cemetery. I have the god of death by my side all the time, and there will be no good results with me. When the matter is over, I will send you home. Master, are you going to leave me? This is for your own good. I won't do it. The girl hugged Yu Gao desperately, as if he was about to run away as soon as he let go. Grandpa is dead, I have no family anymore. If the master leaves again, I will not leave, don't leave. Good or bad, where there is a master, there is a home. Quote. Firefly. His expression froze in place, staring blankly at the girl, not knowing where this attachment came from. Why be so persistent? The light and cold mountain wind whistled past him, making Jinchuriki Column feel lost. Lord Bailong, what's the use of us catching these villagers? In a mountain village 30 kilometers away from the woodland, a few ninjas pouted in disgust. These are 4 quirky guys, bald with bald head, crooked mouth with crooked mouth, the only one who is very beautiful like a dog, and he is a man. He wanted to commit a crime when he looked at him, he wanted to step back when he heard that voice, and he looked carefully at the collapse of his soul. Sitting on the main seat like a withered man, sitting with arms crossed, there is a kind of confidence in his eyes that he is in control of everything. These guys are still useful. Spread the news and wait for the woman to come by herself. She must know something. Anyway, she is also the granddaughter of the old guy. It's still a wise man. He opened his mouth and patted his ass and scratched his bald head. He laughed, and the others laughed too. The news that the villagers of Katsuragi Mountain were captured by bandits spread everywhere, and Yu Gao, who took Yingying around to inquire, quickly got the news. The 10th class also got the news. Shikamaru, what shall we do? There are still 2 chapters, the cloud is working hard, there is a delay at home today, try to be earlier tomorrow, work hard together, and there will be bread. Text chapter 229 _ this guy is a parallel importer. Our mission has been completed, and we can't continue to waste time. Let's scout in the past. If we can't get any useful information, we will go back to the village. Going back. Yeah. Seeing Shikamaru nodding, Choji patted his big belly excitedly. Don't forget what you promised earlier, go back and eat barbecue. Don't worry, I can't lose you. Then I want double. Choji's eyes lit up. Shikamaru reluctantly agreed, okay. Seeing that his friend agreed so happily, Choji added a little more, then, is it okay for 3 servings? While secretly, Shikamaru bit Kiba and agreed, also. This, Choji was incoherent. You see, Shikamaru, ah. This Konoha Xiaoqiang, show loyalty. Enough friends. I'd rather pay hard for my friends. Since you are so generous, friends can't be with you. You're welcome, or I'm sorry for your boldness, and this time I'll be completely full, okay. How much do you want to eat? Look, 5, how about 5? Choji patted his big belly, his eyes glittering. Shikamaru was dumbfounded. How much did you say? 5, Choji repeated carefully. Shikamaru's face was green, blood green. Can you finish 5 servings of grilled meat? I can't finish eating. Why don't you still have you? You can eat for me. Let's eat for you. Is there something to eat? Why don't we say we're friends? Choji patted Shikamaru on the shoulder vigorously. To be friends, you have to have both the blessings and the misfortunes, and you have to eat together. If you feel disadvantaged, eat more when you treat guests. Don't be polite to me. Depend on. I'm polite to your sister Ami. Ino, is he really Choji? I don't know. Choji, whose face was deformed, didn't want to. Shikamaru, what are you doing? I think something is wrong with you. Something's wrong. Choji pointed at his nose suspiciously. Ino also came over to take a look. It's not quite right. What's wrong? Choji looked up and down. Shikamaru Ino said in unison, "Nothing is right. You too. You are a traitor. I am a traitor. Say, where did you hide the real Choji?" Choji, who was restrained by Shikamaru's shadow, was stunned when a shadow suddenly reached his feet. "I'm real. Don't pretend, you can't be Choji, big fat pig." "Shikamaru, you don't believe me." "Hee, I don't believe you anymore, big fat pig." Shikamaru and Ino, who were in attacking poses, Choji, put away his smile. "How did you find out?" "I found out when you started talking. Friends from childhood to adulthood know each other like the palm of their hand, and the guy in front of them is definitely not Choji. Habits, rhetoric, tone of speech, there are flaws in every place, and the biggest one of these flaws is that you shouldn't be unresponsive to the big fat pig. Tell me, where did you hide the real Choji?" Hee, as expected of the descendants of the Nara family, the ability to observe and analyze is so good. But it's not that easy to find your teammates. Ino, find a way to get him to speak. I see. Both hand seals encouraged chakra. The Yamanaka family's secret techniques were best at gathering intelligence. Seeing Ino pressing his hand to his forehead, Choji raised the corners of his mouth coldly. Shikamaru, who was shocked that something was wrong, turned around and ran. He ran for more than 10 meters before stopping. Looking back, he saw that the corpse that had been blasted to pieces did not even leave a whole place. The green grass was stained with fresh yuhi, broken pieces. Cracked bones everywhere. "Ino, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Choji him. We'll find him." He tiptoed and touched the head of the pineapple. Shikamaru's face was cold as winter. "Whoever dares to take Choji away will have to pay a price. What do we do now?" The only clue was interrupted, and Ino didn't know what to do. "Fatty, you must not have an accident." Shikamaru calmly looked at the crippled Mukuro on the ground, and analyzed for a moment. All possibilities flashed through his mind, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of who the attacker was. Who caught Choji and what purpose did they have? And the dead man just now, it is definitely not easy to have such a ruthless subordinate. Choji is in big trouble. I hope he doesn't get hurt. Otherwise. Thinking of Choji's exhortation before the trip, Shikamaru took a deep breath of cold air. The cold air entered his lungs, and it was as uncomfortable as scraping with a knife. The land mouse in the dark corner of the Land of Fire, Daming Mansion, grinned wickedly. "Notice and act according to plan." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Under the flickering candle, Yuhi's Sharingan was shining, and Shimura Danzo was very satisfied with the current situation. "This old man will definitely go back again and sit in that position as a winner. No one will stop me, no one will." Using all his strength to crush the information in his hand, Tenten dreamed that the old man of Hokage was crazy. He's crazy, someone is more crazy than him. Terumi Mei, who launched the War Origin Order, opened the letters sent by the villages and kicked the desk in front of him. "Shirk, push the committee, push back, and make no sound. What are these bastards thinking? Don't kill Akatsuki and wait for the game to finish. I really thought I couldn't see what you were thinking. If you want to take advantage of the fishermen, you have to see if you have that ability. Mizukage-sama, when are we leaving? Go ahead and let the swords go into storage." "What? Mizukage-sama, you just now." "I said swords are in storage. Since you want to take advantage, why can't I wait?" The ninja who confirmed the order panicked. "Mizukage-sama, the war mobilization has been done below, and the sword is in storage at this time." Snapped. "Look at this and see what these guys have written." The letter in his hand slammed to the ground. Terumi Mei roared angrily, "They don't participate in the battle, so how can we, Kurigakure, be Akatsuki's opponent? Since they can afford it, why don't we use energy? Anyway, Sanwei has no power. Now, the target of their next attack is not on our side. They can consume it as much as they want, and see who will die first in the end." Quote. "Send a letter to Katsuragiyama. and immediately give up the Jinchuriki column power of the six-tailed people. We don't want it anymore. There is another chapter. It is estimated that it will be yesterday, and the cloud will take a look first. Text Chapter 230 Terumi Mei's wrist. It is obviously more scary to anger a woman than to anger a man. Because the undead don't know how mad an enraged woman can go. Maybe only the ghosts know that. Terumi Mei gave up the tailed beast fiercely, and most of the Kurigakure were emotionally disturbed, and subconsciously wanted to refuse. Mizukage-sama can't. That's our Kurigakure stuff. How can we? Enough. Don't you even have the courage to go all out? With sharp eyes swept over his subordinates, Terumi Mei angrily scolded, only cowards can pin their hopes on others, and the tailed beasts do not. If it is gone, it will be gone. As long as the village is still there, we will not lose our foundation. At this time, if the tailed beast is gone, it may be a good thing. But if the tailed beast is lost, what about other countries? Did you think they would come in? Terumi Mei chuckled and looked around. We in Kurigakure are surrounded by the sea and have a very special geographical location. Even if the mainland is turned upside down, it will have little impact on us. As long as we don't go out and mess around. Mixed. No one will easily pay attention to us. Akatsuki captures the tailed beast. They don't care. We attack a Megakure village. They don't care. Then we simply don't care. One moment ago, he was angry and shouting for revenge, and the next moment he died down. The strange changes in the village of Kurigakure really made the fire, land, wind and thunder Shikoku fall into trouble. Why didn't they send troops? These capricious little people. I knew it. The dark panda eyes swept across the round table lightly, and Gaara got up and left without saying a word. This kind of thing doesn't need to be involved. Compared to Kurigakure, he is the first to be hurt. You won't die if you don't do it. When will these guys wake up? One by one, they are all ostriches in the desert, and they are all idiots who are dumber than cranes. But forget it, Sunagakure has lost the tailed beast now. Since everyone is unwilling to send troops, it is better not to send troops. Baidu Interesting Academy. Gaara. It's okay, brother, if they are willing to wait, I will accompany them to wait. There will always be a day when I will regret it. Looking back indifferently and smiling at Konkuro's concerned eyes, Gaara didn't mean to be angry at all. The dry sand wind blew across the platform, sending thoughts into the distance. The Fire Nation, Konoha, Jiraiya and the two old guys are facing off. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado is again on the opposite side. Little Jiraiya, the current state of the village cannot support the war at all. We don't need to waste our limited resources for other countries' affairs. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. We don't care about Kurigakure at this time, and they won't care about us when we look back. You're worrying too much. As long as you keep Naruto in the village and watch him carefully, Akatsuki won't be able to catch him. Is that what you mean? Yes. Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force must stay in the village, and he must not be allowed to go out easily in the future. We must be responsible for the village. Flowery intestines. Jiraiya laughed, and Kaharu's laughter was a little hairy. Tomorrow I will send Naruto to Mount Myoboku for training, which is safer than Konoha. Little Jiraiya. Didn't you say you want to protect the Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force? Can't I do this? Playing with the wheels, playing to the death, Jiraiya squinted his arms with the two old guys, and Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado was speechless. Tien Zikuni, Otogakure, Orochimaru mournfully issued the order, let's go to Kumogakure and capture Killer Bee Jinchuriki, Column Force. Master, wait a minute. I'm not your master. Master, you are being naughty again. Firefly. Alright, don't cry if you don't, you cheapskate. Palapa pulled her eyelids and stuck out her little tongue, and the girl jumped up to her side. Turning around a dense forest and looking up, a wooden fort built on the mountain appeared in front of him. It's from the village. Don't go there, they're not normal. The rigid body and the inflexible gaze, how could there be a trace of human beings in the villagers who are like walking dead? Seeing that the abnormal Yugao kept the girl behind him, he looked back and forth at the whole village. A gust of wind blew past, and 5 people came out from the opposite side. Miss Ying, haven't seen you for many years, how are you? You are. I forgot, that's right, it's been so long. With a self-deprecating grin, the man with a haggard face raised his head and smiled. My name is Bailong, do you remember? It's you. Haha, it seems that Miss Ying still remembers. Why did you do this? The girl glanced at the villagers. Bai Lang shrugged playfully. Hand over forbidden technique, I'll let them go. Impossible. You don't care if they live or die. Looking at the villagers nervously, the girl looked at Yugao pitifully. Master will help me, right? I know Master will definitely help me, right? Go back. Boy, you are very arrogant. The bald head did not have 2 tufts of hair, and the ninja with a slanted fork looked at Yugao. The 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force bird did not let him, and said directly to Bailong, let them go. Boy, you are courting death. The feeling of being ignored is anger. Seeing that Yugao ignored him, the bald man took out the shuriken and threw it. Ding 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 sounded 3 times in a row, and the flying shuriken fell to the side. The girl with the cat behind Yugao was excited. I can't fight, I'm so angry, you give up the ugly, the master is invincible. Yellow-haired girl, you are courting death. Dare to say that the uncle looks ugly, let's start you. The giant shuriken behind his back spun into a circle, Yugao Gululu blew bubbles, and the bald ninja was so happy when he saw this thing. Do you think this is a child playing a house? Soap bubbles come. Careful. Take it easy. What is Shikamaru's weird art? I don't know, did you find Choji? Lying in the grass with his head exposed, Ino let go of his perception and shook his head. No, I can't feel Choji's breath. Things are in trouble. Choji is not here, so where is he going? Biting the Kiba pass and thinking to himself, Shikamaru made a retreat gesture, and just as he was about to run away, Ino grabbed the front of his shirt. The shuriken bubbles collided, and a terrifying aura shocked the spot. The cloud went to bed. Everyone should rest early. Good night. Text chapter 231_mentally ill. Little bastard, what are you doing running so fast? Seeing Liamong rushing back in a hurry, Senju Tsunade followed suspiciously. Interesting academy. My dear sister, we must hurry. What the hell did you think of? Say it clearly. Uzumaki Nagato or Pain 6 paths. No more Akatsuki 0, that guy has Rinnegan. After pouring beans into the bamboo tube, he realized that he had vomited, and Liamong tightened his brows and added more force. Senju Tsunade, who was chasing behind, frowned slightly, and also accelerated. Returning to the airship to recruit the personnel, Liamong, who was filled with water, wiped his mouth. You must remember what I am going to say next. What happened, Fu-kun? Stinky boy. Brother. Don't interrupt, listen to me carefully. Liamong put down the water glass with a solemn expression. The enemy we are about to face is a super psychopath with an abnormal head. Master Tsunade. Listen to him. Crossing his hands and biting the tips of his thumbs, Senju Tsunade was also full of question marks. His name is Uzumaki Nagato, and he is of the same clan as Karen. Yeah, my clan. Big bad brother, shall we get him back? Little girl, what are you talking about? Liamong's eyes widened and he almost died of anger. It's true that he and you are the same clan, but he is also the leader of Akatsuki. How dare you to get him back? Akatsuki, chief of Akatsuki. Bright Yuhi-colored pupils opening and closing her mouth to the extreme, Uzumaki Karen turned into a dying fish. The house fell silent for a moment. That guy has Rinnegan, the second person after 6 paths, who has always been committed to the pursuit of world peace, and is a man who claims to be a god. Sounds great, as expected of my clan, he must be very handsome. Interesting academy. Cool your pot cover. Karen don't interrupt. Master. Continue. Senju Tsunade is not an unreasonable little girl. She heard something wrong in her words. Liamong sighed. Great ideals don't necessarily lead to great things. That guy is trying to subvert the world. What? Didn't he want to pursue world peace? How could he? Why don't you say he's mentally ill? Liuman scolded extremely disgustingly. That guy's aiming is not normal. I highly doubt that he was born with his head on the ground first. Shikamaru Ino appeared. Seeing the figures of 6 paths lining up out of the woods, Shikamaru Ino's eyes widened. There are 6 of them. Doesn't Akatsuki always act in pairs? You are. For the sake of world peace, I accept your power. Proudly raised his right index finger to point towards Yugao, Heavenly Path Pain walked in the forefront. In the momentary cold atmosphere, the bald ninja came back to have a look, wiped his nose and scolded, "Where are you birdmen? Hurry up and get out of the way for Lao Su." This idiot. Fake. Is his brain sick? The guys who are hard to deal with at first glance are all offended, and you are putting a lot of shit in your mouth. The bald hair, who didn't know whether to live or die, saw that everyone didn't speak, and thought he was frightened, and became more and more complacent. Hurry up and get out of the way, maybe the uncle can let you go. If not, don't blame Lousy for killing or burying it. Look at the poor morals of each of you, and the head of the plague is still smashed by lightning. Do you think that the antenna can be used as a wall lightning rod? The slanted-eyed fork raised his fingers one by one, and the bald ninja became more and more proud as he talked, and the 2 triangular-shaped eyes twisted and twisted, 2 on the left, 5 on the right, and together they were called 205. The companions standing behind him all vomited blood. Knowing this, he should have been killed in the first place. I'd say this guy is unreliable. The pig hit the tree, he hit the pig. The fingers that had been in the air for a long time clicked again, annoyed at the bald hair that couldn't go away. Hey. The guys on the opposite side who were struck by lightning said, "You guys, hurry up and get out of my way, did you hear me? Get out. Grass. Dare to ignore my father. Mahler, Peter, I won't give you any benefit or harm, you really don't know how many eyes the Lord Ma has. Follow me brothers and kill them." He raised his right arm and waved forward, and his bald raised right foot stopped in the air. Looking back, several brothers not only did not follow him, but instead quit and went all the way. Hey, what are you doing, killing them in the past? Hey, are you stupid? Boss. The one on the left said no, and the one on the right ignored it. Bai Lang looked at this 205, and cut his heart with a knife. Bailong wanted to kill Bald Hair, and his bald companion also wanted to kill Bald Hair. Bald Hair touched Bald Hair, but couldn't hold a single hair in his hand. Looking at the strange behavior of his companions, and then looking back at the 6 guys who ignored him, Bald Hair finally realized that something was wrong. That's what I'm here to play Chan Oil on. With one pointing, the figure flew upside down, and the bald hair that rumbled through 5 or 6 houses disappeared. The wind rose, Yi Fei, and all the ninjas present were stunned. Shikamaru, who was lying in the grass, moved his throat, and Ino looked at each other and broke out in a cold sweat. What a powerful trick. Very weird attack. What just happened? Looking back at the bald hair in the ruins, Bailong and the remaining 3 subordinates were all sweating. What kind of enemy did this idiot who arrived at home in 250 provoked? I wrote him, I really wanted to kill him again. What about the boss? 3 inquiring gazes came, and Bailong's face was ashen. What to do, it's over. Sayazi, hurry up and run. Quietly glanced at Pain's 6 paths, Bailong made a wink and ran away. They won't come after. They certainly won't come after. A swipe of smoke rushed through the gate of the village and ran to the back mountain, and the ninjas who ran into the village were all excited. They didn't chase. They didn't come after. U.S. Well, what is that? Sneaking back, his eyes widened, and the missile that pulled up the long smoke quickly chased behind him. The ninja who turned back was stunned. Shikamaru of the cat in the grass was dumbfounded. Ino's mouth was wide open, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The rumbling sound of the cottage collapsed in succession. Seeing that the first moment was intact and the next moment became a wooden fort in the sea of fire, Heavenly Path Pain indifferently turned his head to look at Yu Gao. The first chapter today, the cloud is working hard. Text chapter 232 _ the persistence of a stubborn girl. Are you going with me yourself, or do you want me to do it? Firefly, step back. Interesting Academy. Gently spit out a bubble to wrap the girl in. Yu Gao waved his hand and stopped in front of him. Heavenly Path Pain glanced at the sky indifferently, and Yu Gao was nervous and spit out a few more bubbles. Is she important to you? Don't implicate innocent people. Really, but I think that only sadness can make people grow. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Raising her right hand and aiming it in the air, Ying, wrapped in bubbles, only felt an unstoppable suction pull her to the ground. Yu Gao was excited, let go of her. Gululu's bubbles were spit out in a row, and the fat man with two sharp horns on his face opened his hands, and the bubbles touched him without even a splash of water. Seeing that the ninjutsu was ineffective, Yu Gao's pupils shrank immediately. The girl came down, and Fei General was caught by Heavenly Path. Master, Master, run quickly. Xiaoying. It seems that you have a good relationship. In this way, you can better understand the meaning of pain. People always know how to cherish after they are lost. I told you to let her go. Dark Yuhi-colored tails appeared behind him, and Yu Gao, the tailed beast, charged. Before anyone arrived, the six tails twitched first. The howling wind swept across the half-court, and the two waves of people hiding in the dark all straightened their eyes. Is that guy a monster? A tail pulled to the ground, turning up the dust in the sky, and when the six-tailed Jinchuriki column force went crazy, the ghosts and ghosts changed. The cat was swallowing saliva in the midst of the ruins, and Bai Lang and his three subordinates wanted to die. Why are we here to provoke these monsters? So horrible. Too unhuman. How much? Suddenly returning to the head gate to see Khan, the tall ninja who asked the question was scared to pee. Interesting Academy. What the hell is this guy? On his face, there are two diagonal lines interspersed with bizarre iron nails, and his ears are like fried hair with steel needles lined up in a vertical row, pointing diagonally to the sky, and his eyes with purple and black circles don't look like humans. How much? I don't know. Answer wrong and you can die. Oh his body fell softly, and looking at his inexplicably dead companion, Bai Lang and his two remaining men panicked. How much? Equal, waited and couldn't wait, the ninja turned his head and ran away. How much? Don't ask me, I don't know. Answer wrong and you too can die. There was another and the body was overwhelmed, and the only remaining subordinates of Bailong and Ligyu stepped back in a panic. After trying two people in a row, the Hell Road was pressing to speak again. It was still the bloody problem. How much? Wait for you to code, the monsters die. Raiden Thunder style lay can't come out half of the thunder, and once again solve the hell of one person. Pain turned his attention to the white waves. Shikamaru Ino, who was lying in the grass, was trembling and sweating. What weird abilities are these? Tech Rocket. Summon Behemoth. A pile of messed up things followed a pile, and the head with an IQ of more than 200 also fell into a state of being confused. The information I got this time is too important. These guys must be important people in Akatsuki. Give Xiaoying back to me. 3 times and 2 attempts were fruitless, and Yu Gao's eyes flashed blood. Heavenly Path Pain held up the girl indifferently, as if pinching a plaything. As the 5 fingers tightened, Ying's face gradually turned pale. Lord Yu Gao, will you be my master? Lord Yu Gao, please, can you be my master? Okay. I knew you were the best. What is the master, the master? In the gradually blurred mind, a picture scroll suddenly flashed. The girl who was caught shouted to let him go. Why did she let herself run, not let herself save her life? Xiaoying, you are such a silly girl. Do you feel the pain of loss? Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. With a random wave of the free left hand, Yu Gao, who had finally rushed up, was knocked flying. Heavenly path pain was like a god standing at the top of the sky. Ruthless, indifferent to all creatures in the world. Only after experiencing the pain of death can mortals understand the value of life. 6 tails, I accept it. Master. The blurred eyes stared at the ground with difficulty, and a determination flashed in the girl's empty head. It was a late summer evening, and a colorful streamer appeared in the sky. The girl jumped, laughed, and came to the hillside, wanting to pick bright yellow flowers. Those mountain flowers are so beautiful, with large swaths covering every inch of the corner. Lin Feng blows it, swaying and shining, like a star shower in the scaly sky on the lake. Suddenly, the girl was attacked, and dozens of shuriken kunai shot at her back. The girl was terrified, her little hands trembled, and all the flowers she picked fell to the ground. The bright yellow petals fluttered, and the man who appeared at the critical moment solved everything. He has long bangs, wears a blue gauze, his face is handsome and elegant, and at first glance, he is a good man who is reassuring. Firefly. Yutaka. The master is a gentle man and a powerful hero. I must become the master's disciple. And then I also have to protect the master. A little teardrop slid down his cheek, and the stream of light went behind his back. Pain, who was carrying the girl, noticed something abnormal. Natural chakras are gathering, this girl. Away from the chakra storm in the distance, the girl turned her back to the sky and let out a mournful roar. Shikamaru Ino Spartan cat in the grass. What trick is this? The strong chakra wind that came out of the body swept across all directions. Trees, dirt, rocks, and everything that touched it turned into nothingness. 6 pains turned their heads, the 6 pains looked sideways, and Yu Gao, who was stepped on by the giant beast, raised his head. Please, can you be my master? I said don't call me master. I have never admitted that you are my apprentice. Lord Yu Gao is too ruthless. Ying is angry. Ying is really angry. If you don't want Ying to be angry, you can be Ying's master, right? No. Ro. No. Okay. I said no, no, no. Master Smelly, I will definitely let you agree. Firefly. The second chapter is over. The cloud continues to work hard. Brothers and sisters, let's work together. Text chapter 233_ psychotic speech. Let go of her. I tell you to let her go, Xiaoying. With chakra all over his body, he ran to his side, and Yu Gao, who had raised his tail beast coat, stretched out his hand. Interesting academy. I help the master, right? Stop talking. The weak girl coughed softly on the ground, and Yu Gao's heart was broken. 6 Paths Pain watched all this silently, and Heavenly Path continued to preach without salt or lightness, and was used to being aloof. If you don't understand the pain of others, you can't really understand others, and even if you can understand, you can't reconcile with each other. It's totally worthwhile to trade the suffering of a few for the peace of the majority and make them fully awaken. Shut up your disgusting face. I swore to never use this power again. But now I'm going to use it to destroy you. Why would you sacrifice anyone else? Because I am a god. Heavenly Path. 000. Pain looked at Yu Gao contemptuously. After all, people are creatures that cannot understand each other. I was forced to understand this. The world of ninjas is dominated by hatred. In order to stop this chain of hatred, I evolved from a human to a god, and thus felt the pain of the whole world. To end the spread of this pain, I need great strength. Your sacrifice is great. It will bring the world come true peace. Depend on this lunatic. His head is definitely not normal. Shikamaru broke down in big drops of cold sweat as he grabbed the dirt and moved his throat. Where did this mental illness come from? He was talking about some magic horses. Biting his lip ignorantly, Ino couldn't understand these crazy words at all. The madman's madness continued, and Yu Gao quietly put Ying into the bubble. Pain didn't seem to see it, and he continued his speech like a savior. mortals understand the horror of pain from war, and when enough praise for this horror, people will spontaneously seek peace and stability. However, this peace and stability does not last. Mortals forget what they see, and after decades, when this terror is gradually forgotten, people will fall into disputes again. This kind of reincarnation is the inferiority of mortals. Quote, "As a god, it is my duty to stop this reincarnation. Such a stinky ass guy. Baidu Interesting Academy. Does he really think of himself as a god?" Toad yawned loudly. "God, your sister, God. What do you want to do? Extreme terror will bring extreme peace. Donate the tail beast in your body, I will use it to create a weapon to destroy the world, and then let all mortals feel this boundless pain. From now on, people will never dare war was waged. Thus, eternal peace was born. God will be remembered by the world, and war will be buried in the world." Quote, "This lunatic. He is absolutely crazy. Eyes, Shikamaru Ino has exclamation marks all over his head. What kind of brain can come up with such a non-human thing? Let the world feel boundless pain, how many people does he want to destroy? This man is a lunatic, a big lunatic, a lunatic of lunatics. Is that what you think? Yes, this is my lifelong pursuit. As a god, I must take on the responsibilities and obligations of God." What he aimed at, this person was helpless, completely helpless. "What if I don't promise? You will agree." Lowered his eyes and looked at the self-righteous bird of 6 paths pain, Yu Gao gently pushed the bubble behind him. The foam lifted into the air, and a huge shadow enveloped everything. In order not to give Heavenly Path Pain another chance to intercept, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki column force suddenly became a complete body. Ino, who was lying on the grass, had a stomachache. "That's the 6 tails. It seems so. Why do I look like a slug? The chubby body, the round body, is like a car rim that makes people laugh. The morning glory on his head, his body covered with sticky 6 tails, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He shook his 2 little hands and twisted his body halfway, looking at how veiled he looked like. Dude, are you out here to be funny? With absolutely no shocking appearance, the 6-tailed rhino is a joy. But this joy is life-threatening. After all, 6 tails are 6 tails, and no matter how funny the tailed beast is, it is also a tailed beast." The viscous liquid dripped to the ground, silently corroding several large pits. Ino, who finally knows what's at stake, is numb. "Shikamaru, shall we withdraw?" "Okay, get out now." "Then what are you waiting for? Run." Like a loach, his body moved backwards against the ground, moving, but Ino didn't move. "What's the matter with you?" "I seem to have hit something. Bumped into something." His eyes widened and he slowly turned his head, and an oversized bull came into view. The bull was huge, not the usual size, with big horns, a brain gate, and a big mouth that didn't lock the door. "Hi, hello, can we pretend we didn't see it?" "Moo. Shikamaru, run." The 2 front hooves were raised high and slammed down, and the long-horned head swung vigorously, which was a forest. Ino, who was running away, burst into tears, without such a bully. The rumbling trees broke and the soil flew, and the shattered tree poles flew outwards like they didn't need money. Ino was frightened by the 2 tree poles that fell behind him, and his soul was about to fly. "Run. Run hard. Run as hard as you can. My home. Complain, I want to complain." In the ruined home, a few squirrels wiped with tears raised their fists. "Nuts, pine cones, lift and throw. Smash, smash these intruders. Doo-doo, you stand up first, brothers withdraw. Hey, why did you all run away? Don't run and wait to die. Doo-doo, the big revenge of the brothers is counted on you to avenge, and the people believe in you. Real. You have to believe in yourself, squirrels live with backbone. Good. Don't worry, I'll take care of my home. Doo-doo, you are so brave. Beanie, we adore you. Doo-doo, everything is up to you. A group of idiots. Looking at the group of people who ran into the grass without finishing 2 sentences, Dudu scorned his middle finger. Let's go, let's go, let's go, it's all mine. He found a fairly intact door and kicked it open, and Dudu Cat Waste got in. Called dead daring, starved to death timid, love whoever. Among the dilapidated ruins, Heavenly Path Pain released his right hand. Next, we go to Konoha. There is one more chapter, brothers and sisters, let's cheer together. Text chapter 234_ The World Loves 777. Boss, thank you. Interesting academy. Shikamaru glanced at the forest with a sigh of relief. Patted his shoulder and comforted him. We don't need to see each other. Where's Choji? Just wanted to tell you this, Choji him. I got caught. How could I get caught? We don't know either. The person was probably lost in the morning, when he went to the toilet. Shikamaru, I'll go and make it easier, I'll be right back. Immediately, now your sister. Any clues? Shikamaru shook his head in disappointment. Karen, help me find it. Aren't we going over there? Little girl film, your perception is to eat dry rice, is there anyone else there? Big bad brother, if you call me a little girl again, I'll tell your wife that you take advantage of me. You can sue, just sue, and see who believes you. Liuman pouted in disdain. Uzumaki Karen was annoyed, he threw his fists twice and ran back to the airship to report the blackness. Sister Anko, Sister Tamari, Hinata, your husband's bullied me. How did he bully you? He and Karen were very smart and didn't finish the sentence, and gave people endless associations with shyness and anger. Brat. Fu-kun. Brother. You can believe this too. With a big bag on his head, he flew to the gate of the village, and there was not a single living person in the burning ruins. Looking down through the string window, there are deep pits on the ground, either from the pit or the eye. There are bombs exploded, psychic beasts stepped on, and mucus corrodes. These deep pits know how terrifying the attack was at that time. Looking at the forest, it is even more amazing. The original Green Mountain Forest seems to be bitten by a dog, and the broken branches and leaves are desolate. Let's go down and see. Crashing open the hatch and falling to the ground, the close-up observation is even more shocking. What an amazing character, it's a shame I didn't see this fight scene with my own eyes. Baidu Interesting Academy. You should be glad you weren't involved. Yes, I don't think so. The belligerent boy. Haha, thank you for the compliment. He took out a Kiba sign and put it at the corner of his mouth. Liamong turned his head to look at Karen. The proud little girl didn't say much this time, and let go of her perception and shook her head. There's no one you're looking for, but the girl is here. Which girl? Master, have you seen my master? Crying and wiping tears, she ran into the ruins and fell to her knees. Yingying's eyes were full of despair. Liamong wanted to say something, but in the end it turned into a helpless sigh. Say anything for nothing. Helping to dispose of the body and bury the clan, Shikamaru Ino returned to Konoha. I am sorry boss, we have to go back and gather people to find Choji. Be careful on the road. He nodded, turned and ran to the distance, watching Shikamaru Ino's back leaving. Liamong took a deep breath. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Whoever captured Choji, Akatsuki won't do such a boring thing. Who is in the middle? Bastard, I'll go to the city ahead and pick me up when you come back. Sister Tsunade. It's settled, Shizune, Karen follow me. Off the 2 ponytails and raising the robe, Tsunadeheim said and left. Shizune Karen's 2 little faces were twitching, and they were all out of shape. Sister, can I not go? Little sister, Tsunade-sama's orders must not be disobeyed. But it's too dangerous to follow the master. I'm afraid she'll sell me out. Don't worry, little junior sister, Tsunade-sama won't sell you first even if he sells it. Really? Karen bit his fingertips in disbelief. Shizune hugged the pig with a smile, and a string of brilliant sparkling pearls was very eye-catching on the neck of the buzzing pig. It's a joy to see Karen of it. Good sister, you are so smart, I will get one later. Shizun. Dolphin. After a moment's pause, Xiao Shangzu struggled with his life, and his pitch-black hooves jumped up and scratched Karen's face. The little girl gave it a vicious look. Little pig, be honest with me, or I'll sell you if you don't turn around. Hey, what are you two ink marks? Hurry up and follow. A week later. 4, 5, 6, 15 o'clock. Asshole. Why open again? Shizun, give me some more chips. Tsunade-sama we. What are we? Hurry up and exchange money for me. Lord Tsunade, we are out of money. What? Are we out of money again? Shizun nodded embarrassedly, showing grief and anger in his helplessness. Tsunadeheim's slightly fat face clucked, and reconfirmed reluctantly, are we really out of money? Really, really gone? Not at all. Not at all. Asshole. Where can I get some money? Senju Tsunade pinched his hands around his waist and thought, and suddenly smiled. Shizun. Tsunade-sama, what did you say? How about we sold dolphins? Don't worry, I will redeem you after I win. Master Tsunade. Shizun, you don't believe me? No, but it's doggy. Karen, help me stop your senior sister. Little pig, and holding him in his arms, Senju Tsunade ran to the exchange area. Shizun's face was angry and pale. Karen, let me go. I won't let go. Listen to the master, go with the master, follow the master and have everything. Do you believe this too? I believe it. Karen. Boss, replace the necklace on this pig's neck for me. Master Tsunade. Don't worry, Shizun, this time I'll definitely turn it over. Buy and sell. 4, 5, 6, 15 o'clock. Boom. Asshole. Really bad luck today. Shizun, shall we sell the dolphin? Forget it, Karen, do you have any money left? Master, I'm gone too. Really gone? Let me see. He grabbed the empty wallet and opened it to look. Tsunade, reluctant to give up, turned it upside down and weighed it. After a long time, a reluctant coin fell out. Seeing it, Tsunade was excited. I said no, isn't there another one? Come on, let's play the slot machine and get it won. Only one coin left in the case. Senju Tsunade Yuhi pulled the lever. Denga-denga-denga-deng heard an electronic sound, and the three master and apprentice were dumbfounded. Master, the grand prize, you have won the grand prize. The cloud has gone to bed, everyone should go to bed earlier. Good night, I wish my brothers and sisters a good dream. Text chapter 235 _ God's majesty cannot be violated. Those who provoke God must be punished. We must use powerful means to buy time. Destruction begins with Kurigakure. Heihei168.com. Standing on the top of the high cliff, Heavenly Path Pain pronounced judgment on the village below. The cause of the incident has to start from 7 days ago. Boss is not good. Our village is going to be attacked. Shut up, Faye. Senior Didera, you kicked me again, this time it's all your fault. What did you say? Well, I didn't say anything. Didera, what the hell is going on? Hearing the boss's question, the bomb maniac standing on the statue of Hades pouted awkwardly and told what happened. Is it war again? Heavenly Path Pain exclaimed, almost babblingly. What a foolish mortal. Conan, it looks like we need to go to Kurigakure before going to Konoha. Wow, boss, are you going to put them on trial? No, this has nothing to do with judgment, and gods won't care about mortals. But now we need time. The ghost shark, Itachi, and the 8 tails will be handed over to you. I will handle it myself when I come back to Kyubi, 9 tails. Boss, leave it to me at Konoha, and I'll show them the greatness of art. Didera, you are very courageous, but I have to go to Konoha myself. This is the responsibility of the Son of Man. Before I became a god, I was also a mortal, and ending Konoha is also a part of the past. Senior, the boss is not optimistic about you. Afe, give me death. If he was close to him, he would kick his teammates away. Deidara was depressed like a gourd, his mouth bulging like a balloon, and the more he looked like a bouncy ball. Standing on the top of the high cliff overlooking the whole village, Heavenly Path Pain said silently. Kurigakure village is surrounded by a spherical barrier that covers the entire village. When a strange chakra enters, the person in charge will immediately perceive it. In order to achieve the purpose of a surprise attack, we will enter through the animal road alone for a while, and then channel us into it. Nagato, this time we should ask the ghost shark for the art of entering the village. He has stayed in Kurigakure and must know how to enter. Heihei168.com. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. He has his, I also have mine, let's do it. An intruder was found at Point A in Area B, and the number was 1. He hugged the soles of his feet with both hands and threw them into the air, and the beast road, which flew up with the mighty force of the Shiradao, passed through the barrier. Psychic. Spread apart, since they chose war, let them feel the pain of war. Shinra Tensai Almighty Push is right. Enemy attack. Spot the intruder. God, what the hell is that? Amu raised his head, the giant bull rammed the house against the purple-black Rinnegan, and the disaster in the village of Kurigakure began. Didn't you say there was only one intruder? I don't know. Staring at the enchantment phantom in a frenzy, the ninja on duty in the information department broke out in cold sweat. The leader who grabbed him by the collar scolded Fake fiercely and threw him to the ground. Sound B, no, sound an alarm, the whole village evacuates, if you hear it, the whole village evacuates. Woohoo's Yui-colored warning resounded over the village, and all the villagers in Kurigakure village panicked. What's the matter? What happened? Depend on. Hurry home. Wait for me, I'll be back too. Machiko. Mother. Damn, what the hell are those monsters? A giant crab that can spit bubbles, a green lizard, a bird with a big mouth, a rhinoceros with wings, a vicious dog that splits and a psychic beast, and the shortest one is half a head taller than a 3-story building. Hearing the loud noise outside, the ninjas all rushed out. Looking around, Mukuro is everywhere. Equal to how many? Soul Devour. There are very few strong men in this village. After holding down his head and extracting the information, Human Dao swept towards the quartet with contempt. Kurigakure, who was standing on the street, was furious. Dare to despise our invaders, and you will pay for it. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet. Sweden, water style, wild water wave. Sweden, water style, breaking flow. What a boring attack, I leave it to you from Hungry Ghost Dao. Throwing down the light words, he turned to leave, and the human world fit into the distance. The big fat man who stayed in place opened his hands and happily accepted the chakra in ninjutsu. Kurigakure, who found out that ninjutsu was ineffective, was confused. What's the matter? Is this guy a monster? Shinra Tensai Almighty Push is right. Grass. This is what the enchantment class said about an intruder. The reserve team that arrived at the battlefield first, swallowed saliva with sharp eyes, and looked around, not knowing which side to help. We're understaffed, signal, forget it, the alarm has gone off, let's go to a place first. Strange wrist rocket. Collapsed and flames roared. Watching the ruins of the ruined Mukuro homes, the anger of the Kurigakure ninjas burned into the ocean. When they saw the black-bottomed Huion robe that the attacker was wearing, a sea of anger rushed to their hearts, and they got out of their foreheads, and their hair stood up one by one. Akatsuki again, these bastards again. Kill them and avenge the elders. Sweden, water style. Futon, wind style. Messed up. The roaring water, the icy Hayate, and the scruffy mixed together with the Kanaisen Ben Shuriken, threw it at the head. Detonator. Meteor hammer. Giant shuriken. Poisoned ninja dart. Driven by endless anger, the Kurigakure ninja turned over all the things at the bottom of the box. Usually, he was reluctant to use the secret ninja tool once a year, and he threw it out without thinking. Kill them. Come on, brothers. Look at me. I'll come too. And me. Tamari, what's going on outside? Stretched his waist and lifted the quilt, Mitarashi Anko hissed and sat back on the head of the bed. Yuhi's slap was imprinted with a kind of confused wind on the white and plump arms. Brat, you really can do it. Putting on slippers and wrapping a bath towel, the big-bodied beauty with messy hair walked to the window, her big black and white eyes instantly froze. Shut up, Hinata, Kurigakure is under attack. What? After a moment of astonishment, she suddenly looked back, and the little girl who woke up in a daze pressed her chest. Sister, what happened? Look at the Byakugan, the village is under attack. In the black and white transparent world, the once prosperous village is full of smoke. Secretary Hinata glanced roughly and was about to speak, when a winged bull came into view. In the first chapter today, the cloud delivered food in the morning. Hurry up in the afternoon, it's none of my business, I wish you all a happy viewing. Text chapter 236_ The island where birds don't shit. Damn, where did this bull come from? A head slammed into the door, shook its horns twice, and the yellow yak that collapsed the entire building roared. Interesting academy. Anko, who had finally put on his jacket, was furious, and when he opened his mouth, a series of fireballs spit out. Ziyin Shu Ugly Yin. Cadent Fire Style, the art of balsam. Pure white fireball of up to 0 degrees Celsius burned on the body, and the yellow-skinned yak lowered his head with a thunderous roar, and slammed the collapsed house into the opposite direction. Kabuto's head was smashed by the smashing debris, and the azure eddy current screamed. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. The chakra vortex shot from the large hole in the body spun rapidly, and Hinata, who bounced off the debris, ran out of the ruins. Looking up, the fires were all over the east, west, north and south, and the black smoke flew into the sky one after another. Whole village of Kurigakure was boiling. Where's the brat? Brother, my brother went to the Matsuri altar of the water. Isn't that place sinking? Anko's silver kiba bit and looked around. The yellow-skinned yak that just ran away rushed back, 2 purple-black renegons, beating with angry flames. Dead cow, being an old lady is afraid that you won't succeed. Sister Tamari help. Cadent Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Futon, Wind Style, Itachi. Wind and Fire Rondo Sonata Killing. Anko's Fire, Tamari's Wind, mixed together to make a strong wind. The mad psychic beast rushed inside, and in a blink of an eye, it changed from a scalper to a black bull, and the black and black changed its color. As soon as the yak ran away, the sky heard the chirping of a strange bird with a big mouth. It was a big-billed strange bird with green feathers and sharp claws. Its wings were spread out, several dozen meters long, and its sharp claws stood up, as sharp as eagle hooks. Heihei168.com. Feel the pain of the gods, mortals. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. Run. Help. I want mom. The shock wave every 5 seconds, the Jinchuriki column destroys everything. The wanton destruction of heavenly path pain, indifferently carrying out slaughter, adults, children, villagers, ninjas, all encounters are not left. Have to stop him. Let's go. The 8th squad attack. Stupid mortals, when will you understand the greatness of God? Beast, let your gods die. Brothers, let's go together. Kurigakure ninjas, who were throwing their shuriken kunai, bit kiba and gnashed their teeth. Heavenly path pain spit out indifferently, still those 4 inexplicable words. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. Ching, did you find the file? 5 seconds, that guy's surgery takes 5 seconds. What? Only 5 seconds? Yes. He was sweating profusely and opened the S-class top secret file, and the one-eyed dragon lowered his hands in a daze. Do you know what is the use of such an interval? No, it is still useful. As long as you know the shortcomings of the technique, you can come up with the corresponding method. Immediately send someone to inform Lord Mizukage to return, and the others will follow me. Be careful of these monsters and don't fight with them. Master Ching. Several ninjas who followed behind screamed incomprehensibly. The village was all ready at this time, and the one-eyed dragon didn't let them work hard. Those guys are all fake, they're puppets. Shock. Shock. Can't be more shocked. Are those weirdos who attacked the village all puppets? If they are puppets, how strong is it to manipulate their body? You help me contain the attack, I'll find out the real body. Byakugan's limit is 1 kilometer, he can't hide that far. The loot seized from the battlefield was opened suddenly, and the one-eyed deaf swept all over the place with bated breath. It is obviously not possible to find a hidden enemy in such a large area. Yuhi, Sister Enko, can we help them? Also used Byakugan to observe the 4 directions, and Hinata's little secretary's heart was full of sentimentality. War will kill people, and the little girl can't bear it anymore. Mitarashi Enko shook his head and didn't agree. The enemy is Pain of Akatsuki. The brat told us about them earlier. With the strength of our sisters, we can't beat these monsters at all. Then let's retreat. Tamari calmly glanced into the distance. If it is an enemy that can be killed, we will help you. But knowing that it is useless to participate is irrational. But Hinata, if we could help, we certainly wouldn't stand idly by, but right now we really don't. Enko Tamari was taken aback as holy scraps of paper gathered from behind. Akatsuki's white tiger. You seem to know a lot about God's message. Aha, you heard it wrong, we don't know what God is or isn't. Pulling Tamari Hinata behind him one by one, Enko raised the ninja's sword vigilantly. The flames of the blade with the additional flame attribute circulated, and it seemed that it would hit the body at any time. Conan gently lifted the 2 pieces of paper. God's information is not allowed to be leaked. I'm sorry, your life, I accept it. Paper shuriken. Get out of the way. This woman has a brain problem. With his bluish-purple hair caressed, his orange pupils unwavering, Conan made the attack as if nothing happened. As if what she was going to kill was not a human being, but a kitten and a puppy. Akatsuki's people are lunatics, there are no normal people in that organization. Curse words resounded in his ears. Enko didn't quite believe it at first, but now he has to believe it if he doesn't. Akatsuki is a foolish man and a girl, within old trousers. Watch out for her scraps of paper. Boom, boom, boom. There were several roars in a row, and Conan kept his eyes on Enko. It seems that you really know our news well. Damn, this woman is so tough. Enko, who shredded the paper, didn't even have time to hand seal. Tamari retreated to the distance and fanned a few times, but the effect was minimal, and Hinata couldn't get close at all. The troublesome battle, the hot battlefield, the flying letter eagle flew into the distance. Matsuri altar of the water. Liuman looked at the beauty of Jouta suspiciously. Didn't you say that this island is sinking? What's the matter? It's the secret technique of the elders. The old man put his life on the line and raised the island again. This island is very important. Liamong looked around with his head full of slurries, and couldn't see the use of this ghostly place where birds don't shit at all. Terumi May glared at him angrily. Of course it's very important. It's related to the secrets of the 5 great powers. There are 2 more chapters to update in the evening, and the cloud will continue to work hard. Text chapter 237_4 uncles and 6 uncles. Why are there only 5 countries in the Hokage world, not the 4 and 6? According to the Big Beauty told Liamong, this is all the reason for the Matsuri altar. Baidu Interesting Academy Feng Huo Shuatu Lei, 5 Matsuri altars, 5 countries, 5 chakras. This is not a bastard. After listening to Liamong, he asked, Mei Ming, when you were in school, when you came to write your period, did you write 7? Zhao Dame was stunned when she was asked at the time. Her arrogant face was Yuhian green, and she wished she could pinch people. During menstruation, your elementary school students come to menstruation. Besides, why do you write 7 in the note? Liamong smiled and explained to her, 7, fever and diarrhea, this is not read, but sung. Zhao Dame suddenly realized that she gave him a slap. Liamong touched his shoulder, and hissed for several breaths of cold air. How are you? My Kiba hurts. Kiba hurts, why are you covering your shoulders? Report to leadership, it shifted. XP Smiley and 5th generation Mizukage talked nonsense for a long time. Liamong finally figured things out. The 5 countries are really inseparable from the 5 Matsuri altars, and the 5 Matsuri altars of wind, fire, water, earth and thunder are used to suppress natural disasters. These magical things were born very long ago. They were built long before the age of ninjas. They were the products of the Onmyoji when they led the world. At that time, the elements of the world were very active. Before there were no 5 Matsuri altars, natural disasters occurred from time to time, such as strong winds, heavy rains, floods, tsunamis, forest fires, earthquakes and thunder, which did not stop throughout the year. Later, the Onmyoji found that it was not possible to continue like this, so they jointly built 5 Matsuri altars to stabilize the 5 elements of wind, fire, water, soil and thunder. It can be said that any idiot who wants to destroy the world has nothing to do but destroy the 5 Matsuri altars. In the intervening period, the violent elemental turmoil will inevitably lead to unprecedented disasters, and all tailed beasts have to stand aside. But come to think of it, even a mentally ill person with 10,000 goldfish in his head wouldn't do this. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. If m.heihei168.com really wants to destroy 5 Matsuri altars, then his aim will be 1 shot and 2 scattered ends. No one should think about it better. After figuring out what happened, what Lu Meng wanted to say most was, Pain, you're really an idiot. Not only Pain is stupid, Senju Hashirama is also stupid, even he is stupid as well. There is always no shortage of self-righteous people in the world. The 5 major countries have stood for hundreds of years. There must be a reason for their existence. No matter how bad the fight is, the 5 major countries have not finished playing, but the surrounding small countries have suffered heavy casualties. Did Senju Hashirama calm the troubled times? What he has calmed down is only the troubled world of the ninja world. The battle between the great powers is the resource Sengoku soil war, not the war to destroy the country, and it will stop to a certain extent. The reason is right under your feet. Is this Matsuri altar really so beneficial? Little enemy, if it is not important, the elders will not put their lives to repair it. But this is too much, doesn't it look like it? Such an important Matsuri altar is not protected, and the land of water eats dry rice. The Matsuri altar of fire in the land of fire is still bald-headed to guard the door, and the Matsuri altar of water in the land of water is so good, there is not even a ghost. Zhao Dame shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, this is a regional feature. The Matsuri altar of water is far away from the inner road, and usually no one will come. Over time, they will ignore it. Except for a few upper-class people who know Akatsuki, ordinary people don't know about it. Usefulness. Quote. Then why are you telling me this? I believe in you. Lightly pursing Yuhi's lips, Terumi-Mei looked at the distant sky sadly, and the salty sea breeze swept through Kai Yuhi's hair, creating a kind of lonely beauty. After the death of the elder, Kurigakure is the only one who knows this secret. I have to find someone to share it with. Cut. Don't be so desolate, okay? Little friend, you are such a bastard. Terumi-Mei stomped her feet angrily. Don't all men comfort women at this time? Even if they can't come and hug for a little bit of cheapness, they should say a couple of love words to get closer. Depend on. Where did you learn these things? This. Unable to fit, he took out a booklet from behind. Liamong took it over to take a look, and was so disgusted that he vomited. Jiraiya, I'm not finished with you. On the cover of the Dirt and Slag, the Bloody Sportsman, Huang Bulaji's cover has 4 characters written like a dog's gnawing, intimacy strategy. Below these 4 big characters, there is a line of small characters to teach you how to capture the hearts of girls. When I opened it for a brief look, I immediately felt like a tortoise's egg was passing through the wire, and he was just trying to pull the bastard. You believe in this stuff too? Didn't I never fall in love? Zhao Dame's wronged Nunazui said with a twinkle in her eyes, would you like to teach me? I'm this, forget it. Little friend, you don't want to. The figure swayed to the front, and the bewildered goblin put up his electric eyes. Liamong, who had enough electricity, shuddered, and quickly stepped back. This goblin is too confusing. With one hand pressing down on her body, with the other hand stroking her slim waist, the beauty of Zhao who leaned forward with her upper body squinted slightly with a smile. Lu Mengcan, who was madly swallowing saliva, laughed twice and sniffed, and a series of words appeared in his head. Big, squat, white, deep. Big, big breasts. Chin, chest chin. White, white. Deep, deep. As for which groove, the ditch he aimed at was deep, and his eyes were straight. Could the ditch be deep? This matter must not let the little pepper know. Tamari, Hinata, can't run, deal with them. As planned, find a striker who can strike. Sister Anko, I'll take care of the beasts. I attack the farthest distance, and the world will return to me. Then I'm going to solve the Hell Realm. Distributing the tasks and leaving Conan alone, the three girls pulled away and left. Sister Angel was just about to chase, but Changjuro stopped him with two teams. Flat-Eye Flounder Liberation, this road does not work. Although I am cowardly, I can also be brave. Intruders who dare to harm the village, even if they risk their lives, I will leave you here. Come on together. Completely unethical, he raised two big knives and slashed. After liberation, the Flat-Eye Flounder happened to be a counterattack with the detonating rune shot by Conan. The three women who had withdrawn looked back and rushed to the battlefield according to the previous division of labor. Arrive. 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 There is one more chapter. Brothers and sisters are happy, the time is expected to be around. Text chapter 238_ The Rampant Six Paths Pain. Please don't panic, I will point you in the right direction. Heihei168.com. Byakugan Insight. Boom. I gave this guy to me. Hey ugly, who are you looking at? Are you coming for reinforcements? What a woman. Depend on. You look down on the old lady. Knife in his hand slashed out two lines of fire. Mitarashi Anko glared at the two Kurigakure angrily. The two men in their 30s wiped away the cold sweat, and in exchange for a sullen Zhao humph. Don't say that the old lady didn't tell you. If he catches you, you will die. Also, you'd better keep your mouth shut. How much? Fool, equal to 2, just like 2 you fool. Noonwei has Chen Sun Ugly Yin. Cadent Fire Style, 000, Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. Turn the old lady to ashes. What a horrible woman. Such a violent character. I said, did the two of us step back? Just now, we seem to offend her just now. Shivering and running away, the two Kurigakure hurried to other battlefields. We are not retreating, we are going to support, yes, we are going to support. Master Ching, have you found it? Standing on the top of the high platform and pinching his fingers, the one-eyed dragon clenched the kiba pass tightly with sweat. Every roar was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, but no matter how anxious he was, he could not find the enemy. Where are they hiding? Pain 6 paths, there are 3 paths that cannot be approached. Interesting Academy first release. The way of the human world, if you touch it, you will die, and you will kill your soul. Hell, if you catch it, you will die. Hungry Ghost Road, touch it and finish it, seal the spell. If you want to deal with these 3 guys, you have to use extraordinary means. You all stay away, I'm going to make a big move. Ga Bang bit his right hand and pointed at the unfolded Samsung fan with a forceful stroke, and Tamari's big black and white eyes flashed with cold light. Spiritualism/dance. Break into pieces in the endless storm, aha. The gold-faced black-boned iron fan that was held high above the top slammed down, and the howling wind swept everything. Kurigakure, who was hiding on both sides, was completely dumbfounded. Where did this crazy woman come from? I don't know. Does he want to destroy our village together? Damn, look what she did. The monster that was transformed into the wind slashed and slashed wildly with a scythe. Sister Tamari's nirvana was used, not only blowing the human road to shreds, but also blowing the buildings several kilometers ahead. After the whistling like a passing typhoon, a passage of 10 meters wide appeared in the Kurigakure ninja village. It's solved, hum. You crazy woman. Do you know what you've been up to? Looking at the ruins, the village with the collapsed houses, the Kurigakure ninja next to him, dashed past thousands of grass and mud horses. Looking back and forth at these morning bird ninjas, Sister Tamari roared angrily, anyway, it's almost broken, it's not worse than me, I'm here to help. You are still unreasonable with you. My girl's husband, Kun, taught me that you must not be reasonable as a person, and you will suffer. Grass. Who is this crazy woman's husband? Over there. He took out 2 shuriken and hit the wall on the left side of the square, and the little secretary Hinata pointed out the attack direction for the Kurigakure ninjas. Standing on the beast road where the green bark lizard appeared, he looked at her, and patted his feet again with the hand seal. The pitch-black, tadpole-like runes spread out, and a chubby giant panda appeared on the spot. Do you want to eat bamboo? It's delicious. If you don't believe it, you will pay for it. Kacha Kacha swept away the bronze bamboo pole that had bitten twice, and the chubby panda greeted. Surrounded by bamboo poles made of bronze, all the buildings in the 4 outer circles collapsed. The blinking panda was a little confused, wondering why these people didn't like to eat its bamboo. Kurigakure, who almost died, looked at this naive big monster, and they all broke out in cold sweats. Don't worry about the psychic beast, take care of the guy on the lizard's head first. The number 1 squad is restrained, the number 1 squad comes with me. Miss Hinata, please don't let her run away. I understand, don't worry. Once again, he took out a few shuriken and prepared them, and the little secretary kept his eyes on the beast. Let's go. Roof, and a few Kurigakure, who borrowed his strength, shot at the lizard's forehead. When the big lizard with a stick on its head saw someone approaching, it opened its mouth abruptly. Rumbling walls collapsed, the long tongues dripping mucus pierced through the crowd, and a few unlucky guys threw them into the air without even screaming, and fell to the ground without moving. The surviving ninjas glanced at each other, clenched the kiba pass and charged forward again. In order not to give the lizards a chance to attack, the Kurigakure turned into skirmishers, from the roof, from the walls, from the ground, and from all directions to the soles of their feet. Kill her. Avenge the brothers. Destroy these nasty invaders. Innocent. Lightly spit out 2 words to drive the psychic beast to leap, easily breaking through the encircled animal path and hand seal again. The center of the huge circle, a centipede tens of meters long, came out, giving no way for the Kurigakure ninjas at all. In terms of destructive power, this guy is even stronger than Heavenly Path. Psychic, constant psychic, big crab that can spit bubbles, green-skinned chameleon, Cerberus that can be cloned, octopus with big mouth, yellow-skinned yak, simple and honest panda, meandering centipede. When these giant psychic beasts appear in the village of Kurigakure, what can stop their destruction? Feel the wrath of God, mortal. Destroy this village, let them understand the pain of war, and all those who want to wage war and collectives should be destroyed. What I stand for is absolute justice. His head high, he preached to the ninjas surrounding him in all directions. Heavenly Path pain was expressionless. Ignorance mortals, when will you understand the greatness of God? Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. It's this weird ninjutsu again, how on earth did he attack? Ninjutsu is ineffective, and the ninja tools are also ineffective, not even close. Is this man invincible? Damn, where did these monsters come from? I'm sorry everyone, I said a little bit better, and I only posted it now. The roof was cooking in the middle of the night, and the clouds were completely speechless. Good night everyone, have a good dream. Text chapter 239_ Oh yeah, that's the rhythm. The human realm and the hell realm have been solved. Nagato. It doesn't matter, we still have something to do. Heihei168.com. Standing in front of the two fallen panes with smiling faces, Tamari Enko dropped the large stunned Kurigakure and floated away. Eyed Kurigakure ninjas stunned. These two women have good interests. Does anyone know who they are? I seem to have heard of them, not from our village. Who are they? Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Futon, wind style, Itachi. Sister Hinata, you are so slow. I'm sorry for the two sisters, I have embarrassed you. Aha, little girl, you should be more confident, this guy is really hard to deal with. Relying on the psychic beasts to dodge an attack, the livestock hopped around like a flea. Seeing that there were reinforcements coming, she frowned slightly, knowing that Akatsuki's realm of hell was over. Psychic. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. As soon as he appeared, he bounced off countless attacks. Heavenly Path, Hungry Ghost Dao, Shira Dao appeared in front of Beast Dao. The missing Kurigakure ninjas are restless. Where have these guys gone? Looked at each other without a trace, and suddenly lost the enemy's trail, leaving the Kurigakure ninjas who were ready to go to hell with their claws, but soon, they found the enemy's direction. The six paths pained together is far more beneficial than the separate ones. Tamari, Enko, Hinata know this very well. Looking at the four birdmen standing in front of Sunii Station, a deep unease flooded into my heart. We shouldn't get involved. If you don't do it right now, there will be a big problem. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Will my brother come back? Leisurely, he took a Kiba lottery and picked up a piece of stone. Liamong threw his hand to the beach, splashing a series of water drifts. I said, look at the big beauty, can you hurry up? The elders just repaired the Matsuri altar hastily, and I have to reinforce it again. Is it necessary to do such a troublesome thing? Lu Meng curled his lips impatiently. Anyway, the Matsuri altar is under the water, and this broken island will be gone without it. What nonsense are you talking about? Hand Seal in both hands turned his head angrily, and glared at the beauty. If you don't repair the casing, you can't send someone to watch it. What if the Matsuri altar is broken? Depend on. What a troublesome woman, who would be idle and destroy such a ghost, and there is no such thing as courting death. In other words, waiting like this is really boring. The blue sky Shirakumo floats, and the blue sea water takes a bath. Do you want to jump in and cool down? Senior, it's not good for us to do this, senpai. Shut up and fly. Okay, shut up, senior, but senior, the master of capturing the eight tails has already been handed over to Itachi senpai and Ghost Shark senpai. We will cause misunderstandings by doing this, senior. Afei. 2. Fuck me to death for your long-winded words. Art is explosion. Senior, you can't do this, senior. Drink. Senior, you are too ruthless. Bang threw away the bangs, and the bomb maniac Deidara clenched his fists fiercely, and the strange electronic eyes shot cold light. Sharingan, what a beautiful piece of art, just as mesmerizing as an explosion. I hope you don't disappoint me, Uchiha Sasuke. Dao thunderous light clattered towards the mountain, and the wind and clouds surged in the Yunlei Gorge. Orochimaru's golden pupil with fluttering hair stood upside down on the edge of the cliff and looked coldly into the distance. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force lives here, Sasuke, he will be your best opponent to test your strength. Orochimaru, don't think I don't know what you're up to. In front of these cursed eyes, all intrigues are delusions. Hiss. Then let's wait and see, or are you afraid? Put your disgusting face away, or I wouldn't mind having a fight with you before I deal with Yahweh. Hee, what a nasty sense of honor, I'm waiting for your good news. Slowly sinking into the ground, the corners of his mouth twitched, and Orochimaru sank into the ground and disappeared. Looking back with a sneer, Uchiha Sasuke turned his eyes to the depths of Yunlei Gorge. The Land of Thunder, Kumogakure Ninja Village, 3 young people, 2 men and 1 woman, gathered together and held their heads. Samui with blonde hair. Yuhi, Karui with golden eyes. White-haired, black-eyed Ayamoy. Yee. Why do we do such a troublesome thing? You can do it if you don't want to. Karui, do you have to fight me? My patience is limited. Samui, what do you mean, fight if you want, where's the nonsense coming from? Okay, you two, if you don't finish handing out the flyers, the master will be angry. Leaflet again. One person walked to the street with a dozen pieces of white paper in his hand, and the depressed trio wanted to die. Surrounded by golden mustache, small brown sunglasses cover his eyes, Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force 2 fingers. Ding, 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 Deepika. Ding, 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 Deepika. Dee dee. Ding, 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 Deepika. That's the rhythm, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Who are you, Xiao Zi? Suddenly looking back, Killer Bee turned to look at the steps. Uchiha Sasuke. Black hair fluttering, white shirt waving slightly, seeing the bird-like appearance of Ursukiko, Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force habitually raised his finger and nodded. What a ruthless young man. Did you come to ask Master Killer Bee for an autograph? Come, let Master Killer Bee sign one for you. Oh, bad, I bit my tongue. Drops of cold sweat ran across his forehead. Sasuke with twitching eyes pulled out his sharp blade, and the ninja sword, which was choked out of its sheath, gleamed coldly in the sun. Killer Bee got excited. You also use knives. That's really good news. Oh yeah, boy, are you here to fight? No, I'm here to take your life. Oh boy, what are you talking about? Killer Bee put away his smile with a solemn expression. Innocent or arrogant, boy, you can't afford to provoke Uncle Killer Bee, oh yeah. Let your oh yeah die. Chidori Current Thunder Blade. The instant body technique stabbed straight ahead with a knife. Uchiha Sasuke found that it was a mistake for God to give birth to such a thing. Boy, a surprise attack is an unfriendly act. Do you really want to provoke Uncle Killer Bee? What can you do to anger you? Chidori Current Chidori Sharp Spear. Ninja stabbed to no avail. Urzuko turned around and threw away the sword finger. Sharp lightning flashed through the ends of his hair, and his nostrils poured into the scorched Killer Bee Jinchuriki column, losing his expression. Today's first update, brothers and sisters, cheer together. Text chapter 240 sudden heart palpitations. The Asura rode as the main attack, the Hungry Ghost rode as the main defense, and the Heavenly Path is both offensive and defensive, and the rest of the animals can't do any martial arts. Interesting Academy first release. Faced with these 4 guys, the Kurigakure ninjas can't even bite the big Kiba. Is such an enemy really something we can defeat? Damn, it just doesn't work like this. Shinra Tensei Almighty Push is. Heavenly Path, who killed several Kurigakure together, raised their heads. Looking at his bird-like appearance, the ninjas in the surrounding Kurigakure village were angry, biting Kiba and gnashing their teeth one by one, but they were helpless. Damn invaders, why are you destroying our village? You will be cursed. Only the weak can pin their hopes on those ethereal things. Praying to the gods and Buddhas and cursing the enemies are all signs of weakness. The gods and Buddhas will not pay attention to such boring things at all. Cursed. Damn, do you know what you're doing? Crazy, this guy is crazy. I am exercising the duty of God, and I am ending the war in the world. Do you mean the end by destroying us? Drops of cold sweat rolled down their cheeks, and the Kurigakure ninjas were shocked and angry. Heavenly Path swept around indifferently, opening his arms as if to embrace the whole world. Only people who have experienced the pain of death and understand the horrors of war will seek peace. As a god, I am making you understand this, in my eyes. You are like a child who has not yet grown up. If you want your child to grow up quickly, pain is the best medicine. Quote. Fake. Grass. This mental illness. Tamari, this guy has a problem with his head. Sister Anko, his head is fine, can he call himself a god? What shall we do? If you want to solve this guy, you must first get rid of the hungry ghosts that can be absorbed, and then attack in batches. As long as Baidu Interesting Academy forms a tight attack level, his abilities will be useless. Specific plan. Detonator, kill him with a massive detonator. Can this work? Always try. Hey, you cannon fodder, listen to my mother, we have a plan here. Damn, who are you calling the cannon fodder? Where did this woman come from? Don't make a fuss, do you have a solution? If you can't, just shut up with the old lady. Back and forth fiercely, pressing her voice down, Anko conveyed the battle plan she and Tamari negotiated. The Kurigakure ninjas were stunned when they heard it. Can this work? It seems unreliable. Asshole. Not reliable, you want one. After staring at each other for a while, the speechless Kurigakure looked at each other, and several squad leaders clenched the Kiba pass. The first team starts, the first team follows, the first team supplements, and the battle plan begins. Forcing out that ninjutsu first, Shuriken Kunai, well, that's it. Immediately launch the first attack. The art of Kurigakure. Fog was launched in 4 directions, and the blurred battlefield disappeared in the blink of an eye. Next is the second wave. Ninjutsu interval 1 second, let go. Sweden, water style, Sweden, water style, Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet. The 3 Jonins who were standing in a straight line, picked up the same handprint and attacked separately, and the 3 water dragons Jonkiba danced their claws towards the mist. Hanada's little secretary, Byakugan, opened his mouth slightly and gave an order to the last group. The third wave, detonator launch. Dozens of kunai pulled the flames out, and Tamari Anko narrowed his eyes, just look at this one. The 3 consecutive waves of offensive launched within the limit time shot towards the midfield, and they added another fire for fear of being unsafe. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon fire bullet. Futon, wind style, Itachi. Wind and fire dragon breath. The ferocious dragon head roared and opened its mouth, and accompanied by the gust of wind, it spewed out endless flames. In the fog, after releasing Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, the heavenly path stepped back, and the hapless hungry path stepped forward. Before the 3 water dragons had finished sucking, dozens of detonating charms came to him. Blow him up for the old lady. Rumbling bursts of fire continuously shot into the sky, and then the dragon breath that arrived swept through everything. Go to hell, monsters. Kill them. Avenge the village. Let these invaders die. Tearing apart with anger, and the Kurigakure ninjas had the heart of pain raw. Die, let these monsters die quickly. Shinra Tensai, Almighty Push, is. In the blink of an eye, ninjutsu came back in 5 seconds, blowing away the fog of the attack. Heavenly path pain raised his forehead. The way of hungry ghosts, which was blown to tatters, collapsed, and the way of beasts, the way of Asura, was not much better. It seems that you know my technique very well. Unfortunately, mortals are mortals after all. Even if they understand the power of God, they cannot harm the body of God. Isn't this guy dead yet? Asshole. Let's do it again. Right. Definitely do it again. One of them has died, and the other 2 are also damaged. Again. Kill them again. You have no chance, feel the pain of war, mortals. With a little bit of feet, the figure fluttered, heavenly path just took off, and the Asura road, the animal road, disappeared, and the large psychic beasts all burst into white fog. Bang 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 bang, no trace, even fell the lower human realm, the realm of hell, and the realm of hungry ghosts also disappeared. What are they going to do? Have they retreated? Damn, how can they let them run away? Tamari, Hanada, why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Me too. Heavenly path pain flying higher and higher, Anko's heart suddenly shrank into a ball. Sister, Sister, the chakra in his body. What happened to the chakra in his body? There. Standing on the top of the high platform and looking around, the one-eyed dragon finally discovered Pain's true body. Follow me, the intruder's time to die. Chizune, Karen, let's go faster. Two golden ponytails floating high, Senju Tsunade walked through the woods with a solemn expression, and in the distance, the village of Kurigakure swayed. An eagle roar resounded in the sky, Liamong's eyes froze when he turned over and jumped up, and an inexplicable heart palpitations came to his heart. Is something bad going to happen? Mizukage-sama, Akatsuki attacked the village. Terumi Mei, who had just completed the repair work, was angry from the bottom of her heart. Let's go. There is also in the evening, let's work together, the cloud will work hard. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 241 to 260. Text Chapter 241_Thunder Light Sudden Cloud Thunder Gorge. Asshole, bastard, it is the most unforgivable mistake you have made in your life. It's easier to read m.heihei168.com. He tilted his head and wiped his temples. Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column Lee's face iron blue. The second assistant took back the thunder blade and snorted coldly. Shut your broken mouth, I don't need your forgiveness, because I will cut off your head. Boy, you have successfully angered me. Being able to die at my feet is the greatest gift God has given you. Itachi, your brother can't do it, that guy is a real knives expert. As the 7 knives of Kurigakure, I feel it. Standing at the tier and looking at the Yunlei Gorge platform from a distance, the strange Kurigakure looked to the side from the corner of his eye. The man with tears on his face was indifferent. Look at it, his talent is still higher than mine. Really, are you so confident in him? Because he's my brother. Holding the ninja sword high, and turning it back, Sasuke, who had put it back into the scabbard, lowered his body. Killer Bee nodded again with 2 fingers. Boy, have you given up? Even if you give up, Uncle Bai won't let you go, or do you choose to take it easy? Long-winded. Knife/lightning flash. No hit. Double flash. Didn't hit again. 3 flashes. Boy, you can't. The first knife wiped the neck, every second knife slashed back to the heart, and the third knife slashed the scalp. Each time Sasuke, who was only half an inch away, stood back to his original position. If it weren't for the tiredness of the heaving chest, it would be as if nothing had happened just now. 1 second, or 10 seconds. The fight between the 2 people was a thing of the past in the blink of an eye. Boy, your swordsmanship is wrong, but unfortunately it doesn't work for me. You are such an idiot, quail eggs. Killer Bee pointed to Sasuke again. Oh yeah. You are toad emoji, quail eggs. Are the eggs bad? That's salted duck eggs, or salted eggs. If you don't like them, then salted pigeon eggs. I am a rapper born to rap. Oh yes, there are also hot live performances. Quote. Saying a word and shaking her body. Saying a word and shaking her body. Watching the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force who didn't stop for a moment, or Sukako floated countless black lines. Is this guy mentally ill? His speed. Boy, what's wrong with you? You're dumb. Take out the momentum just now. Come, let you feel better than the uncle. Do your best. Don't be polite. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, it's coming. The sharp knife light drew near. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force dodged Sasuke's attack, while playing the rhythm, Golden Xiaohu danced samba. Boy, my profession. You know, now that I think about it, I've always wanted to be a rapper. Yes, rapper. They say you have to wear professional casual attire for performances, which looks like professional casual attire. Don't provoke me. Honor drives me. You will know what rap is. I know the way I'm going. This is Yunlei Gorge. The last thing you need to worry about is being kicked into the well by Uncle Bai. Oh yeah. Boy, I haven't tried my best yet. Why are you flying? Come back. Let's work harder. I thought of a good song again. Come on, let's move. Itachi, your brother is not an opponent at all. His swordsmanship is too playful. Don't jump to conclusions too soon, Ghost Shark. For the geniuses of the Uchiha family, breaking through in battle is the norm. Are you referring to your plagiarism? Itachi, do you really think that the copycat can play the genuine version? Although the difference between the two is not much at low levels, for those of us at this level, it is completely different. Read on and you'll understand. Yeah, then I'll take a good look. Covering his aching chest, he slowly climbed up from the ground, and Sasuke Uchiha brushed a few fingerprints. Yo, boy, are you ready to use ninjutsu? You really have no confidence. But forget it, come here quickly, the rhythm of the rap can't be interrupted, hurry up, let's continue. Since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you. Chidori current katakana middle dot body activation. Oh this speed. With his forehead pulled back and the scarf cut off, Killer B's eyes widened in surprise. Boy, so wrong, so wrong, so wrong, you remind me of a guy whose nickname is Yellow Flash. But you're worse than him. Don't stop. Faster. Hurry up. It's faster. You should feel arrogant if you remind me of that man. Falling at his hands is the greatest loss and pride of my life. Come on, let's go, you should speed up. Oh looks like you've reached your limit. Once again dodging Sasuke's slash, Killer B swung out with both hands and feet. His fists beat his head, his feet kicked his waist, and Urzuzi fell out of the way like a cannonball. The raised head, the eyes of the two pandas are black and white. Killer B, who slowly walked to the edge of the steps, looked down from above, with unstoppable disappointment in his eyes. You're too bad, I thought you could have a good time better than the uncle, but I didn't expect you to be a good-looking guy, what a shame. No oh yeah, oh yeah. Arrogance. You will pay for your arrogance. Yeah, boy, I can't see that you have this strength, your destiny is doomed, its name is failure, oh yeah, oh no. Oh what, you give me death. Chidori 1 style change electric spur. The backhand pressed down to stab the blade into the ground, and the second assistant raised countless dust and smoke to the top. The bluestone paved steps flew up one step after another, killing Killer B's eyes. Asshole, bastard, that's the way I paved. Go to hell. The ninja sword, which was pressed into the ground, rumbled and slashed towards his chest, and Sharingan let out a grin from Yuhi's second assistant. This trick cannot be avoided. Thunder Dragon Kiba. The whole body is chakra injected into the blade, the earth is sheathed, and the sky is the basis. The thundering light is like a dragon's kiba, and it shoots into the sky, piercing the clouds obliquely. Killer B, who didn't know the stakes of this thing, threw it back to the platform and didn't move. Zizi Lala lay on the ground and sparked electricity. Ursukiko, who slowly got up, was proud, and now it's up to you to die. There are also updates, the cloud is working hard, everyone will find surprises tonight, and there will be more surprises tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, let's work together. Text chapter 242_remorse and remorse rain curtain of please. Hinata, Anko, Tamari. This is not true. Mobile reading is more convenient m.heihei168.com. His eyes fixed on the ruined village, Terumi Mei, who had finally rushed back, was completely blinded. A gust of cold wind rushed through, be careful to cool off the liver. Depend on my wife. Kiba sign in his mouth and ran as fast as he could, rushing into the ruins and running towards the house he remembered. The ruined houses were thrown behind them, and the deep pits were left under their feet. Looking around, there was no place that was intact. Hinata, do you hear me? Anko, Sister Anko. Tamari. Standing in the dilapidated ruins with a loud voice, Lumang grabbed his hair tightly. No answer, why no answer? Master Deadwood. Go away. Don't be impulsive, ask first and then talk about it. Dada ran to his side in 2 steps, Terumi Mei issued a series of instructions to the gathered ninjas. Taking a deep breath of cold air and clenching his fists, Lumang turned halfway around, where are they? I don't know, many people can't find it now. Asshole. Turning around and kicking the collapsed stone, Liamong was mad and didn't know what to do. Terumi Mei looked at his anxious appearance and had no choice but to send someone to continue the search, but where could he find it? Stinky boy. Fu-kun. Brother. He closed his eyes tightly and looked up at the sky. Fresh yuhi overflowed from the corner of his mouth that was bitten by the livid. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. It is raining in the sky, and it will rain as soon as you say it. Pat. Where are you going? I'll go find them. Do you know where they are? I don't know, but I have to find it. Throwing away Terumi Mei's pull, Liamong headed into the distance. Most of the dilapidated airship was buried under the rubble, and when the hatch was kicked open, the nose was full of smoke and dust. Cough and cough, I went inside to find the room, and the three girls were laughing with the broken photo frame. Anko pressed on Hinata's shoulders. The little secretary pulled the front of his shirt and lowered his head, while Tamari, who was beside him with a fan with one hand, was valiant. Where have you all gone? In the darkness of no one, ticking tears blurred his eyes, and unstoppable remorse poured into his heart. Why not be with them? Why didn't you come back in time? Why is this all? If I didn't go out with Terumi Mei, if I stayed at home, wouldn't all this happen? Self-blame and remorse were like two poisonous snakes entangled in the heart. Fresh yuhi dripped from the corners of the lips bitten by the livid. Sweet blood dripped on the broken photos, and the faces of several girls were all stained. Do not. Will not. Raising his sleeves, he carefully wiped the photo. The more fresh yuhi was, the more tears he shed. What? This is. What's going on here? Toes. Senju Tsunade stood in front of the collapsed gate of Kurigakure village, his eyes fixed in shock. Shizune Karen, who came later, covered her lips together, looking at the image in disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar mournful howl pierced through the rain curtain, and the three master and apprentice were all stunned. It's that bastard, what happened to him? Tsunade Shizune Karen had a bad premonition as he rushed through the door to find the sound and rushed outside the airship door. Bastard. Carefully wiped the photo and put it on the chest, Yuhi walked out of the cabin with bloody eyes. Sister Tsunade, they will be fine, right? They. What happened to Hinata Anko? Seeing the hope and desire in Liamong's eyes, Senjutsunade's heart shrank for a moment. She had seen this kind of look, more than once. After Naoki and Duan left, she would see it in the mirror every day. Too familiar. Bastards, they're all right. Really. It'll be fine. He wrapped his arms behind him and hugged Liamong to his chest. Senju Tsunade patted his back comfortingly. The beautiful things that I usually don't think about have been put on hold until now, but I only feel an unspeakable bitterness and loss. Cold tears flowed down his chest, and deep unease rose in Senjutsunade's pale golden pupils. Shizune Karen looked at each other and raised the atrium as well. They'll be fine, bastards, trust them. Sister Tsunade. A cry, thousands of tears fell. Senju Tsunade lowered his head in shock, tapped Yuhi's clothes, and blood dripped from the corners of his luminous eyes. Stay here and help me wait for them. I'm afraid they won't find me when they come back. What do you want to do? Gently breaking away from the warm embrace, Liamong wiped the blood and tears into a smile, and that smile was enough to freeze the sun to pieces. I don't do anything, I just want to repay them. You bastard, you! Senjutsunade's heart suddenly burst into extreme unease. Liamong is still smiling. Sister Tsunade, promise me, please. The first time in his life in this world hit his heart, and seeing the pleading in his flowing eyes, Senju Tsunade fell silent. A long time. I promise you. Thank you. Resolutely turned around and lifted up his robe, Liamong fit in and rushed outside the village. Seeing the pure white floating high, Senju Tsunade closed his eyes. Shizune Karen was stunned for a moment, then turned his head. Master Tsunade. Want to ask me why I didn't stop him? Chong Chong let out a sullen breath and shook his head. Tsunade looked at the rain screen with a sullen look. We can't stop it, that kid gave up. Big bad guy. Hem of his clothes, and Uzumaki Karen's bright yuhi-colored pupils were full of unease. What was that nasty guy going to do? Princess Tsunade, we need your help. A few dodges stopped. Terumi-me looked left and right in confusion, Liamong him. He's gone for revenge. What? You, why don't you stop me? Little girl, there are certain things a man must do. It's not that I don't want to stop it, but I can't stop it. Senju Tsunade looked at Terumi-me solemnly, and his heart felt sour. Naoki, Duan, if I had been braver, maybe things wouldn't be what they are now. Conan, it's time to make the world feel the pain. Next, let's go to Konoha. There are also more updates. There are constant surprises. Good luck, brothers and sisters. Look at the clouds. Look forward to cheering. Text chapter 243_ oh yeah. Get it, just plug the door. Boy, idiot, bastard, do you know it hurts just now? Baidu Interesting Academy. Not dead. Not dead. Itachi, it seems that your brother's tricks didn't work. As expected, if the Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force solves it so well, we don't need to come here. You're still as ruthless as ever. Ghost Shark sighed and said curiously, aren't you afraid that guy will kill your brother? He hasn't used a knife yet, although he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, but he is the same ambassador. Sword Master, I can feel his interests. In terms of swordsmanship alone, that guy is definitely better than me. Quote. Have you ever been soft? Humph, although I'm not as good as him in swordsmanship, but in terms of final strength, it's not worth it. Tail Beast, I am also known as the Tailless Beast. Knife Killer Bee. 000. Boy, since you hurt Uncle Bai will let you learn about Uncle Bai's methods, so that you don't take Uncle Bai seriously. 8 knives come out of their sheaths. Choke 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 choke. Is this pose handsome? 1 foot like an ape, Killer Bee tilted his head and looked at Sasuke. The second assistant was blinded at the time. What bird pose is this? It is said that it is an 8-knife flow, but only 7 knives are seen, so it is okay to use 7 knives, but there is no one in hand. Raise one of the elbows with the right hand, crook the neck and put another one in the mouth, one in the lower abdomen, one in the raised leg and wrist, and the remaining 2 are placed under the left side, and the other is clamped inside the elbow. If you hold the knife like this, let alone attack, you will lose slag when you move. Interesting Academy. Does this guy have goldfish in his head? Hey, boy, what's your expression? Are you scared by Uncle Bai? Killer Bee smugly said, I knew that my Yunlixia Geba has a special charm, oh yeah. Pay me back newly written tune. Flowers beside people, pretty people laugh in flowers. Those who laugh want to take medicine, 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 check out. Quote. Bee Sting Flash. This is not a sneak attack, boy, next. Bee Stinger Flash. With a completely unimaginable attack, Nisukako was about to go crazy looking at the continuous shooting of the ninja swords. What kind of swordsmanship is he aiming at? A big wheel all over the body, the 7 ninja knives were spinning and stabbing, one moment at the front door, and the next moment at the soles of the feet. Killer Bee used all the joints and fingers of his body. Sasuke even suspected that his 2 feet could use knives. Boy, do you know the benefits? Bee Sting Sonata 3 fingers shooting. You have to hold on. Brush, brush, brush. With 3 ninja swords in a row, Uchiha Sasuke's 2 eyes were not enough. I can't understand it at all, it's completely unrealistic. What is such a knife technique? Weird, evil, gorgeous. Killer Bee turned 7 ninja swords into bee stings, killing bee stings. Oh yeah, oh no, oh just plug that door. Just plug the door. I should go wow once I've stuffed 2 pounds of braised eggs. Wow, 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 wow. Are all these god horses singing? Itachi. Ghost Shark. Orochimaru. Lord Killer Bee is here again. Give. Used to it. Are you even prepared for this? The new ninja was shocked when he took the cotton ball and slapped the dough. The old ninja took out 2 more coins from his arms and smiled, it's normal, you'll know how many times it's worth coming back to work. Aren't we going to help? The new ninja stuck his head out and glanced at Sasuke. That kid looks very interested. No need, the old ninja said without looking up. Our mission here is to prevent Lord Killer Bee from escaping. Didn't the above say that we should be protected? Those are all bullshit. With Lord Killer Bee here, let's guard against wool. If we can beat Lord Killer Bee, we will pay for it. The old ninja pouted and pulled the newcomer back. Looking at it from a distance, after just finishing the song, Ursukuko has completely turned into a hedgehog, with more than 100 wounds all over his body. When the wind blows, it hurts everywhere. Even the original moon white shirt was dyed Yuhi color with blood, and turned into cloth strips. Killer Bee was very surprised when he saw it. Boy, have you come to auntie? It's not good, it's not good, it's not good. How can a man come to this kind of thing, or you have changed sex? Could it be that you changed from a woman? Look doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, oh no. Shut up. With a squeak, the robe was torn apart, and the second assistant opened the curse of the sky with hatred and madness. The cross pattern appeared, and the two strange hands protruded, biting the Kiba pass and flying into the air. Killer Bee blinked, stunned. You're a monster too. Oh yeah, that's really good news. It's more and more pleasing to the eye than uncle. But I don't think you are pleasing to the eye, so go die. Black Chidori stroked the blade, and the flashing ninja sword turned black. Type 0 spur. Hula Hula flapped her wings twice and flew into the air. Urzuzi paused and turned her head down, with the ninja knife in front and the body behind, and launched a surprise attack regardless of her own life or death. Killer Bee blinked, a sneer on the corners of his mouth, as the ferocious wind stroked his cheeks. Adding chakra to the weapon is really a low-level method, and this kind of child's trick dares to show off in front of Uncle Bai. I really don't know what to do, boy. Cloud flow horizontal slash. Holding a ninja katana in one hand and swinging it horizontally, Killer Bee faced Fuziko with an expressionless face. Clang. With a bang, the two knives collided, and the entire stone platform shone with electric light, and the crackling and turbulent electric current lifted the ground of the four outer circles into the air. Boy, this is Yunlei Gorge, you are too much. What's the matter? This guy appeared. What happened? Lord Killer Bee's ultrasonic Raiden Thunder-style knife. I didn't expect that kid to be able to force this kind of secret skill to his advantage. Ultrasonic Raiden Thunder-style knife. The high-level application of Thunder Chakra. If you see the blurred body of the Killer Bee, that is the external manifestation of the chakra's rapid shock. It stands to reason that the boy's sword should not be able to resist. How can it still be? Didn't it break? The vibrations up to hundreds of times per second were transmitted to the whole body through the place where the two swords clashed, and the second assistant, who was fighting furiously with Kiba's teeth, suddenly widened his eyes. Die for me, the real killer move is here. Magic hanging. And oh, have a cup of coffee in the cloud and keep working hard. Text chapter 244 That touch of Yuhi's wind and sunshine. Have you heard? Kurigakure has a big event. Baidu Interesting Academy. What's the matter? Let's hear it. Ahem, that mouth is a little thirsty. Boss, give him a Marathi and count me. Thank you very much. The man who was showing off the gossip when he could get a cheap drink to drink looked at the bar impatiently. The guest urged impatiently, speak quickly, don't stay in this ink, everyone is waiting. Okay, let's say it. The old man with the neck agreed with his mouth, and the guy who showed off the news took the glass and quickly took a sip. Let me tell you, the village of Kurigakure was destroyed. Damn, you fooling ghosts. Kurigakure can kill people. A series of middle fingers were raised, and no one in the bar believed it. That is the hidden village of the 5 major countries, not the village of any small country. How can it be said that it will be destroyed if it is destroyed? Asterisk 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 underscore underscore. This is the real thing. I lied to you so that you can't die. Seeing that the big guy didn't believe it, the guy who showed off the news quickly defended himself without even thinking about drinking alcohol. I'm really not Hujo. Kurigakure is indeed maimed, although there are still some people left. The village is really gone. My uncle's second brother-in-law's third aunt lives there, and he went to Bensang 2 days ago. My dear friends are going to Bensang. Why didn't you go? Isn't that far away from me? It's not uncommon for people to see me. He smiled awkwardly, and the news-selling ruffian grinned. Liamong in the corner with juice in his hand waited for a long time, took out 2 silver tickets and slapped them on the table before leaving. Looking at the distant back of Liamong, the guy selling the news hissed and scratched his head. Do you think that person looks familiar? I think I've seen it before. You're saying that, it's cooked. The pure white feather weave fluttering high, the silver long white scarf waving in the wind, and a strange hair accessory. That guy is Deadwood Liamong. That's right, it's really him. I had his general order coming some time ago. You wait. Interesting academy. Leaving the seat and rushing to the bar, the news dealer who had some friendship with the boss ran to the corner, rummaging through a pile of waste paper to take out an old newspaper and couldn't help sighing. Hey, it's really him. I haven't made friends with such a good opportunity. Even if I can't get in touch, I can just say a few words. I advise you to stay away from him. He's a famous calamity. What's wrong with the Disaster Star? It can bring me money. Not to mention the Disaster Star, I will also rush forward to pay for the Disaster Star. The sparse raindrops pierced the sky with the rumble of thunder, and there was no light in the drowsy sky. Walking into the hinterland of the land of rain, it seems that the whole world is connected. The rain is getting bigger and bigger, and the heart is getting colder. Hinata. Anko. Tamari. Brother, please don't be like this. Come on, brat. Fukun, you hate it. The shy little face is pretty. The big grin smiles, the black and white eyes blink, sniffling the nose and wiping the tears, being driven by the lost soul filled with remorse, letting the muddy knot over the foot. The cold rain poured into the shoes and rushed to my heart, but the sadness and trembling of the soul could not be stopped. Pain, heartache, regret. You'll be fine, right? You must be fine, right? As long as you can come back, I promise to never leave your side again. Hinata, Anko, Tamari. The bitten lips were numb and swollen, overflowing with fresh yuhi, but the pain in his mouth could not stop the pain in his heart. A Megakure ninja village, have you heard the wailing of the ghosts in the wind? Here I come. Standing in front of the towering gate and reaching into the void, Lu Meng grabbed 3 dolls. Uzumaki Nagato, you destroyed Kurigakure and made my 3 wives disappear, and I will completely reduce your lair to ashes. I have to see who is more ruthless. Korra the Fire Hand. Death Spear Natya. Princess Paris of the Stinking Ditch. A Megakure village, welcome your death. Come on, let me destroy the village in front of me. Don't leave a chicken or a dog, I will slaughter it today. Follow your orders. Elemental summoning, falling from the stones. He raised his staff high and pointed forward. The dim sky suddenly lit up with Yuhi's light, and 2 fireballs with a diameter of more than 10 meters dragged a long tail flame and smashed towards the gate of a Megakure village. The ninja on duty was dumbfounded and wiped his eyes. After confirming again and again, he opened his mouth wide and was turned into charcoal by the flames falling from the sky before he could shout. The rumbling door was shattered with smoke and dust, and all the ninjas who heard the explosion at the entrance of the village turned their heads. What happened in the village? I seem to see 2 fireballs. Look at those cigarettes. Let's go in. He ripped off the scarf with a blank face, took out Yuhi's stray light and pinned it to his forehead, strangling him behind his head with both hands. This is a tradition left by the Preachin Tuchung many years ago. It has a resounding name called Yuhi Belt Tuchung. The Preachin warriors used it to create endless murders, and today, there are also people who want to repeat its glory. Tie on this fishy Yuhi's belt and took out 2 ninja knives. Liamong stepped through the door that was blackened by the flames. Amegakure ninjas who came hulala stopped, each with a dark face and touched the weapon. The guy in the middle like the leader shouted twice, and the answer to him was a ninja knife that smeared across the neck. Xing Yuhi's bloodline floated up, Doda's flying head was thrown away, and the Amegakures in the 4 outer circles swallowed their saliva in unison. So fast. It was so fast that I couldn't see clearly. What is still unclear, Master Umbrella was killed by him. Get rid of him, don't let him attack the village. Suddenly, the Amegakures launched an attack when they suddenly woke up and drew their swords. Countless thousands of books shot in front of him like rain and dew, and Liamong suddenly disappeared. People, where have people gone? Heaven, he is in heaven. Leaping high, holding 2 swords behind him, he jumped into the crowd with confused eyes. Martial arts lightning dance. With a ninja knife in one hand, Liamong, who incarnates as a streamer, does not need to slash at all. The only thing he needs to do is to hold the knife, and then launch a charge to the place where there are many people. The miserable wailing begins. When the streamer rushed into the crowd, it meant the beginning of the slaughter. Catch him, he is here. He came this way again. He is with us. Devil, this guy is the devil. Make him stop. Support, we need support. Pull the alarm fast. Give it a try and see if you can get more. There will definitely be a lot during the day, and the cloud is a bit sleepy. Text chapter 245_brother 2 good friends. Lord Killer Bee. The black wedge that pierced the body completely restrained the movement of the body, and Killer Bee Jinchuriki column struggled to stay in place. Baidu Interesting Academy. Up, Yuhi's Sharingan suddenly turned from 3 tomo into a hexagonal snowflake. The second assistant who succeeded in the sneak attack stepped back and retracted his knife, flinging his hair horizontally. I take your life. The sword marks drawn from left to right smeared to the throat, and Xiaoshu's ninja sword slammed into the air. Boy, you're so stupid. What happened? Mangekyo's Sharingan turned out to be ineffective against him. The eyes met and the eyes were round. Killer Bee turned his mouth away in disdain. Boy, you're not the only one to deal with, oh yeah. This monster. Even though he is very strange, he also said that others are strange. The old Sao idol old Wazihei's second assistant tore the corners of his eyes, and the 2 wings behind his back fanned forward, like 2 big slaps, trying to slap Killer Bee into a pie. Gates attacked from left and right. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column turned into a ring like a whirlwind, and 7 ninja knives stabbed forward one after another. Bee Sting 5 dancing with butterflies. Come on, boy, let's sing the same song called Oh Yeah. A knife. 2 knives. 3 knife chain. The first is a straight stab with one hand, followed by a dance with 2 knives. After the 3 knives appear in a row, the second assistant is forced to retreat again and again, until he can't bear the shaking and flying high. Just like that, he didn't please his whole body, and once again became a hedgehog with a light thorn. It's a really annoying ability. I hate flying animals more than the uncle. Boy, do you dare to come down. After many times of melee combat without success, he simply abandoned the knife and did not use it. The second assistant went crazy, but he was not stupid at all. Baidu Interesting Academy. Defeat him with ninjutsu. Looking up at the continuous thunder in the sky, and at the lightning flashes that clicked in the thunder, Sasuke Uchiha glanced down contemptuously. Killer Bee was irritated by this contemptuous look. Boy, do you really think that if you become a birdman, you can't do anything about him? The eagle soaring in the sky will never care about the provocation of the ground species. Arrogant guy, you can die. In this kind of place, the next ninjutsu doesn't even need to be prepared in advance, and its power will become stronger, annihilate in the thunder. Raiden, thunder style, Kirin. The high raised right-hand thunder and light flashed to cause the storm to gather, and the thunder and light of Yunlei Gorge for many years seemed to be summoned at this moment, frantically rushing towards the second assistant. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes sharply twice. Itachi, it seems that your brother has invented a great ninjutsu. He's still a long way off. You're too harsh on him. We don't have that kind of strength at our age. Because we don't have it, he should become stronger standing on our shoulders. Only by surpassing his predecessors can he go further in this chaotic world. Ghost Shark glanced at his companion speechlessly. Beyond the predecessors, only an arrogant person like you would think this way. Now the strength of the entire ninja world is going backwards, and wanting to surpass the predecessors is not something that can be done just by talking. Quote. I have confidence in him and he has that talent too. Die for me. Hundreds of millions of thunderlights condensed and transformed into a blue-white giant beast with dark clouds roaring in midair. Its hideous head and Jing Yuhi's eyeballs, perhaps because of the curse of the sky, which originally represented the incarnation of a noble beast of judgment. It was dyed with a layer of ink, exuding bursts of strange and heart-pounding colors. Killer Bee, who was standing on the ground, couldn't hold him. Not only he couldn't hold him, but the 8 tails in his body were also shocked to death. Hey, what are you doing still standing there? Hurry up and run away, you'll be finished if you hit it. Run too. No matter how fast people are, can they be faster than lightning? Then you can't stand still, you will be hacked to death. It's okay, isn't there still you here? Bye, what do you want to do? Brother Wei, don't worry too much, just pay the rent, okay? Brother Tail, Viagra. Bye, if you want to call me that again, I'll stop with you. Allah Sao, Brother Wei, how can you not like this name? It's so popular, so. Bye, you bastard. Suddenly appearing in the outside world and hanging thunder on the top of his forehead, the 8 tails who were almost killed by the thunder roar let out an angry roar, mooing like a scalper on the verge of death. Then, I grass you uncle. Go ahead, he's already dead. The giant beasts with a height of dozens of meters, covered with thunder light, held their heads high, and black chakra balls gathered together frantically. Tailed beast bomb bulls roar. Yo, Brother Wei is so angry that he even used this kind of trick. Saying you won't get mouth ulcers. That's too bad, it reminds me of a song again. Shut up for me, bye. If you don't want to sing, you can deal with him on your own. If you deal with it yourself, you can deal with it yourself. It's not good to let you go out and blow your hair. This kind of opportunity is rare. The mental body changed and Kiba grinned. Killer Bee shook his head and looked into the air, barely avoiding Tailed Beast Bomb's second assistant Sharingan, sweating wildly, the sun shining on him, a kind of unspeakable exhaustion. One blow pierced through the clouds and drew countless rays of light, and the 2 Kumogakur who were cat-like in the distance bit their tongues in unison. Lord Killer Bee was forced to reveal his 8-tailed appearance, as well as that terrifying Raiden thunder-style ninjutsu. Is this really a human-to-human battle? How old is the boy, or is it? Boy, don't sigh, hurry back and report. You have to understand that there is always no shortage of geniuses and monsters in the ninja world, and mediocre people like us can live safely. Senior. Get the hell out of here. The young ninja staggered with one kick, and the old ninja stayed alone to continue watching. The hope of surviving must always be left to the next generation. I hope the attack does not spread here. With its own strength, it will hang if it touches it. Itachi, what can your brother do? That guy turned into a beast with a tail, and he looks very handsome. This appearance reminds me of the 4th generation of Mizukage. Keep watching. Looking into the distance with no expression on his face, Killer Bee, who turned into a tailed beast, danced and opened the octopus horns. Boy, are you afraid? This is the true face of Uncle Bai. Dang dang dang. I am Kumogakur Ninja Village, the land of thunder. Yao is me, I'm Yao. Oh yeah. Next, brothers and sisters watch hands and work hard together. Text chapter 246_ set out to the depths and leave it to you here. You, don't come here. The Interesting Academy is the first release. Stained with fresh yuhi were separated from left to right, and the blood droplets of yin yuhi slid down the tip of the knife drop by drop to the ground. Walked slowly, he took a step, and the Omegakers in front took a step back, trembling with the kunaran sword in their hands, afraid to step forward. This is not because they are not courageous, nor is it because they are cowardly, it is because the gap in strength is too great. The tattered footsteps smashed the water droplets, the figure walking forward penetrated the rain curtain, and the sparse rain also stopped the fear in the heart, and an emotion called unease was spreading. Kill him. Here we go. Out of the corner of their eyes, they nodded slightly to each other, and the two ninjas who were familiar with each other on weekdays pulled out the umbrellas on their backs. A Megaker village carry this kind of tool because of the constant rain. But for ninjas, carrying such an object on their backs is a hassle and a hindrance. Therefore, many people have installed mechanisms on it, some have hidden swords in the umbrella, some have knives in the umbrella, and some have installed countless thousands of poisoned copies in the umbrella. The khaki craft paper umbrella was swirling and thrown into the air, and the two ninja cat waists launched a sprint. Like a thousand dew. Thousands of steel needles from 6 paper umbrellas shot out from the drizzle, like rain hitting pear blossoms. Liamong raised the ninja's sword expressionlessly, and at the same time as the two Omegakers attacked, a golden beam came out. Chi mask spiral nen chi field. First, he sent out a barrier to stop the attack, and then he abandoned the knife and released his palm, and a sudden burst of blue storm enveloped the two Omegakers. The horrific screams began. The two Omegakers' screams turned into blood, and the piercing wailing before death pierced everyone's heart. The attack that seemed to be slashed by 1,000 knives caused all the horrified people to change color. So horrible. This guy is horrible. Who the hell provoked this demon? 9 figures in a row rushed in from afar, and the Omegakers who saw the reinforcements showed a little bit of joy. Heihei168.com. Intruder, why invade Omegakers? The people are almost here. What's the meaning? What is this guy talking about? Korra the Fire Hand. Death Spear Natya. Princess Paris of the Stinking Ditch. 3 figures, 1 big, 2 small and 3 small, appeared behind him, and Lu Meng raised his gaze indifferently. Kill them. Yo, is the fight going to start? They smell like burnt. I like the feeling of poke and poke. Let's have a fireball first. I like fire method. Fire method should play fireball, I never play with matches. Where did these 3 women come from? The helper he summoned. 2 loli and 1 girl stood behind the puppets who appeared, and the Omegakers widened their eyes one by one. The little loli on the left is wearing a black, bottomed yuhi-faced golden patterned streamer robe, with 2 cloud-shaped silver wings protecting his left and right sides, and a finger of the magic stick is a fireball the size of a basin. The other loli standing next to her is not simple, this is an extremely violent girl, every Omegaker caught by her thinks so. Forcible, brutal, and unreasonable, it is the true portrayal of Natya, the spear of death. The black flying caps on their heads, holding a blue light-pointed trident, and waving the gods and ghosts to run wild, the foggy Omegakers threw them into the air one after another, and went to see the god of death without waiting for them to fall. Compared with them, Paris, the princess of the stinking ditch in the end, is even more amazing. She has a charming and fiery figure, wearing a yuhi-colored dress, with a fluttering bra on top, and hot pants underneath, which are tight-waisted, so people can't pull it out when they look at her. But whoever is really bewitched by her will definitely end up in a tragic end. You don't have to know my name. Looking back in battle will kill people. Idiot guy, don't you even have the ability to fight? Hey, what about you? What are you looking at? What is going to happen next is a storm. What this princess hates most is the life that can't be dealt with all the time. Rubbish, just give them to you. Quote. Catch it, the storm show begins. Get out of the way. Stay away from that woman. With a smile on her toes, Princess Paris, who was spinning frantically, clucked away the garbage. Broken shoes, tattered stockings, used tissues, and even melon rinds were thrown around in a mess. The Omegakure ninja, who could dodge, turned purple in an instant, and all this garbage was poisonous. The princess of the stinking ditch, of course, will not be the beauty of the small river. This princess knows that you can't escape. It's up to you here. Carrying 2 ninja knives, he charged forward, leaving the dolls flowing light and leaping to the roof. Not good. Stop him now. 5 groups, 9 groups follow me, the others strangle these 3 women. Want to kill me? It's so ruthless. Korra is angry, you're going to be out of luck. Yay. Repay Meteor's wrath, you bastards, you'll all turn into coke. The magic of the master is unimaginable, try this. Wandering Dragon Yanu. The blue war spear held high slammed forward, and the suddenly long spearhead turned into a ferocious dragon head. The 8 golden dragon balls spun twice like satellites, and rumbled towards the dragon head. Bad luck for Omegakure village. The fiery meteor ignited endless thick smoke, and every time it fell, it would set off a flame of dozens of meters. Hearing the cries coming from his ears and looking at the dilapidated ruins in front of him, a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Stop, intruder. Get around and don't let him rush inside. Swish swish swish, several figures jumped into the air and stabbed their knives towards each other. The light under their feet raised their heads indifferently, their eyes met, and a palpitating cold filled my heart. Hinata, Enko, Tamari, watch, I'll let them know what happens when they offend you. Spiral aura. Do not want. Stop. The rapidly rotating vortex storm, like a call from the underworld, the Omegakure who jumped over tore their throats in horror. With the cannon fodder contained above, the 2 Jonins floating from the ground pulled out their ninja swords, and stabbed them on the front chest and back. Omegakure Jonins were excited when the icy sharp blade stabbed to the chest. Go to hell, intruder. Today Union will work hard. Brothers and sisters, let's watch Union's performance. Let's work hard and make breakthroughs together. We need more support. Text chapter 247 _ the echo of the expedited letter. Kurigakure Village Express. Yuhi colored ribbon around its neck fell to the hidden village of Shikoku, Fenghuo Lei 2. The ninja who got the letter from Heihei168.com did not dare to delay, and ran to the office without looking at it. To get the letter eagle attached to the expedited sign, something big must have happened, and this kind of thing must be notified to the shadows in the village immediately. Watching Zanshin, the 4 leaders of the hidden village were all shocked. How is this possible? The village of Kurigakure was destroyed by Akatsuki. The opened letters were spread out on the desk, the 5th generation Hokage Jiraiya, the 4th generation Reikage Yayoi, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage 2 days scale Onoki, and the 5th generation Kazekage Gaara all frowned. It's not a good thing, we're in trouble. It is also a hidden village in the 5 major countries, and no one knows the truth of losing teeth. Akatsuki can destroy Kurigakure today, and he can destroy them tomorrow. This matter must be taken seriously, It seems that Terumi Mei's little girl is very angry. Humph, their small village has such strength, no wonder it can be ruined. Grandpa, watch your waist. Looking at the arrogant appearance of the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, Kurafushi reminded worriedly. Click. My good granddaughter, you are really my own granddaughter. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? My waist. You flashed to the waist again. Kuritsuchi complained as he stepped forward to support him. You've already been told to be careful. Look, you flashed again, didn't you? He's a lot of age, and he's still occupying the puddle and not shitting. I can retire early and recuperate. Tsuchikage is such a tiring position, let others do it. Kuritsuchi, is Grandpa so bad? Big Yuhi's nose was dripping with oil and sweat, and for 2 days Onoki glared angrily at his own granddaughter. Baidu Interesting Academy. The lively and cute sister Kuritsuchi pursed her lips. You're not bad, what's wrong with your back pain? Ow! Karathashi, my waist. With a fierce slap on the back, the third-generation Tsuchikage, who instantly exploded his hair, glared his eyes, his eyebrows and hair all exploded. Karathashi shrank back weakly, and nibbled at his fingertips in panic. Grandpa, are you okay, Grandpa? I didn't mean it. I really didn't mean it. You have to believe my grandpa. What's wrong with you, Grandpa? Grandpa, don't look at Byakugan, Grandpa. Grandpa. The medical class is coming. Lord Tsuchikage has passed out again. Well, why should I say it again? Send a letter to Konoha and ask them what they think it is necessary for us as allies to stand on the same page. Taking the letter and handing it over to Anbu, Kankuro turned around and frowned. Gaara, although the village's finances have improved a lot, it's still not enough to start a war. Although I hate the old men and women in the Round Table Council. But what they said also has some truth. This action, is it to inform the Daming House? Brother, do you think Daimyo will give us money? His flamboyantly painted face turned black, and Kankuro knew that he didn't have to think about it at all. It is impossible to count on the great name of the Land of Wind to pay, even if the sun hits the south. Then that's what we're going to do. Wait, Akatsuki's purpose is to turn the world upside down. When the daimyo's own safety is at stake, he'll be more urgent than us. When we don't have to speak, he'll send the money. Gaara, you have grown. Don't imitate the old man's words. You are still young, brother Kankuro. Cough, I'm old. Squeak. Kaharu, Menyan, 2 teachers, what kind of wind is blowing, which is blowing you 2 old masters again? Little Jiraiya, I know you don't want to answer us, but as Hokage you have to understand. Yeah, there's something I don't understand. The lecherous fairy's mouth was covered with 8 hairs, stinking like sweet potatoes, disgusting like a toad. 2 immortals, little Jiraiya, this immortal is 54 years old, still young. But compared to your 2 old coffin boards, this immortal is younger. Small means young means vitality means man, and man means woman. The crystal ball left by the old man is really a good thing. Look back and see, since this artifact, the Intimacy Paradise series has sold 5% more. My youth is boiling again. Is it better to visit the bathhouse in a while, or is it better to visit the bathhouse? Otherwise, go check out Ichiraku Ramen. Ayame's body is so beautiful, especially the big white ass in the shower, those breasts, and that. Little Jiraiya, what are you thinking about, little Jiraiya? I didn't think of anything. With a snort, Jiraiya sucked the hada, and Jiraiya's face was full of leprosy. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado clacking old faces as if bitten by a dog, asked what they thought about the village of Kurigakure. Knowing that she couldn't get past it, Jiraiya put away her smiling face and said her plan. No, we will never agree to send troops. Konoha can't survive the war, and the village of Kurigakure is destroyed, let it be destroyed. Then what if Akatsuki comes to us? Jiraiya stared at the 2 old guys with twitching eyes. How could he not drink water and choke you to death? We are not Kurigakure. Konoha has the strength to resist anyone invading. You resist. Door inflammation. Kaharu. Boom. He slapped the teacup 2 feet high with a slap, and Jiraiya opened his mouth in the crisp cracking sound and scolded, your 2 heads were kicked by a donkey, or did you fill them with silver? Now Konoha's strength can resist Akatsuki. What? We once resisted the invasion of the other 4 countries alone. Little Jiraiya, as Hokage, how can you not have confidence in the village? Grow others' ambition and destroy your own prestige. Nonsense. A mouthful of spit at the door, Jiraiya jumped on the table and pointed at her nose and scolded, you 2 old people still have the face to mention this to me. It's okay if you want me to have confidence, you guys bring me back all the 8 colors and 4 generations. Come on, it doesn't take much, I'm halfway confident enough to resist any attack. Little Jiraiya. Mouth was open, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado was angry, how can people who are already dead can be recovered? Let him go to the past. Aha, what you said is really light. But there is one thing you were right, Konoha's power is a thing of the past. 2 advisors, we must correct our mentality. Akatsuki is not a country and a village can resist, reinforcements are needed. Ahem, little Jiraiya, we can actually ask the daimyo. Shut up. With a gloomy expression on his face, Jiraiya broke through the blockade by covering up his murderous intentions for decades. I would rather join forces with the rest of the Shikoku hidden villages than ask the Daming House for help. If you 2 old people stay alive now, I don't mind sending you to the ground with my own hands. Little Jiraiya, you are presumptuous. I'll put you a size 4. I am Hokage, get me as far as you 2 old guys go. Immediately, now, dog, woot. And oh, many, the cloud is working hard, come on. Text chapter 248_ the eagle about to spread its wings. Little Jiraiya is too arrogant, he doesn't have the bearing of being a Hokage. It's easier to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com, angrily walked out of the office. Kaharu Udatane's old face was as ugly as a dead mother. Homura Mitokado gave her an angry look. Okay, there's no way to push him to the top. However, we really can't go on like this. You mean? Our old friend is someone who can't stand loneliness. Homura Mitokado pushed his eyes, and the old dry botch's face turned ruthless. Kaharu Udatane was taken aback. If you want to get him back, the villagers won't agree. Of course we can't do it now. We have to pick a good time. With the support of big names, everything is not a problem. But the village. We are also doing it for the good of the village. Konoha doesn't need an arbitrary Hokage. Humph. If you don't do anything with the village, 000, interests first, his Hokage is nothing. Standing at the window looking at the sky with a sullen face, Jiraiya closed her eyes sullenly. Hokage is really not a job that people can do. Such work should be done by monsters. The Millennium Fox is not bad. When will that dead boy Naruto grow stronger? Tired, too tired. Lord Rakage, Yunlei Gorge has been attacked. Boom. What did you say? Yunlei Gorge was attacked. The ninja who came to report the message knelt on the ground and repeated it carefully. Who dares to attack Yunlei Gorge? A fist smashed the tabletop and rounded his eyes, and the 4th generation Rakage's mustache was all raised. Interesting academy. It's from the Uchiha family, and he has the circle fan logo on his back. Uchiha Itachi. Akatsuki has arrived at Yunlei Gorge. He fixed his eyes in shock, and the 4th generation of Rakage turned the rags into even more rags. Hearing the roar that sounded in his ears again, the young ninja who came to report the letter said uneasy. The attacker was 8.6-year-old boy, not like Uchiha Itachi. It's not Uchiha Itachi, who is that? Lord Rakage, it should be Sasuke Uchiha. Her charming eyes glanced at the broken table, and Azabui reminded her with a cold face. The 4th generation Rakage, who found that something was wrong, coughed twice and waved away the ninja who reported the message. Well, I'll take a look for myself. The table is very valuable. This is the 5th one this month. Mabui, can you stop being so fussy? Sir Rakage, if you are not satisfied with the way I work, I can submit my resignation immediately. Mabui, the village still needs you very much. Bang. Lord Rakage, Kurigakure Village Dispatch. Rakage, who was about to go to Yunlei Gorge, sat back in place. Kurigakure Village destroyed. Kuchi flicked the tattered table with his fingers, and the 4th generation Rakage suddenly stood up and smashed the chair. I ordered the whole village to immediately enter a state of 3-pole alert, notify the logistics department to check the equipment, and notify the reconnaissance department to inquire about the news, inform the garrison to strengthen defenses and be ready to deal with the possibility of war. Quote. Yes, Lord Rakage. Rakage, who stood up with a mustache, unfolded the letter and looked at it again. What about the 5 shadows talk? It seems that the ninja world is going to be turbulent for a while, We Kumogakure are not afraid of anyone. Azabui, sent a letter to Shikoku in my name, saying that the old man agreed with the proposal of the 5 generations Mizukage to hold talks in the hidden villages of the 5 countries. Understood, Mr. Rakage. Mabuyi nodded, hugged the folder, walked to the door, and turned around to remind him when he was about to go out. The 8th chair this month, your consumption limit is almost the same. Please pay attention, it exceeded the limit last month. Have not been filled yet. Quote. That old man went to Yunlei Gorge. Itachi, your brother is in trouble. His shoulders against the sword and his long neck, Kurigakure looked at the battlefield excitedly. Tailed beast bomb like a barrage of guns sprayed from its wide-open mouth. Sudden, 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 sudden. It's like the thrill of anti-aircraft guns hitting mosquitoes. Boy, this is Yunlei Gorge. Damn, do you want to use that technique? The 2 wings flapped wildly back and forth, and Orochimaru's dark smile appeared in front of Nisukako's eyes. If you use Mangekyo here, you will fall into that guy's calculations. However, for now, it doesn't matter. The body that had been injured many times gradually became weak, and Ursukako, who had a bitter mouth and a dry tongue, narrowed his left eye. Mangekyo Amaterasu. The hexagonal snowflakes of the eyeballs that opened suddenly were ferocious, and while a line of blood and tears spilled out of the corners of the eyes, black flames burned towards the giant beast. Killer Bee, who was jumping up and down happily, couldn't stop. An indescribable pain pierced through his soul, and an unstoppable scream rushed towards Yun Xiao. Whoa, whoa, who the hell is this? It hurts more than the uncle. Brother Wei, come out soon, let's change, I'll go to hide first. Brother withdraw, you resist, oh yeah. Ow, Rabbi, you're an idiot. Really, you're stupider than anything, stupid like a pig. No. Pigs are as stupid as you. No, you're more stupid than a pig. The burning pain that penetrated the bone marrow spread from the chest to the whole body. Kisame Hoshigaki, who was standing in the distance watching from afar, was amazed when he saw the behemoth roaring and struggling. Itachi, isn't that your pupil technique? How could he do it? Mangekyo is the highest level of Sharingan, and the abilities produced by different eye-openers are not the same. However, there are occasional situations where brothers and blood relatives have similar abilities. Sasuke and I are brothers. It is not surprising that we have Amaterasu. It's really an enviable ability. Kurigakure eccentric person sincerely admired. Having such a pair of eyes, it is convenient to do anything. Don't be too envious. Everyone has their own strengths. Genius is not determined by blood. When Uchiha was prosperous, only 5 fingers could open Mangekyo. Therefore, it is genius who developed blood, not blood. Genius is born. Your argument is really strange. The ghost shark turned his head and looked at Itachi seriously. Everyone in the world is proud of the family blood, but this guy is beyond these constraints. To have such a teammate is really humble and insignificant. Orochimaru. Hissing Yuhi's long tongue floated up from the water. Sanin's cold kunais overflowed with an unstoppable smile. I didn't expect you to grow to this point. I thought you didn't dare to come out. Sasuke snorted coldly. The cold wind blew up, and Yuhi's eyes met. This should be the 5th update. Let's see if we can get another 5 chapters today. Text chapter 249_No madness, no survival. Amegakure, the country of the river, and 2 ninja swords were handed to the chest one after the other. Baidu Interesting Academy. Standing in the water curtain despite the wind and rain, Lu Meng is expressionless, calm like a machine. To be successful. Kill him. The sharp point of the knife pierced the middle of the raindrops, and the 2 Amegakures froze in place before their excited expressions dissipated. The same 2 knives, pierced into the same place. Amegakure, who had a tingling pain in his chest, slowly lowered his head, his eyes full of disbelief and horror. When did the knife come out? Why am I not seeing it? Is he a monster? Splashes of water, and the gulu-gulu blood contaminated the water surface. He raised his foot and stepped over the corpse that fell on the ground. Lu Meng had no expression at all, as if he had done something trivial. The 3 remaining Amegakures hesitated. To go, or not to go? If he went up, he would definitely die. His throat was itchy and he glanced at the dead captain in the pool of blood. The pale-faced young ninja shivered with his knife. The 3-foot-long small blade shook like a patient suffering from epilepsy. What should I do? With his head full of thunder, he looked left and right, and the young ninja looked to his teammates for help. The other 2 Amegakures didn't do much better. The left one was trembling, the right one was trembling, the 3 of them shrank their hands and did not dare to step forward. Until Liamong was far away, they all let out a sullen breath, and lowered their heads in panic. I don't want to either. Forgive me, Captain, forgive me. His Nizan inserted his hands into his hair. The young Amegakure sobbed and shed tears. Big drops of tears slid down his cheeks and fell into a pool of blood, and the 2 companions came to their side. It's not your fault, he's too interested. I'm scared, you know, I'm scared. I can't even hold a knife. The captain will forgive you. Such a character should not be dealt with by us. The starting point of the interesting academy. Rather than comforting his companions, he comforted himself, and the other 2 Amegakures, who were a little older, leaned over. The killing record is still going on, the fire is still burning, and the meteors are falling from the sky, each time they will smash a piece of ruins. The villagers of Amegakure village left their houses in horror and rushed to the shelter in a panic. The elderly, children, women, and children stood on the top of the highest spire in Amegakure, and the Liamong roared on their backs. Hinata. Anko. Tamari. 3 names, 3 roars, and the blood-soaked youth suddenly looked down, staring at the village under his feet. Mom, I'm scared. Grandpa, I want Dad. Crying, shouting, noisy, fragmented voices came to my ears, and anger ignited in my cold chest. Deep in the dark underground, the pitcher plant broke through the sand. Don't you stop him. If the village is destroyed, it will be very troublesome. No need, the things here have little to do with us. The more we give, the more we get. Zero will be angry when he comes back. Nepenthes looked back at the shadows. Then don't let him come back. Are you sure? Not everything has to be done with certainty. High towers, screaming, 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 clasping fists with both hands and roaring desperately, hysterical shrieks shredding clothes, pouring rain pouring on the chest but not as desolate as the heart. Since I can't find my wife, you should all bury them together. Energy seal open. The blue dragon goes out to sea, and the golden tiger comes into the world, all come out to me. Sigh. Roar. What is that? The body froze instantly and looked up at the sky, and the Amegakure ninja who looked back was stunned. The azure blue light continuously slashed to the top of the tower, and the blue dragon Jongkiba, who was born in the thunder, couldn't stop roaring. The golden tiger descended from the sky with stripes on its head and feet on the rain and dew, and its 2 eyeballs flickering with lightning were like the judgment of the ancient gods. As the 2 giant beasts appeared, Liamong's body also floated into the air, and a strong sense of unease poured into his heart. This is it. Bring it on. Come on. God, if you have won, you will kill me. Come. Come on. What is the devil shouting? Why do I suddenly have a bad premonition? Look at the sky. An Amegakure who found something wrong pointed to the sky. What's wrong in the sky? Wen Sheng raised his head and his chin fell to the ground, and the large tracks of ninjas were all wood. God, what is that? The endless thunderstorm roared and coiled, and the Uzumaki lightning flashed suddenly, and in the center of Uzumaki, the terrifying golden pupil was comparable to the sun and the moon. It was a very strange eyeball, looking at it as if seeing the whole world. Liamong is completely insane. If you have won, you will kill me. He raised his middle finger high and pointed to the sky, and the thunder that fell with a click hit his forehead. Perhaps it was the provocation of Liamong that angered the one eye in the sky, like a bucket of electricity, Jinchuriki column, as soon as he said it. Bathed in lightning, the boy who bit the steel kiba and vowed to take revenge stepped forward. It was very difficult at first, but after 2 or 3 steps, it turned into a rush. Amegakure village ninja Spartan. What is this lunatic doing? He dragged the thunder light from the sky and flew with his feet, and Liamong leapt to the blue dragon with a mad laugh. Destroy me all. Crushing the steel Kiba grabbed the winding horns of the blue dragon, and the numb boy kept grinning. Looking at this bloody thing, the ninjas of Omegakure village became restless, and countless grass mud horses stepped on their foreheads. This lunatic. I rely on awe. Run fast. Run. If you don't run away, you'll be gone. Who pushed me? Go die. Run away, don't make a fuss. Chief, where is our chief? Lord Angel help. OMG, he's here. Who can save me? No, no, Ah screamed in place, and the terrified Omegakure turned into coke. Riding the Kanglong angrily attacked. The skin on Liamong's body was cracked, and the bursting blue veins were like meandering earthworms, constantly squirming and extremely disgusting, and in just a few blinks, he completely disappeared from the human form. Fishy Yuhi's skin was dewy, the dried blood vessels were broken, and all the internal organs were stained with lightning. Liamong's body was on fire, the strands of hair turned upside down and turned into stars, the two eyeballs were so white that there was no image, and even the ears also lost the sound. Can't hear, can't see, and in less than a moment, even the pain disappeared without a trace. Am I going to die? Subconsciously pursing his lips, if it weren't for the sweetness in his mouth, Horror would really think he had died. Gradually, even the little taste in the mouth disappeared, and the world seemed to fall into darkness all of a sudden. The cloud will work hard, brothers and sisters. Text chapter 250 _ The greatness of Uncle Snake is unimaginable. Snake on the ground, even if you have a dream of flying, it can only be a fantasy in the end. Orochimaru, you and I are like an eagle and a snake. If you want to get these cursed eyes, it will only lead you to death. Sasuke, you can only know the result after you have done it. Speculation or persuasion is just meaningless to disturb the facts. In order to learn all ninjutsu, master all truths, and become the ultimate individual, I don't mind paying any price. I take your eyes. Shadow Snake Hand. Chidori Current. Don't use these boring things, you know it's useless to me. Lightning circled all over and electrocuted all the flying poisonous snakes, Sukuko looked at Orochimaru with contempt. Uncle Snake hissed and raised his head. Don't worry, this is just an appetizer, I want to give it a try. How many means do you have left? But before that, there is one more thing to solve. Water instant body sealing fire seal. The scroll spit out from his mouth squeaked out, and Orochimaru sealed the burning Amaterasu on Yao's body. Another good material is in hand. The next topic is to study the secrets of tailed beasts. Maybe this thing can also be artificially manufactured. You're a lunatic. Ha ha ha, well said, I am a lunatic in the eyes of the world. But what about this? An existence that cannot be understood is always easy to be misunderstood, just like leaving Konoha, and leaving Akatsuki, not because of betrayal, it's a difference in concept. What I'm after is something you'll never understand, maybe only that dead kid can understand a thing or two. You're talking about the rotten wood Liamong. Urzuzi turned around badly, and his pupils shrank imperceptibly. Putting the scroll in his throat, Orochimaru, who stretched his long neck, licked the corner of his mouth. You seem to care about him. It doesn't matter if you don't care, the eagle will never watch the rabbit. Heihei168.com. You said he was a rabbit. Orochimaru squinted his pupils amusingly. That kid will be mad when he hears it, and I really want to see his expression with my own eyes. Sasuke, no matter what you say, compared to him, it's too far behind. Not only in terms of strength, but also in realm. It's a pity that kid is too lazy to keep up with me. On the contrary, it's you who has this possibility. Shut up, I'm Sasuke Uchiha, I don't need to repeat anyone's path. Good ambition, I hope you can still have this persistence in a while. Futon, Wind Style, Daitapa, Great Breakthrough. Chidori Current, Chidori Sharp Spear. Sasuke folded his wings to block the attack with a broken face and pointed forward thrust. A storm like countless small blades blew on the wings, bringing countless blood flowers, but this child with a problem in his head didn't care at all. Dagger technique flash. I gave you this trick, but you actually used him against me. Neck slightly to avoid the sword slash, Orochimaru had a despised anger. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. Sting 5 dance with the butterfly. The slashed ninja suddenly let go and spun, and Ursuke, who swiped with his middle finger, bent his index finger again, aiming at the end of the hilt. The whistling cold light flashed, and Orochimaru, who had blood marks on his cheeks, stuck out his tongue and licked. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force tricks, these eyes are really convenient. Itachi, do people in your family like to get something for nothing? Kisame Hoshigaki looked angrily beside him while watching the battlefield from a distance. The people of the Uchiha family are all thieves. Itachi's younger brother is a thief among thieves. To cultivate that kind of swordsmanship, it requires not only talent, but also proud creativity. Now that it's time, the 2 eyeball cards will be in your hand. Does this keep people alive? He should have been dragged out and shot. 5-fingered and single-handedly flying, Urzuzi does not have the 7 knives of Killer Bee, but he also has something that Killer Bee does not have. Chidori current Chidori sharp spear. With the right sword finger and the left ninja knife, Orochimaru, who was blocking the left and right, summoned dozens of poisonous snakes. Sasuke, who had dealt with the snakes like chopping melons and vegetables, sneered, "These boring things are useless to me." Really, then you will pay for this. The poisonous snake that opened its mouth ran towards the door, and when the snake's mouth opened slightly, a cold light lit up. Scandium squeaked the twin swords, and Orochimaru stared at Sasuke with a sinister sneer. The 2 sharp knives that were both strong and hurried clashed, and the second assistant waved his right hand and retreated far away. What a fierce battle, I didn't expect to see 2 such battles in a row today. The old ninja who was left to observe sniffed, took out the binoculars and looked at Killer Bee. Murder Bee-sama thought that was over, but it didn't seem to be completely dead, and it was only a matter of time before he could recover with 8 Tails abilities. The key point now is, will this time be there? I hope nothing happens to that kid. 8 swords and 1 flash Chidori current. The fierce lightning flashed with the sword light, and Orochimaru, who had blocked the attack several times, sneered. Attach the chakra of the thunder attribute to the blade to increase the attack power and piercing power, and paralyze the opponent while attacking. Your talent is really good, but it is only a joke to use such a thing against me. Next, just let you see how big the gap is between us. Quote. Wind. Earth. Thunder. Orochimaru stood proudly with an attribute attached to each stroke. Ursuke, whose eyes were straight, lost his composure. Attaching chakras of different attributes to the same weapon is infinitely close to fusion, and then a new Kekkei Genkai is born. This monster is really not human. Itachi, our former teammate, still has a stake. Don't be deceived by the appearance. The magic he performed is not necessarily magical, like sandwiches stacked on top of each other, seemingly seamless, but actually has distinct layers. You mean he's a liar? It's not about cheating or cheating, and even if you can't integrate, you can't be timid. Sasuke, my sword has 3 types of chakras attached to my sword, and I have 3 abilities at the same time. Because the sword itself has no shortage of sharpness, I chose the speed of wind, the gravity of soil, and the shock of thunder. Are you ready? There are still 3 chapters, and the cloud has found some feelings. Brothers and sisters, with capable support. When the state is restored, we will definitely satisfy everyone, and maybe we will open a new book at that time. Compared with this Virgo, the cloud believes that tomorrow will be better. Ask for support. Text chapter 251_ The Conspiracy of the Dark Mouse under the Prosperity. Ahead is Konoha. Let's say hello to Master Jiraiya first. We haven't seen him for many years. I don't know if he is still the same. HeyHey168.com. After this time, everything is over. Nagato, Conan whispered, and Heavenly Path turned his head to correct, don't assume this name belongs to a mortal in front of this body. I am Pain now. 2 feet slowly floated up. Heavenly Path rose into the air and looked at Konoha. The bustling village was full of laughter. Children were chasing and playing. The city was noisy, and the women were talking and nagging, all of which were enviable. But the happiness of this village is built on the suffering of other villages. The richer the big country is, the poorer the small country is. Hidden under this hypocritical appearance is the oppression and plunder of Kaiguago. As a god, it is the duty to shred this disgusting falsehood and let mortals understand what real pain is. Only when mortals truly understand the horror of pain will peace be their quest. Forgive me, Mr. Jiraiya, after the destruction there will be a new life. As an apprentice, I should not do anything against you, but as a son of man, I must take revenge. As a god, one should exercise the responsibilities and powers of God. In Pain's name, the village will come to an end. Hi Ino, where are your 2 companions? Don't mention them, it's annoying. What's wrong? Sakura blinked at her friend's depressed look. The younger sister, who is both horizontal and vertical, said angrily, it's not because of those 2 guys. What happened to them? That fat man doesn't know what kind of madness he wants to pursue me. You mean Choji? Sakura twitched hard. Lee Sakura was excited, and quickly persuaded her to agree. She agreed that she would not rob Sasuke from us. We must eliminate the danger in the bud. Baidu Interesting Academy. Shut up. Asshole, I use the same mouth as you. Sakura, what do you think I should do? I really don't like fat guys. But it's not a good look to reject him like this. Why don't you promise him? Sakura comforted him. Actually, except for being fat, Choji is good in other aspects. He has a gentle personality, high strength, and most importantly, a sense of security. By your side, Dorofang. Are you trying to match the big fat pig with Sable Zen? Sakura, you're too bad. Ino, I'm doing this for your own good. Boom. For my own good, you let me marry Choji. With a slap on the table, her eyes spit fire, and Ino's sister instantly evolved into a flame turtle. Sakura smiled brightly, followed with a full mouth, don't marry. It's you anyway, forget it, I have to go back to the flower shop, bye. Depressed for a long time, he got up to say goodbye, and there was a burst of laughter from the barbecue shop 2 blocks away. Kiba, don't play like this next time. Choji, what are you afraid of? It's just that crazy woman of Ino, don't worry about it. But we do it. Enla, isn't that honesty and bravery? If you really want to succeed, you will make a lot of money. Inuzuka Kiba patted Choji's shoulder hard. How do you say that sentence? The world is as black as a crow. Old man, wow, you can't eat a carny. Ino is actually a match for you. Shikamaru. Shino. Hey, what are the expressions of the 2 of you, am I right? Inuzuka Kiba shouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, you were right. He raised the water glass to cover his mouth, and kept throwing his legs away in secret, and Shino's liver was broken. Shikamaru, is Ino really compatible with me? Kiba. Shino. Choji, you have to recognize the reality. Seeing his friend's hopeful expression turned into disappointment, Shikamaru shook his head helplessly. Ino likes Kakashi's kind of dumb crane, it's impossible for you to chase her. Ino loves Kakashi. Kiba, can you finish listening to the story? When did I say that Ino likes Kakashi? Didn't you just say that? I mean she likes that type, okay. Type. Shikamaru repeated twice in a row to strengthen his tone. Inuzuka Kiba, who finally figured it out, cut his voice, and then his face became stinky again. But speaking of it, that type is very popular. Why don't we learn from them? What are you learning? How to wear a mask. Shikamaru gave Kiba a hard look. Just like you, wearing a mask will definitely be tortured. You don't need to shout on the street to know that you are a robber. Depend on. I'm like a robber with a mask. You think you'll be better when you're masked, but you have to squat in with me. Kiba, Shikamaru, he doesn't look like a robber and won't go in. I didn't say he looked like a robber, don't you think he looks like a thief with a mask? Inuzuka, Kiba said, and took out a black towel, and regardless of whether Shikamaru agreed or not, he swiped hard at the person's face. You guys look at his head, look at his eyes, look at his nose, just put the black scarf up and don't need to open your mouth. You will know that he is a habitual thief, and he will definitely squat on the streets. You don't need to say that, your gestures are really similar. Like your pot lid. Companion, Shikamaru sighed and looked at Choji. Isn't it possible to get rid of that thing? No. Sticking out his tongue to reveal the dark seal, the little fat man lost his smile. Shikamaru raised his chin in trouble. This is a conspiracy. As long as you have this thing in your mouth for a day, we will have to be suspicious of people, and maybe even affect the family. Shikamaru, what should I do? Thinking of the previous terrifying experience, Choji clenched his fists subconsciously, and the disgusting old man involuntarily appeared in front of him. Fishy Yuhi's eyeballs, gloomy eyes, and a disgusting face. You don't need to do anything, we'll just wait in the village for them to take action. Shimura Danzo, this old thing is really haunted. Do you want to split the relationship between the Inoshikacho family and Hokage? You can't do it with me in one day. Picked up the water cup and took 2 sips of cool water, and when Shikamaru was about to say something, a continuous muffled sound came from his ears. In an instant, the 4 little strongmen left their seats. What happened? Running to the window to look out, Inuzuka Kiba narrowed his eyes. Boom. Lord Hokage, Akatsuki raids the village. There are still 2 chapters. It seems that the second half of the night, the cloud will take a nap first, get up and continue coding, asking for support. Text chapter 252 _ the aborted battle packs up and retreats. Ghost Shark, you stop Rakage, I'll take Yahweh away, today's battle will not wait for the result. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. You asked me to block that guy. The Kurigakure eccentric turned his head and glanced at the figure rushing in not far away. This is a really good challenge. Be careful, that guy is fast. After saying a word, it scattered into the sky and drifted to the battlefield, and Sasuke Orochimaru, who both stopped, confronted each other. Killer Bee. The sound came, the person came, the fist came, and Kisame Hoshigaki, who was blocking the way, crashed into the mountain wall like a ping-pong ball. What are you doing here? Out of the corner of his eyes, he turned to Killer Bee, who had passed out, and Sasuke and Itachi met. Take him away. That's my prey. Orochimaru, in front of me, you have no right to speak. Uchiha Itachi, you are so arrogant, don't think that you will always win if you win once. Asshole, you guys put the Killer Bee down for me. The fierce thunder light came out like an armor, and the 4th generation Rakage Yaoi arrived in the blink of an eye. This guy can't stop it. With the shattered saber muscle on his chest, the Kurigakure eccentric climbed out of the mountain wall in a daze. Standing in front of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force, turning around and looking back, Itachi and I's eyes hit the air. The 4th generation of Rakage first glanced at his fainted younger brother, then at Itachi, who was standing beside him, and finally glanced at Orochimaru and Sasuke. The ignored Kurigakure freak was angry. How dare you ignore me? You don't need to talk about trash fish. Today is really a lively day. Sanin Leng-kun, Uchiha brothers, what are you doing here at our Kumogakure? Trash fish, he said I was trash. Asshole. Who are you calling a trash fish? Shark muscle flying chain slash. The big knife thrown by the grip at the end of the handle smashed behind him like a meteor hammer, and the 4th generation Rakage, who suddenly turned his head, raised his fist and smashed it. Interesting Academy. A blinding thing has happened. The iron fistful of bursting chakra lost its power the moment it collided with the big sword, and was almost stabbed in the back of the hand by the protruding spikes. Stepped back and raised his eyes, and the 4th Rakage stared at the weapon that became larger and thicker. You don't know me now nigga. Kisame Hoshigaki, the Kurigakure freak, is here, and I'm going to cut you into pieces. Shark muscle slash. The blade that was pulled back by the brush slammed out from the side, and Shui Shun came to the front and swung the blade to chop. The sharp spikes came into view, and the body of the fourth generation Rakage turned into a streamer. A trash fish is a trash fish. Even if you get a great weapon, you are still a trash fish. Your strength should come from this knife. If you lose him, you will still be a trash fish. What the strength to speak up. Recurrent storm. The bent elbows gathered all the chakra and slammed into the back of the heart, and the strange Kurigakure, who had a wind in the back of his head, was immediately shocked to death. This speed is too fast. Dare to call me a nigger, go to hell. The continuous sound of cracking bones came into the ear, and the ghost shark that was hit by one elbow flew into a kite, fell out several dozen meters and hit a pile of stones before it stopped, and the big mouthful of blood kept going out. Crazy spray. Solve 1, then it's time to fall. Itachi, you go first, this nigger let me come. The skeleton hilt wrapped around his body returned to its original state, and Brother Chung's disciples were resurrected in place. 4 generations of Rakage. eyes turned to the ghost shark who stood up in a full state for an instant, but the next moment he rushed to Itachi's side. Sound east and west. Thunder plow hot knife. You kid in the Uchiha family, die for me. The bursting darkness collided with the shining white light, and the fourth generation Rakage, who used his body as a knife, froze in the air. Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. Sasuke is optimistic. No matter what path you choose, you need the power of willpower. What I use is the extreme embodiment of Sharingan. Itachi, give him to me, you go first. Sweeten, water style, water colliding wave. Since you rely on speed, let's change the environment. Jumped high into the air and spat out endless waves, as if the upside-down waters of the Silver River for 9 days were mixed with muffled roars and drowned everything. When the water pressure decreased slightly, the reappearing figures were all enclosed in blisters for several miles. Next is my home ground. Sweeten, water style, water prison shark dance. What the hell is this? An amazing amount of chakra. 4 generations of Rakage. Uchiha Sasuke. Cold, Kunorikimaru. Looking at the monsters that were half fish and half sharks after fusion with the shark muscle, their pupils tightened, and they also tightened their defenses against the current situation. Fighting in water is no better than fighting on land, and it is very troublesome to show strength in such a region. Nigger, aren't you fast? Give me a quick look. Spine, a Jinchuriki column, gills on the shoulders, and a tail on the back of the butt, stared at Rakage 4 generations angrily. Dare to bully me with speed, now I want to see which of us is faster. In the water, it is always the world of swimming fish. Things are in trouble. Gululu spit out a series of bubbles, and the 4th generation Rakage narrowed his eyes. The terrain was unfavorable and he had to run out first. You guys play slowly. His feet sank into the ground and he sank half body, and Orochimaru said hello and slipped away. Come with me. With one hand, Killer Bee, who had passed out, held his strength and pressed Sasuke's shoulder with the other. Uchiha Itachi turned into a crow and disappeared. Seeing the disappearance of his younger brother, the 4th generation Rakage roared angrily. Assholes! You're all bastards! Righteous Thunder Shen Fury Thunder Axe. The big feet raised high carried the infinite force to the forehead, and the ghost shark, who was ready to collapse on both hands, smiled. Sure enough, in the water, your speed and strength are much less, so we can have a good time. He has to figure out a way to get out. He will take advantage of the geographical advantage in the water, and he can't get up fast if he can't keep his feet on the ground, but he can rely on the fish and tail growing on his body to speed up, which is really a strange opponent. Depressing his body and sinking to the ground, the 4th generation Rakage looked gloomily at the ghost shark. Akatsuki monster, don't be too self-righteous, and then let you see the limit of ninjutsu. What happened over there? Quick, Lord Rakage needs help. Hey, we don't need to be in such a hurry. To Louis, when will you change your rambunctious personality? Lord Rakage is in danger. Hey, what danger will he be in? Mabuyi's celestial technique can't kill him, he's very safe. To Louis. I'm sorry, I slept until dawn when I closed my eyes. I don't have to go out to the cloud today. I code words throughout the day, and send as many codes as possible. Text chapter 253_worry in wind's breath. The misty drizzle poured over the windy valley, and a few weasel-like animals jumped into the wind and played gliding. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heyhey168.com. Hey, did you hear that there are 3 humans in the clan recently? I knew it earlier, it was brought by the contract girl. That little girl is a big trouble. She plucked your hair again. Shut up, I'm in a hurry to talk about this again. The big tail dragged behind him swayed, and the 12 Itachi shivered. When the companions saw what it looked like, Chi-Chi covered the corners of their mouths. The 12 weasel was angry. Don't be complacent, I'll mobilize her to put you to sleep tonight, and see if that little girl doesn't pluck all your hair out. Big sister, you can't do this, big sister, we are wrong. I know it's wrong now, it's too late. Itachi with a twill face said angrily and left. The younger brothers in the back were all anxious. Big sister, don't run. Tisk, big sister, listen to us. Seeing the figure disappearing with the big tail flickering, the remaining few ferrets all twitched. It's all your fault, it's you who made the eldest sister angry. How can you blame me? You were the one who opened the mouth first. What's wrong with me talking first? I didn't make the eldest sister angry. If that little girl finds me tonight, I will hand you over. You bastard, don't think about it. The 2 little claws clenched into fists and waved, and the black-haired ferret who caused the trouble ran away. Please ask for leave for me, I won't go back. Day. You bastard, take care of your own mess. Don't run, nigga, catch it. What do you guys want to do? Help, I don't want to accompany that little girl, she's too scary. It's the first release of the interesting academy. Cough. Hinata, are you awake? Sister Tamari. You just woke up, don't speak in a hurry, come, drink some water first. Where's Sister Anko? Weakly opened his small mouth and pursed a cool mouth. Hinata asked worriedly about Anko's news. She's in the next room and hasn't woken up yet. Are we here? The 4 outer circles are all mountain-walled rooms, dotted with emerald vines with yuhi-colored fruits, and outside the round windows, the wind is constantly singing and whimpering. Tamari, who took the cup, sighed, this is Wind's Breath Valley, the domain of the Itachi clan. Sighed. Little girl, didn't you see me? The little animal that looked like a weasel greeted him, standing up and waving his small paws. With round ears and a black nose, Hinata had a good impression at first sight. Itachi was startled by her loving gaze. Your eyes mean something. Make a statement first. I'm not a pet, don't try to hug me to sleep. Is it swollen? Seeing the doubt in Hinata's eyes, Tamari smiled embarrassedly, reaching out and wanting to clip the hair. The white sickle ferret, who was shocked, ran to the door. I'm going to prepare the herbs, and you can find me if you have anything. Don't run, come back to me. Hand, Sister Tamari. It's okay, let the guy run away again, isn't it just plucking 2 hairs, and he won't die. Rose and Yuhi grabbed her waist, Tamari snorted angrily. The weak Hinata coughed and smiled, Sister has a really good relationship with them. She shivered all over her body and retracted her little head, raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat, and the black lines all over her forehead. We have a good relationship with her. Selling high, the biggest mistake in our life is to sign a psychic contract with her. If God can give us another chance to choose again, we will definitely kill the guy who signs a contract with her. Sister Tamari, how many days have I been in a coma? Forget it, it's been half a month. Cough, brother him. Don't worry, I have asked the Itachi clan to send a letter to the country of wind, and Fu-kun will get the news soon. Turning his head to look at the strong wind howling outside the window, Tamari frowned slightly. On that day, at the last moment of the first battle in Kurigakure village, he used a reverse psychic technique to escape. Although he managed to escape Shinra Tensai, almighty push, of heavenly path pain, he also lost the news. Fu-kun, be safe. Seeing the worry in Tamari's eyes, Hinata bit Kiba and tried to get up, but her weak body couldn't move at all. Hearing the light cough coming from beside him, Tamari quickly suppressed the tumultuous little girl. Take care of the injury first, things can't be rushed. We must take care of ourselves first so that husband Kun can rest assured. Sister Tamari, brother will be fine, right? Don't worry, our husband Kun will be fine, he will be fine. Bang bang bang. Contract girl, the person you brought has woken up. His long eyelashes wrapped in bandages and trembling twice, Mitarashi Anko stared blankly at the ceiling. On the green vines, a few bright yuhi fruits glowed slightly. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 3 girls who had recovered slightly sat together. When are we going back? Anko glanced at the sandstorm outside the window and asked Tamari urgently. Sister, don't worry, the injury isn't healed yet, so it's useless to go back at this time. But that brat. Don't worry, sister, Gara replied that he is safe, and our main task now is to recuperate. The previous psychics did too much damage to the body. We entered the crack of time and space without signing a psychic contract. It is a miracle to survive. Tamari couldn't help but feel terrified at the thought of her previous horrific experience. Carrying 2 people and using reverse psychic to transfer, it is really a life-threatening thing. Once again, it will definitely be a dead end. Anko, who also remembered the horrible memory, bit Kiba, and the weak little secretary couldn't even speak. By the way, during this time, elder sister and younger sister can visit those 2 clans. Over. The contract girl is going to harm people again. The footsteps came to a crunch to the door, and the white-haired ferret drew a cross in his heart for the 2 friends who were calculated. The land of wind, Sunagakure Ninja Village. Kankuro pushed the door and walked into the office. The 2 brothers were relatively silent for a long time. A long while, Gara asked, has the letter been sent? Kankuro nodded, leaning back against the wall and sighing, the news from Megakure village has been confirmed. I really didn't expect him to do such a crazy thing. No news from him yet. No, Kankuro shook his head. According to several parties, he finally retreated from the sky riding a golden tiger. It should be fine. Is there really no problem? Hearing Kankuro's apparently insincere words, Gara's eyes flashed with unease. Halo, this chapter was posted at 10 o'clock, why didn't it appear? Strange things. Text chapter 254 Why is the old man still not dead? Say, where is Uzumaki Naruto? He grabbed his neck one by one and raised it in the air, and the Hell Road increased his strength little by little. Baidu Interesting Academy. What happened in the village of Kurigakure was repeated not long ago, and the 2 hapless Konoha ninjas stared blankly without spitting out. It seems that you don't know, so what's the use of keeping you? Go to hell. Well, what is that? The image of Yama slowly emerged from behind, and the frightened eyes flashed into his pupils. Shikamaru, the cat on the corner of the street, poked his head out, half pulled his head, and shrank back. Inazuka Kiba, Akamichi Choji, Aburame Shino, all cast inquiring glances. Shikamaru, what shall we do? There is a serious lack of intelligence. We can't act rashly at this time. We are too different from the intruder in strength. Let's just watch it. Inazuka Kiba bit Kiba unwillingly. Shikamaru glanced at him and analyzed, the 2 people who were caught just now are elites in Chunin, but they haven't even seen one face to face. Although I upgraded to Jonin, my strength lies in strategy, and my personal ability is not outstanding. Although you guys are good at fighting, but you don't have enough experience, we can't deal with that guy. Not even your wisdom. It's not a question of wisdom, but the crushing of strength. Shikamaru sighed sullenly again, with his head half pulled and sweat on his forehead. Several teenagers looked at each other unwillingly, all of them desperately thinking. The village is under attack and we can't just watch. I know, give me some time. He closed his eyes with his hands and 5 fingers facing each other. Just as Shikamaru held his breath and thought about countermeasures, the Konoha ninja village had already ignited quite a bit. Heihei168.com. Strange armed rockets, 5 guided bullets. Shiradao, who was a puppet master in his lifetime, had 3 heads and 6 arms and a long sword on his back. The sharp serrated blades swept recklessly like a snake, and the ninjas surrounding him were not even close enough to break into 2 pieces. The rumbling explosion sounded again, and the support team came to Yuhi. Get rid of him, don't let him continue to destroy the village. Kill this monster. Send him to hell. Wind Demon Shuriken. Futon, Wind Style, Wind Blade. Suiten, Water Style, Water Cut. Come on, brothers. Little Jiraiya, you can't be impulsive. Hurrying back to the office, 2 old guys, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, stopped at the door. At this time, you should be in the center to command, not go to the battlefield to participate in the battle. Get out of the way. You are Hokage. I said, get out of the way. Jiraiya raised her voice irresistibly. The 2 advisors immediately became angry. You. Stay on the side. He pushed open the door with his left and right hands, and Kaharu, the doorman who stumbled, retreated to the sides. There was a muffled sound, and the 2 old guys were completely out of breath when they looked at the door that was slammed down. It's so outrageous, it's so outrageous. Kaharu Udatane scolded his old eyes with fire and hatred. He is Hokage, how can he be so impulsive when encountering things? Immature, this is a sign of immaturity. Homura Mitokado also followed suit. A qualified filmmaker should know how to choose. How can you take risks at will before the information is not clear? This idiot Jiraiya, does he know that Konoha is in a troubled time now? This stupid and impulsive 205, a Reba with chan oil in his head, a stupid pig with an elephant in his nostrils. Opened his mouth and cursed wildly, and the exasperated Homura Mitokado banged on the table. Kaharu Udatane tilted his neck to look at the thick smoke outside the window, and suddenly lowered his voice. This might be an opportunity. Chance? What chance? You mean? It's the thing you mentioned last time. Homura Mitokado's old eyes gleamed, and he folded his hands, lowered his head to think for a moment, and raised his eyelids. I'll send a letter to Daimyo. Turning his head to look at another burst of fire outside the window, Kaharu Udatane stepped out of the door. Little Jiraiya, you can't blame anyone for this. You are too immature. We did this for the good of the village. Hokage's power is too centralized and irresponsible to everyone. Not thinking about what was wrong with what they were doing, the 2 old guys who were about to bury their necks in the soil started to get bad water again. After brushing the written letter, he handed it over, and the old woman gave it to her cronies. After a short time, Konoha flew into the sky without saying a word. The letter eagles that have undergone special treatment will not be called, which is easier to keep secret and less likely to be discovered. It's time for us to go to the shelter. The villagers still need our comfort. Leave the fight to the young people. We can't move our old arms and legs. I'm old, I'm really old. If I can't keep up with young people, I can do things within my power. They pretended to look at each other and walked away. The 2 old immortals who just didn't participate in the battle got into the shelter. As soon as he entered the door, he sold his tongue. It was good words to appease, but also cheer. When encountering a dead person, I said a few words of condolences, and when encountering an injured person, he turned his head and called a medical ninja. Don't worry, the village will avenge your father. Children don't cry, men have to learn to be strong. Quick, there are still wounds here. Thank you sir, thank you so much. This is what we should do. After being pretentious and busy, 2 old guys entered, and the villagers who were in the chaos gradually settled down, and the worry on their faces was reduced a lot. Homura Mitokado Kaharu Udatane smiled knowingly upon seeing this. This is what the superiors should do. Peace of mind is more important than fighting and killing. How can Hokage rush in front of everything? Little Jiraiya, you still have a lot to learn. After looking around for a week, the door that opened the scene, Yanyang gave a speech. Don't panic, the intruder will be resolved soon. For those who are injured, please wait patiently for the medical ninja rescue. If necessary, ask someone to explain. Young people try their best to help take good care of the elderly and children, and we will definitely get through this. Quote. Yes, Elder Menyon is right, we will definitely get through this difficult time. My mother, it's okay, didn't the elder say, it's okay? Good, don't cry baby, the elders said it's fine. Boom. Advisor, the front line is in an emergency, and the head of the Hatake family died in battle. Door inflammation. Kaharu. 10,000 grass and mud horses. As soon as the code is posted, the cloud will continue to work hard, and don't make weird situations again. Text Chapter 255. The name of Kumogakure village is really weird. Kurui Omoi, the Secretary General has sent a letter, let us go to Yunlei Gorge to support. Interesting academy. Oh, my god. Omoi, who was holding a lollipop in his mouth, covered his forehead. Just after handing out the flyer, I'm going to see Mr. Rory's sloppy master. What happened? Could it be that he sneaked away or crossed the house again? Isn't this a very normal thing? Just like every woman has a few days every month, our master sneaking is similar to that thing. It is necessary to trouble every time. How many of us? We are very tired to say. Omoi, you are talking nonsense again. You are so big, and you eat lollipops. You are not ashamed. What's wrong with my lollipop? You're paying for it. Okay, you two should stop arguing. It's tiring to be the captain of the two of you, and your shoulders are sore. Samui, your shoulders are sore because your breasts are too big. You don't feel sore when you see Omoi. The boy with a lollipop in his mouth rolled his eyes at the girl who was choking him just now. From Tiancheng Airport immediately became violent. Omoi, what do you mean by saying this? Please explain it to me clearly, or my mother will never finish with you. Kurui, don't get angry all day long. It's not good for girls to be too angry. It's easy to irregular menstruation and lead to ovarian hypoplasia. The main reason for your lack of breast growth is that long-term anger leads to ovarian dysfunction. You have to believe in science. Quote. Omoi, you nagging bastard, give me your science to die for. A big flying kick kicked in the chest, and the Yuhi-haired girl raised her fist. Samui, with blonde hair, blue eyes and big breasts, shook his head at the two players who were battered, and shouted speechlessly, let's go. As a ninja, you should be cool. What's it like to be noisy all day long? Be careful if you go late. Quote. We'll come right away. Chi-Shushua shivered and retracted his fists and feet, and the men and women who remembered the horror of their master quickly followed. Baidu Interesting Academy. The big blisters in Yunlei Gorge, the fourth-generation Reikage stepped on the ground and stared at the transformed Kisame Hoshigaki. Shark, are you ready? This uncle is going out. Ju Niu Lei Plow Hot Knife. The four-generation Reikage turned into a streamer and rushed out of the bubble. The rumbled water curtain formed a strong vortex behind him. Kisame Hoshigaki was stunned by the sudden situation. This guy is so fast. But you can't get out just like that. The fish-tail that grew out of the back of the buttocks swayed left and right to chase. Reikage ran in front. The ghost shark chased behind. The giant blisters surrounding them ran over the forest like a tsunami, and the two ninjas who came to support Quan Shibata. Tarui looked at she looked at Tarui. I think, what the hell, we'd better lean to the side. Talui, don't you think you're a little late? Sorry, run away. The blisters caused by the rumble covered the whole body in a blink of an eye. The two of them were thrown out before they could hold their breath. Some rotten wood and branches hung all over their faces. There was a tree fork on the left, and wood slag on the right. Holding a dog's tail flower. Hey, I seem to have seen Reikage-sama just now. You said that, I seem to have seen it too. Really Reikage-sama? To look at the blisters that were far away, and the two Kumogakure, who were all wet, looked at each other. Lord Rakage, wait for us. Come on, hurry up. The two big feet flung their broken heels behind them, and Tarui and Zillion used their strength to suckle. The two men and one woman who happened to come to support blinked their eyes, and they followed in the footsteps before they figured it out. Samui, Kurui, Omoi, Yi, Kumogakure, where do you get so many yi? It's yi, it reminds me of chicken shishi, and I still recite it after removing 2 points. Why did you come so slowly? It's very fast. Okay, finished. Where's my lollipop? Omoi, who couldn't find any sweets, was depressed. The girl standing next to him pointed out that his butt was a big flying foot, and turned to Tarui with white hair and big lips and asked, "Where's Lord Rakage?" There. What? Turning to look back in the direction of the fingers, Yuhi noticed that the girl was stunned. Not only her, but also Samui, who is blonde, big-breasted and blue-eyed, only the heartless Omoi doesn't care. A person as strong as Lord Rakage is definitely fine. By the way, where's our master? I don't know. Oh, that's really nice. Omoi, what did you say? No, I didn't say anything, and the science proves that I really didn't say anything. Blinking his eyelids, he took out the ninja kit, and Omoi smacked his mouth and picked up the lollipop. This is just corn, this is just strawberry, and this is vanilla. Which one should I eat? Go eat your big bastard. Chest, Yuhi-haired girl Karui looked at Yunlei Gorge. There were few cliffs in the east of the familiar canyon in the past, and there were many lakes in the north. There were traces of battle everywhere. In the forest washed by the water, all the rabbits, tigers, jackals, and foxes are filled with yellow soup. If you are lucky, you can spit it. You can move twice. Master, something must have happened. I know, the master was taken away by the monster. Holding the lollipop that almost fell, Omoi babbled and sold his lips. Follow the rules, theorem, our master is sure captured by monsters. Just like we reported before. Master Rakage, the master was captured by the monster. Lord Rakage, the master was captured by the monster again. Sir Rakage. Boom. Let your monster die, this time is different from before, the master was really taken away. Kurui, you beat me again, the master is so interested, how could he be taken away? How do I know? You ask them. Reaching out and pointing to the dazed Tarui and Shi, the two guards of the 4th generation Rakage have all become Spartan berserkers. Tarui, the guy who hangs out with Killer Bee, really has a problem with his head. Hey, are they mentally ill? Do not know. Are you not a medical ninja? I can only heal the sick, not the brain. Hey, what do you two mean? Are you going after Lord Rakage or our master? Don't be foolish like a telephone pole. Another chapter is written. Brothers and sisters watch first. Text chapter 256_ you gotta remember we're not ducks. Hand, Sister Tamari, is this the psychic beast you're talking about? Hinata blinked blankly, with a bunch of punctuation marks on top of her forehead. Hey168.com. The big-mouthed duck didn't want to. Little girl, do you look down on me? I'm sorry. Hinata lowered her head timidly. I didn't mean that. Then what are you? Let me first say I'm not a duck, quack. Okay, Donald Duck. Tamari grunted angrily. Don't scare my sister. The contracted little girl of the skunk clan. If you give me another nickname, I will fight with you. The blue sailor hat on his head jumped high, and the big-billed duck was angry. I am a lone scorpion, a lonely one. Do you understand? What is it that is not lonely? It is not a duck. Tamari pouted silently. To be clear, do you want to sign a contract with my sister? Then that, can I think about it? Okay, then you can consider going. Hinata, let's go. Hey, don't go, hey, just leave if you want to. Seeing Tamari saying to leave, the big-mouthed duck was anxious. I promise, can't I promise, little girl is too cruel to you. Quote. Sister Hinata, go and sign with him. Stumbled and signed a contract with the reluctant Donald Duck. Hinata was kept by Tamari. Little girl, since you made a blood contract with my clan, you must keep one thing in mind. You said. Hinata moved to the side in fear. Donald Duck opened his mouth. Remember, we are not ducks, repeat with me. Interesting Academy. Ah yes. We are not ducks. Loud. Donald Duck yelled at Hinata dissatisfied. Your voice is too low. We are not ducks. Well, it's a good deal, although I'm not very satisfied, but forget it, you come with me. Shaking his big white buttocks and taking 8-character steps, Donald Duck, who took a step and swayed twice, took Hinata up the hill, and while walking, he introduced, the mountain where our lonely family lives is called Luoxia Mountain, which means the setting sun shines. Being able to come up with such a beautiful name proves that our lonely clan are not those ducks who can only quack and squawk. We are nobles among ducks. No, we are not ducks, we have nothing to do with ducks at all. Yes, you're not a duck. Well, not bad, little girl, you have a lot of money. Donald Duck glanced at Hinata with satisfaction, and then coughed twice. Well, where did I say it? You talked about Luoxia Mountain. Hinata reminded cautiously. Yes, Luoxia Mountain. Donald Duck rattled twice with his left hammer with his right hand. This Luoxia Mountain is a good place, and our lonely clan is also a powerful group. Therefore, for the next period of time, you have to study hard with me. Okay. Why don't you ask what to learn? Donald Duck Quack turned his head. Just now, he praised you for your future, but you're stupid when you look back. Little girl, listen carefully, you will learn to paddle with me in the next time. Paddle, paddle. The milky white pupils blinked in confusion. Hinata didn't understand what was good about paddling. Donald Duck was annoyed. Do you think paddling is easy to learn, Quack? I tell you Quack, it's hard to learn paddling, Quack. I know. She shrank back timidly to avoid the spit in front of her eyes. Hinata suddenly realized that the duck in front of her was it was the solitary bird in front of her. How could it be unreliable? Found that Hinata's eyes were wrong, said angrily, forget it, facts speak louder than words. As a literate, noble and elegant loner, we should despise all inelegant behaviors. For example, quarreling, cursing, it should not be. You come with me, and I will arrange a place for you first. Stepping forward and shaking his big ass, Donald Duck, who calls himself lonely, brought Hinata home. It was a beautiful little nest with a quilt in it. The little secretary Hinata blinked, and the whole person turned green. Shall we live here? Aren't you satisfied? Donald Duck shook his big butt and sat in the nest, swaying from side to side. Look at how comfortable it is, and it's also padded with velvet. I tell you, this thing is my secret. Donald Duck, what the hell is wrong with you? Come out to me quickly. Oh sell high, say sow will arrive. Little girl, remember, when anyone comes, you will say I'm not here, you must remember. He hurriedly ordered 2 sentences to jump out of the bed, and Donald Duck's head dipped into the grass and disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, an elegant bird with a slender neck and feathers like snow fell down. Hinata blinked blankly, fascinated by this beautiful big bird. She had never seen such a beautiful thing before. Compared to the duck that quacked and quacked when he was in a hurry, and called himself a loner with its mouth full of feces, this big bird was thousands of times more beautiful. Little human girl, where did you come from? With her slender neck leaning in front of her, Ms. Swan was condescending and flapping her wings. Her cold and dignified tone was like the princess of the ice and snow country in fairy tales. Hinata was sluggish for a moment, and told the blood contract from beginning to end. After listening to Ms. Swan and looking at her for a long time, just when the little girl was uneasy and didn't know what to do, this beautiful big bird smiled and sang aloud and called out. The distant chirping sound reached Yunxiao, and within a quarter of an hour, the successive bird calls came back. Standing on the hillside, Hinata was completely stunned. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, beautiful swans rode across the lake, flapping their wings and falling from the sky. Elegant, holy and inviolable. Donald Duck, whose head was half pulled out of the grass, sighed. It seemed that this little human girl was lucky enough to be recognized by these stinky birds so quickly. Well, this also saves the trouble of my old man. Quack. Donald Duck. Ah. It's not me, I'm not Donald Duck, I'm Donald Duck's younger brother Tang Laoshi, you've got the wrong person. It's not me, I'm serious. Being pulled out of the grass and retreating to the tree, Donald Duck shrank his neck, and all the swans around him were fried. Brothers and sisters, beat this thief who stole our feathers. Don't hit your head, gah. I was wrong, gah. Am I wrong? Quack, 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 quack. The cloud continues to work hard. Text chapter 257 _ tired old dog. Mr. Jiraiya, your time has passed. The spikes that penetrated his chest slammed hard, and Heavenly Path's eyes couldn't help but bursts of loss. Hokage, whose heart was pierced, fell down, and the Konoha ninjas who were watching the battle from the 4 outer circles were dumbfounded. Hokage-sama is dead. How is this possible? Blah blah blah, wow. I'm the Toad Boy from Mount Myoboku, and Jiraiya, who is nicknamed the Toad Immortal, is also, isn't this pose cool? How many cheers, how many laughter, I don't know since when, Konoha has accepted this out-of-tune Hokage. It seems that as long as his trademark laughter doesn't fall for a day, the big guy has something to rely on in his heart. But now, with no more support, Jiraiya is dead. Shikamaru, is this really, 0-0? With his eyes wide and his head turned, Inuzuka Kiba looked at his friend eagerly, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Akamichi Choji, Aburame Shino, Ino, Sakura, all the ninjas who knew or didn't know turned their heads. Shikamaru closed his eyes tightly after taking out a cigarette and shivering for a long time. The crowd froze for a moment. One by one, they bowed their heads slumped, not daring to raise their eyes to confirm the terrifying fact. The news of Jiraiya's death came into the sanctuary. The Dorian Kaharu Sparta, who had just calmed the crowd, rushed into their minds. In their wide eyes, one said disbelief and the other panicked. Everything. Interesting Academy. The dead room was silent for a moment, and there was a chaotic mess. People looked at each other in horror, and the panic spread rapidly. Menyan hurriedly shouted, "Don't panic. You said, how did Jiraiya die in battle, and what happened to the enemy?" The murderer who killed Hokage-sama was the 6 intruders sent by Akatsuki, which matched the information sent by the village of Kurigakure earlier. The enemy did not do much damage. A slap in the air. Homura Mitokado was really angry. What is not much damage? Explain it to the old man. Gudong swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva and raised his head to take a look. The reporting ninja bit his lip. According to the information, Lord Hokage killed the Hell Realm, and then destroyed the Human Realm, the Asura Realm, the Hungry Ghost Realm, but what? But they're back. The 10 fingers of the messenger ninja fell into the hard floor because of their overexcited excitement. Lord Hokage had already dealt with them, but they turned around and ran back alive, Beasts said. Every time they channel, they will appear intact. Lord Hokage has been ineffective for a long time, so much so that. How could this be the case? Is the information given by Kurigakure village false? I knew that these enemy countries were unreliable. The anger was hard to calm, and the spit was roaring. Homura Mitokado still had a little bit of the original calm. Kaharu Udatane looked at his gaff and said nothing. The old woman was numb now. 2 advisors, the village is not safe now, do you think? He whispered in his ear, and Anbu with an eagle face mask stepped aside. The suddenly awakened old man caught sight of the old lady, and hurriedly tidied up his clothes. Lord Hokage died in battle, we must go to the village to take charge of the overall situation. Don't worry, villagers, victory will definitely belong to us in the end. And running away, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado rushed to the gate in a panic. After going out, he ran straight to the back mountain without turning his head. Back to the village, back to the fort. Jiraiya died in the battle, just their old arms and legs, wouldn't it be obvious to die if they went to the village? It's better to go out and avoid it. After the war, I have to come back and clean up the village. Konoha has lost a Hokage, and we must not be missing any more. Yes, this is how things are. We must retain our usefulness and come back to preside over the overall situation. We are all for the good of the village, run away. Climbing up the hill with hands and feet, Homura Mitokado Kaharu Udatane just left the edge of the village when a shock wave swept through the entire village. The raging gust of wind blew up the rattling clothes. Resisting the discomfort and looking back, the ruined village seemed to be hit by a meteorite. At the top of the sky far away, Pain, who opened his hands like a god, announced loudly that this was the punishment of the gods. The commercial district is gone, the public bathhouse is gone, everything is gone. Hokage office, Ichiraku ramen restaurant, except for a few buildings on the edge, all the others close to the inside have become memories. Looking around, in addition to ruins, dilapidated doors and windows, broken beams, large pieces of glass slag gleaming in the scorching sun, blood-stained yuhi, Lois left a bitter taste in the wind, the dead villager ninja silently told among the bricks and tiles with sadness. Awful. It's too awful. Looking at the tragic image in front of them, the two old guys, Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane, stumbled back and fell to the ground one after another. Two pairs of old arms crossed his chest to form an X, the twitching old face twisted into a flower, and big drops of cold sweat slid from the top of his forehead, and it was like being fished out of water in a blink of an eye. Let's go now, we can't stay in the village. The two old legs subconsciously kicked and moved backwards, and the two old immortals who were smashed in the mud stood for several times without standing up. In their horror, they simply played with their hands and feet and played with a dog planer, and landed on all fours to the forest. Escape deep. Konoha again, there are not many survivors, and the ones buried under the ruins can't be rescued at all, and the medical ninjas are not enough at all. And the medical ninjas themselves have died a lot, and if you want to assign people to rescue, how can there be so many people? In the southeast corner of the Tianqing, the eyes of the boys and girls who had escaped the catastrophe in advance by relying on their extraordinary brains were wide open, and a feeling called fear filled their minds. It's not true, Shikamaru, tell me it's not true, right? With her big green eyes overflowing with tears, she grabbed the collar of her friend's shirt, and Shikamaru, who was completely exhausted, couldn't speak. Dead, all dead, why all dead? Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Sakura, Tenten, Lee Rock, looking at the radial pit in front of them with a depth of tens of meters, looking at the random piles of ruins on the edge of the pit, all of them lost their ability to think. The village is gone. Family, gone. What can't you do without? It's a few chapters, the cloud continues to code, until the end of the code, everyone cheers. Text chapter 258_ The four eyes are facing each other, the brother road to the end. While Konoha Ninja Village was destroyed by Heavenly Path Pain, another chase came to an end. Interesting Academy. The big man has great wisdom. Who said that Raikage's temperament and irritability is a detonator that explodes at a point? This black guy with a bifurcated mustache and a bifurcated mustache is a perfect person. Taking the historical figure Bibi, saying he is Cao Cao is a bastard, but to say that he is Cheng Yaojin is absolutely not negotiable. Hidden under the irritable exterior is a belly full of bad water. First use escape to attract attention, then turn around to ambush. Kisame Hoshigaki looked around with two mung-bean eyes. That little sharp Kiba was babbling, wishing he could rush to bite. Your sister is not a thing, isn't it good to fight one-on-one, why is it still playing the group Europe? Take a look at it, how many people are there, and there are a few things that are not fun at first glance. A strange-looking sword, a colorful feather fan, and a pitch-black pitcher. It's not right, get out now. Subconsciously shrinking his neck and wiping his body, the ghost shark plunged his head into the ground without even thinking about it, and in the blink of an eye, he went to the empty building. Seeing the ghost shark run so swiftly, the fourth generation Raikage scolded angrily, "You run fast. Please bring out the 6 paths immortals 3 magic weapons. If the enemy hesitates for a while, it doesn't take much, it only takes 10 seconds to keep him here. Lord Hokage, where is our master? Samui stepped out of the crowd and looked around. Killer Bee was taken away by the Uchiha brothers. The 3 of you immediately sent Konoha on behalf of Kumogakure to ask them for information, and by the way to ask them what they thought about the convention. Humph. Our Kumogakure village is not to be messed with. The 5 Shadows convention must be held immediately. Azabui. This matter is up to you to prepare, we must not let Akatsuki go. Lord Hokage, where the Killer Bees are. Jia has already caught up. Follow the clues he left and go search immediately. Search for a piece of land and a piece of land. Even if you dig 3 feet in the ground, let me find people. If you can't do it, send a team. Baidu Interesting Academy is now, go and find someone for me. Yes, Lord Hokage. Swish 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 beside the empty side, leaving only a limited number of 3 or 2 kittens. Mabui threw off the silk and turned his head. The tables and chairs have been replaced. For the sake of the village's finances, I hope Lord Hokage will be more careful. Okay Mabui, don't report this kind of trivial matter next time. Impatiently waving her hands away, I was not afraid of anyone, just the secretary. When Mabui can stop being so preoccupied, isn't it just smashing 2 tables and chairs every 3 days? Kumogakure is still short of this money. On the high root shoes, after you are in the body, where did your brother run this time? Boom. Mabui, how did you see it? If something happened to Killer Bee, you wouldn't be where you are now. Then what would I be like? Fourth Hokage squinted his eyes and waved the 2 guards away. Mabui shook off the gray-white luhai and smiled coquettishly. If something happens to Killer Bee, you will definitely not be angry. Isn't I angry that my brother is gone? Giggle, of course you won't be angry. You will send all the Kumogakure out to wage war on the village of Omegakure. Laughing wildly and shaking his mustache, the 4th generation Hokage strode back to Kumogakure. Itachi and Sasuke wanted to look at each other in an unknown valley northwest of Yunlei Gorge. The whistling wind and sand swept the hair of the 2 and slanted past their ears, and the 4 Sharingan of Yuhi were facing each other in the air. Itachi, I will use the facts to prove that the path you chose is wrong. Sasuke, it's urgent to look back now. Put away your squeamish face, you're making me sick for giving everything for a village like that. No matter how dark the village is, it brings peace to the villagers. You who haven't experienced war will not understand the value of peace. Itachi almost whispered, with unstoppable sadness in his eyes. Sasuke snorted coldly, I have never experienced war, but I have experienced clan extermination. War made you choose peace, clan extermination made me choose revenge. You who betrayed your family are not qualified to preach in front of me. Uchiha will reinvigorate it in my hands, not by Konoha's Uchiha, but by my Uchiha Sasuke's Uchiha, and no one can control my fate, including you. Brother, it seems that brother has to stop you today. Shut up, don't call my brother again. If you want to do it, just do it, or let me see how good it is for a genius who has been praised by his parents since he was a child. The spirits of his parents are watching, and I will personally avenge them today. No matter what reason you have, it can't change the fact that you kill your father and mother. Itachi, give me death. Chidori current Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke, you are still so immature. The figure pierced by the thunder light fluttered into a crow in the sky, and Uchiha Itachi's voice flew high into the sky. Ursukoku raised his head with pain in his eyes, and pulled out the ninja sword angrily. There was a sharp choking sound, and the long sword flickering with thunder light made streaks of light, smashing the crows into pieces, and the flying shurikens were all over the place. Stop playing such childish tricks, Itachi, I am no longer a child for you to play with. Siwei Shenhai Wu Yin. Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Hands quickly hand seal spit out a sea of fire, and Ursukoku puffed up his cheeks and burned the crow to ashes. The overwhelming flying ash Kabuto's head fell, and the same firelight hit the ground. It only took me less than a minute to learn this ninjutsu. Sasuke, how long did it take you? Embarrassed, he retreated 10 yards away, and the second assistant, who covered his face with his hands, was full of resentment. The difference between a week and a minute, the ghost knows. Even if she was reluctant to admit it in her heart, Ursukuko understood the distance between him and Itachi. However, this does not mean that he has to give up, it is just the opposite, which increases the resentment in his heart. With such a talent, why not help your parents? Is the village so important? Compared with the parents who gave birth to oneself, the so-called village is nothing. Itachi, damn you! Witnessed by my father's soul above the firmament, and by countless Uchiha souls, I will avenge you on their behalf. You bloody traitor! The cloud continues to work hard, and there should be 3 chapters. Brothers and sisters, come on. Text chapter 259_sister's name is Chaolu. Little girl, thank you, I thank you on behalf of my ancestor Tenyashira. Heihei168.com. These stinky, fragrant swans are too not, quack, quack quack. Speaking human words. The pure white wings slapped his forehead, and Donald Duck, who had planted a dog and robbed shit, was indignant. You let the ducks speak human words, isn't this playing with people? I can only speak duck language, quack. Quack, 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 quack. You quack again, believe it or not, I'll slap you. The swan girl stared at her eyes and raised her white wings. Ah, I don't quack anymore, can't I stop quack? The beautiful elder sister Chaolu, you are my sister. No, mother, you are my mother. He quickly changed his words. Mom, you are not satisfied, then kissing grandma will be done. Or you are my ancestor, I will bow to you, I will bow your head, if it is not good, I can only kowtow to you. Donald Duck, am I that old? Gah. I'm sorry, Sister Swan, I'm wrong, but I'm wrong. The 2 wings fluttered incoherently, and Donald Duck's mouth was almost worn out. The more he said, the more angry the swan girl became. You fat duck, you don't look in the mirror, who is your sister? It's not right to be called elder sister, it's not right to be called younger sister, neither mother nor grandma, what do you want me to call you? Miss Swan. Asshole. Who do you say is a miss? You are a miss, and your whole family is a miss. I slammed it with a bang, and hammered it with a hammer. I saw a sagging stomach. Looking at the swan that helped Hinata fly high, Donald Duck, who had a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, cried in quack. It really makes those who hear the sound sad and see tears, and wipe them all with tears, rushing, and water. Heihei168.com. It's too bullying, it's too unreasonable. Wiping his eyes and wiping his tears, he opened his mouth to become the boss, and the crying ducks have the heart to die. I'm going to buy a rope to hang it tomorrow. Is it great to be beautiful? Can you bully people casually? Ducks are also dignified. Don't think that the sound is better. The feathers are more beautiful, the posture is more elegant, and they can stand tall. I tell you, that high above is the sun, and you are just a fluorescent cannon at best. Quote. What's so great about swans? Don't swans have to be eaten by toads? Indignant and chattering for a long time, Donald Duck, who was limping, returned to the nest. In the nest where the feathers were taken away by the swans, only a tattered sackcloth was left with holes or eyes. Seeing this thing, Ting the old duck sat on the ground with aggrieved buttocks. I'm not alive. I'm bullying ducks too much. You're all bad guys. I'll run away from home tomorrow and pack up all your feathers. You wait for the ducks. Little human girl, my name is Chaolu, which means morning dew. What's your name? My name is Hinata. Don't be so nervous. The swan girl flapped her wings and stopped by the water. Girls should be more generous, otherwise men will not notice you. I have a brother, I don't need other men to pay attention. Yo, do you have a boyfriend? Raising her little head shyly, Hinata bit her lips hesitantly. I have married my brother. What? Are you married? The swan girl with her slender neck leaned in front of her and her heart was broken. You are actually married, a girl as young as you is married, and your sister didn't even find a partner and you got married. I'm sorry. Hinata lowered her head timidly, shrinking her body a little nervously. The eccentric swan girl swayed her long legs on the shore, suddenly became interested in Hinata's husband Kun, and couldn't help pulling up 8 trigrams. Little Secretary Hinata shook his head at what he said. At first, the swan was very happy to hear it, but later became more angry. Bastard, how can he marry 3 wives? Little girl, my sister is in charge of you, and let him leave the other 2. No, Yuhi, Anko's sister and Tamari's sister are fine. Very good, I don't see what's good. Our swan family is monogamous. As our contractor, you should learn from us. Then I don't want it anymore. A muffled thunder struck her forehead with a click, and looking at the little secretary who turned and left, the swan girl was stunned. Hey, little human girl, I'm doing this for your own good. I know you are kind, but sisters Anko and Tamari are really good, and my brother won't let them go. If you don't want to, I'll go back, sorry. A deep bow, she turned and left, looking at Hinata's resolute back. The swan girl was speechless. This stubborn little girl, no, I can't let her go like this. I finally got a contract person who meets my eyes. If I give up, I might have another life. Hey, little human girl, come back, I won't force you, okay? Your human world is too difficult to understand. Aren't you forcing my brother? Don't force it. You won't force me to leave the 2 sisters. Little girl, don't worry, I won't force you anymore. Whatever you say is what you say. Come on over, have a good rest today, and practice tomorrow. Sister Swan, you are so kind. I'm good, you big guy, you stupid girl. Etc. What did you say your 2 sisters were called? Tamari, Anko. The thunder sounded on top of her head. Sister Swan changed her clothes, and the swan girl, who was almost fried, said sternly, they came with you too. Yeah. Briefly recounting the previous incident, Hinata sat down again by the water. The crystal clear lake reflects a delicate face, a kind of tranquil beauty. The little girl is drunk with the gentle water, and the liver of the swan next to her is broken. Donald Duck, this girl is not finished with you. Sister Swan, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, go to sleep and practice well tomorrow. Damn Donald Duck, how dare you have a relationship with those skunks and raccoons? Okay, since you dare to deceive this girl will let you know the interests of this girl. If you have hair all over your body, I will not be called Chaolu. There are 2 chapters left, and the cloud is working on it. Brothers and sisters, with the support of the cloud, for the sake of hard work, leave a message with comments, recover and prepare to open a new book, and look forward to more comments when introducing. Text Chapter 260_ The Half-Shocked Kumogakur Messenger. Hey, what do you say? What should I do? What kind of madness are you doing? Kurui tilted her head irritably, and the long journey made her already hot temper worse. Omoi, who had a lollipop in his mouth, shrugged his shoulders. I think after arriving in Konoha, what should I do if a beautiful girl confesses to me? A handsome guy like me, one of the few in Kumogakur, will definitely be very popular. Yes, according to the theorem of science, most men who are sunny and healthy will be favored by women. If one is good, if there are many, who should I choose? Which one will you choose first? What do you think so much about? How can this be called a boundless thing? It's scientifically based. Let me tell you. Damn, I don't want to listen to your damn science, you still miss your Konoha woman. Karui turned black and shook her fist. Omoi smacked the lollipop and shook his head again. It's hard to choose. What if, I said, what if the pretty girl who likes me asks me to stay in Konoha? You all know what I do to the village, their loyalty. They will definitely choose to leave when the time comes. And as soon as I leave, what will they do if they show affection? Lang Ban, you can go so far with things that haven't even been written down yet, annoyed. The companion who glared fiercely at the stinky fart, Karui turned back and stinked. maybe there will be more a handsome messed up boy to show me love. That's called handsome, okay. Depend on. Handsome is handsome. What words are you picking? This girl will definitely have a tall, handsome, rich, and good-natured ninja courting me. Interesting academy. You were dreaming. Definitely not. Definitely not. Omoi turned his head and glanced at a teammate's airport. Thinking of the sad thing, Karui went berserk, picked up a stone and smashed it. Why do you say that to me? Whoosh. It's so dangling, it almost hit me. The head shrunk into the neck was pulled out and turned. Omoi looked back and worried. Throwing rocks will damage the environment. What should I do if I hit the children? Even if I can't hit the children, it's not good to hit the flowers and plants, right? You see, look at you, you have such a big temper. How can you be liked by boys? It doesn't matter if you throw a stone out. It will be bad if a small stone hits a big stone. A big rock rolls into an old stone, and the rock rolls on the stone and causes a landslide. According to science theorem deduces, this possibility is still very high. Quote. Omoi, you shut your broken mouth to the old lady. Don't speculate on those things that have no side and no shadow. It's just a stone. How can it cause a landslide? You let me have a look. No way. The roar of the rumbling sound was accompanied by the crisp sound of the tree poles snapping and breaking, and the yuhi-haired girl whose chin fell to the ground was startled. Is this really caused by the stone I threw? Really landslide? OMG, I didn't mean to. Certainly not that rock. Really, I promise, it has nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Karui, look at what you've done. I'll just say, according to the laws of science, it's possible. Shut up. It has nothing to do with me, it's a natural disaster, do you understand? With her fists clenched, Karui hurriedly distanced herself from the relationship. Samui, who had been quarreling to death, stopped and turned to look at the two treasures. He couldn't help but scolded, okay, don't be stupid, go to Konoha. His hand impressing his aching shoulder, he continued on his way. The Kumogakure team turned around and appeared in front of the dilapidated village. Seeing that the wall had also collapsed, the house had collapsed, and the ground was full of rubble around the pit. The 2 men and 1 woman were half shocked. Captain, are you sure you're leading the way? This is really Konoha. Wait a minute, I'll go check it out. Samui, who was flipped over, squinted. This sign is correct, this is indeed Konoha. What's wrong with it? It was condemned by God. Karui, it wasn't you who threw the stone again, did you? Or the one you threw earlier? Omoi, don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing, you idiot bastard. Plus 350 will cause misunderstanding. Flying kicked the abominable teammate far away. Karui clutched the airport and gasped. Rude. Eternal duo with a broken arm and a crippled leg came out. Kamizuki Izumo. Steel iron. Compared with the previous style of pulling the wind, he is now 2 formidable retreats, with a bandage on the left and a suspender on the right. One has a broken left arm, the other has a broken right leg, and walking together can be regarded as an incomparable duo. Ninjas of Kumogakure village, what are you doing here in Konoha? Our village is in a disaster. If there is nothing important, please do it yourself. We want to meet the 5th Hokage. Samui, the captain, took out the official envoy from his arms. Kamizuki Izumo looked up at the sky. I don't think you would want to see him, come with me. What do you mean by that? Master Hokage of the 5th generation died in battle. If you want to see him, I will be happy to send you down. 5 generations of Hokage are dead. Looking at each other, the 3 apprentices of Killer Bee were all shocked. I wanted to ask, but I felt embarrassed, and looking at the appearance of the 2 leading ninjas, I knew how much loss Konoha had suffered, or he would not have been disabled to watch the door. You guys rest here first, our village is short of leaders now, I will find a Jonin to talk to you later. Leading to a simple tent and leaving the 3 messengers behind, Izumo, the iron god of steel, stretched his legs lame. Went into the distance. At the original Hokage office, Ligyu's few remaining patriarchs were having a meeting. Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza and several families headed by Hyuga Hiyashi were sitting on both sides, with big eyes and small eyes, and no one was willing to speak first. Guy, who went out to perform a mission and escaped the disaster, sat in the middle, and clapped the table depressedly. What do you mean? Quickly come up with a plan. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 261 to 280. Text Chapter 261 Sharingan to Sharingan. A bitter wind blew through the roaring valley, and the two ends of the ground where the shuriken kunai were stuck in all directions, and the two brothers were facing each other. Interesting Academy. Sharingan versus Sharingan. Uchiha to Uchiha. One is an unsung hero who became famous and determined to protect it for a long time. One is a blockbuster new hero who is determined to take revenge. Brother Nichang is pouring. Sasuke, your heart should not be filled with hatred, people should live brightly. It's ridiculous to say that out of your mouth, Itachi, you live like a mouse, the one in the sewer. It is because I know the value of sunshine that I am in the dark. You don't need to learn from me. Shut up, Itachi, my light was long gone when the family was destroyed. The second assistant bit Kiba in his eyes, and all of this was caused by your own hands. You should understand that it's all for the sake of righteousness. Let your righteousness die. 8 swords flow one flash. Useless brother, the gap between us is doomed from birth. No matter how hard you catch up, you can't keep up with me. Susanoo Absolute Defense. Mangekyo Amaterasu. Closing and opening his left eye, he forced the Amaterasu fire again, causing Sasuke to have a splitting headache and almost fell. Uchiha Itachi disappeared without a trace. Interesting Academy first release. The pitch-black flame that burned out of thin air smashed everything down, leaving not even a trace of residue. The soil, rocks, air, everything surrounded by it, was completely destroyed. This is the real flame of destruction, the real terrifying flame of death. Come out, I know you're not dead, come out, you come out for me. The bloody left eye was covered with his hand and patrolled back and forth, and the second assistant suddenly froze in place. The biggest difference between you and me is that I control Sharingan and you are controlled by Sharingan. Without Sharingan, I am still Uchiha Itachi, but you are different. Without these eyes, you are nothing. Go away, I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. The unsheathed sharp blade swung out the sword marks, and Sasuke frantically swung around. Uchiha Itachi's voice continued, ordinary people's eyes have limits, and it is impossible to see the back of the head with 2 eyes. Although Sharingan is a bit unconventional, it also has its own limitations. After all, Sharingan is not Byakugan, so it can't be done. Perspective. When you attack with Mangekyo, you temporarily lose vision in one eye, during which time your vision is dead. Quote. Hyacinth Claw Yuhi. Hand seal method, which is completely imperceptible, spews out several fireballs mixed with shuriken. Even though it had been explained clearly in advance, Ursukuko still won the grand prize. If he hadn't avoided a little at the last minute, he would have lost his life under this simple ninjutsu. Did you see that a truly powerful attack does not necessarily have to pursue power, seek out the weakness of the enemy, and use the least force to get the desired result is truly strong. You are still too weak now, blindly pursuing yourself. The power that cannot be mastered will only lead you to destruction. Sasuke, give up the path you choose, and there is only darkness at the end of that path. Shut your mouth for me. I don't need you to teach me. If you have the guts, just fight with me. Sasuke, when will your innocence come to an end? Shira swept through Kuu's hair, and Uchiha Itachi steadied his body and tilted his head. When did the ninja's attack pursue justice and fairness? As long as the enemy can be dealt with, any means can be used. You really disappoint me, brother. I said, you are not allowed to call me brother again. Chidori current Chidori sharp spear. The electric light pierced by Zera pierced through the phantom, and Sasuke made another stroke in anger. The sharp thunder light was thrown horizontally, and most of the mountain wall was cut through, leaving a striking scratch. Do you see clearly? Itachi, who appeared beside the mountain wall, touched the debris. No matter how powerful a technique is, it is useless if it can't hit anyone, and it will only limit itself to passiveness if it consumes nothing to achieve the result. One of your sufferings is not enough. The words fell, the person arrived, and the blade was wiped to the neck. The second assistant, whose left eye was temporarily ineffective, fled in embarrassment, but no matter how he fled, wherever he fled, the kunai followed him like a ghost. Do you feel the difference, brother? The terrified murderous intent rushed into his mind one after another, and the second assistant rushed into the sea of fire in a frenzy. Come in if you have one. Other Sharingan closed and opened, hexagonal snowflakes appeared. Sasuke opened a space in the Amaterasu fire that was released earlier, and stood in. Itachi, I'll see what you can do now. Sasuke, you are so ignorant, what's the point of using this ostrich trick? Doing so will only bring you into desperation. The power that cannot be mastered will not help you, it will only bring you disaster. Don't talk about it, I don't think you can get in. You're right, I can't get in. Itachi, who was standing outside Amaterasu, nodded. However, why do I want to go in? I can also do this kind of flame. It's unfortunate that our brothers have awakened similar abilities. You say, what if I add something to you here? You. Drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks. The second assistant who thought he was invincible suddenly woke up, and Itachi looked at him with pity in his eyes. Mangekyo Amaterasu. Tomo's that were spinning rapidly were connected end to end to form a windmill, and black flames also appeared in front of Itachi. This is the flame from the center of the sun, the inextinguishable flame that can consume all things. Nisukako opened his eyes, and the violent hexagonal snowflakes firmly held the square inch, keeping the Amaterasu fire that Itachi shot out of his body. My Sharingan is stronger than yours. You can only release Amaterasu, but I can control Amaterasu. Itachi, you've been fooled. Flame escaped Gaju Earth Life. The combined Amaterasu fire was controlled by the right eye and burned forward. Sasuke bit the Kibaguan and widened his eyes. The two hexagonal snowflakes, Sharingan, burst into bloodshots, and two fresh Yuhi slid across his cheeks. Itachi, who was in the flames, struggled to raise his arms as if trying to grab something, and Fuziko, who controlled Amaterasu, was stunned, unable to believe that things would end so easily. Itachi died like this. Impossible. He is Uchiha Itachi. He is the super genius of the Uchiha family that is rare in a century. How could he die so easily? This is the 10th chapter. The cloud feels like a breakthrough. It will be consolidated and consolidated tomorrow, and I will go to sleep. Bye-bye, good night. Text Chapter 262 The Story of Anko and Dudu. Little human girl, we swans are good at swimming and flying. They are known for their elegance, nobility and holiness. Only those with pure heart and noble character will be recognized by us. Quote. The two pure white wings spread out to the water. The swan girl Jalu drew a circle in the lake in the sunset, and the sunset shone on her body in the water, reflecting the dots of Madara. This is an extremely beautiful creature. Looking at it, it seems that life has been sublimated. Hinata's little secretary fell into beauty, and Anko, who found the psychic beast with her, was suffering. The pine cone forest, the territory of the fire raccoon clan. Mitarashi Anko looked at this group of lazy and dying piebald cats and had the heart to slash people with knives. She and Tamari came here that day and said they were going to sign a contract, and these lazy cats were all surrounded by the poles. Little human girl, 00, do we have a contract with you to have some fish to eat? Little human girl, do we have any money for the contract with you? Little human girl, can we not work when we contract with you? I want fish, I want money, and I don't want to work. If these lazy cats weren't really good, Anko would really want to strangle them all. With a full stomach full of resentment, he made a contract with the fire raccoon. On the first day, they were sleeping. The next day, they were still sleeping. On the third day, these slackers were still sleeping. Sleep, sleep, why don't they sleep to death? Anko, who was depressed and vomiting blood, felt that she couldn't wait any longer, so she decided to ask a cat to ask. Anko first found one lying on a tree and asked it what it does for a day. The cat lying on the tree replied, "Eat, sleep, and make peas. If you eat, you can understand. If you don't eat, you will starve to death. Sleeping is easy to understand, you slackers know how to sleep in addition to eating, what is going on with this doo-doo?" Anko, who was puzzled, turned around and asked another cat, what did it do all day? Other cat replied, "Eat, sleep, and peas." After answering, he waved his paws and closed his eyes to chase people away. The angry Anko suppressed the fire and went to ask the third one and the fourth one. The answer he got was amazing, all of them were eating, sleeping and playing peas. Anko, who was surprised, decided to keep asking, 10, 20, 30, 50, until the 100th, the difference appeared. This was a little kitten with white skin and black stripes, curled up like a teacup. When Anko asks what does it do all day, it replied, "Eat and sleep." Anko was surprised, "Why don't you beat doo-doo?" The little kitten squinted and stared, "I am doo-doo." A muffled thunder struck his forehead with a click. Anko burst into laughter, covered his stomach and asked, "Why did they beat you?" Little kitten rolled her eyes, "Because I'm small." Going to be beaten when you're young. It's tradition. Biography, tradition. There is such a tradition. Anko Spartak's mouth opened wide. The little kitten buried her head dejectedly. "Do you think we look like cats?" Like. Tanuki was a lynx, of course Anko knew. The little kitten sighed. "Cats like to slap balls with their claws." Yeah, Anko seemed to understand. The little kitten shouted angrily, "I look like a ball, so. The taupe eyes blinked, looking at the little kitten huddled under his feet. Anko understood, you don't just grow like a ball, you shrink more like a ball. Can you not hit the cat like that? Okay, comrade kitten, you have to be strong. Anko crouched down and patted kitten on the head. The little kitten was angry. "I wanted to tell you something, but now I don't want to." Aim. What are you doing? Comrade little kitten, what do you want to tell me? Anko, who was very experienced, moved away from the air by grabbing the collar by the back of his neck. The little kitten, whose 4 little paws were scratching frantically, was defeated. "You are an idiot." Boom. "Who are you calling an idiot?" Knocked on the forehead, and Anko's face froze. The little kitten shrank together. "You're not stupid." Boom. "Why do you beat me again? I said you're not an idiot anymore." Boom. "Don't talk nonsense. Say useful, what do you want to tell me?" 3 bursts of poppy smashed into the forehead. The little kitten was crying, and 2 lines of tears blurred her eyes. "You also bully cats. You all bully cats. Little human girl, you are an idiot. Cats are active at night. You are big, look for them during the day for a fur." The 2 little claws swiped and pulled hard, and when Anko's absent-minded little kitten fell to the ground and just wanted to run, it stopped. He was pulling his little claws like frizzy hair all over his body, and he couldn't get out no matter how much he pulled. Anko raised his foot and stepped on the cat's tail with a smile. "Kitten cat, where are you going? They are all night owls, why are you different?" I, said the little kitten in grief and indignation, "I'm afraid of being beaten." Afraid of being beaten? What is the reason for this? Seeing Anko's puzzled expression, the little kitten was aggrieved and dragged its tail but didn't move, but explained helplessly, "You think, they are all active at night, so I can't be beaten twice during the day. I'm being forced. Well, you know everything you want to know, can you let me go?" Boom. Another storm knocked on the forehead. Anko lifted the little kitten again. "How about we make a deal? It's good for you, What are the benefits of the horse?" The dizzy little kitten shook as if drunk. Anko smiled, "You teach me the secrets of the fire raccoon, and I'll help you beat those lazy cats." "Can you beat them?" The little kitten was not confused for a moment, looking at Anko as if looking at the angel who saved the world. Anko patted his chest hard. "You can rest assured that I'm here." "I don't worry, I just can't put my mind down. Those cats are old and cruel. The sun went down and stretched out. After stretching and taking a bath, the fluttering cats in the water shook their bodies, and the eldest cat raised his paws. Go, brothers and sisters, go for doo-doo. Hit the peas. Hit the peas. They're coming. The body shrunk into a ball and the cat went into the teacup, and the little kitten shivered and hid itself under the table. Anko Hengdao immediately stood at the door, just about to say a few words. His eyes stuck and he wiped his body and ran away. That guy can also be called a cat. Go to him to aim. The old lady quit. The first update today. There is still in the afternoon. The cloud state is recovering well. Take aim. Text chapter 263_changing situation. God gave me a pair of black eyes, but I use my nostrils to find tomorrow. The weak Liuman's eyes are empty. There is no light. His ears can't hear. His eyes can't see. He has no sense of touch, no sense of smell, and even his sense of taste is completely lost. The only thing that can be used is the sixth consciousness. Should you be happy? Shouldn't you be happy? If it wasn't for this, I'd probably be insane. Reaching out to touch Zaifeng's furry neck, the golden tiger lying beside him tilted his head and rubbed it. Liamong's hands froze, and he lay on his back in its arms. The water is still the same water, the sand is still the same sand, but the person is not the same person anymore. Are Hinata, Anko, Tamari okay? He took a deep breath and exhaled irritability. His head was empty, and there was nothing, as if he had died in an instant. The sun rises and the moon sets, day after day, just lying on the beach with the tiger on the pillow. The salty sea breeze blew the forehead that turned into a bald donkey, and the black body seemed to be charred. The feeling of being struck by lightning is very bad, and the feeling of being struck by lightning is even worse. The last rescue Gara woke up unexpectedly. Liamong knew how much trouble he had caused. God, I will be your eighth ancestor. Did the young master dig up your ancestral grave, or found out that your wife stole a man? Do you need to deal with me like this? Repulsion, repulsion all the time, repulsion every minute and every second. Just like a dwarf who fell into the water, a little frog thrown into a hot pot. Why did he treat me like this? Anger, depression, tangled feelings. Crazy Liuman really wants to poke a hole in the sky. You have lost his conscience to you. I can't do anything with my middle finger raised high. My body that has been struck by lightning has become like charcoal. Drinking medicine is not good. Luck is not good. Doing anything is not good. There is no function of shit and shit. Flo Meng's heart cools. Interesting academy. What kind of thing is he now? A living dead, a zombie, or a monster? On the rushing coast, the crystal waves rushed to the shore, and the rising tide wave after wave. Zaifeng straightened up and shook his body and let out a tiger roar. A few frightened tidal waves raised their pliers and ran, dragging their 8 legs in a long trail on the sand. Liuman didn't move, and even though the cold seawater didn't pass over his feet, in fact, he couldn't even feel the cold. Gradually, the rising water did not reach his ankles, his knees and wrists. The golden tiger retreated not far away and roared. With 2 roars, he floated into the air and put his big head on his chest, not knowing what kind of madness the master had committed. Liamong raised his dry arm and touched it. The dark figure in the waves was 7 part ghost-like and 3 part monster-like, but none of it looked like a human being. Forget it, let's go and confirm some things first. He took out a black robe with a kabuto hat and wrapped it around his body and left the coast. The stray-ons put away the west wind and walked into the depths of the forest. A few days later, Feng Shui Fire 3 Kingdoms Border Bar. Boss, tell me the latest news. 2 large silver tickets were pushed across the table, and the bar owner raised his head, almost scared to death. The dark grimace mask under the jet black robe was glowing with Yuhi light, and the 2 gleaming eyes seemed to lead to the underworld. Wriggling and wriggling his throat, the bar owner took the wine bottle with a smile and poured a glass of Yan Yuhi. Guest please, this is the best blood Yuhi Mary, a collection of 35 years. Tell me the news. The glass in front of him didn't move, and the visitor didn't seem to be interested in it at all. The boss who flattered the horse's leg grinned and said with a low voice, "A lot of big things have happened recently. First, the village of Kurigakure was destroyed, then the village of Omegakure was slaughtered, and after that, Konoha was also hacked. That's the biggest ninja village. I didn't expect to say that people will destroy it, and people will destroy it." Quote. Tell me more about Konoha. 2 more silver tickets were pushed across the table, and the bar owner looked left and right in embarrassment, bit kiba and poured the beans, and talked about the matter with guesswork and vinegar. In the words, the heavenly path pain that destroyed Konoha and killed the 5th Hokage told immortal Jiraiya that day was blown into the sky. I'm telling you that this person is not ordinary. If you can't make the whole ninja world count, he has the most interests. You think, the 5 generations of Hokage have many interests. He is the leader of the largest ninja village and a man who has been famous for a long time. What happened? It's not like people hang up. From this, it can be seen that the interests of those attackers, I really don't know when there are so many ruthless people in Akatsuki's mainland. Hey, it seems that the days of peace are only a few days away. Thank you for the wine. The last silver ticket counted as a reward. Liamong pressed the mask and turned to leave the bar. The sun was shining on his body, and there was no trace of temperature. It seems impossible to inquire about Hinata and the others in such a place. Maybe. Snapped. We have to get Naruto back. He clapped his hands on the table twice and looked left and right. Might Guy angrily threw the teacup away. Nara Shikamaru Yamanaka Inoichi nodded, and Hyuga on the opposite side disagreed. 5 generations of Hokage died in battle, and the high-end combat power has plummeted. If the target Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column force is recalled, it will bring big trouble to the village. If Akatsuki strikes again, who of you can stop him? I'm coming. Might Guy stood up with fire-breathing nostrils. The 2 Byakugan beads of the Hyuga Japanese were stunned. Might Guy Jonan's strength is obvious to all, but at best you are on the same level as the head of the Hatake family. Kakashi is dead in battle, what's the use of your top? I still have the 8 inner gates. Guy clenched his fists loudly, without any exasperation at being despised. The people in the tent stopped talking. They all understood what Might Guy meant. Nara Shikaku sighed. Are you sure? I'll do my best. Might Guy's eyes were determined to look one by one, and all the owners of the house were silent, and the cowardly ones didn't even dare to touch their eyes. Guy looked over and immediately turned aside. It's easy to say that you want to fight for your life for the village, but there are a few people who can really do it. That's not acceptable. Nara Shikaku shook his head in silence for a moment. Even if you open the 8th door, you won't necessarily kill those monsters. Lord Jiraiya has destroyed them many times, and as a result. Are those guys undead? No, there must be something we haven't considered. Perhaps the key is in the main body. After spitting out the guesses that he had been thinking about for several days, Nara Shikaku took a deep look at Hyuga, and the Hyuga patriarch's face tightened slightly. Pupil, Ino Shika Cho's heart skipped a beat. These eye-catching men really have a different heart. Trouble, big trouble. The second update, Union just came back from outside, let's cheer together. Text chapter 264 Blessings under the setting sun, I wish you a regret-free life. Itachi. Yangtian roared and fell to his knees. Urzuzi raised his head blankly, and there was nothing in front of him. Baidu Interesting Academy. Dead, just like that. So funny, so funny. Are you not a genius? Are you not a genius from the Uchiha family? Why did you just die like this? The 10 fingers pressed on the ground slowly gathered, and Sasuke, who made 2 paw prints, clenched the soil in his palm, and his bleeding eyes were empty and out of focus. The target that has been chasing, the back that has been chasing, suddenly disappeared. Why not be happy? Shouldn't you be happy? Why not get excited? Shouldn't you be excited? Great revenge, how can it be empty? Is he really dead? The wind whipped up the whimpering sand and blew across the plain. Orochimaru, the cat in the ground, hissed twice. It always felt too strange. 000. Itachi shouldn't have died so easily. But it doesn't look like it's fake. Wait a minute. Wait. Third class. The more you wait, the more impatient. To go up or not to go up. The weaker Zuzi staggered 2 steps and slowly got up, found a shady place and sat down, his eyes staring blankly. The burning sun shines on his tired body, indescribable loneliness and loneliness. Somehow I remembered what Kakashi said, that anyone who aims for revenge will not have good results. Oh, you're absolutely right. Looking up blankly at the sunset, Sasuke, who had lost his life's pursuit, froze there. What's next? As if nothing needed to be done, as if nothing needed from him. No one needs, no one cares. When Itachi dies, Sasuke suddenly finds that his life is such a failure. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Father, Mother, remembering the little things when I was a child, the corners of Ursukako's empty eyes overflowed with tears. Inexplicably, I touched the kunai. Lowering his eyes, he gently stroked the icy sharp blade, and the black sword body was cold to his heart. What is this kid going to do? The dark golden vertical pupils suddenly shrank and quickly floated up, and Orochimaru grabbed Sasuke's hand that was stabbing his throat. You're crazy. I'm not crazy, I just found myself tired and crooked. Don't you want my body? I'll give it to you. A snap, Orochimaru held Kunai's hand, and Ursukako raised his head indifferently. If you want, take it. Ha 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 ha. Coldly caressing his forehead, he burst into laughter, and Orochimaru burst into tears. Urzuzi asked in a twitchy face, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at myself. Hissing Yuhi's tongue and licking his lips, Orochimaru lowered his gaze and fixed his eyes. I once lost to your brother, so I became interested in Kekkei Genkei, or Sharingan, of your family. Who is unstoppably mad about it, thinking that as long as he has such eyes, he can search for the truth of the world. With a wave of his hand, his long black hair fluttered, Sanin Lenkun opened his heart in the setting sun. The old man once commented on me, saying that I am a genius who has only been born for decades, and I have always thought so. What do you think? What do you think of me? You're a hopeless lunatic, a psychopath in my eyes. Sasuke, how dare you say that? What's the point of speaking harshly to a dying person? Orochimaru, Sharingan, whatever, you want to take it anyway. His eyes looked down indifferently and he laughed twice, and the second assistant grabbed Lois in a lonely way. The dry clod was held in his hand, and with a little force, it turned into sand and slipped from the gap between the fingers in a line. Once the wind blows, the solitary line floats obliquely. Orochimaru looked down at the boy who gave up his resistance, and suddenly lost interest. Thinking back to the past 50 years, a surge of self-deprecation came to my mind. The head of Sanin, the name of Lenkun, how could someone of his age be bound by a single blow? Funny, really funny. But good gain to get a pair of Sharingan. Have you made up your mind? Come on, I can't wait to pay for the liberation of death. The Avengers will be destroyed by hatred, I understand now. Itachi. Slowly closing her eyes to welcome death, Ursukako walked with exceptional ease. Orochimaru got his hands on it. The big white-scaled snake that came out of its mouth circled twice with a ferocious face, and slammed into the curse mark of the sky. A gentle breeze blew across the wasteland, and the boy with his back against the wall opened his eyes. This body is good, and Sharingan. The fishy Yuhi eyes that opened suddenly, the 3 black tomo slowly spun. Orochimaru stood up satisfied. Just as he was about to leave, an illusory figure stopped in front of him. You really aren't dead. Uchiha Itachi. The blurred eyes were cold and without any temperature, and Ursukezi's brother launched an attack silently. Simple, effective, fast. Siwei Shenhai Wuyin. Kaden Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The right hand hidden under the black fire cloud robe swayed slightly, and a large fireball slammed towards the opposite side. Orochimaru, who sank into the ground to avoid it, turned his neck, the new body is a little uncomfortable. Itachi, are you so eager to get your brother's body back? Kaden, fire style, Yuhi. Ding 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 ding, darts burst out a little spark. Orochimaru, who drew his sword and drew his sword, lowered his tone. Itachi, you asked for it yourself. Orochimaru, choosing Sasuke is the biggest mistake of your life. Mangekyo. Psychic. After several fights, Orochimaru summoned the coffin that was supposed to prevent accidents, and Itachi opened the triangular windmill Sharingan. The raging wind whimpered across the valley, and the battle came to an end when the first floor of Uehua fell into the world. Opposite the white monster with 8 heads and 8 tails, the dark god raised his sharp blade. The monster was terrified, and it recognized the weapon. Anger, fear, resentment. You figure it out early in the morning. Orochimaru, you who tried to peep into the blood of Uchiha are doomed to perish. It's time to end it all. The tired body swayed and stood still. Itachi looked at the fallen figure gently. No matter what you choose in the future, I will always love you deeply. Sasuke, may you have a life without regrets. Brother is tired, this time is really tired. Tom. The 3rd chapter, there is at least one more chapter. The cloud will squint first, the fight was too hard yesterday. Text chapter 265_Unstoppable Love. Kitten Cat, tell me the truth, that guy is really of the same race as you. You wouldn't be an illegitimate child, would you? Who said that? The little kitten waved its paws angrily. Baidu Interesting Academy. Anko gestured in disbelief. It's so big and you're so small, you still say you're a family. First, point your toes above your head, and then lower your body to the ground. The little kitten looked at Anko angrily, flipped through Byakugan and glanced. How old am I? Less than a year old. How old is that guy? There are hundreds of them, can we compare them together? What? You said that guy is several hundred. Yeah, the little kitten opened his mouth and yawned cutely. That guy is 50 yashira away from me in terms of seniority. How old are you? OMG, that big cat actually. No, if it's your ancestor, why would it beat you? That's a tradition. The little kitten raised her eyelids dejectedly. Every cat has been beaten by it, so every cat wants to beat other cats. I can only bully the little one, and I am the youngest. Quote. Talented. Too talented. Your ancestor is so naughty. The little kitten stuck out its tongue and licked its little paws. You know our pain, cats like to play, and the old ones like to play even more. When I have cousins in the future, I will play with them too. I even thought of a name. Now, the next one will be called Yo-Yo regardless of male or female. Eat, sleep, roll around. Drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks, and Anko suddenly realized that these civet cats are a group of scourges, not only harming themselves, but also harming others. Interesting Academy. Kitten Cat, did you take the name of the next newborn in your clan? Yes, this is also a tradition. The little kitten gave Anko a white look. The names of our Fire Raccoon clan are all taken by the previous clan. What about twins? Just take 2. What if the time difference is not too big? Then take it bigger. The older one should be very happy, it doesn't need to be bullied. Fuck, fight the same way, it's also a tradition. Kitten Cat. Anko smiled and hugged the little kitten, and the little kitten who found that something was wrong blinked and struggled, and the 4 little paws were scratching up and down. Aim. Do not bully aiming. Bully dead aiming. Aim at aim. I'll let you aim again. Pulling off the head rope and tying the struggling kitten into a ball, Anko grabbed the tail and lifted it up in the air. The kitten turned into a ball in grief and indignation. The pinecone in its mouth swallowed and couldn't swallow it. Spit, can't spit out, whimpering in vain. I bully the cat too much, and let the cat live. I want to appeal, I want. A head popped into the forehead. Anko carried the kitten into the pine cone forest. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and through the news from the Kama Itachi clan, the 3 sisters learned that Omegakure Konoha had been destroyed successively. Sister, shall we go to my brother? The stinky boy doesn't know what's going on. We'll start tomorrow. Fire, Konoha Hidden Village. Yii, who has been left alone since she arrived, sat beside a tree. Samui with blonde hair and blue eyes and big breasts looks at the sky. Yuhi sends Kurui from the airport with golden pupils to look at the clouds, and Omoi, who always loves a lollipop in his mouth, looks at the sky. What the hell is going on with Konoha? Shouldn't a new leader be elected at a time like this? We've been here for a week, except for a Jonin on the first day to receive him, and we haven't heard anything. Or we can go back, it's been so long. Not even a pretty girl confessed to me, it's a shame, it's not scientific. According to the laws of science, this shouldn't happen. Alright, as you are as black as hell, will the pretty girl like you? Kurui, don't be lazy, old sow, how can you be whiter than me? Omoi turned his head angrily, looked up and down and sneered, you're only 50 steps away from laughing. 100 steps, put us together under the fluorescent tube, I am the opaque teacup, and you are the bitter coffee in that cup. Quote. Omoi, you're going to die for my mother. Yunliu flying leg. Kurui, you're really playing. Okay, you two, 10-10 can't be noisy enough, just live together, annoying. Samui. The screams of a man and a woman spread far and wide, and the specially appointed nurses who were busy dying sat together. Sakura, I heard from my father last night that the village of Kumogakure came to ask for information on Sasuke. What did they want Sasuke's information for? Haruno Sakura felt tight and had a bad premonition. Ino gave her a worried look. I heard that Sasuke took Raikage's younger brother away, and they decided to investigate the matter themselves. What? Sasuke took Raikage's brother away, when did that happen? Just a while ago. Ino shook off his golden bangs and sighed, Sakura, you should give up, Sasuke is not suitable for you. Ino. Sakura, you have to recognize the reality. Ino turned his head and pressed Haruno Sakura's shoulder. First love is always painful and fruitless. Instead of struggling to find impossible love, it is better to choose to let go. Ino, you. Give it up, Sasuke really doesn't suit you, the distance between you is too far. Patting his friend comfortingly, he got up and left, and the purple-haired girl walked to the emergency room. The afternoon sun shone on her body, but she couldn't stop the sadness in Sakura's heart. Want to let go? After thinking for a long time, Haruno Sakura lowered her head, and the two spiritual bodies in her head fell into silence. A rustling breeze blew through the canopy of the tree, and Sakura threw his fists violently. Let Sasuke go over there. There are so many handsome guys in the village, we can't hang them on a tree with a crooked neck. Shut up, you mad woman, it's not easy to find a man like Sasuke, and besides, I can't let it go. You can let go of being an old lady, but can we catch up? It's been down a few times, and people don't give a shit about us. I know I'm no longer reserved in front of him, but I just like to have a way. Wake up and upload it quickly. Brothers and sisters, come on, sleep well tomorrow and continue to work hard. Text chapter 266_ The alliance between the two groups. Everyone in Konoha. The interesting academy debuts. Samui walked into the tent and looked around in circles, although it's a bit inhuman to say such a thing at this time, but we are on the mission of Lord Raikage, and we can't wait like this forever. Give a clear answer and don't delay any longer. Quote. I'm very sorry, everyone. Nara Shikaku looked around and got up helplessly. Why should I be Hokage's secret staff? This status is really troublesome. Emissary from Kumogakure, please allow us a little longer, Konoha is in trouble. It's messy and we need to be patient to discuss it. Quote. Tom. No need for discussion. Who? Shuaishuan turned to look at the door. The two masked ninjas opened the tent, and the three old guys walked in. The one walking in front was wearing a crutch and half of his head was bandaged, just like a mummy. The one in the back was dying with a bitter face, and the other was crying. Seeing them, the Konoha clan chiefs lost their composure. In the name of the 6th Hokage, it was announced that Konoha immediately entered a state of war, and the messenger of Kumogakure village showed the old man the letter from Lord Raikage. You are the newly elected Hokage. Samui asked uncertainly as he turned his head to look at the pale clan chiefs. Homura Mitokado, who was half a stature behind, coughed twice. This is an appointment letter from the daimyo. As our advisor, Shimura Danzo has been officially appointed as the 6th generation Hokage. The Fire Nation's famous warrant that he took out from his arms was circulated for a week, and the patriarchs of all ethnic groups who read the letter looked at each other in dismay. While Hyuga Hiyashi leaned over and said slightly, "To advisors, Hokage nomination requires more than half of the village Jonin to vote together, and we don't seem to have nominated this guy." Baidu Interesting Academy. There was a trace of respect in the words and no tears. Hyuga Hiyashi stared at Shimura Danzo with contempt. The old guy stood there with an expressionless face, and Kaharu Udatane took the words angrily. Special case, the previous Hokage died in battle, and Konoha suffered heavy losses. At this time, a new Hokage must come out to preside over the overall situation. A new Hokage. That's good, Hyuga Hiyashi said. In the name of the head of the Hyuga clan, I have elected Might Guy Jonin to be the 6th generation Hokage. Second, the raised arm raised after Chi brushed himself up, and Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado's face changed immediately. We also agree. Looking sideways at the group of patriarchs headed by the eye-catching man, Nara Shikaku also raised his arms. Yamanaka Inoichi, Akamichi Choji followed closely, and the remaining patriarchs raised their hands one after another. Looking at the proposal that was passed unanimously in the blink of an eye, the 3 old immortals have black faces, as black as they want. Might Guy opened his mouth and looked back. Thousands and 10,000 people couldn't figure it out, how in the blink of an eye, he became the 6th generation Hokage candidate. Is this youth? Youth is full of surprises. But Hokage seems to be very troublesome. But forget it, instead of letting that old guy take the throne, it's better for me to do it. Konoha Might's blood is boiling. Snort. You want to disobey the daimyo's warrant. The old face froze and snorted coldly. Homura Mitokado stepped forward angrily. At this time, you should focus on the overall situation. As the chiefs of various clans, how can you be so chaotic? Now Konoha, what is needed is stability. Quote. It is precisely because Konoha needs stability that we will choose a new Hokage. Hyuga Hiyashi refused to give in, and simply played confrontation, accusing him outright. The day Akatsuki attacked the 2 elders of the village and disappeared, when Konoha needed you the most. You're not here, and today you brought this sinner back to the throne, as if it's not the first time you've done something like this. Hyuga Hiyashi, you are presumptuous. Boom. It's me being presumptuous. Are you being shameless? No one can be Hokage. His eyes suddenly burst open. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Shimura Danzo fiercely, and suddenly he realized that something was wrong. That chakra, what are you doing, old guy? Picking up the teacup placed on the table and smashing it at the door, the patriarchs of the various clans who heard the shouting looked sideways. Show your Sharingan and use the pupil technique in such a place. Shimura Danzo, who are you trying to trick? Tang stood up and assumed a defensive posture, and the patriarchs who knew the inside story got up one after another. Shimura Danzo raised his eyes. Do you want to rebel? This old man is the 6th generation Hokage personally assigned by the daimyo, and he will be executed for the crime of disobedience. Aha, you are the 6th generation Hokage appointed by the daimyo, how come we don't know? The warrant placed on the table was torn off, and Might Guy swallowed it with one mouth. With a thud, everyone was stunned. Quote. Might Guy, you. What are you? Kiba raised his head brightly. Guy raised his eyebrows. The black face of Kaharu Udatane followed up with Africa at that time. For a moment, the 2 groups headed by Hyuga Hiyashi Ino Shikacho showed smiles one after another, and it seemed not bad to choose such a Hokage. Although Guy is sometimes unreliable, sometimes there are surprises. Losing the big name warrant, these 3 old guys lost their righteousness. Looking back, you can make a time difference to determine his identity. With the joint recommendation of the patriarchs of various ethnic groups, even if the big name is not happy, he will not be hard. Guy did this thing too beautifully. Looking at the sudden changes in front of him, Samui pinched Lord Hakage's handwriting and didn't know who to give it to. Are these Konoha ninjas doing? What's going on? The corners of his eyes turned away from the three livid-faced old guys, and then he turned back to look at the group of patriarchs on the opposite side. With a headache, he simply put the letter on the table. As soon as the letter was put down, both hands stretched out. Snapped. Old guy, you are already very old. You are an old coffin board, so don't argue with young people. Be careful if your breath is not smooth, it's not good to suffocate it all at once. The first half of the body to slap the letter on the table, Might Guy slapped the big kiba and stared at Shimura Danzo. The rattling curtains floated high, making people chaotic. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado glanced at him, never expecting things to turn out like this. The messenger of Kumogakure village, we will send the information about Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi brothers to your residence later. Guy opened the letter and first agreed to Hakage's request, then the conversation changed, but because of time question, there may be some incomprehensibility, please forgive me. Quote. First more. Text chapter 267_surging undercurrent. Boom. Tamari's silver kiba, who slapped the table with a slap to figure out the actual situation, clenched tightly. Kankuro shed 2 drops of cold sweat in embarrassment. Sister, don't blame Gaara for this. I didn't tell you the idea, blame me. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. What's the use of blaming you? I still can't find anyone. What are you doing for food? Tears dripping down her pretty face, Tamari turned around and left as soon as she finished the call. Gaara Kankuro lowered his head when he saw her leaving back. We didn't want to look for someone, we couldn't find it at all. Sister, the brat is really missing. Sitting by the window without a word, Tamari's silence gave Enko a great blow. The little secretary Hinata, who was holding the water glass, trembled, and there was a crisp sound on the ground. The broken teacup was torn apart and splashed with water, and the hearts of the 3 girls were tangled together. Let's go to him. Sister Enko, let's go back to the snow country first. What are you doing back there? Enko looked at Tamari suspiciously. Pukun has formed forces there. Rather than blindly searching, it's better to launch those gangsters. Are they useful? Enko frowned slightly, and those unsightly guys appeared in his head. Tamari nodded affirmatively. At least there are more of them. Losing the airship, it would take a lot of time to rush from the land of wind to the land of snow on 2 legs. Just as the 3 girls were on their way, Liamong and Zaihua met at a restaurant. Don't come here, third young master. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. How about you, brother? It doesn't matter, it's just a minor injury. The mask that terrified people to death was put on again, and Lu Meng sat cross-legged at the table. The third young master of the big name, who was scared to death, took the wine glass twice and did not pick it up, the warm spicy splashes on his hands and chilled into the bottom of his heart. Brother, you are now. Activate all the forces to find your 3 sisters-in-law, and I want to get their news as soon as possible. In addition, you can target me a few people. Of Fire, Konoha Ninja Village. After the confrontation during the day, the 2 factions that were originally divided into 2 reunite. The Hyuga family's mansion is home to dignitaries from the 2 factions. Hyuga Hiyashi looked around for a week and took the lead. Shimura Danzo must be expelled, that guy will do anything to become Hokage. And his character is too strong, he is the leader of the martial arts faction. Konoha needs to rest now, he can't let him mess around. It's impossible. Nara Shikaku sighed. After all, he is the new Hokage appointed by the daimyo. It's okay for us to push Guy out to fight him in the ring, but we can't take drastic actions against him, which is tantamount to provoking the daimyo. A challenge is a challenge. Our Konoha and the daimyo have a bad relationship anyway. A small family patriarch said bitterly, don't forget the dispute between the 2 Jades. The sinner is sent back, and we must not compromise. I support the proposal of the Hyuga clan. He must be driven away. It is better to kill him. It is a curse to keep him. Quote. Patriarch Dongmao, you are too excited. Nara Shikaku raised the glass troublesomely. The power of the village can no longer be spent on infighting. Danzo is insidious and cunning. If he dares to come back as Hokage, he must have his trump card. Then let him stay here and continue to harm people. Haven't you been harmed enough by him? This is also something that can't be helped. The patriarch of a certain family sitting behind Yamanaka Inoichi took over. The village's strength has plummeted, and famous Jonin like Kakashi have all died in the attack. To prevent Akatsuki from invading again and other countries born, the first thing we have to do is to strengthen the strength. Shimura Danzo is hateful, but Konoha can't do without him right now. Quote. You still believe that bastard? Patriarch Dongmao slapped the table angrily. Nara Shikaku looked at his twisted face and sighed, it's not a matter of believing or not, we need his strength. Konoha, who had lost almost half of its manpower, couldn't be any lower in strength. How could civil strife happen again at this time? Hyuga Hiyashi was silent for a moment, and stopped the East Mao patriarch, who was still trying to speak, with his eyes, and the two parties reached an agreement in silence for a long time. The dim candlelight dragged three long figures. Homura Mitokado blew his beard and stared at him half deadly. It's so outrageous, how can they treat us like this? Eyelids and looked out. Kaharu Udatane put his hands together. Don't get angry, you can't change their decision even if you get angry. Now the key question is how to get them to nod. Let's go to the Five Shadow Talks. What? Participate in the Five Shadows Talks. The two old faces faced each other in amazement, and Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado was stunned by Danzo's sudden words. As long as the old man attends the Five Shadow Talks, the identity of the old man can be determined, and they have to recognize it if they don't recognize it. Can this be done? Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane was a little disbelieving. Shimura Danzo stared at the night sky outside the door with his one eye exposed. With the support of the daimyo, it is inevitable for this old man to ascend to the seat of Hokage. After the established facts are established, they must recognize them even if they don't recognize them, as long as we win for the village during the talks. If they have enough interests, they will lose their reasons for opposing. When you are introduced, you will be able to fight one faction, and you will have a firm position. Quote. Are you sure? Of course, the old man has been waiting for this day for a long time. We will set off now. Now. Two pairs of old eyes staring at the dark night. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado has the heart of scolding mother. Set off in the middle of the night, what do you think in your head? Shimura Danzo stood up and explained, time waits for no one. We have to get a head start before they can identify Guy, otherwise we will be passive. After waving and calling several hidden subordinates, the three old guys left the village overnight. The family patriarchs such as Hyuga Hiyashi Nara Shikaku who got the news were all stunned. At this time, they went out of the village. Not good. Patriarch Hyuga, we must inform Guy to leave immediately, they are going to the Five Shadows meeting. Suddenly standing up and knocking over the water glass on the table, Nara Shikaku clenched his fists when he saw sweat on his forehead. Danzo, hello shameless calculation. In the second update, brothers and sisters, work hard together. The Cloud will publish a new book in 2 days, and I hope everyone can support it. A two-dimensional story of a wretched fat man. The title of the book will be announced tomorrow, and it is infinitely comprehensive. Text chapter 268_ The leaders of the powder debut. 4, 5, 6, 15 o'clock. Master, you can't gamble anymore. Baidu Interesting Academy. Fragrance scale, get out of the way. Grabbed the wallet and slapped it on the table. Senju Tsunade counted the bills with a thick face on Yuhi's neck. Boss, exchange me for another 500,000 chips. Okay, wait a minute, you'll be ready soon. Crashing dice bang. He stopped again, and Hegwan looked left and right and removed the color cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 small. Damn, why is it that the old lady pushes the big and it is small, and the old lady pushes the small and it is big? Is this stick against the old lady? No, I have to do it again. This time I'm overwhelmed. Crash small. This time I'll be small. Whooping big. Damn, does this dice have to be against me? Give it to me again. Lord Tsunade, we are out of money. What? No money anymore. Senju Tsunade, whose empty wallet was turned over and couldn't pour out even a coin, got excited and left the gaming table while scolding. What a hell of luck, since that bastard disappeared, this princess's luck has gotten worse and worse. Oops, just when the guy comes back. What a worrying bastard, don't know if I love him to death. Master Tsunade. Master. Bastard, what are your eyes? I mean I love his money, do you think I'll like that bastard? Shizune. Karen. Like it or not, only you know. The embarrassment turned into a rage, and a brain collapsed, boom. Boom. Senju Tsunade, who had knocked twice, took a big step away, her two ponytails floating high, and she was stunned for a moment. Shizune, Karen follow. The Land of Fire, Konoha Hidden Village. Guy, are you taking these two young people to the meeting? Nara Shikaku murmured, looking left at Tenten and right at Little Lee. Might Guy's big board Kiba lit up. Don't worry, as my disciples, they are very strong. Interesting academy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Tenten. Shikaku. Here they are again. It doesn't look like insurance. Lee, let's go to youth. Yes, Mr. Guy, my youth is boiling. Whoosh. Whoosh. Tenten, hurry up and keep up. Ooh, the teacher is going to speed up. Dumbly turned her head and blinked. The girl with 10,000 grass and mud horses running through her mind covered her forehead and followed. This idiot's master, who has become a Hokage, is so rude. Shikaku, is it really okay for us to choose him as Hokage? I thought maybe there would be a little bit of a problem. How much is a little? A little is a little, you are so annoying. Inoichi. Choza. Sparta. The Land of Water, the village of Kurigakure. Ow, Chojuro, hurry up and pack your bags. Mizukage-sama, wait a minute, you have too many things to bring. Are you questioning my decision? This is not. It's not that you are long-winded, hurry up and pack those things for me. Chanjiro, you go, you stay outside for me. She coquettishly stopped the onion who wanted to enter the house, and the beauty looked back at the distant sky. That kid will be safe, I hope to get news from him this time. Mizukage-sama, what are you bringing? What do you bring bananas to a meeting? Banana. The Land of Winds, Sunagakure Village. Kankuro, you are too slow. Maki-sensei, please wait a moment, the assembly of the new crow is very troublesome, and it will be done right away. The pipe wrench and carefully installing the last needle, the Sunagakure puppet master unrolled the storage scroll. Under the scorching sun and the sand, the Sunagakure sent to the entrance of the village waved goodbye. Kazekage-sama is small. Lord Kankuro, Maki-sama, please. I know, you people are too enthusiastic, I really miss the cold days. Then again, Gaara doesn't need protection at all. Turning his head, he waved his hands and left, and Kankuro and Maji were behind Gaara. Let's go. Kankuro, Gaara is very popular right now. That is, who made him my brother? You're such a jerk. Mr. Maki, this is pride, okay. Proud stinky fart. Teacher, brother, hurry up, as a junior, it's not good to be late. Land of the Earth, Iwagakure Village. Kuretsuchi, the terracotta is all up to you. Lord Tsuchikage, kill all the leaders of the other hidden villages in one fell swoop. Long live Lord Tsuchikage. Long live. Long live. Back at the frenzied villagers, Kurathashi's little face really turned into Kuretsuchi. You have a lot of respected people, what kind of 5 shadow talks are you going to attend? Grandpa, you've had enough glory in your life, so hurry up and retire. Are you sure your old waist can do it for such a long journey? Good granddaughter, don't look down on Grandpa. Grandpa is still very young and can work for at least another 20 years. The third generation Tsuchikage said a comparison. Kurafushi is really second now. 20 years, just like you, 2 years can't be called. Seeing the suspicion in his granddaughter's eyes, the third generation Tsuchikage became angry. Taketu, give me the bomb box, so that this little girl can watch the movie. The old man is still very healthy. Lord Tsuchikage, do you still want it? Hurry up and bring it. Okay, watch your waist. The 1-foot square box was placed on the ground, and for 2 days, Onoki tightened the straps tightly, and began to exert force with his beard and eyes. Together, do not get up. 2, I haven't gotten up yet. Click 3. Grandpa. Lord Tsuchikage. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The old man is fine, you can do your own salute, what are we doing? With both hands out, he put the box and the old man behind him. Kai too, who was fatter than the two Chojis together, laughed. Don't be so arrogant, junior sister, let's go. Hey, let me down. Do you hear me? I can do it. You don't need to worry about it. Damn young man, don't look down on the old man. The old man is a terrifying 2-2 scale Onoki. Hey, do you hear me? This old stubborn, really stubborn, brother, hurry up. Please do your best, Tsuchikage-sama. The Land of Thunder, Kumogakure Village. Haven't contacted Team Samui yet. Yes, but they already knew that you were going to participate in the 5 Shadows talks. Even if they can't get in touch, they will contact us when the time comes. Well then, it's time for me to go too. Tarui, keep up. Yes. Okay. Unable to cope, Tarui, who was groping his hair, was about to walk to the door when the sound of glass breaking came from behind. Azabui, who was holding a folder in his hand, went berserk. You bastard, a glass can hold 8 chairs, I tell you, your monthly money is gone this month. Chapter 3, and another chapter tonight. Text chapter 269_ accidentally fell into black hands. Send out all the reconnaissance troops, and be sure to find Master Kuchiki in the shortest possible time. Baidu Interesting Academy. Left the throne with a wave of his hand, Kazuhana Koyuki drove out all the palace ministers, and sat back on the throne alone to start a daze. I want a child. It's impossible, you're dreaming. Anko shivered with anger in the memory. Kazuhana Koyuki sighed pitifully. I only want a child and a title that belongs to him, and I don't ask for anything else. Can't you meet me with such a small request? I won't fight or rob you. I just want a child of his to inherit this country. Quote. There are so many men in the snow country, you can't find anyone who wants to have a child, why do you have to focus on the brat? Kazuhana Koyuki, I tell you, there is no way to do this. Anko jumped angrily, his gray-brown pupils squirting. 00, is on fire. Kazuhana Koyuki sighed again, the country of snow is a country in the cracks. Although it is close to the sea on both sides, it has no deep water pier. On the land, there are 2 kingdoms of thunder and fire, and there is a danger of being engulfed at any time. The constant snow has long become a delicacy in their mouths. If I want the country to continue to exist, I must have someone to rely on. Quote. That's why you fight Britism, is that your calculation? That's right. Kazuhana Koyuki made no secret of his thoughts. I just want to rely on his reputation, so that Shuizhong can have a neutral identity, at least when he is still alive, the 2 kingdoms of thunder and fire will not cause any harm. Heart. I didn't need to be in such a hurry at first, as long as I have the patience to create an accident, but now time waits for no one. What did you say? Do you still want to create an accident? Anko Silver Kiba bit, his nose crooked with anger, do you still want shame? For the sake of the country, what is a little face? Kazuhana Koyuki smiled indifferently, and Tamari Hinata's face turned black. Interesting academy. The little secretary didn't do much, just a little angry, but Tamari didn't care about that. How can you be so shameless, because you are still the head of a country? It is because I am the lord of a country that I have to do this. Kazuhana Koyuki was not at all angry after being accused. The loss of Konoha Hidden Village's strength will inevitably lead to an imbalance of power between the two kingdoms of thunder and fire. Over the years, Leiji has the country's comprehensive development of military reserves has far surpassed that of other countries. Once Konoha's side is over, they will definitely start sending troops. At that time, the snow country will take the lead. Three sisters, Koyuki has no choice for this country of ice and snow. I hope you will agree to this unreasonable request. To the ground as the lord of a country, Enko Tamari Hinata was completely stunned. If it were other things, biting Kiba would have responded, but letting their men have children with other women made them unbearable. No woman can be so generous, and the three of them can come together by accident. One of the most important points is that Hinata is timid and tolerant by nature, and is very considerate and accommodating. If it was them who made the first move, Liamong would never want to touch the second woman in his life. Faced with this rude but righteous request now, the awkwardness in their hearts, not to mention how uncomfortable it is. Promise or not? Discussing for a long time, Enko came forward and gave the answer. It's hard for us to be women. When the brat comes back, talk to him yourself. If he agrees, we won't see it. If he doesn't agree, you will die. Thank you, three sisters. Kazuhana Koyuki gave her a deep salute again, tears welling up on Kazuhana Koyuki's face. There is no man who is not stealing. As long as Enko Tamari and Hinata are settled, she will naturally have a way to deal with it. An accident, an encounter, Kazuhana Koyuki believes in his own wrist. Izumi's bathroom under the passage leading to the border of the Iron Country. Can it be cured? What the hell did you do? Judging by your physical condition, you are already dead now. Senju Tsunade bit the tip of her thumb, nibbling on it for a while. Liamong, who was lying on the bed with red fruit all over his body, couldn't help showing a wry smile. He showed his head a little that day to attract this fat goat who was crazy about money and gambling. He thought there would be any hope, but it turned out to be empty. Senju Tsunade suddenly said after thinking for a long time, Shizune record, no. Special experimental body, the body's skin and muscles are necrotic, the heart stops beating, and the breathing and blood flow are lost. Further anatomical examination is required, and preparations will be carried out immediately. Hey, hello, my good sister, what do you want to do? Liamong listened to a series of medical terms, and his head couldn't help tingling. Senju Tsunade smiled and pulled out a scalpel. Liamong panicked when he saw this thing. What are you doing? Don't worry, my good brother, elder sister will not harm you. Senju Tsunade stretched out his hand, and his slender and powerful 5 hands firmly pressed Liamong's chest that he wanted to lift. As the pinnacle of the world's medical apex, Tsunadehime is very familiar with the human body. Lu Meng panicked. He felt like a frog stared at by a poisonous snake, and a field mouse stared at by an owl. Your sister, this woman's eyes are not normal. Thinking of something bad, he struggled frantically, and Liamong was turned into a character by Senju Tsunade without moving a few times. Don't worry, my good brother, my sister will definitely cure you. Shizune, Karen, prepare the surgical tools. Master Tsunade. Shizune looked around worriedly, are we going to perform surgery here? Don't worry, this kid is already dead, there is no problem of infection, we don't need to sterilize it, we just use the tools to dry. Karen, bring this princess's medical kit. The portable surgical box placed on the edge of the stone platform was unfolded. The box made of ebony wood has a total of 8 layers, and they were separated to form a flat surface. The silver above was shining brightly, and the dazzling head was blown up. My good sister, let's stop playing, okay? I'm dizzy. Stop talking, my sister will treat you now. Shizune, laparotomy, Karen is ready to assist. Yes, Master Tsunade. Master, I understand. I understand your sister. Brother is dead. Brother to appeal. Brother wants to complain to you, you wait for me. The new book in the cloud is ready, and it will be uploaded the day after tomorrow, which is the monthly number. Jieshi also hopes that everyone will join in. Cloud will bring joy to everyone with a new look. Text chapter 270 You shouldn't be back. Why do we have to transcribe these stinky and long materials by ourselves, and our wrists are tired? According to the scientific theorem of Baidu Interesting Academy, it is very likely to suffer from meningitis, and suffering from meningitis will affect the flexibility of the wrist. The flexibility of the wrist will affect the use of the sword, and if it affects the use of the sword, mistakes will be made in battle, mistakes may be finished, and the end may be lost. Quote. Shut up, you long-winded guy, do you know that you are more annoying than middle-aged women, and I will kill you if you write so much more. Kurui, correct me, I'm a man and can't become a middle-aged woman. On the contrary, you will become that kind of thing in 10 or 8 years. According to scientific theorem, with your hot temper, when the time comes I'm afraid it's 100 times more annoying than me. Omoy, do you want to die? Okay, you too, ninjas should be cooler, hurry up and copy, get out of here, annoying. Raising his eyelids, he glanced at the two noisy teammates, and Samui stopped their noise. Not far away, the Konoha intelligence officer in charge of the reception reminded in cold sweat, I'm sorry everyone, the village has not enough eyes and eyes, so I can only trouble you to copy it yourself. Also, please keep quiet, no noise is allowed here. Understood, we'll try to be as quiet as possible. There's no one else, annoying. Another annoying word, Samui decisively inherited the strength of the Kumogakur ninja. The Konoha intelligence officer opened his mouth in embarrassment, feeling a little irritated in his heart. Saying sorry is just a polite word, these Kumogakur are really pushing their noses and faces, so don't blame me for being rude. Hades is good to see, and little devils are difficult to deal with. Anyway, they are ninjas from hostile countries. The intelligence officer who is angry with one hand draws a hand, and the information about Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke is 1/10 less. Don't look at 1/10 inconspicuous, but less is the key point. Not letting you die a few more people is worthy of your temper. The intelligence officer is also angry. After being busy for a long time, shaking his sore wrist, Omoy, who had written the last word, shouted excitedly, it's finally over, it's more laborious than helping the master to hold a concert, and I won't do this in the future. The matter. Baidu Interesting Academy. Okay, hurry up and pack up and start, we're already far behind, hurry up. Knowing the eldest sister, can you stop the collapse of the word by word all day long? This is a ninja, understand? Ah, scratch, 2 words. Omoy, do you want to challenge the majesty of the captain? No, big sister, I never wanted to do such a troublesome job. You did a good job. According to the theorem of science, you can do it for at least another 50 years. You can do it slowly, and when you don't want to do it, just do it. Give it to this firewood girl, and then I can apply for retirement. Who are you calling the firewood girl? Omoy, make it clear to me. Ding Guang hit the information room with a violent hammer, and the 3 apprentices of Killer Bee ran to the 3-wolf mountain noisily. Looking at the backs of them leaving, the intelligence officer took out 2 scrolls from his sleeves and weighed them, the corners of his mouth smiling like a good person. At the gate of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki stared at the dilapidated village in a daze, and 3 figures passed by without knowing it. How did the village become like this? Naruto, I have bad news to tell you. On that day, Immortal Shima's unsteady appearance appeared before him, and Naruto rushed into the village anxiously. Seeing Naruto coming back, all the pedestrians showed a look of disgust. Uncle, what happened to Uncle's village? Go away, I still have work to do. Uncle. The hand stretched out in the air was stunned. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then asked the woman who was carrying the stone next to him. The woman with tears in her eyes looked at him and turned away without saying a word. Naruto caught up strangely and wanted to ask a few questions, but the woman carrying the stone was furious. Why are you back here? You are the source of the disaster, why didn't you die outside? Auntie. The vicious curse bit into his chest like a poisonous snake. Uzumaki Naruto staggered 2 steps, and suddenly found that the eyes of the surrounding villagers were so familiar, just like before. What a son of 4 generations, what a heroic status, they still regard me as the fox. Boy, hatred is always easier to remember than kindness. But my father saved them. Humph, your father saved them. When did that happen? It is human nature to be ungrateful. Only a fool like you would believe in repaying grievance with virtue. Don't forget the existence of this old man. They will only remember that you are Kyuubi, 9 Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force. Yes, my body is the source of evil. Hate it, boy, put away your innocent head. Don't think the world is so beautiful. You bullshit, it's not like that. Not like this, not like this. What are you doing here? Get out of here for this old man, open your eyes and take a good look. 2 paws folded together as pillows, Kyuubi, 9 Tails, roared Naruto out of the mental space with one voice. 4th generation, your son is not destined to become a hero, this is the price you pay for playing with the old man. Kyuubi, 9 Tails, yawns and closes his eyes as he sees the past. Naruto, who had returned to the outside, looked around blankly, and every villager who saw him did not hide his disgust. Until. You're back. Sakura. Relatively sad, 2 lines of tears flowed. Haruno Sakura wiped her tears and walked towards the memorial tablet. Threads of rain pierced through the sky, brushing and tapping the cold stone tablet, splashing a hazy splash of water. Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi-sensei are both dead. I know, Immortal Zima told me. Naruto stepped forward, reached out and touched the stone tablet, and it took several back and forth to print the notch. Jiraiya. Kakashi. The 2 newly engraved names slid into his heart like sharp knives. Suddenly, Haruno Sakura spoke up and said something unbelievable. Naruto, you shouldn't have come back. Sakura. The icy rain slid through the pink hair, and when the wind blew, it was scattered. Akatsuki's target is you. If you come back at this time, not only will you be unsafe, but the village will also be unsafe. Let's go. The muffled thunder that rumbled into his ears from the distant sky, Uzumaki turned his head sluggishly, looked at the girl he loved and said with difficulty, you told me to go. The first update, the new book on the cloud is only updated with 2,000 words every day. Starting from tomorrow, the quality and quantity of this book will not be delayed, everyone can rest assured. Another weak plea, don't forget to support, I believe tomorrow will be better. Text chapter 271_sister told you that you were finished. Bastard boy, good news, bad news, which do you want to hear first? You can say both together. It's more convenient to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com. Both hands and feet were wrapped in black bandages and unable to move. Lu Meng snorted angrily. Senju Tsunade was annoyed. You bastard, don't know what's wrong. My elder sister will tell you that you don't have this princess in your body, so don't think about it in your life. It's okay, I don't need you to worry about it. Really? Liamong didn't speak, and tilted his head angrily. Senju Tsunade smiled. Shizune, Karen, pack up and let's go. How can you do this? You sew my stomach first. The 2 sides of the cut abdomen were wide open, revealing the full belly of Black Yuhi, and the heart, liver, spleen and lungs were all fried. Too much he is not aimed at people, too much is not aimed at things, people do not do things like this. Senju Tsunade, you are short of great virtue. Stepping on a high root and putting a ponytail, the 2 plump buttocks walked to the door. The woman who turned around smiled and said, you bastard, beg for sister, and sister will stay. Go and dream. Dead Duck's mouth was resolutely unwilling to spit, and his livid face was ashen. Senju Tsunade stood by the door and waited for a while, then wiggled his slender fingertips, opened the door and walked out. Looking at the wooden sliding door that was slammed shut, the heart of Liamong was soothing. Tsunadeheim. You sir. He opened his neck and let out 2 wails. Liamong wanted to die. Baidu Interesting Academy. Master, do we really care about the big bad brother? Little girl, I can't see that you still care about him. I don't have it. Shangli and Xiaolian jumped up with Yuhi's feet. He hates it to death, who cares about him? Really? Senju Tsunade tilted his head jokingly. Karen's face became more Yuhi's face, and the bright Yuhi-colored hair was placed beside him, and his whole person was full of youthful air. Shizune picked up Dudu and looked at it. The baby face that never grew up smiled. Little girl, it's up to you whether you can save that kid this time or not. What? Master, how can I have as much interest as you say? I mean your blood successor. Senju Tsunade stared at Karen earnestly. The little girl was startled. You mean let him bite me? It's not that simple. Senju Tsunade's expression was very complicated. Although your blood is very powerful, it is not without limits. Like his whole body function is necrotic, and ordinary methods have no effect. So, a sunrise and moon set, a black and white conversion. Lu Meng, who was unable to scold with his hands and feet, was lying on his back in the bathroom, his chest wide open like a dead man. If any normal person came in, he would definitely be scared half to death on the spot. Tsunade-heim, I won't let you go. When the young master is in good health, if you are like this, the young master will fight 8. Dare to trick me like this and see if I don't take off your pants. Shizune. Karen. Senior sister, should we both retreat first? Don't talk, just go. Quietly backed 2 steps away from the bathroom door, Uzumaki Karen Kato Shizune turned around and ran. Senju Tsunade was standing outside the door with his fists clasped, and the man who didn't know how to die was still muttering inside, insisting that he pressed him to the head of the bed and spanked him. Left and right and left, all the snapping sounds. I seem to have foreseen the future. Tsunade-heim, please wait, the young master must put you in 108 patterns, and then. Then what? The jade feet that were held high above the top paused and then slammed down, and the broken door smashed into pieces of wood slag. The stunned Liamong glanced at the big cow standing outside the door, that face, purple Yuhi, blue, white, and black. My dear sister, I didn't say anything, really, you have to believe me. I believe in you to die. Chu lunged forward and bit Kiba's teeth. Senju Tsunade's big pale golden eyes filled with sparks. Whoa, it's all exploding. With a radiant grin, 10,000 grass and mud horses ran through his heart, and he couldn't live this day. He packed up a chair and sat next to him. Senju Tsunade, who was so angry, made a cup of hot tea. The shimmer with the tip of the back toe to the front of the forehead was lying on the bed like a ball, and the whole person was Spartan. Sister bastard, tell you that your body is finished and can't be saved. It has completely stopped, and you can consider reincarnation. My good sister, don't you scare people, okay? Lu Meng swayed left and right in disbelief. If it really didn't help, Senju Tsunade would definitely not be what it is now. Shizune, Karen, come in. A cup of tea, the 2 apprentices were called in. Senju Tsunade untied Liamong's hands and feet and flattened them again. The smooth stitches on his stomach went all the way down like a zipper. Can't turn back. Your bodily function has been completely necrotic, and it stands to reason that you should have been finished long ago. However, due to some inexplicable reasons, your spiritual body is still alive. Yesterday, I checked your brain with chakra, and it was already empty. So I want to put it is impossible for you to recover as before. Quote. Explaining the results of the examination, and then presenting the prepared plan, Senju Tsunade sighed. I don't know if this will work or not, so I can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. Once cured, you will probably be able to recover as a person. In the same way, if you can't cure it, you won't be very bad. So don't worry about the outcome of the treatment, it can only be better, it can't be worse. My good sister, what are you trying to do? An inexplicable unease flooded into his heart, and Lu Meng always felt that these words were not quite right. Senju Tsunade pulled Uzumaki Karen to his side playfully, it's good for you. Master! She shyly screamed and threw herself into her arms. Looking at the shy little girl, Lu Meng suddenly felt that there might be a problem with the next treatment. Undress Karen, Shizun prepares tools. Clenching the glass syringe as thick as a child's hand, Shizun stood at the head of the bed holding the gun barrel-like weapon. The more Liamong looked at this thing, the more uneasy it became. They were going to do magic. The lavender blouse was slowly pulled open, revealing 2 small cups from the zipper that slid down. Karen, whose head was almost ashamed to the ground, pressed her small hand to caress the edge of the black hot pants. Things don't seem to be normal. I have to queue for a long time to cut my head, which is annoying. Text chapter 272_ Where is he not good? Sakura, you really want to drive me away. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. For everyone and for the village, Naruto, you shouldn't stay. She's right, you really shouldn't come back. A few figures came from a distance. Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Ino, 3 men and 1 woman placed the wet lilies in front of the cold stone monument. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head in a frenzy, his heart icy cold. After a long time, he finally confirmed without feeling, you don't want me to stay. It's not that we don't want you to stay, but the current conditions don't allow it. Shikamaru wiped his face with a complicated expression. The cold rain had a kind of helpless injury. Perhaps you don't know, the daimyo has appointed Shimura Danzo to succeed the first 6th generation Hokage. You must know what that guy is. It is too unsafe for you in the village to stay. Danzo became a Hokage. Naruto opened his mouth in astonishment. That guy can also be a Hokage, isn't he missing? We don't know what happened. Although the patriarchs of each family disagreed, they could only nominate Guy as a candidate, so that there were 2 prospective Hokages in the village, and now they are all rushing to 3 Wolf Mountain to participate in the 5 Shadows talks. Ming Man, you'd better go and help Guy, it's good for you and everyone. And there are so many strong people in that place, even if Akatsuki tries to catch you, they won't sit idly by. Naruto, do you understand? Walking in front of him, he patted his shoulder heavily, and Shikamaru let out a long sullen breath. Uzumaki Naruto was sluggish for a moment, then looked at the memorial tablet and bit Kiba and turned away. Pacha's footsteps slowly walked towards the rain curtain, and the loneliness was extremely sad. You see, kid, they don't need you. Shut up, stinky fox, you know you're annoying. I'm angry, how does it feel to be abandoned? Do you want to find your partner? The spiritual space, the corners of Huoyuhi's fox's mouth were full of scorn, and it was sealed in Naruto's body for all these years, and it was observing this carrier all the time. The more interesting the academy looked, the more and more he felt that he was an idiot. After being yelled at, beaten and scolded for so many years, he still had a heart of protection. Is there anything more bizarre than this in the world? Boy, give up your ridiculous insistence. No one needs you, you've been abandoned. With both hands firmly pressing his ears, Naruto walked forward, staggering 2 steps, and fell into the blisters, covered in mud. The water is so cold, the heart is so cold, why did they do this to me, why? Why is this all? Boy, you are a hero. The smiling face of the sun appeared before him. Naruto kneeled in the water with tears in his eyes, and the blurry water reflected a very lonely figure. Not being needed, not being recognized, in a trance, all of a sudden, I returned to my childhood. The reflection in the water became smaller, and the resentment in my heart increased. Is it all fake? They don't like me at all and they don't need me, so what's the point of me doing these things? What am I alive for? Hokage. The cracked belief crackled, and Naruto, who was crawling up in confusion, was soaking wet. Where should I go? Where do you need me again? He raised his head blankly and shed hot tears in the face of the icy rain, and the hero's son ran out of the village with his head buried in it. The cold icy rain slaps randomly on the face. Warm tears mixed with cold. The colors in front of us are covered up, and the ruthless shadow lingers around. Scenes from the past appeared one by one and shattered one by one. The familiar photos slowly became gray and white. Naruto's heart was cold, the cold was painful, and the cold was grief-stricken. Looking at the figure who staggered up and walked away, Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head worriedly. That guy won't be okay, Shikamaru. Are we a bit like this? It's better to have him injured than to have him dead, it's the best option right now. But Inuzuka Kiba watched Naruto's figure drifting away, and his heart was very uncomfortable. Shino pushed on his sunglasses and said, "It's going to be a bad thing if that kid goes to the horns. He didn't bring anything to eat. What should I do if I'm hungry on the road? I'll go after him." Sakura. He turned his eyes firmly back, and took a deep breath with Haruno Sakura, who had pulled her hair together. "I'm teammates with him. That guy has a problem with his head. I'm afraid he won't even be able to cook well when he travels alone. You can't go by yourself." Shikamaru raised his head irritably and scratched his head vigorously. There is currently a lack of principles in the village, each clan chief is doing their own thing, and the chain of command is almost paralyzed. Not many people care there are others. If you want to go, you can call your substitute teacher some time ago. He shouldn't take it down because of Kakashi's face. Besides, the caregiver of Kyubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column, was originally his duty. Quote. Where did you know this? Hey, I'm a candidate for Hokage's confidential secretary. If Naruto takes the throne in the future, I'll take over from Dad's class. But speaking of it doesn't seem likely. Naruto will be Hokage. It turned out to be true, but it's not clear now. Shikamaru turned his head to look at the memorial tablet. If Jiraiya-sama hadn't died in battle, then this is a foregone conclusion, and now you know it. Seeing Captain Shimura's flat face, Haruno Sakura waved goodbye to a few friends, and chased Naruto after Ino's instructions. Outside the village, the rain curtain was pouring down on the head, and Naruto stood at the entrance of the village blankly, and several nearby tents were full of resentment. No one likes Calamity, and now Naruto is Calamity. Kyubi, Nine-Tails, attacked the village, Pain invaded, and both were counted on his head. Why is this scourge coming back? He's not doing well anywhere. That is, the fourth Hokage was born with disaster. If it weren't for him and he wouldn't die. Get him out of here, and don't harm us again. Isn't this guy still playing tricks on us enough? Go away, go away. When there was a crisp sound, the two broken teacups smashed into the feet, and Naruto's heart completely lost its temperature. Why are these guys talking about me like that? Why should all those things be counted on my head? Do those things have anything to do with me? Grief, resentment, heartbreak, and endless pain poured into his heart. Uzumaki Naruto stood in front of the Konoha gate and let out a desolate non-whistle. Can anyone tell me why this is? What? There is at least one more chapter in the evening, come on. Text Chapter 273 Tsunade Haime's Wonderful Treatment Plan. Yuhi, Sister Anko, Sister Tamari, Brother, there's news for brother. Interesting Academy. He hurriedly opened the door to report the good letter, and Hinata's whole face was full of Yuhi's flutter because he was too excited. Tamari Anko stood up all at once. Is there any news for the stinky boy? Where is Fu-kun? It's a message from the land of fire. Brother went to see Tsunade's sister for treatment. After he was out of breath, Hinata, who ran all the way, lay on the door and gasped. Anko Tamari looked at each other and clenched their hearts. The brat is hurt. How is Fu-kun's injury? I don't know. Hinata shook his head nervously. They only got news from my brother, and the specific information is not clear. Let's go to him right away, and we must make him look good when we find him. Daozi's mouth was filled with tofu, with tears welling up in his eyes, but he had to say two harsh words. The little secretary Hinata and Tamari looked at Anko's airy look, slightly less worried. Brother will be all right. It's all right, things are happening. My good sister, can we not do this? The naked girl who took off leaned shyly beside her, and her heart was broken. Senju Tsunade turned to Byakugan angrily. You bastard, it's so cheap to be a good boy. That's why Karen takes pity on you. See if she's willing to do it for someone else. My good sister, it's not a matter of whether you're willing to do it or not, it's too tortuous. Do you feel it? No, mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heyhey168.com. Do you have a sense of touch? Neither. Then what are you torturing? With a finger to the middle of his forehead, he staggered Liamong, and Senju Tsunade pinched his waist. This is a mature and plump woman with big breasts and big buttocks covered in flesh, not that fat feeling, but a plump beauty. However, now this beauty is put into the eyes of Liamong, but it is the biggest torture in the world. This woman is so wicked, she's so wicked, she doesn't treat people like this, look what they've done. Oh my god, look at that big bell with thick arms of the kid, is that used to pump up the bike? And the big needle, anyone who sees it will tremble all over. With such two life-threatening things dangling in front of her eyes, how could she even think about a woman? Regret, after the old nose is ruined. If Liamong had known that she was such a treatment, he wouldn't be able to come. My good sister, can we change the needle, it's too big. How old are people who are afraid of injections? Senju Tsunade pouted and continued to fiddle with instruments without raising his head or eyes. The gloomy souls flew away. Bastard boy, let me tell you, if you want to heal your body, you have to work hard. Before you can treat it, we have to settle the account first. What? Again money. That's right. Tsunade raised his head and replied, of course you have to ask for money. A doctor who has such a stake in your elder sister treats you with his own hands, and naturally needs some appearance fees as a reward. Don't worry, because of the relationship between our siblings, my elder sister will definitely not I want you more. My good sister, why am I so hung up on what you said? Tell me the truth, how much do you want? This number. Senju Tsunade held up 5 slender fingers. Liamong asked tentatively, 5 million. Senju Tsunade's face turned black. Liamong, who knew something was wrong, said again, that's 50 million. I mean 500 million. Depend on. You can just snatch silver, 500 million, but you can't say it. My good brother, it's much faster to grab you than silver. Sister Tsunade, you are really my sister. Liamong bit Kiba, his head was about to explode with anger. How can people be so shameless, so fucked up? You bastard, don't be unhappy. If you change the second surname to someone else, my elder sister may not be able to rob him. If my elder sister robs you, that's because I look up to you. I don't need you to look up to it, do you? Lying on the top of the stone platform wanting to cry without tears, Liuman has the heart to slash people with a knife. Senju Tsunade stood smugly beside him, threading a few hemp ropes from the ceiling and hanging down a hammock with a hole in the center. Karen, lie down and try. My good sister, what are you doing here? It was the hammock again, the undressing again, and there was a large syringe next to it, and the gleaming question mark on the forehead couldn't help it. Senju Tsunade angrily resented, what else can I do, treat you? I tell you bastard, it's not expensive to ask you 500 million yuan, Karen has lost a lot this time, not only her, but also I have to suffer. Quite a few. The naked girl lifted her slender feet and climbed to the rope bed, and the livid lying down below would have splattered 3 feet of blood if her body hadn't died on the spot. Yuhi color, actually Yuhi color, too unbearable. The beauty of the hurried glance was deeply reflected in my mind, and Liuman suddenly had the urge to go crazy. Raising her pink legs and climbing onto the rope bed, Karen put her hands on her chest and glanced at Tsunade, then she fell down with her eyes closed. Liamong lost his composure in an instant. Looking at the two, they were less than 3 feet apart, eye to eye, nose to nose, looking down, 2 arrogant pigeons could be grasped, and 2 protruding points on the top. The pink tube makes people tremble. The trembling and flowing mane stopped trembling, and a thick needle plunged into his chest. Shizune, get ready. The rope bed with one hand and pulling the toolbox with the other, Senju Tsunade pulled out 6 or 7 needles in the blink of an eye. Bastard boy, you heard me clearly. Next, Shizune and I will build a blood circulation channel between you and Karen, and use Karen's Keke Genkai to rejuvenate you. No matter what happens, you can't move. Once it fails in the middle, it is likely to endanger Karen's life, do you understand? Sister Tsunade, why don't you tell me about such a dangerous thing first? I won't do this surgery. Although he really wants to recover his body, Liamong is not willing to gamble on other people's lives. Karen, who was lying on the rope bed, shuddered and opened her eyes complicatedly. Didn't look at her, struggling to get up, but Senju Tsunade pressed it back. Don't worry, since I propose the treatment plan, I am sure of it, Karen is more important than you. Depend on. What are you talking about so seriously? I will add more tomorrow. Open a new book, please support. Text chapter 274_Escape to Youth. Captain Yamato, thank you so much. Heihei168.com. Sakura, there's no need to say that. Kakashi-senpai once told me to take good care of Naruto. A meeting in a hurry during the bloody battle that day became eternity, and Yamato Tianzang felt uncomfortable. Shikamaru, Choji, you two hurry up. Ino, why do you have to do such a troublesome thing, or you'll die? Helping friends is something pretty girls have to do, do you have an opinion? Holding the little waisted tiger with both hands, Shikamaru made a pretty face, and Shikamaru bowed his head and stopped moving. Choji, who was walking behind, was carrying a large bag like a mountain. His nostrils and eyes slowly moved with fire, and he was no different from a Harley motorcycle that couldn't catch fire. How many? Ino's eyes went straight when he looked at the bag. Choji, what are you doing with so much stuff on your back? Eat, my mother said, stuff your belly with 990s, and prepare for battle. What if you are hungry in such a dangerous place as the Five Shadows Convention? Choji, are you a fool? Ino's head popped up with countless hashtags. If you go to the convention, they won't give you food, you idiot. You're an idiot, this is eaten on the road, don't you know I have a big appetite? Choji raised his hand and patted his big belly. One fell backward, stretched his arms and legs and turned into a clamshell turtle. Ino, Shikamaru, smack smack smack, there was a thunderstorm in my head. This troublesome teammate. Dead fat is really dead fat. Spirituality seal. The storage scroll placed on the ground pressed down with both hands. Yamato Tenzo packed the mountain-like backpack inside, and Choji, who saw the backpack disappearing, was horrified. My food, where's my food? Pancakes, chicken burgers, beef jerky, golden ham, oh my god. I'm all out of food, Shikamaru, help me find them. Choji, please calm down. Big drops of cold sweat fell on his forehead, and Nara Shikamaru wanted to die. Even my head becomes abnormal when I encounter food. This is really how I made such a troublesome friend. Take it, your backpack is sealed inside, and when you want to take it out, the knot is not printed. Really in there? Let me see. Thumbs stretched upwards and overlapped. Choji shouted hand seal with both hands, and the mountain-like backpack was re-exposed in the white fog with a loud bang. Ooh, it's my bag. I'll take a look. I'll take a good look. Food is something that needs to be taken seriously and there is no room for sloppiness. After counting the contents in the backpack, Choji buried himself in the pile of food. Ino. Shikamaru. Yamato Tenzo. Why don't you eat him to death? Troubled teammates, troublesome food. Is it really reliable to choose such a guy as a team member? Headache, dizziness, hair tingling. Counting the food, Choji repacked the bag, licked his big pancake and turned his head. Captain Yamato, can I trouble you again? Spirituality seal. Hands pressed down to seal the package, and Yamato Tenzo rolled up the scroll and handed it to Choji. The little fat man who grew up patted his belly and said something that made people vomit 3 liters of blood. Well, can I check again? Choji, you die for my mother. You are more wordy than Shikamaru. Oh man, is my love coming? Beating is kissing, scolding is love, love comes and loves kicks with legs. Ino, have you agreed to be my girlfriend? Bastard. Who's going to be your girlfriend, you stupid fat pig? Who do you call a big fat pig? It's called plump, not fat. You old woman who can't get married. Dare to say that I am an old lady, do you want to die? Very good, the old lady simply fulfilled you today. Blonde hair flying, emerald eyes spitting fire, looking at the two people who were smashed into a ball by Siri. Shikamaru was stunned. Yamato is sluggish. Haruno Sakura is Spartan. With teammates like that, Narajanan, how did you persevere? I want to know too. Aren't you going to stop them? It's okay, just hit and hit. That's how you coordinate your teammates. Let the troubles be resolved, Captain Yamato, don't you think it's a good virtue to wait patiently? Rest, rest. With his hands folded behind the pineapple's head, Shikamaru stared at Shirakumo for a moment. Yamato Tenzo looked left at the battlefield, right at Shikamaru, found a corner and drew a circle. Sakura tugged at the front of her shirt worriedly and looked back into the distance. Where did Naruto go? In the middle of the night, an owl cooed softly, and the two watermelon men jumped up. Lee, let's charge towards the rising sun. Yes, Mr. Guy, my blood is boiling again. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. You two beasts, stop arguing. It's annoying. Unable to bear it any longer, Tenten with two panda eyes pulled out the copper-headed iron-tailed wolf Kiba stick. The master and apprentice, who covered their faces with their hands, looked at the iron bar full of spikes and swallowed saliva. Tenten, what are you going to do? What do? I will do you. Most of the night without sleep, I charged towards the Chaoyang, and your Chaoyang can rise in the middle of the night. The girl who was woken up within 20 minutes of falling asleep picked up the stick and swung it. To kill them, we must kill them. With the barbed iron bar all over his body drawn in front of him, Might Guy twisted twice and slapped the big Kiba. Lee, let's run for our youth. This is youth. Youth is always full of surprises. Yes, Mr. Guy. Fight. Might Guy threw off his two thighs and ran towards the night. The Ten, who was chasing after him, waved the wolf Kiba stick and greeted Little Lee desperately. Ten swiped, Little Lee jumped, Ten swept, Little Lee jumped, the two jumped and left a big pit. The animals in the forest came out to take a look, and countless grass and mud horses ran through their heads. Where is this lunatic from? What did they do without sleep in the middle of the night? Humans are a dangerous species. Baby, let's move. Dad, you're right, move immediately. Wait, I'm moving too. And I. Little Lee, you stop for me, do you hear me? I'll tell you to stop. In the first update, another book is about to be opened, and the great editor told Union, to be bullshit, to be funny, to be relaxed, the newly opened volume will start from leaving Konoha. Text chapter 275_2 Mental illnesses in one village. The sparse rainwater kept pouring down on the head all the time, and the woods were full of rushing. Uzumaki Naruto dived and walked aimlessly. Heihei168.com. Jiraiya is dead, so is Kakashi, and the rest of his friends don't need him, that's why. Am I really a disaster star? I found a tree pole nearby and sat down. The icy rain poured on my face. It was a biting cold, and the world seemed to crumble into pieces all at once. Kid, are you lost, confused? This is your human nature. What do you think a human is? Many idiots divide people into good people and bad people. In fact, there is no good or bad in the world. Good people are also bad people, and bad people are also good people. As a Jinchuriki column force of Kyuubi, 9 tails, you are destined not to be accepted by the world. And this is the end of your vain attempt to enslave the tailed beast. Crazy laughter spread from the seal, and the Kyuubi, 9 tails, fox roared fiercely. 1 2 3 4. The line of the 023 soul room was broken, and the 4 tails that burst out instantly flew off the tree pole, and even the ground sank 2 feet into it. Yamato Tianzang, who was on the way, was startled, and in the slap that was spread out, the big 4 characters were chilling. The 4th tail, what happened to Naruto? Captain Yamato. We speed up. With the help of the marks left on his body, Yamato Tianzang became colder as he ran. The 5th. Article 6. Article 7. Article 7 already. What the hell is going on? It shouldn't be. Monsters in the forest. Too horrible. What is that breath? Of Kyubi 9 tails they rushed out of their homes, and the nature of animals made them choose to take refuge. Baidu Interesting Academy. Baby, go away quickly. His father brought the pot with him. He was wearing a steel helmet, carrying a steel cap, and 2 condoms on his feet. While the squirrel family fled, all the foxes, jackals and tigers and leopards ran away. Everyone, run, if you don't run, you'll be gone. Wait for me, for the sake of the party state, pull the brothers together. Stand up, you stand up for me. When I reported to King Yamadai, I couldn't stand it anymore. A roar resounded through Yunshao, and a shock wave swept all around, and the 2 groups of people who were on their way turned back one after another. Take the wind, check what's going on. Yes, Lord Danzo. He found a bird nearby and flew up. Yamanaka took the wind and shook his wings to break the rain curtain. After a short while, he ran back with a pale face. Almost hung up. What's there? Report Lord Danzo, it's Kyubi 9 tails. Kyubi 9 tails has come out. Uzumaki Naruto. The one-eyed exposed outside shrank fiercely, and Shimura Danzo, who had the Hokage hat on his head, thought about it and turned back. We went over. If Kyubi 9 tails can be controlled, will others have the courage to resist? What Konoha needs is not gentleness but might. Mr. Guy. Little Lee, this aura is somewhat familiar. Standing on the top of the treetop with his chin pinched and watching, Might Guy frowned. This seems to be the chakra of Kyubi 9 tails. Is that Naruto kid? Let's go and see. Teacher, we have to go to such a dangerous thing, are you not afraid of delaying the meeting? Youth is a 10-10 that is not allowed to evade challenges. Let's speed up after watching it. Plus. Beautiful big eyes protruding far and wide, and 10-10 strangled Guy's heart. This damn bastard, mentally challenged, neurotic, is he trying to exhaust this girl to death? 2 beasts, too unhuman, too fucked for him. Guy, you are a beast. With cursing gestures in her heart, the little beauty 10-10 shook her head while holding her wrists and followed behind Guy, who was rushing towards the battlefield. Lord Rakage, it's the breath of a tailed beast. Judging by its intensity, it's likely to be Kyubi 9 tails. Such a strong shock has only been felt by Lord Killer Bee in the past, and Lord Yugito is worse. You're doing well, Nozomi, it looks like the Konoha guys are in some trouble. Well, let's go and see, maybe we'll run into the Akatsuki guys. Rakage, who held up Li Guang, rushed out. Tarui touched his head, his eyelids clapped, and he had no energy at all. Hey, can't you tell 2 lies? That's Kyubi 9 tails, and against a pervert-level monster, we are not even cannon fodder. Don't complain about Tarui, hurry up and catch up with Lord Rakage. Can I go? He stroked his snow-white hair and brushed aside the bangs that covered his left eye. Kumogakure Jonin, who had dark brown skin and thick lips, was depressed to death. She glared at him angrily, turned around and chased after the 4th generation of Rakage. In the open space, the 2 groups of people together are facing each other. Shimura Danzo, Aburame Shiguro, Yamanaka Kazuki. vs. Might Guy Lee Rock, 10-10 Yamato Class 10, plus the worried Haruno Sakura. The mad Naruto swayed his tail back and forth against the pale animal bones, and his godless eyes were filled with ferocious light. 8th. It has become Article 8. Another tail floated up from behind and let out a piercing roar. Yamato Tenzo, who had big drops of cold sweat spilling out of his cheeks, was about to be frightened away. Might Guy looked at Shimura Danzo, who stood in the northwest and southeast with a dignified expression. You guys look so frustrating in Hokage robes. Tenten looked left at the one-eyed bandaged lame old man, and right at the watermelon-headed moon man. He couldn't help but feel like a sea, and the slap was a vomit. Look at them like that, their big white buttocks are bright. Lord Hokage, we have to stop him quickly, or we won't be in a hurry. He ran to the side with a sign in his hand, and Yamato looked at Naruto worriedly. Might Guy wiped his nose speechlessly and stopped him. How can I do this? Although youth is not allowed to escape challenges, but I really don't have the ability, if only Kakashi is still here. Thinking of his deceased friend and shaking his head, Might Guy turned the corner of his eye slightly towards the opposite side. Just as he was about to say a few words, a flashing figure appeared in the midfield. The two Hokages. What are you Konoha doing? Where are the Akatsuki people? You are. I am the fourth generation of Reikage. Might Guy with an extremely bad look. Yuyai was half dead on the spot. How did this guy become Hokage, and he didn't even know the news of the leaders of the hidden villages? Or, is this guy a parallel traitor? Konoha doesn't have two Hokages. The old man is the sixth generation appointed by the big name. Shimura Danzo is immortal. You have already been expelled from the village. Might Guy choked Danzo half to death in one sentence, then turned to Reikage and said, I am the blue beast of Konoha, recommended by all the Jonin. Succeeding the sixth generation of Hokage. Hello Lord Reikage. What's the matter with the two of you? There are two shadows in one village. Are you kidding me? The old volume will continue to be published, and the new volume will be updated. Brothers and sisters, please leave a message which one you like. Text chapter 276 _ how much bigger is bigger. The bright moonlight in front of the bed, two pairs of shoes under the bed, a pair of dogs and a man and woman, ahem. My good sister, how long are we going to be here? Wait, I'm not in a hurry. What are you in a hurry? Shizune, give Karen the prepared healing potion, and the same goes for the chakra recovery potion. Heihei168.com. One blue and one Yuhi poured 2 bottles of medicine into his mouth. His face turned towards Yuhi's little girl, and he opened his eyes for a while, then turned aside for a while. The bright Yuhi-colored hair hung down to the tip of his nose through the gap between the rope bed, and he breathed with his breath. Itchy and numb. Wrong. I can feel it. Surprised, his eyes widened and Kiba, Liamong suddenly realized that his 5 senses had recovered since he didn't know when. It doesn't matter if the 5 senses are restored, the small flowing ons that are hard like sticks have completely grown into towering green onions. It's not that Liuman has some bad intentions, and no one can stand this situation. Look at you, you are close, and the distance is less than 3 feet, about 1 meter. The naked little girl is lying on the rope bed, and there is a pimple on the white tender meat on the side of the exposed area. The little white dove that could be held on the chest protrudes from the mesh, and the top 2 points of the squeezed Yuhi stand upright. Looking at the top, look down, the smooth lower abdomen, the floating mountains, the little water droplets in the sky, Yuhi's hair swaying slightly, 2 silver obsessed, 2 silver swinging. Why didn't I find out before that this little girl's film is so predictable? Straight, not ordinary straight. The white body is straight and smooth like a mirror. It's too much to confuse people, too much to make people unbearable. Gently wiggling his nose twice, sniffing the fragrance of his hair, and raising the flag to pay homage, he felt hot everywhere. It's hot and it's hot. Miss Tsunade, what are you doing? Don't move, let my sister study it carefully. I really haven't read it carefully before. The small Liamong, which was as hard as a stick, was grasped in his hand, and it was as hot as a charcoal. Tsunade pursed Yuhi's lips and glanced up and down, his pale golden eyes narrowed into a moon, and Kiba's hand crooked. The heart of the Liamong of Baidu Yui Academy was drawn into one piece at that time. My good sister, you are really my sister. It's not a grip, let alone a rubber stick. You can't mess around. Bastard boy, what's wrong with holding you? Why don't I hold it for someone else? The slender fingertips gently scratched the mushroom head twice, and a cold electric current rushed to the forehead. Looking at the little guy who was one size bigger in his hand, Tsunade giggled, "Bastard, don't say that my sister is taking advantage of you. My sister is all for your own good. When you wake up, if you can fully mobilize the blood circulation, it's good for you. And the best way to increase your blood circulation is to get you excited. But you're not allowed to shoot. Once it's out, it's not. My good sister, can you not be so straightforward?" Karen didn't speak. "What did you say?" "Shizune, get a rope and tie it up." "No, forget the rope, and it won't bleed after being pricked." "Then can you hold on?" "I can hold on." "Can you really hold on?" "Really hold on." "Why don't I believe it?" The slender 5 fingers tugged up and down twice, and the whole body suddenly tightened and became Spartan. "Revenge, this is Kai Gugwo's revenge, Senju Tsunade, you're too much of a thing." The little brother in his hand loosened and tightened for a while, and when he was interested, he blew 2 aromas at the mushroom head. The tormented taste was not to mention how annoying, teasing people like a cat scratching a mouse. Saying 1,000, saying 10,000, it was Tsunade Haim, a stunner who harmed people. As soon as he found it was not good, he immediately stopped, and hung the on in the air. His whole body was sweating, and the blood vessels were protruding, and all of them appeared. Surface. "Very well, that's it, hold on." The tube pierced from the chest, connected to Karen's hand artery. Fresh Yuhi's fluid poured into the withered atrium. Under the rapid blood loss, the little girl turned pale little by little towards Yuhi. Tsunade shot at the right time. Shizune adds medicine to increase blood. Karen's pale face gradually became Yuhi moist with the injection of the positive chakra representing life. Blood analysis. Shizune ready to purify. The liquid medicine analysis basin that was placed on the bottom of the bed, and the blood released from the ankles poured in. Seeing the dark Yuhi-colored blood overflowing, Shizune pressed down his hands solemnly, and the blood that had awakened was inevitably contaminated with toxins. At this time, if it returned directly, it would cause extremely serious damage to Karen. If the situation is avoided, blood treatment must be performed. This is not an easy job. It is not only troublesome but also needs to be careful, and there is no room for sloppy work. Tsunade, Shizune, Karen, the master and apprentice's minds all collapsed together. Keke Genkai appeared, revealing the ring-shaped fairy pattern all over his body. The flowing light suddenly tightened the atrium, and there was no impulse. He closed his eyes and tried his best to mobilize the inner chi and the whole blood flow, opening up the dry blood vessels little by little. Meridians. The entire operation lasted a full day and night from sunset to dawn to sunset. 3 men and 1 woman stayed in the bathroom and did not leave the house. Izumi, who held the door outside, was envious. "Good guy, that man is too happy. There are 3 women, big, small, plump, weak, whatever. If I can be like this again, I will live 10 or 8 years less." Succeed. Envy is bad. Turning his head to look at the wall clock and smacking his lips, the jealous boss guessed maliciously that he wouldn't be afraid to spit out the skin after soaking for so long, and you will be a tofu seller. Ellipsis. A scoop of warm Izumi water was poured down on the head, and the tight-lipped opened his mouth, as uncomfortable as falling into the muddy soup and drying it. On the face, body, hands, and legs, there is a feeling of being bound and collapsed, and there are bursts of rag-like tearing noises when swaying twice. The dark skin falls down like broken yellow mud. Water a rush, like green lotus and white lotus, is eye-catching. Senju Tsunade is not calm. Not only she is not calm, Shizune and Karen are not calm. The 3 girls, the old, the middle and the young, looked at each other, poured the water, and peeled the skin. Karen, this little girl, obviously can't stand on her feet. She even picked up the brush and scratched like a shoe brush. It's called a scrubbing brush. After half an hour, the newborn Liamong stood up straight and covered his lower body with both hands. "My good sister, you're here to get me a dress." It's not like you haven't seen it. Yes, it seems to be a little bigger than before. How much bigger is it? It seems so much bigger. Karen, you're not good. Master, Shizune is bullying me. The new volume will be updated later, and it broke out today. Let's watch the cloud. In addition, the update time of the new book, The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man, is scheduled from 7 o'clock to 8 p.m., and the daily update is 0. Interested brothers and sisters can go to see it. Come on. Text chapter 277_ The border between love and hate. The majestic rain was pouring down on the head, and the anger of the fourth generation Hokage was like thunder. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com In the storm, Might Guy and Shimura Danzo are not sure what to do. Two shadows in one village. This is really hard to explain. Say, what do you mean? And this guy, what's going on? First repeating the previous question, and then pointing at Naruto, the cubit 9 tails Jinchuriki column who had already shown 8 tails roared with force. What kind of rotten branches, broken grass and leaves, floating around without a head and no brains, rolled up in the rain and stuck to the face, the spit is full of bitter taste. Lord Hokage, this is an accident. Accident. It was a surprise. The bifurcated mustache trembled 3 times. Yi pondered in her heart, accidental, how are you fooling the ghost, can this kind of thing be unexpected? The virtual dog cannon, howling to the sky. Maybe it was getting annoyed by the rain, or maybe it was because he wanted to show his power. The cubit 9 tails man Jinchuriki column with an exoskeleton raised his head on all fours, and opened his mouth to the limit, black as ink. Tailed beast bomb gathers rapidly, one after another, boom. Shot to the sky. The cloudy sky with lightning and thunder was slammed by the dark light Jinchuriki column, and a hole was revealed in the blink of an eye, and the sunbeam as thick as a bucket shone down like a spotlight. This is piercing the sky, this is really piercing the sky. Naruto. Haruno Sakura wanted to step forward worriedly, but Ino quickly pulled her back. Don't be impulsive, that kid lost consciousness. Shikamaru, let's run. Choji, are you scared again? Aren't you afraid? I'm afraid too. I'm afraid you won't run away yet. At this time, whoever runs will be finished. Stop and don't move. Yuhi's body covered in blood slowly lowered, and the 8-tailed Naruto lowered his head and looked around through the gap in Mukuro's bones. Interesting academy. Might Guy. Danzo. 4 generations of Hokage. Out of control. Cubit 9 tails Jinchuriki column force is really not easy. This look reminds me of Killer Bee's childhood. Captain Yamato. I try my best but I need help or I can't get close to him. 4th generation Hokage, Sama. Want to ask Lao Su for help? You caused this mess yourself. I just came to see if Akatsuki's people arrived. Now. 4th generation Hokage, Sama. Don't talk about it, I won't mind your business. Before the 5 shadows meeting, you'd better find out who the shadows in your village are. The 2 Hokages are all bullshit. After saying a word, he turned around and wanted to walk. As soon as Hokage raised his foot, a fishy Yuhi's tail swept over. Shimura Danzo narrowed his old eyes and quietly made a retreat gesture, smearing shoe polish on the soles of his feet. What an idiot. Don't you know who will move first and who will be unlucky at this time? This is just right. Let cubit 9 tails consume you first. If you can solve the shadow of a village, it will be not bad. Demon Fox Coat. Thor Armor. The 4th generation Hokage, who was windy in the back of his head, slammed back with a fist. The fox claws, which were completely blocked by chakra, met the fist wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the mud blown by the strong wind was lifted 3 layers. The terrifying battle begins. The 8-tailed Jinchuriki column force confronts the grumpy Yayoi. The dust and smoke splashed by the 2 guys frightened the birds in the entire forest. Run, run, Twitter. Hurry up, I'm going home. Mom, catch up, run. Captain Yamato. Don't worry, I'll do it right now, you stay away. Hokage, style ear straightening surgery. Naruto was attracted by the 4th generation Raikage. Yamato Tianzang slipped into the battlefield like a chicken and a fox, and came here for a while. Naruto froze in place for a moment as the palm showing the word seat slapped on the chest. Wake me up. With one hand, he pulled out the thick chakra line of his arm and stepped back, and Yamato Tianzang's left hand slammed to the ground. 12 wooden Jinchuriki column that rumbled up, covered with sharp cones from top to bottom, flashing black brilliance facing inward. The 4th generation of Raikage stopped moving when he saw this, and looked left and right from the corner of his eyes, and Shimura Danzo was no longer there. Might Guy, who also found Danzo running away, was sinking like water, and a strong sense of powerlessness poured into his heart. Seeing the images of the 4 generations of Raikage fighting, Guy deeply felt his own inadequacy and was completely suppressed. Unless he opened the 8 gates, there was no way to do it, but the 8 inner gates is a forbidden technique, which can be opened. And Shimura Danzo, that asshole. Kakashi, why are you leaving such a big trouble? If you were still alive, this kind of thing wouldn't be my turn. It's such a big trouble that makes my head hurt. Village, Hokage. With a single palm stretched forward to hold the chakra flow, Yamato Tianzang's forehead was dripping with sweat, and the chest was soaked in a stream. No, it can't be suppressed like this. Naruto, wake up. Cherry. Curled up in the depths of the spiritual world, Naruto suddenly raised his head. Was it Sakura's voice just now? No, she doesn't need me anymore. I am Kyubi Ninetails Jinchuriki Column Force, a monster in their eyes, a murderer in their eyes. Blame me when the village is destroyed, blame me when people die, blame me for everything. When he was a child, Byakugan was sneered, scolded, and the scars he thought he had forgotten were opened again. The longer you forget, the more painful the injury. Those hidden memories bite your body like a poisonous snake. Mrs. Village, in the future, you are not allowed to answer whether that kid has heard. Stay away from that monster. Don't play with him. Why would that guy let him live? Lord Hokage should have killed him. It's too dangerous to let this kind of thing operate in the village. We are moving. Move tomorrow. There are no neighbors around the empty house, no one likes lonely children, and friends of the same age watch from a distance, and they will be beaten if they want to lean over. The monsters don't come here. My mother told me not to let us play with you. Hit him. Throw him a stone. Monster, you are a monster. I am a monster. I'm not a monster. The thick hatred mixed with the restless chakra ups and downs, Yamato Tianzang's face was dead and ugly. Roar. He lowered his neck and fixed his gaze, his dark eyes fixed on the outside of the circle. Get out of here, old man. The illusory Kyubi Ninetails image emerged through the chakra, and the 4th Raikage, who wanted to leave, stopped. Complete body. This is not good news. Get out of here. The wide, pointed mouth exposed the black lips, and the sharp kiba protruded from the lips. Yamato Tianzang was frightened, and an uncontrollable fear hit his heart. How powerful the Kyubi Ninetails fox is, only those who really face it know. Next update the new volume. Brothers and sisters, watch the cloud performance. From now on until midnight, let's do as much as you want, let's work hard together, persistence is the goal of victory. Text chapter 278 _ Did she want to be a mother when she was pregnant? You bastard, you can't be considered a human anymore. It's easier to read m.heihei168.com on a mobile phone. Senju Tsunade sighed faintly, his pale golden eyes extremely complicated. Liamong was stunned for a while, sitting at the table waiting for an explanation. Previously, your body was completely necrotic due to thunder and lightning. Although it was reawakened by me using a trick, it was a trick after all. You seem to be no different from a normal person now, but in fact, you are already missing a lot of things in your body. Quote. Like your brain. Senju Tsunade curled his slender forefinger and flicked his obscene forehead. Did you hear that? it's already empty, except for a few blood vessels that I connected with medical ninjutsu, there's nothing left. Aha, my good sister, won't you scare me? It's not a scare, it's a fact. Can people without brains live? Liamong frowned. He didn't believe Tsunade would lie in such a solemn tone. Tsunade sighed again, and crossed his hands and bit the tips of his big thumbs. Not only your head, but your 5 internal organs have also mutated. How should I put it? Your current body seems to have undergone some kind of special evolution, but it seems to have changed again. You have become a monster. In conclusion, I don't know what you have become. But one thing is for sure, you are now half of the Uzumaki tribe. Quote. What do you mean? Liamong's heart tightened, followed by Ichiraku. If this is true, then... Gaba's clenched fist, bursts of brilliance appeared on the surface, and the strong repulsive force of the past was no longer noticeable. Karen brought you to life with her own blood and the Kekkei Genkei, and your body is now completely reborn from her blood. She is your mother, strictly speaking. Puff. A mouthful of old blood spurted out 3 feet away, and Liamong coughed and covered his forehead. Interesting Academy first release. Uzumaki Karen's face, Yuhi's face, raised his little head. Big bad brother, call mommy to listen. I'll call you a big head. Liamong sighed Kiba with grief and indignation, and wanted to ask the young master to call you mother, can you be born? Liamong brother is not good. Sister Shizune, you tease me too. It's not a molestation. Senju Tsunade leaned forward and squeezed out a Magata trench. We have medical basis for saying this. Why didn't I see the medical basis for his aim? He glanced at each other angrily, and said when he saw Karen, has she ever been pregnant and wanted to be a mother? It has nothing to do with being pregnant or not. Senju Tsunade grinned, her beautiful big eyes narrowed into Moon Kiba. Children are born from maternal cells. I know that, eyes and eggs, I understand that. The bastard knows a lot. Ahem, everyone on Earth knows it's okay. Since you are clear, do you still have to refute it? Senju Tsunade smiled playfully. Your body is born from Karen cells. What is the difference between this and pregnancy, and you are more pure this way? Selling high, my good sister, it's too far-fetched for you to talk about such a thing. Let's stop playing, okay? What's the situation with me now? Hey, I know you kid won't admit it. But the facts are facts, Karen really counts as your mother. Senju Tsunade laughed again maliciously, and immediately changed the subject. Your body, you have to talk about it, and normal there is not much difference between people, that is, there is something missing in the head, there is less inventory in the stomach, and the rest are trivial. Quote. What's missing from the belly? You'll find out later. Senju Tsunade kept his mouth shut. Liamong asked 2 questions and couldn't get an answer, so he didn't care about it. His voice suddenly turned cold and said, my good sister, now the 5 countries are preparing to hold the 5 shadow talks, are you interested in intervening in the past? Me, I don't care, and such troublesome things will not be involved. Danzo. Liamong said only one name, and Senjutsunade's face changed. Kill him, I'll help you. Senjutsunade's eyes narrowed. You bastard, even my sister wants to use it. I think you want to kill him. I can't help it. Who let that old guy get in my way? Breaking people's wealth is like killing one's parents. He must die. In less than 2 months, the bottom gangster in the country of fire almost changed hands. In order to solve the problem of wealth and justice, the old immortal from the village actually made the same idea. After Liamong found out, it was such a hateful word. Money, 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 Xiaoyi's money. Whoever dares to steal money from Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi dares to play with anyone. Shimura Danzo must die. Get the wind and get a bird over there to see it. Yes, Lord Danzo. Owl Cuckoo flies into the air, and Kyubi, Ninetails, who is trapped by Mokuden, wood style keeps roaring. Damn boy, come here and break the seal. You've given up anyway, so it's not bad. Hey, dead boy, did you hear me when I told you to open the seal? Uzumaki Naruto, who turned a deaf ear, tucked his arms around his knees and curled up in a ball. The cubey Ninetails fox stretched out his paws angrily, his lantern-like eyes staring at the door through the seal railing. Naruto remained silent, completely living in his own world, sad, desperate, and scarred. The memories from childhood to adulthood crossed my heart bit by bit, and what was only a little bit beautiful was also shattered by the ruthless words. Don't need me anymore. Naruto, Naruto, wake up. Kutom knelt down and clenched his fists, and Haruno Sakura stared at the beast-tailed monster in the seal formation with tears in her eyes. Naruto in the spiritual sea was stunned. Sakura's voice. Has there been a hallucination again? How could she be here? Damn boy, come and open the seal, don't you want to live? If you don't want to live, give your body to this old man. Stinky fox, I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Putting his head into his knees and wrists again, Naruto didn't even bother to move. Kyubi Ninetails, the fox is completely angry. Is this dead boy sick in the head? It seems that he needs to be hit. Lord Hokage, Lord Raikage. Yamato Tianzang breathed heavily with sweat and pleaded with great difficulty. I need help, this technique can't hold it back anymore. Today's first update, the cloud works hard. It's really annoying to jump around on a big weekend. There is a window on the top of the building, sizzling, ding ding ding, it's really annoying. Text Chapter 279 The Calculation of Shikaku and Hiyashi. Inside the small two-story building with eaves and buckets, the long stone square tables were filled with people sitting in 2 rows. Baidu Interesting Academy. The first official in his right hand, wearing a black robe and a top hat, spoke first. Since Konoha Hidden Village has become what it is now, we in the Land of Fire will definitely not sit idly by. Lord Damo has agreed and decided to support you with all our strength. Reconstruction. Budget first, then other countries' tensions. But before that, we have to identify Hokage. Quote. Having said this, the official's eyes narrowed and his hands crossed. Sir Daimyo has already appointed Shimura Danzo to be the 6th generation Hokage. But you have introduced another candidate, which makes us very uneasy. Mr. Chief of Staff, Shimura Danzo's notoriety in Konoha makes it difficult to convince him to serve at Hokage. Furthermore, we remain extremely skeptical that your decisions are intentional. What do you mean by that? Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui. Nara Shikamaru didn't explain much, and pushed the information past with a little mention. The Chief of Staff opened it for a quick look, and his 2 eyes instantly became the boss. Danzo is very ambitious, and he will not do anything to become Hokage. Although there is no clear evidence, the death of the 4th and 3rd Hokages has nothing to do with him. It is the Uchiha family affair, and he also plays a role in it. He has played a very disgraceful role. Therefore, we have reason to doubt whether Lord Daimyo and the officials have been caught in his demonic illusion in this incident to make this absurd appointment. Bring it to me to see. Putting down the folding fan in his hand and unfolding the information that Konoha had summed up, he scrutinized the information several times. Heihei168.com. Shimura Danzo. Silently throwing the information back on the table, Daimyo raised his eyes with a fan. Since you have doubts about your previous decision, what is your choice? Might Guy, the patriarchs of all ethnic groups in the village unanimously recommended Might Guy to succeed the 6th generation of Hokage. Is that the Azure Beast as famous as the son of White Fang? I heard that the guy has a problem with the seeds in his head. It wouldn't be a surprise to have someone like that become Hokage. Although Danzo may have made a move in this matter, but speaking of it, he has some things right. Compared with the two, is it too much of a joke to let Might Guy succeed? The noisy arguing came into my ears, and sweat stained Nara Shikamaru's face. The 2 old guys, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, seemed to have become clay figurines. What do you 2 mean by asking? We have been friends with Danzo for a long time, and it is difficult to express our opinions on this matter. Please forgive me, Lord Hokage. Is it like this? He looked suspiciously at the 2 old fellows, and then at the other 3 present at the meeting. Hyuga Hiyashi said at the right time, because of Uchiha Shisui Sharingan's problem, the subconscious of the two elders is suspected of being tampered with. Therefore, until the matter is confirmed, the clan chiefs in the village remain skeptical about their judgment. If possible, we hope that Mr. Daimyo will directly delegate officials to move in. Quote. The two old faces he brushed were gloomy to the end, and Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado turned his head in unison, staring at Hyuga Hiyashi, who didn't care if he didn't speak, but would kill him if he spoke. Directly appoint officials, this is the life of both of them. Once the Daming Mansion really complied, the two of them would lose their status in the village. Such a thing must not be compromised. My lord, the matter of Yinkyun still has to be solved by Yinkyun. It's not that I don't trust your staff, but the ninja world is cunning and changeable. If ordinary people who are not familiar with ninjas enter the village to act, it is very likely that many troubles will occur. Quote. Two consultants, are you being a little too alarmist? Chief of Staff, even the two of us old guys may have been caught in Danzo's tricks. Ordinary people like you who can't bear the law at all, what's the use of going to the village? Just a simple demonic illusion can make the you. Alright, it is inconvenient for the Kingdom of Fire to intervene in Konoha's affairs. We still trust the two advisors very much. The folding fan that covered half of his old face shook slightly, and the daimyo stopped the argument between the two parties, and at the same time repositioned Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado's identity. Hiyashi Shikaku, who heard this, was a little disappointed, but he didn't care too much, which is a reasonable thing. It's good to be able to do it, but it doesn't matter if it can't be done. As for whether or not to tear the face, it has long been ignored. The conversation returned, and the two sides began to debate whether Might Guy should succeed Hokage. As long as there is a consensus, the Hokage will be confirmed. This is completely different from the previous Danzo. The old guy only got the support of the daimyo, but not the recognition of the village. Might Guy is the opposite. Chief of Staff carefully looked at the recommendation letter of the 6th generation Hokage, and hissed and took a sullen breath. Clan Chief Nara, Chief Hyuga, according to the data, there seems to be some problems with the person you recommended. Is his character really suitable for Hokage? Ahem, although Might Guy is a little too out of the way, he's not confused when it comes to big things. Really, passing the information one by one suspiciously, the Chief of Staff looked at his colleague. The four officials were a little hesitant after turning over the information in turn. According to the intelligence, Guy's character was indeed unconvincing. Although the strength and prestige are good, but it is this character, the character of the beast, this is really. Brains twitched and looked at each other, and the officials were a little undecided on this matter. But there is one thing they are very happy about, that is Guy's position. That is, it is not the conservative faction led by the 3 generations of Hokage in the past, nor the martial arts faction led by Shimura Danzo now. This faction, which has appeared since the 3rd generation of Hokage succeeded to the throne, if it can be reintegrated, it will be very beneficial to the country of fire. If in the past, they would never allow Konoha to move towards unity, that would be tantamount to a threat to the land of fire. But now Konoha has lost that power. From the Hokage they elected, it can be seen that Might Guy's strength has not reached Kage level, and pushing him to the top is also a compromise. Do you agree or not? After meeting his eyes several times and making up his mind, the Chief of Staff coughed and said, as for the candidate for the 6th generation of Hokage, we. Also, brothers and sisters, let's update the volume next and see the specific situation. If there is nothing unexpected, there will be another chapter in the old volume. Text chapter 280 _ maybe we can be friends. 6th generation Hokage, remember that you Konoha owe Lao-su a favor. If it wasn't for Akatsuki, I would not have gotten involved in such troublesome things. Righteous Thunder Shen Fury Thunder Axe. The big foot raised high in the blue lightning smashed down, and the 4th generation Raikage smashed the 8-tailed Naruto into the ground with just one move. Kyubi, Nine-Tails the Demon Fox, was furious, and kept roaring to get rid of the seal. If he could escape, what would a Reikage who specializes in ninjutsu be? Nothing. Damn boy, quickly tear off the seal for this old man. Naruto, living in his memories, completely ignored Kyuubi, Ninetales' cry. Attacked by top-level lightning, the incarnation of Kyuubi, Ninetales, which was sealed by Mokuden, wood style, inevitably degenerated. 4 generations of Reikage looked at him and clenched his fists. Looks like it has to be done again. Heavy thunderstorm. Raising her elbows high, with a blazing thunder blasting her forehead, Haruno Sakura grabbed the front of her shirt in horror, and Naruto. Sakura, it's Sakura's voice again, will Sakura call me again? Dumbly raised his head and looked around. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were dazed and at a loss. The Kyuubi, Ninetales fox stirred up all the chakras to roar wildly, but Reikage's combined efforts completely suppressed it. Abominable, these human beings are abominable. If there is only one Yamato, Kyuubi, Ninetales can break free in a few seconds, but adding Reikage makes a whole difference. Damn Thunder Chakra, damn Mokuden, wood-style, ninjutsu. That Konoha ninja over there, can you escape faster, you rotten wood, compared to the legendary Hokage, your 2 brushes are really bad. Baidu Interesting Academy. Rotten wood escape. I call this a rotten wood escape. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his chest, and Yamato Tianzang's face was twisted and pumped straight like a bitter gourd. Even if my Mokuden, wood style, is a little worse, you don't have to be so slaughtered, right? This is also disrespectful. Big Kiba and stepping up the chakra output, Naruto, who was kicked and kicked by the 4th generation Reikage, gradually returned to his original state. Withdrawn from the battle, narrowed his eyes at Naruto's appearance. It was indeed an immature man with Jinchuriki column power. He couldn't even control the tailed beast. Snort. Konoha looks like it's not as good as it used to be. The 2 brush eyebrows were twisted together to sink the watermelon head, and Might Guy, who had never done anything, was worried. Something is wrong, look at Reikage like this, I'm afraid. Naruto, how are you Naruto? With tears in her eyes, Sakura's tears fell down in a string. But Naruto didn't seem to feel it. In the sea of consciousness, the sunken boy stood in front of the seal and faced the Kyuubi, Ninetales fox. Damn boy, I will go out one day, you can't control this old man. Kyuubi, Ninetales, is it a pain to be locked up here? HMPH. Damn boy, don't look at this old man with those sympathetic eyes, it's disgusting, you know. Maybe we can be friends. Ha ha ha, dead boy, what are you talking about, to be friends, what qualifications do you have to be friends with this old man? No one needs me, no one cares about me, the only value in my existence seems to be you. Naruto didn't care about Kyuubi, Ninetales' contempt, and silently looked at each other through the railing. Because of you, I have been resented by the villagers since I was a child. I thought it was all caused by you, and they would not have been like this without you. Quote. That's what you deserve. Kyuubi, Ninetales bit Kiba, his eyes full of anger. Naruto sighed in disappointment. I deserve it. Master Jiraiya once said to me that I am the son of a hero, and my father told me the same. To this end, I have been working hard to get their approval. Then become Hokage, a being needed by all. Quote. You are a fool. Perhaps you're right. Thinking of his past efforts and present rewards, Naruto suddenly realized that he was such a failure. They already know my identity and know that I am the son of the 4th generation of Hokage, but they still call me it's the source of the disaster, saying I brought them disaster. But do these things really have anything to do with me? The complicated eyes looked at Kyuubi, Ninetales, through the seal. One person and one beast did not speak for a long time. Kyuubi, Ninetales, as disdain, Naruto is confused. Unnecessary, unrecognized, and always angered, the young man suddenly stretched out his hand. Kyuubi, Ninetales, the fox was stunned. What he couldn't do no matter how he shouted before, now he. If possible, please remember me. Even if we can't be friends, we have lived together for so many years. Cube 9 tails, I hope you can live happily. Reach, spin, release. The 4 generations of Hokage who appeared quietly grabbed Naruto's wrist, and the father and son looked at each other like this. Good for a long time. You are not the father. Have you seen me? The voice of the spirit body left when the 4th generation was sealed was slightly stagnant. Cube 9 tails, Fox is angry. Now he is really angry. He can't be angry anymore. The liberty that was about to be seen was blocked, and its anger was enough to set the sky on fire. It's you again. 4 generations of Hokage. Although I don't want to see this kind of scene, it was set at the beginning of the seal. As long as Naruto shows his 8th tail, I will appear here. You're not a father, who are you? Naruto looked at the familiar figure in front of him. Although he felt very close, he had seen 4 generations of Hokage, but he still found something abnormal. I am your father, or part of your father. Shadow clone. That's understandable, my dear son. Get out of the way, you're not funny at all, I'm going to let it go. Why? No, it needs freedom. Naruto looked firmly at Namikaze Minato. The Cube 9 tails, Fox fell silent, and the anger just now disappeared without a trace in the firm words. Naruto was not affected. Looking at his son's clear eyes, the 4th generation of Mizukage was also stunned. At this moment of trance, Naruto peeled off the last trace of the seal. The rumbling door was split on either side, and the Cube 9 tails, Fox and the 4th Hokage were facing each other. There is also a new chapter, and the cloud will try to get out before the point. Brothers and sisters, come on. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 281-300. Text Chapter 281_ Shadow coming from afar. Sister Tsunade, haha Tsunade sister. Holding the information in his hand and shouting, Lu Meng was so excited that he couldn't help himself. They are all right, Hinata, Enko, Tamari are all right. Hey168.com haha they are all right. They're okay, I'm okay, how long are you going to hold me? The sun is so round today. Sister, is there a time when the sun is not round? I don't know, that kid is so daring, he dares to take advantage of Tsunade-sama. I feel like he will be killed. Hope he can see the moon tomorrow. The knuckles of both hands rattled, and he shrugged his head radiantly, just as he was about to hug his head and run away. A slender finger hit his forehead. Bang. Forgive you first this time, bastard. Shizune. Karen. Senior sister, did I hear it wrong? Master she. This is so unlike Princess Tsunade's character. Tsunade Hime's bold and coquettish smile with black eyes. Shizune Uzumaki Karen Kato had the urge to transfer to a Spartan berserker. Sister, will my brother be there? Hinata, don't worry, the 5 Shadows talks will be held in the 3 Wolf Mountains. We will go there and wait for the rabbit. We will definitely catch him, then I will beat him 8 times a day. Giggle, Sister Enko, you are just talking about it. Interesting academy. Tamari, don't you want to deal with him? Of course I do. Tamari smiled sweetly. However, I would prefer to clean him up in bed. You little pervert. Sister Enko, I seem to have heard someone shouting something last night. Tamari's teasing mouth. Enko snorted with a pretty face. Hinata's little secretary bowed her head shyly, and the 3 girls walked out of the restaurant after playing around. In the shadows of the streets and alleys, 2 guys with masks on their heads looked at each other, and the shadows disappeared. Mizukage-sama, should we hurry up? If we choose again, we will delay the time of the meeting. What's the hurry? Just let those guys wait. Putting a daffodil print jacket on her body, Terumi May sneered. Anyway, our village of Kurigakure suffered heavy losses, with 2-tailed beasts. It's gone. Akatsuki has nothing to do with us. No matter how much trouble Akatsuki causes, it's them who should be worried. Although it is true to say so, but if we do this, will we be affected by other hidden villages? After all, the current strength of the village. Ow, your worries are too much, they won't have time to pay attention to us. Akatsuki is the real enemy. Besides, what are we Kurigakure worth their prying eyes? Don't forget there is a Konoha. Compared with the land of water, that's where the real fat is. Terumi couldn't help but feel angry when she recalled the practice of the promotion committees of the hidden villages and daming houses in various countries some time ago. Now I want to talk. I wanted to go north earlier. You can wait and go. My mother has to choose a few more clothes. Speaking of which, the little friend doesn't know what to do anymore. I hope he's fine. Grandpa, hurry up. Grandpa, you are too slow. Grandpa. Kuretsuchi yo, can you not call Grandpa? Then what do I call you Grandpa? Old man, or old man. Okay, you'd better call me Grandpa. Big Yuhi saw sweat on his nose and stroked his head speechlessly. In 2 days, Onoki was about to be annoyed by his own granddaughter. Oh my old waist, I am a lot of age, and I still have to travel such a long way. Lord Tsuchikage, why is the Five Shadows talks held in the Iron Country? Is it fun there? It's the first time I've walked this far, I feel so excited. HMPH, that hellish place doesn't make any sense at all. Turning his head and squinting at the hill-like terracotta, Tsuchikage, the third generation of Tsuchikage, who grinned and caressed his waist, said with sweat on his forehead, the country of iron is a neutral country, and because of the mutual distrust of the 5 major forces, it is also a reasonable thing to choose there. The Ghost Land does not allow ninjas to do it, and it is the last country that survived from the samurai era. Quote. Is there still a kingdom dominated by samurai? Third generation Tsuchikage nodded, as if K was caught in some kind of memory. I heard from the master that the era of samurai was also glorious. Before the ninja ancestor Six Paths invented ninjutsu, they ruled the entire continent, and only on Myoji can cooperate with they compete against each other. But because the number of people is too small, they can only be reduced to a foil. Although the people are high, their power cannot keep up with these guys. Sounds like a good deal. HMPH, top-level samurai are of great interest, but ordinary samurai are just trash fish, otherwise we won't be able to become the masters of our ninjas. Low-level samurai are cannon fodder, and high-level samurai are not much better than cannon fodder. Now the country of iron is said to be samurai. The kingdom doesn't use chakra, it's just selling dog meat. There are no pure warriors in today's continent, and I have to say that only the deceased Konoha White Fang is barely number 1. Konoha White Fang. Both Kitu and Kuretsuchi were a little confused, such an ancient name was too vague for them. Three Wolf Mountain. The top of the pyramid is divided into 5 layers, and the continuous snowstorm has wrapped the whole mountain in the silver dress. One by one ultra-modern warriors were wearing armor with their waists and swords crossed, and even their heads were wrapped in full-cover helmets. At first glance, they felt cold all over their bodies. For the first time, I'm Kazekage Gaara, the 5th generation. Gaara said hello to the samurai approaching by slightly lowering her scarf to reveal her entire face. The head of the samurai with a twill wrapped around the head with a collapsing belt and apologized slightly. I made you wait for the 5th generation of Kazekage-sama for a long time. I am the general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune. Hey, don't be so serious, okay? It's already cold enough. Seeing you as cold as this place is like 2 worlds compared to the land of wind. Ha. Dear guest, please, we have already prepared hot tea. As soon as the serious expression was retracted, Mifune led Gaara and his party inside. Maki gave his apprentice an angry look. Kanjuro, pay attention to the influence when you go out. Teacher, aren't the elderly people so rigid? Just having a meeting, why are they so nervous? No matter how nervous they are, they won't die. Dead, really dead. Sasuke, are you really going to do it at this time? By these cursed eyes, Shimura Danzo must die. Reaching out his hand and stroking the slowly closed pupils, Ursuke shook off his cloak and smashed the snow. The first update today, the cloud is working hard. Text chapter 282_Eagle Flying High. We agree with your nomination and recognize Might Guy as the 6th generation Hokage. Interesting academy. Okay, since the staff agrees, let's stamp it. Squinting at his 5 officials, the big name nodded and put down the folding fan. Achieved his goal, Nara Shikaku breathed a sigh of relief, met Hyuga Hiyashi's eyes a few times, and looked at the 2 advisors. Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado sat there with a blank face, neither disapproving nor agreeing, just like 2 coffin boards. Your Majesty, since the Hokage candidate has been decided, should you send a letter to the various countries immediately? The sooner the candidate is determined, the better the peace of mind. Well, you're right, come here, let Might Guy become the 6th generation Hokage to all countries. Wait, seeing Shikong bowing and stepping back, Shikaku said quickly, other countries are not busy first, and the Kingdom of Iron must be as soon as possible. You are. Shimura Danzo and Might Guy are both rushing to the 5 Shadows talks. The conspirators want to establish the established fact, he escaped from the village. Coldly at the 2 advisors, Nara Shikaku's gaze was extremely unkind. After leaving the village with Danzo, Kaharu Udatane Homura Mitokado, who went to live in the daimyo prefecture, was a bit unnatural. Daming looked at the 2 old things and frowned, but in the end he didn't say anything. The written letter is stamped with the national seal and sent to the quartet. It is not in a hurry for the famous name of the country, and it is escorted by a fast horse, and it is much simpler for the hidden village. Release the eagle. A few eagle calls fluttered its wings, and the letter eagle that flew to the sky disappeared into the clouds in a blink of an eye. Danzo, who didn't know that the fire in the backyard was still alive, entered the Iron Country first to meet Mifune, and Ni entered the lounge. Interesting academy. The 2 met, Gaara and Konkuro's faces sank. This old guy's hat, he's Konoha's new Hokage. Don't underestimate him, Kanjuro. Deep cold sweat slid down his face, compared to the ignorance of the 2 disciples, Maki new people. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Kazekage of the 5th generation, and my husband is Hokage Shimura Danzo of the 6th generation. Huang Sha, who is standing in front of Shula, stopped their gazes, and Gaara's heart tightened quietly. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of shaking hands with people, I'm rude. Turning to leave without mentioning Hokage's name, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. After returning to the lounge and closing the door, Konkuro Maki's eyes immediately came over. Just now. Sand is in an automatic defensive stance, that guy is very dangerous. That's right, Maki said with a long sigh, Shimura Danzo is a sinister and cunning person. During World War II, he used many vicious hands. Not only against the enemy, but also against his own people. He once used dozens of ninjas, bringing hostile troops into the canyon and then burying them with a lot of detonators as a real lunatic. Quote. How could it do this? Although Konkuro is not a good person, but doing such a thing with his own life is too much. Maki took a deep look at his beloved disciple. That guy's hands and tails are very clean, and the people who were killed by him didn't even have a place to reason. Because of this, the 3 generations of Hokage can ascend to the top. This is what Chiyo mother-in-law told us. Yes, her old man once said that you must be more careful when you encounter this person. Mother-in-law Chiyo. Gaara was lost in thought with her hands folded in front of her. Danzo-sama, do you want it? Danzo, who was sitting in the shadow, raised his eyelids. Don't act rashly without my order. Just a kid, even if he has some strength to become a shadow, he will not be able to do it due to his age. Mature, let him live a little longer. Ninjas are in the world of ascetic practice, and they should be unknown. But only by controlling the inside and outside of the country can the country and the village be stable. The success of this meeting just shows the edge of the old man as a Hokage. There is nothing to say about the location. This era must and can only belong to me. Quote. Ah-oh. Chanjuro, are you okay? Why don't you give the big swords to Ching? I'm okay, Mizukage-sama, but I'm a little bit flustered. Come and let me see. He bowed his head and lowered his forehead to test the temperature, and Terumi Mei's concern made Chojuro dizzy. Ching's face turned pale as he watched from the side. Mizukage-sama, you dote on the younger generation too much. As a ninja, how can you be like this? Look at the ninjas in the village today, it's just as good as one crop. If you change it to think back then. Ching, the era known as the Blood Mist Village has become a thing of the past, and the nightmare of the fourth generation of Mizukage has become a thing of the past, so don't mention that bad memory again. I'm sorry Mizukage-sama, I was not careful. Can patted the onion, out-turned his head and trained Chojuro. What are you going to eat tonight? You should have finished ordering it. Senior, there are a lot of recipes. I haven't thought of them yet. I'm about to ask you and Mizukage-sama. Bastard. It's impossible to do such a simple thing. Today's young people are too lack of domineering, indecisive like a bitch. Girl. I'm sorry, Senior, I'm going to prepare now. Embarrassed, he ran out of the house, and Chojuro ran away without a shadow. Onion's head complained inexplicably, really, I think back then. Shut up, Ching, if you think about the past, I'll send you to think about it. Also, do you look down on girls? This isn't Mizukage-sama. What is that? Climbing up the snow-covered hillside with one deep foot and one shallow foot, Tsuchikage, the third-generation Tsuchikage with a nose through Yuhi, accidentally flashed his old waist again. It rolled into a snowball, and Kuretsuchi, who was walking in front, looked back, and quickly chased after him. Down. Grandpa, what's wrong with you, Grandpa? Grandpa, you've turned into a snowball, Grandpa, be careful, Grandpa. It's over, Grandpa is gone. Little junior sister, hurry up and dig out Lord Tsuchikage. Inside the big snowball that rolled into a 5-meter radius, the scale Onoki was snorting for 2 days, and when his granddaughter and his disciple took it out, his whole body was frozen. I'll just say it's not a good place, damn it, it's too slippery. Grandpa, you can use the flying Grandpa. Fly, yes, I can fly. Why don't I fly? Kuretsuchi. Grandpa, what's wrong with you, Grandpa? Kuretsuchi, you are really my granddaughter. Chapter 2, there will be 3 chapters today. Text chapter 283_ The wind and clouds are rising, and the heroes from all over the world gather. You are free, Kyubi 9 Tails, I hope we can be friends in the next life. Interesting Academy. Standing in front of the open prison door and waving freely, Naruto closed his eyes and faced death. Scene after scene crossed my mind, and suddenly I felt so peaceful. Maybe death is the real release. Sakura, Sasuke, boss. Everything is over, the soul sinks into the lake and waits for death, and Uzumaki Naruto opens his heart. In the dark spiritual sea, the vastness of the stars drifted everywhere, and it seemed that in a blink of an eye, it changed from black to white. Time passed in a blink of an eye for a long time, first, second, third, left and right, and Naruto, who didn't wait until death, opened his eyes strangely. The fox was still the same fox, and the father was still the same father. The man and the beast looked at each other there, as if they were still images in the camera. Naruto's doubtful eyes shone on him. Kyubi 9 Tails, Fox yawned and waved his paws at the 4th Hokage. When you go, remember to close the door. Kyubi 9 Tails, you. Damn boy, this old man doesn't want to go out now, I'm going to sleep for a while. The accident that happened shook his heart deeply, and Naruto was made wood by the words of Kyubi 9 Tails. Didn't it always want to go out, why now? You really know what happened back then. Don't bother me here, it's rare to get a good night's sleep. Kyubi 9 Tails Fox looked around for 4 generations, then turned to Naruto. Damn boy, since you're willing to let me out, I'll wait for you. Put it away when you die. With 2 paws folded in front of him as pillows, the Kyubi 9 Tails Fox retracted back to overflowing chakra. Uzumaki Naruto is blinded, he is blinded, his father is not. Baidu Interesting Academy. That person was Madara back then. I said, don't come to bother the old man, that bastard is abominable, and you are not much better. The slightly opened beast pupil flashed through the cold light. Cubit Ninetails, Fox did not have any good impression on the 4th generation Hokage. What are you all talking about? The 4 generations of Hokage who play dumb riddles and the unexplained Cubit Ninetails Fox, one person and one beast are silent. If you don't solve him, you won't be safe even if you hide here. Naruto is very dangerous now, and many tailed beasts have been captured. Those guys are idiots, don't think the old man thinks the same as them. Cubit Ninetails Fox closed his eyes and waved his paws to chase people away. The 4th generation of Hokage opened his mouth to look at it like this. Naruto was anxious. What the hell are you talking about? Please make it clear. Stinking fox, father, you guys. Damn boy, don't call me this old man again, the old man also has a name. You have a name too. Why, can't the tailed beast have a name? Naruto glared fiercely. Cubit Ninetails wanted to slap him with a tail. Naruto smiled brightly. Then what's your name? You don't have the right to know right now. 4th Hokage, take your troublesome son away. Don't forget to close the door, the old man doesn't want to be called out. The reclosed door was sealed. Naruto looked down at the seal on his stomach, and then looked at the door that was not suppressed by the spell, and his head was full of question marks. Son, I have something to tell you. Captain Yamato, Naruto him. The power of the tailed beast is too strong. If it is used when its own strength is insufficient, it will not only lose its self-consciousness, but also damage itself. This situation occurs in every village, and they call it a runaway. If it wasn't for Raikage-sama this time help, I can't control Naruto. Don't you have a Mokuden, wood style? My Mokuden, wood style. Rotten wood. Thinking of Raikage's undisguised disdain evaluation, Yamato Tianzang shook his head brightly. My ability is to suppress 6 tails at best. He already showed the talent of 8 tails at that time. I can't just rely on me. When will Naruto wake up? Sakura, it's up to him. The misty drizzle poured down on the dark entrance of the cave, and Yakushi Kabuto, who pushed open the door, looked at the main seat. Kimimaro, you're sure to keep waiting. Don't tell me these useless nonsense again. I can feel that your lord is not dead yet, and God will not die. If you want to leave, go away. I will continue to protect everything about your lord until your lord returns again. But Orochimaru-sama is dead, those things. Shut up, Kabuto, if you dare to curse your lord, I will take your life. Kimimaro, you have to recognize the reality. He slightly pulled back his cape to reveal half of his face covered with snake scales. Kimimaro was slightly taken aback when he saw Yakushi Kabuto's appearance. I'm going to continue the road that Orochimaru-sama has not finished. You have to remember that your status in my heart is no lower than yours. In comparison, I'm the one who is closer to you. Kabuto, you go, we choose different paths. Silently closing his eyes and not talking, Kimimaro restrained his surging killing intent. Seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Kabuto turned around and opened the door. When he left, he turned back and reminded, Uchiha Sasuke has already rushed to the 5 Shadows meeting. Don't use your clumsy tactics again. As I said, I'll stay here and wait for your return. You can do whatever you want, but don't touch your things. There is nothing worth moving here. Raising his hand to touch the cold snake scales, Yakushi Kabuto pulled on Yuhi's Leonmao cloak and walked into the darkness. Let's go, we're going to make the world feel the pain. Standing in the midst of the ruins and looking back, the purple-black Rinnegan of Heavenly Path Pain is full of killing intent. He destroyed Kurigakure, destroyed Konoha, but also destroyed the lair. God's will cannot be resisted, and since they have gathered together, they will be resolved together. Ghost Shark, Konan, Ju, Ah-Fei, Akatsuki and Yuhi's robe of fire clouds embarked on the journey. Where did Deidara go? He's looking for Uchiha Sasuke. What does that kid want to do? Maybe it's the reason of Itachi. He wants to find Sasuke to prove his worth and call him back. Forget it. Heavenly Path Pain continued to move forward step by step. Everyone has everyone's beliefs, and with his temperament, he won't come back at this time. Ha ha ha. Got you. Art is a blast. The third update, there are still 2 chapters, and the cloud will be updated before 7 o'clock. Brothers and sisters, please leave a message if you have any comments. I wish you all a happy 1010 and a love without regrets. Text chapter 284 _ a small sickle in one hand and a broken straw hat on the head. Lord Hokage, you have to go out so late. Ah, so sleepy. Sharingan, slightly exposed under the bandage, turned twice. Shimura Danzo and the 2 guards left the gate. Heihei168.com. In the shadows, a strange eyeball disappeared. What did they want to do when they leave at this time? Gaara, what happened? It's Shimura Danzo. She retracted the sand eyes and opened her eyes. For some reason, Gaara suddenly had a bad premonition in her heart. Maybe, we should follow the past. After brushing, 3 figures stopped by the road and bowed and stood still. Samui, Karui, and Omoi, 2 men and 1 woman, looked at the 4th generation Reikage who came not far away. My lord, I have finished the task. Have you got the information about the Uchiha brothers? Yeah, but Konoha seems to be hiding something, and the information we got is not complete. Humph. As expected, there are always so many dirty things between villages. Samui, you're being followed, shouted the guard standing behind Reikage, suddenly looking forward. The 4th generation of Reikage was angry. Who is it? Get out of here. Mr. Yuhi was discovered. Aburame Shino pushed on his sunglasses, his eyes slightly puzzled. Inazuka Kiba probed to see and cut the sound. It's really troublesome. Logically speaking, we should not be exposed at such a distance. The one who speaks first is likely to be a perceptive ninja, and this kind of guy is the hardest to deal with. Heihei168.com. Perceptive. It's a hassle. Okay you two, let's go out and say hello. A group of 3 people came from a distance. Seeing Kurenai Yuhi and the 2 disciples behind him, the 4th generation Reikage's eyes widened. Sorry, we didn't mean to follow. What do you want? Ninjas of Konoha Hidden Village. As support, we're going to the 3 Wolf Mountains for the 5 Shadows talks. Also, we've brought this. Kurenai Yuhi looked very tired after a few days of rushing on the road. Out to take the scroll that was thrown into the air, the 4th generation Reikage had a visible chakra coat all over his body. Kurenai Yuhi smiled charmingly. You are really careful. In the ninja world, everyone who is not careful will die. The brush unrolled the scroll and looked at it, and the 4th Reikage was thrown back, the 6th generation of Hokage from your villages behind, and the Cubite 9 Tails Jinchuriki column force, don't follow us anymore. Shasha's footsteps left half-finger-deep footprints in the snow, and Karui angrily waved her fist at Kurenai Yuhi and others. Lord Reikage, these guys Konoha are horrible. Karui, as a Kumogakur ninja, you have to learn to use your fists instead of complaining. That is the behavior of the weak. Only powerful ninjas will be respected, and this is the same between villages. Humans' history is also the history of war. After the Third Ninja World War, no matter which country or village gets powerful ninjutsu, it will invade other countries. This is the truth of the ninja world. Quote. In order to get the blood of the Hyuga family back then, I didn't take it for granted. They still have to send people over to Lousy. Why? It's not because Lousy's fist is hard enough. Remember, as a ninja, you must first learn to wave your fists, and the second is to play with your tongue. If your fists are hard enough, whether your tongue can speak or not is second. Quote. With a cold snort and a look back at the lecture, the 4th generation of Reikage made Kurenai Yuhi half dead. Teacher, that nasty guy. Kiba, don't be impulsive. What he said is right, the ninja world really respects strength. He said this to demonstrate to the village through us. With 2 major losses in a row, our village's position as the head of the 5 kingdoms has been shaken. Mr. Yuhi, you mean, they will. Shino, you're very smart, but it's too young to see things. Akatsuki's existence is not lucky for Konoha. Although it has brought us heavy damage, it has also brought us stability. At least, as long as its threat exists for one day, the Land of Thunder will not easily go south. Quote. Deep look at the direction where Hokage and the others were going. Kurenai Yuhi brought the two disciples together with Might Guy and the others. The icy cold wind whistled across the forest and the snowy plains, and Gaara, who was behind Danzo and the others, narrowed his panda eyes. What do they want to do when they are so far away so late? The bonfires were lit to drive away the cold wind from the outside, and Anko, Temari, and Hinata rubbed their hands around the fire. Dudu, who was summoned to start the fire, curled up and bit his tail, looking at Anko full of resentment. Little kitten, don't pretend to be pitiful with me anymore. This place is a little colder. It's better than you go back and be beaten. I'd rather go back and be beaten than freeze here. I'm used to it anyway. Yo, little kitten, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you have a good temper. Don't bully the cat. Aim. Sister Anko. Hinata doesn't have to plead for it. This guy just needs to be cleaned up. Who tossed Dudu with both hands like kneading dough, pulled his face and scratched his tail, and watched Temari Hinata with a waterfall of sweat. Just as the little kitten couldn't stop struggling and wailing, a little straw man slipped in silently from the entrance of the hole. The little grass person is not tall, with 2 knives in his hands, and a small kabuto hat on his head, looking evil and chilling. Hinata, who felt the sharpest, turned his eyes and fixed on this odd little thing. Has it been discovered? Hyuga's Byakugan is really troublesome. A small sickle in one hand flew out, and the little grass man jumped high and kicked out his little feet. His legs made of hose flashed coldly and went straight to the front door. Where's the weird thing coming from? Let me die. The scythe that was drawn to the neck was caught with his hand and thrown back, and Anko suddenly froze in place. The little grass figurine stared at by the scythe flew upside down and fell far away, and there was no movement after a few somersaults. The little kitten rubbed Anko's wrist twice. Temari walked over and picked it up. Very strange. What the hell is this? A villain made of straw, with a piece of white paper stuck to the door, and a piece of ragged linen on his body. Turning on Byakugan and looking around, Hinata, who could not find any trace of the enemy, was stunned. There are no enemies. With a radius of 1 kilometer, there are no enemies in the sky and the ground. Where did this strange grass man come from? The next update volume. I hope everyone likes it. It is estimated that it will be updated before 7 o'clock, 5 chapters today. Text chapter 285_create difficulty without difficulty. What on earth are they trying to do? Watching Danzo and his party from a distance through the eye of sand, Gaara had doubts in his heart. Interesting academy. That man was carried by his companions from the very beginning. What happened? Karen, are you sure you feel Anko's scent? Damn, you have asked many times, are you bothered? I'm not in a hurry, Sister Karen. I'm going to call you Mother Sama. Uzumaki Karen cocked his chest proudly. Liamong looked at her with a dark face, and suddenly asked, do you weigh 100 pounds? What does this ask for? Just tell me if you have any. I'm not that fat. Karen pulled back her bright Yuhi-colored hair and smiled like a flower. But the next moment, she couldn't smile anymore. Little girl is young, and she still wants to be a mother when she looks back. Brother, I kindly teach you something today. A woman weighs less than 100, and she is either flat-chested or short. Liamong words landed, Shizune Tsunade burst out laughing. Karen's little face, Yuhi in white, black in Yuhi, black and blue, all turned into cyan. You bastard. What jerk am I? You're an asshole. Little girl, you can't talk nonsense, it has a scientific basis. Some time ago Tsunade used the words to make fun of himself backhand, and Liamong glanced at Karen with a smile. I don't believe you can compare with your teacher and sister, just look at how much they weigh, and you know where your meat is missing. Damn you bastard. What's wrong with my flat chest? I'm flat-chested and I'm proud. Silver Kiba clenched his fists, and Karen was half dead alive. In fact, after all, her breasts are not small, but, in front of Senju Tsunade and Kato Shizune. Heihei168.com. Not to mention Tsunade Heim, the big cow that kills the world in seconds. She can't even compare to Shizune, even though Shizune is not big, but who makes people 3-7 or 3-7. Not afraid of not knowing the goods, but afraid of comparing goods. People are more dead than people, and goods are thrown away. When Karen and Tsunade Shizune compete, they are half depressed on the spot. Big bad guy, you wait for me. Lord Rakage, welcome to the country of iron as a guest. Greeting from a distance, the general of the country of iron, Mifune, greeted him. Fourth Rakage smiled and waved his fist. Long time no see, you are still the same. Hee, you too. Anyone here? The 5th generation Kazekage Gaara came first, then the 6th generation Hokage Shimura Danzo. Danzo told you he was Hokage. Lord Rakage, is there any problem? Mifune was stunned when he heard that the words were wrong. As the person in charge of the 5 shadows talk, if he made the wrong person, he would be embarrassed, which would seriously affect the reputation of the Iron Country. The 4th generation Rakage's mustache shook. As far as I know, now the 6th generation Hokage of Konoha has been confirmed as Might Guy, and Shimura Danzo is only Hokage's choice. He didn't tell you clearly. This bastard. His eyes suddenly burst with murderous intent. Mifune suppressed his anger and apologized. I'm sorry, Lord Rakage, I'm going to be disrespectful. Guard, take Lord Rakage to the lounge, and I want to meet Shimura Danzo in person. Turning around and lowering his head, Maikwan and his 5 fingers firmly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist. In the wind and snow, his eyes were as sharp as a sword. Knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Keep knocking. The 2 consecutive knocks were fruitless, and the accompanying samurai stepped up their efforts. The 3 boatmen, whose face became darker as he listened, waved, lifted his foot and kicked over. Inside the open door, there was not even a ghost. Contact the information department immediately. In 5 minutes, I want to know their movements. With an old face in black, he held his sword and turned around. The anger in Maikwan's heart surged higher and higher. Lee, let's set off towards the rising sun. It's Mr. Guy, my blood is boiling. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Guy, are you crazy enough? The pretty face turned black and overflowing with murderous intent. Kurenai Yuhi, who was woken up, bit the Kiba pass tightly. They're all Hokage people, and you're still so out of tune, you howl in the middle of the night. What? Yuhi, youth should be full of motivation. We have already lost a lot of time. Hurry up and hurry up. Hurry up at this time. Open your eyes and see what time it is now. You are going out at 2 o'clock. Can you see clearly? He took out his pocket watch and slammed it towards the door. Kurenai Yuhi 8 Guy's heart. Might Guy caught the pocket watch and raised a thumb. It is precisely because we can't see clearly that we have to overcome difficulties. How can Hokage be stumped by such a problem? Mr. Guy, you are so great, I adore you. Lee, tell them our training slogan. If there is difficulty, you must go up, and if there is no difficulty, you must go up. Kurenai Yuhi. 10-10. Yamato Tenzo. The 2 mental illnesses. I shouldn't have followed. It also gives people a rest. Kiba, I want to kill them. That's against the law. I know, but I just want to kill them. Don't be impulsive, Sakura, murdering Hokage is a big crime. It doesn't matter, anyway, the shadow in the village has died several times, and it is not bad for him. Standing up with deep resentment, Haruno Sakura raised her fist. Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino quickly stopped over. Sakura, don't get excited. I'm not excited. Sakura, don't be impulsive. I'm not impulsive. Pushing aside the companions who were blocking her, Haruno Sakura smiled gently. Don't worry, I'm neither excited nor impulsive, I just want to fuck them to death. Don't stop me, I can't take it anymore. For a week, a full week, these two mentally ill get up in the middle of the night every day. They can't. Come on, Sakura, I'm with you, come on, kill them all. He threw his fists and kicked his feet vigorously, and Sakura Satoharu wildly shouted cheers. Come on, kill him and the world will be quiet. Yamato Tenzo. Kurenai Yuhi. Guy, look at all this shit you've done. Yuhi, this is youth. Youth has to be brave to challenge. Shino, Kiba, let go of Sakura. Lee, let's run for our lives towards youth. One step ahead for the teacher. Swoosh. There are still 2 chapters. Union works hard, and strives to send it out before 7 o'clock. Text chapter 286_ sudden encounter. The frigid wind was blowing through the harsh winter, and on the way to the snow country, several teams were rushing. Heihei168.com. Waking up early in the morning and taking 2 glances, the little kitten blinked suspiciously and jumped into Hinata's arms. Sister Anko, it's time for us to find Fu-kun. Okay, let's go to Fu-kun. After walking towards the door, he turned his head slightly. Tamari smiled and looked at Hinata. Sister, can you bring the bag for my sister? Sister Tamari. Blinking in astonishment, the little secretary got up and handed over the backpack. Walking out of the cave, they glanced at the fallen straw man almost casually, and the 3 women rushed towards Sanlang Mountain. The early morning gust of wind blew across the snowfield and rolled up pieces of crystal. Might Guy Lee rock 2 lunatics, whooping ghosts appeared in the distance. Sun, Lee, let's charge the sun. Yes, Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Guy, you idiot, the direction is wrong. The high-end Jiao drink passed through the heavy snow, and Kurenai Yuhi was about to die of anger. He is obviously a road idiot, but he still wants to run ahead, and he often leads the wrong way. This bastard, let's keep up. Lee, did you hear anything just now? Mr. Guy, I didn't hear you clearly. It's okay if you don't hear clearly, let's set off towards the Sun of Youth. Yes, Mr. Guy, my blood is boiling. Interesting Academy is the first release. Ow. I'm Might Guy, the blue beast of Konoha. Yes, little girl, do you need any help? The big beautiful eyes instantly turned round to look at the man who was running. Tamari gave Hinata a secret wink. Aha, girls, need help. Thank you for your kindness, we don't need it. Oh, this is so sad. Lee, let's go to sadness. Yes, Mr. Guy. Rumble threw off his strides and ran forward, running towards Might Guy, frowning his brush. Lee, among the 3 girls just now, who do you know? Mr. Guy, you didn't recognize them. Nonsense, how can the teacher not recognize it? Might Guy severely criticized the apprentice's mistake. This is a test for the teacher. That's it. Mr. Guy, I understand. Lee Rock stood at attention with his chest folded. One of them is the former Chunin examiner, Mitarashi Anko, the other is Hyuga Hinata from Class 8, and the other is Sunagaker. Village of Tamari. Quote. It's them. I said, why are you so familiar? Mr. Guy, what did you say? I didn't say anything for the teacher. Might Guy looked back at the blurred figure, regaining the look of a beast. Lee, let's go on. Yes, Mr. Guy. The 2 beasts that rumbled away faded out of the corner of his eyes, and Tamari thought about it and continued to move in a different direction. The early morning sun hit the ground, and the impatient Ray urged Karen, come on, there was a big snowstorm last night, they will definitely not come out too early, we must hurry up. Damn, can't you be a little later? Women get up too early and get old easily. Little girl thinks about getting old when she is old, and when you are older, you should be mature in advance. Bastard, can this be the same? Stop talking, get up and find someone for me. Grabbing the snow from the outside and stuffing it into the collar, Uzumaki Karen instantly frowned. You badass, big badass, rotten duck, rotten egg, I will get my revenge back, you wait. These 2 little guys have a great relationship. Tsunade-sama, where did you find it? Are they in a bad relationship? I looked fine. After fussing and packing, Karen stopped shortly after leaving the house. They've changed directions. Change direction. Yes, originally they went straight to Three Wolf Mountain, but now it's not good. There are still people in front of them. A strong unease filled his heart. Before Uzumaki Karen finished speaking, he was thrown on his back by Liamong. Guide the direction, hurry up. Northwest. The crunching footsteps stepped on the piled snow nest, and the little kitten suddenly jumped to the ground like its fur, and the tail pouted and screamed. What's the matter, two sisters? Sister Anko, do you think Fu-kun will come this time? Of course Fu-kun will come. Really? Samsung Fan suddenly lifted up like a stick and slammed into the door. While Tamari made his move, Hinata also spread his hands. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The sudden appearance of the array was locked around, and the little secretary, whose body suddenly accelerated several times, rushed up. Who the hell are you and what did you do to Sister Anko? With a bang, the little secretary's sword finger pulled up the phantom, but within a few clicks, he was separated by 2 strong winds. The blade-like air knife slashed in front of him, and the broken strands of hair fluttered into the sky. Slowly looking up, the old immortal walking in the wind and snow, with a bandage under his jaw, how tired and crooked. Are you Shimura Danzo? Up Hinata and slowly backing away, Tamari glanced warily at Anko who fell to the ground. Seeing Danzo coming, Anko laughed. Gloomy and chilling. Wind, well done. Who the hell is she? Hee, she's Mitarashi Anko, just what? It's just that my subordinates control her body now. As for you, you will soon follow in her footsteps. Immortal, you are playing our husband, Kun's idea. You're very smart little girl, but unfortunately you didn't find the right man. The rotten wood is too sinful and must be executed. Today, I'll borrow the 3 of you. You're dreaming. The Samsung Fan brush spread out to take precautions, and Tamari felt an uncontrollable chill in his heart. Liamong had mentioned this old pervert guy to them more than once, but now that she met her, she had no chance of winning. Danzo made his move. He simply threw a punch, and stabbed straight into the chest. With the speed and experience of a veteran, Tamari Hinata retreated again and again. He clearly had powerful moves, but he couldn't use it. Turbulent. The junior is the junior, let the old man be captured. There is another chapter, the update volume. The Cloud works hard, and strives to publish it before 7 o'clock. If it is really not possible, it will be later. Come on. Text chapter 287_ please forgive me, husband Kun. The light in his eyes flashed and he turned his sword. Who would have thought that Danzo would still be able to do this trick when he was old? Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heyhey168.com bullying is shameless enough, and then resorting to such a lousy means, he wants faith not. Push, 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 it's a god push. Danzo's sword is no more than 3 feet long and no more than 2 fingers wide. It is said to be a sword. In fact, it is more like a slightly flat awl with sharp edges on both sides that can be used for slashing, but the real powerful attack method is stabbing. So this old guy is stabbed crazy, and the stab is really windy. 2 strands of golden hair fluttered toward the snow, and Tamari, who had blood on his cheeks, widened his pupils. If she was more accurate just now, as long as she was more accurate, she would be finished. Did the old guy on the opposite side shoot wide? Impossible, this is definitely not a missed shot, he wants to catch it alive. Suddenly woke up in my mind and clenched the Kiba pass. Princess Sunagakure was ruthless. 430 inches, but you dare not kill me, this is where you can use it. Hinata, let's go. The Samsung Fan brush was unfolded as a shield. Tamari formed a fingerprint behind, and the little secretary who knew she needed time to prepare jumped into the air. Ren Shengshi pressed the little hand out. 8 trigrams. Suddenly pressing down on the chakra dance, a roar sounded from the side of the slightly sideways body. Hyuga's gentle fist, that's all. Wait, what is that? Spiritualism. When will the Hyuga's family become psychic? Only C-rank psychics can be learned by a ninja. But without a powerful psychic beast, learning is for nothing. Even a powerful ninja like Kakashi only raised 8 dogs, and a big monster like the legendary Sannin will always be a legend. Haishuyu Shenwei. Spirituality. Morning dew. A sudden burst of white clouds and mist, an elegant figure sang loudly, and Danzo's eyes suddenly changed color. Heihei168.com. Hinata's psychic beasts are not big, and they are completely incomparable with the toads of Mount Myoboku, the poisonous snakes of Ryachi Cave, and the slugs of Shikatsu Forest. They are only about 5 meters tall. However, this thing can fly, and compared to those ugly and dying guys, the swan in front of him is not only pure and noble, but also elegant and extraordinary. With such a temperament, it is definitely not a good role to be with. Something goes wrong, it will be a monster. Judging from Danzo's many years of experience, he can't easily keep his hands. Tentative attack. Futon, wind style, vacuum sphere. The right arm and left hand with the golden seal bracelet swiped a few fingerprints, and the old immortal who opened his mouth and sucked in the airflow turned them into bullets and sprayed them out. Swan Lake solo dance. Gracefully spread out his wings and gently flapped twice, and the rising water waves overflowed all around. If it is called the sea, then the morning dew is the river. But this swan can completely control the river, spinning, scattering, lacing, hydrating marbles in a frantic burst, spreading the waters, turning the snow into crystal in the blink of an eye. The ground was frozen, and the crunching frost made the sky blue like a wash, and even the gray-black dark clouds were not bad. Wrong. How could it be possible to see the sky with the current weather? The thought that had just arisen was not in a hurry to reveal the hidden Sharingan, and Danzo had to stumble and fly out, and the ice blades rose from the ground like a series of thorns, forming a crystal forest of ice. The crystal forest is very beautiful, and the beauty is intoxicating, but this beauty is fatal. Finished. Futon, wind style, tornado summoning. The Samsung fan planted on the ground was raised high and swung towards the sky. Tamari's beautiful big eyes flashed an unstoppable surprise. And the surprise is just beginning. Gentle Fist Method 1211 Type Ultra Shock. Frost on his feet and dancing with white flowers on his face, Hinata broke through the snow and chased in front of Danzo, with a dazzling white mark on his small, crystal-like hand. If you get hit, you will die. Anko for Yamanaka wind control. Aburame in black takes root. The two subordinates rushed over, but as soon as they lifted their feet, they were forced back by 2 ice Jinchuriki column. Chaolu raised her neck extremely humanely, and her beautiful eyes were full of disdain. Shimura Danzo hits the jackpot. Hinata and Chaolu didn't stay in Luoxia Mountain for a long time, and they learned very few tricks. Now, Danzo has hit it. What is the 1211 type Ultra Shockwave? One shock contains one shock. It is called the 1211 type Ultra Shockwave, which is also the limit that Hinata has been able to achieve so far. Shock, as many as 1 shock per second. With just one blow, the old Danzo was blown away, and all the metal rings on the raised right arm were shattered. Will it work? Big drops of blood slid down along with the falling metal fragments, and Hinata Tamari showed a solemn expression. Using contempt and carelessness to suddenly make a killing move, that's the only thing the two of them can do. The 2 little girls are good, but if the old man wants to kill you, it's easy. Severely traumatized, Sharingan raised his 4-shot arm to look, and Danzo turned his gaze to Anko. Surrender, or die. Old man, you. Kunai felt from his waist pressed against his throat, and Anko smiled grimly. Hinata's little secretary was terrified. Tamari, whose lips were bitten, narrowed his eyes, and his 5 knuckles rattled. Shimura Danzo, are you still shameless? The 5 Shadows conference is about to start. This old man has no time to waste time with you. What was supposed to be easy to do happened unexpectedly, and 4 whole cards were abolished, and Danzo couldn't help but get angry. Tamari laughed, cried and laughed, and laughed at the same time. Fu-kun, forgive me. Tornado roar _ The ninjutsu that seemed to have failed just now suddenly fell from the sky, like a huge tornado hanging upside down, sucking all the surrounding wind and snow into it, and it turned from blue to white in a blink of an eye. He raised his right hand to control the rumbling tornado and moved slowly, and all three of Danzo's expressions changed when they saw it. Let's die together, Hinata, go back and report, be sure to tell Fu-kun the news. Sister Tamari. Go quickly, Miss Chaolu, please. I'm not a young lady, you little girl of the Weasel clan. Angrily shouted and grabbed Hinata by the collar. The holy swan spread its wings. Don't die, or those nasty bastards will be sad. I try, please tell Fu-kun to forgive me, I love him. Today's first update, Union will work hard, brothers and sisters for support. Text chapter 288 _ The rhythm of not dying, not dying. Tornado hurricane thousand blades dance spiritualism, Itachi Hachiko. Little girl, are you ready to kill us by calling us out? The scythe raised from his shoulders was held in his backhand. Weasel shook his feet and shivered. You actually use this level of skill, little girl, this is not like you at all. It's going to die, it's going to die. It's so cold. Fifth sister, it's so sad. I feel that the little girl is leaving us. 8 ferrets, 8 scythes, and 8 strong winds. When they jumped into the storm, the hurricane that was dyed gray by the ice and snow returned to cyan in a blink of an eye. You don't die, come and work hard. Thousands of knives. The slender hand that was raised above the top suddenly pressed down. 617, Tamari bit silver kiva and jumped backwards. Yamanaka wind controlled Enko to take 2 steps forward to threaten his life, but was blown all over his face by the relentless wind. Go back, that little girl gave up. Of experience in burying his neck in the soil, what kind of person and what kind of state, Shimura Danzo can understand 7 or 8 at a glance. Seeing the determination in Tamari's eyes, he immediately understood what this expression meant. Run. None of you can run away. The 3-star fan was full of fire and injected all the remaining chakra, and Tamari began to dance, dancing a round dance called death. Just stay with me. The giant fan swung with all its strength, turned clockwise into a circle. It was not very fast at first, but within 3 or 2 seconds, another storm was formed. With the formation of the storm, the hurricane that fell from the sky seemed to be instructed to move 100 times faster than before. Shimura Danzo is numb all of a sudden. Forbidden technique. This is definitely forbidden technique, and it is still the over-range forbidden technique that exchanges life for life. 8 scythes swayed their scythes wildly. Hundreds of millions of wind blades spun around. The chaotic ground crisscrossed with countless ravines, and the land of Black Yuhi looked like a Loess high slope. Danzo's old face twitched. For the first time, he had doubts about his own abilities. If such an out-of-range attack was involved, even 10,000 lives would not be enough to die. A Sharingan for a minute sounds invincible, but it needs a hand seal between 2, and looking at the wind, there is obviously no interval between attacks. She has to run out. Her technique won't last long. The afterglow from the corner of their eyes swept across another group of strong winds, and the 3 people who were running away threw off their broken shoes. Tamari, who turned into a gust of wind, nodded his toes with scorn in his eyes, and the gust of wind, one big and one small, joined together. The hurricane is moving faster, and if Fang is the road public, it is now the F1 equation. Immortal, you don't want to escape. The 2 opposite storms in it shot out countless sharp blades, and the gust of wind was like a naughty child blowing across the snowfield, leaving footprints in the whiteness. The ice was shattered, the cliffs were destroyed, and even the slopes along the way were lifted. The wind is roaring, the horse is howling, and the snow is roaring. Shimura Danzo's face is so ugly. I wanted to use Liamong Liwei to convince the voices of opposition, but I never expected to encounter such unfortunate things. That woman is a lunatic. From the little girl to her and then to a woman, the changes of the 3 kinds of titles reveal their innermost feelings. Danzo was really panicking at the moment. Looking back at his past, this old guy rarely fought head-on when he did things. Whether he was out on a mission or commanding a battle, he always had a strong conspiracy atmosphere. Not only does it make the enemy feel resentful, but even his own side has a lot of remarks. Now he's playing big again. The opponent, who was obviously easy to solve, was bitten back, and Danzo, who was about to vomit blood, bit the mouth full of old Kiba and ran desperately. If he didn't run, he would die. That's Tamari's art. Kankuro, Maki-sensei, I'm going to speed up. 3 groups of khaki deserts floated up to the ground, and the cold air blew across his cheeks and poured into his collar. My sister used that level of secret art. Damn Shimura Danzo, I won't let you go this time. Mr. Yuhi, that's over there. Sitting on the dog's back and looking up, Inuzuka Kiba twitched his itchy nose. What a terrible storm, what a great force of nature. No, it's ninjutsu. What? Teacher Yuhi, you said this is ninjutsu. This is this. 1, 2, 3 and 4 turned their heads one after another, and Inuzuka Kiba Shino Tenten's head was all big. Don't be so pervert, okay. It's gone if you chase after it. God, is this the rhythm to die? Then what, Mr. Yuhi, look, should we change direction? Our Hokage-sama is over there. He emphasized on the 4 words of Hokage-sama, and Kurenai Yuhi's hatred fool could hear it. A sentence to sentence the death penalty, even if there are 10,000 unwillingness in the heart, it is still worth it. Konoha has changed 3 generations of Hokage in just a few years. If you count the 4 generations more than 10 years ago, that is 4. What's even more funny is that they all died in their own villages. Kyubi Ninetails attacked the village, Chunin took the exam, and Pain invaded. With such a past, if Guy hangs up again, he will undoubtedly announce to all countries that people are stupid, money is rich, come quickly. The current Konoha has long lost the prestige that used to resist the entire ninja world in the past. Control your code. Since Kurenai Yuhi had a soft temper, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Can't stand it anymore. Turning over a hillside again and looking back, Shimura Danzo's mouth curled into a sneer. Forbidden technique is powerful, but if you can't hit someone, it's free. Lord Danzo, be careful. Gaara Kankuro was stunned when he saw Enko's figure. Betrayal. Wrong. There must be something wrong. Lu Meng once took his 3 wives to stay in the Land of Winds for a long time, and Mitarashi Enko left a deep impression on the Red Panda puppet master. Now, 5 generations of Kazekage, are you trying to start a war? Shimura Danzo, I should ask you that. Gaara, don't let him run away. Today's first update, Union will work hard. The rise of the infinite comprehensive fat man has signed a contract. Hee, please bless, please spread the flowers, brothers and sisters, have time to go and have a look, not bad. Text chapter 289_ Your sins are unforgivable. Azanagi. Quicksand waterfall. The yellow sand rising from the ground was like Kabuto's head covered by the raging waves from the sea. In the face of this natural disaster attack, the 3 Danzo who ran away were swept in the blink of an eye. Interesting academy can't escape the shackles of Shillong no matter how hard it struggles. In the face of this terrifying sand sea, all resistance is futile. Caught them. 3 balls of sand. Gaara clenched his fist at the far right. Either don't do it or do it. Sand-bound coffin. The blood of the 5-finger Gaba was scattered, and the crisp sound of the bones shattering made the whole body numb. Be careful, Gaara, that guy isn't dead. Futon, wind style, vacuum sphere. A deep breath of cold air and exhaling dozens of thumb-sized wind bullets, Shimura Danzo appeared not far away. The whirring and panting Tamari was leaning on a Samsung fan and standing in the distance. The out-of-control tornado slowly moved and whistled. Hey, little girl, do you need us to go up and help? With 8 sickles on his shoulders, Boss Itachi shook his golden retriever. That guy has an invincible ability. Even if he is torn apart, it is useless. It's so beneficial. The hair sticking to the body stood up like a nest, and the 8 ferrets were all frightened. Tamari bit the corner of his lips solemnly. That's Sharingan's forbidden technique. 1 Sharingan takes a minute. To kill him, it takes 6 minutes of uninterrupted attack. Can we go home? He glanced at the battlefield timidly. What an undead ninja would do in 6 minutes, a fool can think of it. Danzo's power is beyond imagination. Lord Casecage, it's very rude to see the old man face to face. Hey168.com. If you take off your right eye, I will meet you naturally. In front of him in a semi-circle, Gaara played with eyes of sand with one eye closed. The secret was revealed. Danzo's old face turned into a crab, and he hated Liuman to the core. The strength of the ninja lies in the mystery, and the lethality of the trump card after being beaten must be reduced by at least half. That kid must die. The same is true of these people in front of them. Raid. Sudden raid. Futon, wind style, vacuum continuous wave. The solitary wind knives slashed horizontally and vertically across the wilderness, and Shimura Danzo suddenly appeared behind Gaara. Shanfang Shuriken Thorn. The flat sharp cone brought a half-foot-long blade to the back, and the frantically surging sand and stones could not stop his attack at all. Fly to the sky, Gaara. That guy has no ability to lift off. Drag him to death. The beauty who had almost all the information shouted a bad move again. Shimura Danzo's face was black and black with shoe polish. Sand hand. Slightly opening her body to the side to cut through the drooping placket, Gaara boldly launched a counterattack. Danzo, who was pinched by a slap, greeted death with a smile, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Kankuro Maki who had just arrived. Get out. Red secret technique fire bullet. The young face under the cloak opened his mouth and spat out poisonous needles. At the same time, countless flames spewed out of his palm. Shimura Danzo stood in the dark Yuhi and disappeared without a trace. Is this the horror of Izanagi? Turns all unfavorable factors such as injury and death into a dream, which nullifies anyone's attacks, and at the same time materializes favorable factors such as attacks. Freely controlling the boundary between demonic illusion and reality, casting the ultimate demonic illusion on oneself, and controlling the transition between dream and reality, Sharingan really benefits, which is beyond the scope of ordinary ninjutsu. Shimura Danzo, you bastard must die. Gaara, he has 5 minutes left in his spell. It's this woman again. Face slightly, Danzo glanced at the girl on the edge of the storm who was standing far away, and Danzo was full of killing intent. Since you have forced the old man into such a situation, then you must prepare for death. Kill him. An unexpected change happened suddenly. With the old thing drinking violently, Gaara's little half-body was stained with blood. Back, Danzo in front, Maki in the back, Sunagakure Jonin, who finished his hands, widened his eyes in astonishment, not knowing why he did this. Junior, go to hell. All his strength to attract Gaara's absolute defense, Shimura Danzo suddenly made a black hand in a sneak attack on the opponent controlled from behind. Maki-sensei, you. I don't know. Go on. Another word, another attack. Maki Jonin, who has the name of Yigui, seems to be a different person all of a sudden. Gaara must die, his presence is a danger to Sunagakure. Asshole, what the hell is going on here? Kankuro, control the teacher, his memory has been tampered with. Guard, there's no guard left, Tamari ducked into the storm earlier to guard against this. Unexpectedly, someone still won the prize. Hateful. With his backhand pulling out the scroll that sealed the black ants, Kankuro launched a surprise attack on Maki. It looks oddly shaped like a horse's head, and the puppet doll with 3 eyes and 2 corners opens its belly. These things are useless for teachers. X was cut open, and the puppet doll shattered into 4 pieces before it reached the front. Big trouble. Being able to survive from the battlefield to the present, Maki is naturally not a good character. Gaara looked at Danzo in front, and teacher in the back, and stroked the wound from top to bottom. The sharp wind knife not only successfully broke through the outer sand escape, but even the inner sand armor also wore through. It is an unforgivable sin to play with the minds of others at will. Shimura Danzo, I declare in the name of Kazekage of the 5th generation, and execute the sentence on you. Junior, when you're not young, you can learn from adults. If you want to judge this old man, you have to have that kind of strength. You can die. After a short pause, a gloomy smile appeared in his eyes, and a pitch-black spell floated under Gaara's feet. Danzo raised his knife, Danzo stabbed forward, and Danzo's old face became a jug of liquid. Impossible, the sand can still move. The escape of sand is not controlled by me, and your seal is naturally ineffective against them. This is the greatest treasure given to me by my mother, and she is guarding me all the time. Even though her body couldn't move, Gaara showed no fear at all, and the sand gushing from the mouth of the gourd enveloped her body in an instant. Shimura Danzo's face was black, and it couldn't be blacker. This kid. There is a power outage in the cloud home, and it is difficult to find a non-stop place. Hey, they moved to the north and south of the Yangtze River. I hope they can change the wires in the afternoon. It's really annoying to code words outside. Text chapter 290_legendary monster. The old man doesn't believe it. You can really defend it. The Interesting Academy is the first release. The conical sword hidden in the crutch, Shimura Danzo stabbed the sandball. The blade that was half a foot beyond the blade collided with the gravel that had shrunk to the extreme, sparking sparks, and Danzo's eyes flashed with unstoppable astonishment. The sand in the gourd is different from the outside. It has been nourished and improved for many years. They are no longer ordinary things. As I said, this is the treasure that my mother gave me, and she has been guarding me silently. No matter what I become, my mother's love will never change. Those who don't understand love will never understand love. Great. You are just a cockroach in a dark corner. You will never understand the vastness of the light, and if you insist on coming out, you will only be reduced to ashes. Quote. Little devil, you are too long-winded. The sharp blade that moved forward little by little became more and more difficult as it went inside, and Danzo's entire old face turned black and turned into a lump of coal. The smaller the volume, the higher the density. The higher the secret, the stronger the defense. You can't pierce through this layer of sandstone armor. Almost turned into steel. No. Wrong. It should be said that the armor of banknotes, which is far more than steel, gradually appeared golden, and as the ball shrank inward little by little, a human figure appeared. The sword in Danzo's hand couldn't pierce, but likewise Gaara lost his ability to move. Not only because of the strange incantation under his feet, but also because of the armor on his body. If the old man can't kill you, he will seal you completely. Sunagakure village is missing 5 generations of Kazekage, which just makes Konoha one less rival. If you die, those guys will definitely form an alliance with us again. His finger to draw the Dao Dao rune, Shimura Danzo's bloodshot eyes flashed a hideous smile. Konkuro. Tamari. One was chased by Maki, and there was nothing left of a chakra. How to do. As the minutes passed, Danzo wrote the final strokes. Interesting Academy. Gaara. Brushing the hand seal with both hands, Shimura Danzo squinted his eyes happily. First solve the 5 generations of Kazekage, then take the Genin World Coalition, go back and tie Sunagakure to the chariot, use this war with Akatsuki to unify the entire ninja world, and then secretly manipulate the daimyo to become the United Nations. He will become a unique ruler. Bye. There are too many jades in the world, just leave one piece. I will be the co-owner of all. What predecessor Hokage, what Sarutobi Hiruzen, will be trampled under the feet of the old man. No, I'm going to help. Bite Silver Kiba and lift the Samsung fan. Tamari gave up the protection of the tornado and rushed to the battlefield. Even if you risk your life, you have to break that seal. Don't miss out on Gaara. Shimura Danzo. After pouring in the last bit of chakra, he launched the Itachi cage, and Tamari, who had finished swinging his fan, threw himself to the ground. It's useless, the sealing technique has been completed. Two hands suddenly stopped to form a tiger print, and Danzo's eyes flashed coldly. Just as he was about to perform his kung fu, there was a swan chirping from the horizon. Along with the chirping of swans, there were also bursts of tiger roars. Get rid of him first. The sickle in Itachi was pressed down with both hands, and Danzo had a bad idea in his heart. Seeing the black runes spreading all over Gaara's body, Kankuro stretched out his right hand. Mr. Maki, the puppet master is also conscious. You once said that because you are too used to hiding and avoiding attacks by relying on strange organs, it is far more difficult for a puppet master to grow than an ordinary ninja. Now, I have found the moment when I should be enlightened. Quote. Gaara has to survive, he is a well-deserved 5th-generation Kazekage from Sunagakure village. Yuhi's secret skill spiral. Leaving the most powerful puppet from his side, Kankuro held the Sanjiao Yu in front of him. Even if you know you can't do it, you have to do the last struggle. This is my way of forbearance. Even if you die, you have to bring people to be buried with you. Poison cone hell extremely accurate 100 bursts. The rotten black ants spinning at high speed spewed out poisonous needles from the surviving arms. At the puppet doll that was spinning rapidly around him, Maki didn't move. His body was enough to guard against Jonan's full-strength slashing, so he didn't need to pay attention to these things at all. It's useless. The curtain came to an end with a crisp sound, and the thousands of poisoned books were all broken into pieces. Kankuro's heart seemed to sink into the sea of ice, and Maki looked at him with very complicated eyes, but the tampered memory drove him to attack. Terrifying demonic illusion, terrifying ability. With just one wave, the flying puppet fell to the ground. You are the apprentice I taught. I am Jonan from Sunagakure village, and I am also the commander of the fighting force. There is no secret to me about the ability of the puppet master. To be able to cut the invisible chakra line with the wind blade that he sent out at will, what he should not see, is it experience. Drops of cold sweat ran down his cheeks, and the roar of thunder and lightning sounded in Kankuro's mind. Of psychic taper. After completing the final seal, the hidden psychic beast was summoned. As the roar of the elephant spread throughout the night, the nightmare taper with tiger claws, ox body, cat ears and elephant trunk appeared in the world. This mythical monster that devoured nightmares for a living doesn't look docile at all. It doesn't match many records, and it's far larger than expected. Not to mention that it is comparable to the legendary Sanin, it is not much different. Gaara. Lifting his chin with difficulty and opening his eyes, Tamari's eyes blurred to look at the opposite, the 5 generations of Kazekage, whose whole body was almost covered with incantations, with 2 circular seals printed on the front chest and back. Gaara was careless, or restrained. Danzo's ability to immortalize is extremely strange. It can be called very strong, or it can be called very weak. Meet some ninjas and he's a god, meet some ninjas and he's an idiot. If Uchiha Itachi comes in person today, his fate is only a dead end. Gaara poured down the blood mold, and the rapidly flying Lu Man widened her eyes. The west wind roared, and the morning dew cried softly. The gangster who danced diagonally in Warsaw with the silver-white wind shook off his cape. Danzo. You are finally here. Dare to beat my wife's idea, die. There is no meaning of nonsense at all, and the whereabouts are volleyed. Before Liamong has landed, the poison mine bag in his hand is thrown out. Dozens of groups of poisonous packets exploded, raising a poisonous cloud that spread across the entire battlefield. Shimura Danzo sneered dismissively. Dream taper. His Aang raised his long nose and opened Kiba's vulgus mouth, and the terrifying strong wind was sucked into his mouth. Danzo laughs. Liamong also laughs. Go to hell. Go to hell. There are still 2 chapters, the last chapter may be late, but even if the cloud does not sleep, it will be coded. Text chapter 291_ must kill him. The attacks that were launched at the same time slammed into each other. Danzo wanted to kill Liamong to take the opportunity, and Liamong also wanted to kill Danzo to cut the grass and remove the roots. Neither of them could keep his hand. "You're dead, stinky rat." Dream taper. The hand knife that went through his chest held the beating heart, and before Liuman could be happy, the shadow of a psychic beast came from the top of his forehead. The giant hoof like a tiger's claws slammed down the road, and the splashed sand, gravel and dust filled a radius of dozens of meters. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a monkey king, and his apprentices also have psychic beasts. However, the old man is no worse than any of them. The old man can do the things they can't do, and the old man can solve the problems they can't solve. Why did they become shadows one by one, but the old man had to hide in the shadows and wait to die? I want to be a movie too. Killing the boy in front of him and declaring the prestige of the 6th generation of Hokage to the ninja world is the best way to ascend the throne. Deadwood Liamong, how long are you going to hide? Have I said that I need to hide? Stinky mouse, only a sneaky person like you who is playing tricks all the time will save others. Fighting with you is really an infinite thing. Husband Kun, 4 minutes, he has 4 minutes left. Also, Sister Enko. I know. With a lonely expression, he lowered his head, and helped Tamari on the west wind's back, with boundless murderous intent surging in Liamong's eyes. Danzo, you bastard. Something completely unexpected, just a negligence caused the bitter fruit like now. All of this needs to be paid for with blood. Blast me. The rumbling dark purple clouds blew up the clouds of smoke that spread across the entire battlefield. When the icy cold wind dispelled the twilight, Danzo's psychic beasts had seen blood in many places. Interesting Academy first release. Since you're still alive, try this again. Thang Longba. With the speed that the naked eye can reach, he rushed under the unsteady dream taper, and Liamong slammed his fist, punching. 2 punches. 3 punches. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous roar continued for a full 18 sounds, and the huge psychic beast flew into the air like a rocket that couldn't catch fire. Danzo standing below was dumbfounded, and Yuhi's third Tomo went blind on the spot. Look, this is your future. He hugged the huge elephant trunk with both hands and swung it into a circle, and Liamong kicked the void and turned into a circle, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow disappeared. There is only a funnel-shaped whirlwind that connects the sky and the earth. The rumbling sand and gravel rushed towards the clouds with the shattered wind and snow, and the mournful cry of the psychic beast was indescribably desolate, like a half-big doll beaten by an adult or a lifeless rat who had seen a cat. Shimura Danzo's mouth is bitter. Although he had already prepared in his heart, when he really faced Liamong, he still murmured. Didn't you say that this kid was struck by lightning? Why is it now? Thinking of the information collected earlier, what Shimura Danzo wants to do most now is to go back and kill those people. If he hadn't known that Liamong fell into the prestige situation, if he hadn't known that Liamong's strength had been greatly damaged, how could he choose to jump out at this time to do such a thing? Is it all fake? Thousands of thoughts turned around in my mind, and only half a second passed by the outside world, and the dream taper danced into a windmill, and threw it to the ground with a wild laugh. Spiral comet falls. Die for me. A monster weighing more than tens of tons was dropped from a height of hundreds of meters with a strong centrifugal force. You can know Akatsuki by looking at the Kingdom of Iron. In fact, when Liamong completed this blow, the 3 wolf mountains in the Iron Country trembled 3 times. Already in place, the 3rd generation Tsuchikage who was climbing the hill, and the 5th generation Mizukage who was on a leisurely journey all felt this abnormal tremor. This is by no means a natural disaster. Countless powerhouses cast their gazes in the direction of the earthquake. Liamong stood in the huge crater and picked up the spoils, which were 2 huge elephants, Kiba, and the longest of the 2 dream tapers, Kiba. So crazy, so scary. Looking at the crater with a depth of tens of meters, looking at the cracks in the wasteland in all directions, creating such a brilliant image on this frozen soil, the Liuman stepped on the blood pool and screamed. Danzo is ready to run off with oil again. There are times when the immortal pupil technique also loses its effectiveness, and with the speed at which it manifests itself, there is no certainty of victory at all. In the face of absolute speed, all tricks are jokes. In the world of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only fast is invincible. Before the seal was finished, people wiped the neck and played a fart, hurry up and run. As for the two subordinates whose life and death are unknown, Danzo didn't even think about it. If you die, you will die. The old guy never treats the people below him as a human being. A tool is a tool, and no matter how good it is just a tool. Retreat. Immediately executing the thought that will arise, Danzo is about to run into the crowd, a group of acquaintances who are in a mess. Yamato Tenzo Kurenai Yuhi, Aburame Shino Inazuka Kiba, Tenten Sakura ka Naruto. In the name of the 6th generation of Hokage, the old man orders you to immediately execute the Konoha's level sentence. How could this old bastard be here? His arms and those eyes. Where did your Sharingan come from? After being immersed in the sea of consciousness for days, I was finally awakened by Sakura's tears. Today's Naruto's formidable temperament has changed drastically, and he is no longer as clueless as he used to be, nor as free and easy as before. Today, he is more like a hero standing on the top of the cliff and looking at the world. Children grow up, and maybe Jiraiya will be excited about that. Unfortunately, that guy is dead. Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force, you are not staying in the village, what are you doing out? Shimura Danzo, you just gave the order in the name of Hokage, then I will use that name too. In the name of the Uzumaki clan and the Namikaze clan, I declare you to be executed. You can't leave here alive today. Dead boy, he has Sharingan on him, and the breath of Senju Hashirama, kill him, this old guy must die. Stinky Fox, why are you crazy? I'll tell you later if the old man is crazy. If you can't do it, open the door. Anyway, this thing is useless. Of the spell created by the 4 generations of Hokage, Kyuubi, Ninetales, has been able to establish spiritual communication with Naruto at any time. The chakra channel between one person and one beast is completely opened. Listen to the old man, kill him. There is still a chapter, although it has passed a little, but the cloud is still working hard and will definitely come out. Text chapter 292_weird situation that has never been seen before. One hand and one elephant, Kiba quickly digs the gravel, and is not in a hurry to perceive the changes in the outside world through the conscious mind and eyes. Interesting academy. Dig them out first. Do you want to disobey Hokage's orders? Shimura Danzo was half dead in panic as he looked back and forth in extreme unease. Sakura away, he walked to Kurenai Yuhi and stood still. Naruto Uzumaki slowly gave a thumbs up. Don't be surprised, he was facing down. Danzo, you never deserve to be Hokage. Kyuubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki, Column Force, I'm afraid you can't afford to provoke this old man. Yamato Tenzo, Kurenai Yuhi, what are you waiting for? Shimura Danzo, you've been removed from the village by Hokage for 5 generations. You're no longer a ninja in Konoha. The old man is the 6th generation of Hokage. Don't be that stinky, shameless old guy. Inazuka Kiba opened his mouth unexpectedly. Even with Akamaru's bark, we have never admitted your identity, and the Daming House has also confirmed the nomination of Teacher Guy. You are still cool and don't stay. Go ahead. What? Daimyo recognized Might Guy's nomination. You should call him Hokage, the 6th generation. As for the word Lord, you don't need it. The previous generation, Lord Hokage Jiraiya, crossed out your name in the village file. Goddamn. Persistence all along was suddenly hit hard. Shimura Danzo's throat was sweet, and Wa spit out a large black yuhi. Why did things turn out this way? Didn't the daimyo already promised him? The 6th generation Hokage can only and must be my Shimura Danzo. You are deceiving the old man is going to kill you. Dead boy, kill him. Yuhi coat that suddenly appeared, danced back and forth with the angry roar of Kyuubi, Ninetales. Kurenai Yuhi Yamato and Tenzo became stupid in an instant. Not only they were stupid, but Sakura Inazuka Kiba Tenten Shino was also stupid. Heihei168.com This is this. Uzumaki Naruto standing silently, Yamato Tianzang completed the transfer of Spartan Berserker in one fell swoop. Shimura Danzo's old face twitched twice. You have full control over Kyuubi, Nine Tails. No, Naruto's voice was very calm as the ocean, because I have never thought of it this way. Kurama, give it to you. The jewel-colored pupils turned into the color of a beast when they closed and opened, and Naruto, whose aura changed greatly, raised his hands and looked at it. The human body is so weird, and it's really awkward to control. If it wasn't for the fear of crippling this kid, the complete body should be better. You are not Kyuubi, Nine Tails, people Jinchuriki, column force. Ha ha ha, did you just find out? Of course, the old man is not the poor dead boy, the old man is the demon fox in your mouth. Seven Tails danced frantically and leaned down. Uzumaki Naruto rushed out. Danzo also changed jobs like Yamato. So bizarre has ever happened since someone was Jinchuriki column powering this thing. The tailed beasts are either completely controlled, or take the opportunity to run wild. How can there be such a strange thing in front of them? Uchiha Madara uses Mangekyo to forcibly control Kyuubi, Nine Tails, turning it into his own psychic beast. And Senju Hashirama uses Mokuden, wood style, which is a powerful annihilation. Compared with them, the 4th generation Mizukage killer bees are different. They choose to communicate with the tailed beast, and then use strange means to control it. But no matter whether it is forced to annihilate or lure annihilation, in the final analysis it is annihilation. Naruto is different from them, completely equal body exchange, and even spiritual sharing. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, from the cage and overturn the shell. Now Naruto is watching a play. Kurama see me like this before. Thinking of being watched like this by a fox since he was born, Uzumaki Naruto feels very strange, as if all the secrets have been discovered. In a way, his relationship with Kyuubi, Nine Tails, is closer than anyone else. Among them, even his father, Namikaze Minato, and his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, were included. Stinky fox, fight hard, don't damage your body. Shut up, you bastard, if you dare to gossip, I'll really take over your body. As you wish, I just happen to experience this kind of bystander feeling, it's really amazing. Damn, shut up, dead boy. The suffering that he has suffered is regarded as enjoyment by others. Depressed and mad, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, dances his claws and tears Danzo to shreds. The old man is going to see how many lives you have. Tailed Beast Bomb. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, blasting cannons is easier than yawning, compared to Naruto's idiotic tricks that take time to gather. Captain Yamato, is there really no problem with this? Kurenai Yuhi's pretty face turned pale as she stared at the completely inhuman fighting style ahead, and a deep fear filled her mind. I don't know. A completely unimaginable change overwhelmed all previous cognitions, and Yamato Tenzo really didn't know what to do. If it was in the past, he would definitely go up to suppress Naruto. But for now, don't make fun of him. Yao was because of various coincidences and the help of 4 generations of Reikage. Don't look at one less than last time, only 7 tails, but this is under control. And the person in control is not by the side, it is the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, fox itself. Suppress it. As long as Yamato Tianzang thought about it, he felt that he was seeking his own death. Look at that hapless Danzo, the fight scenes are totally one-sided. If it weren't for the weird undead technique, he would have been instantly killed by Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Burst of tailed beast bombs and a long tail of sharp claws that stretch out at will. When Naruto launches a surprise attack, it's like a 9-armed ninja that makes it hard to guard against. Hey, stinky fox, can you not bite your mouth? It's disgusting. It's not a big deal to take a bite, study hard, this is the real physique. Wow, go, you are also called Taiju. Stink fox, do you still have shame? Why can't this old man be called a physique? Dead boy, keep your eyes open for this old man. 32 combos of mouth, claw and tail, flying fox flash. With his mouth wide open, he aimed at his throat and snorted. Before the person could fall, the two claws ripped through the air. At the same time, the 7 tails like machine guns suddenly flashed into phantoms, crazily wearing everything forward. Danzo was aggrieved, ran, couldn't run away, won, couldn't win. After being photographed into flesh again, he turned his eyes towards Haruno Sakura. According to intelligence, this girl is very important to the Kyuubi, 9 tails Jinchuriki column power. If you can catch her. Hey, Stinky Fox, that old guy's eyes make me very uneasy, be careful. Okay, dead boy, this old man has more experience than you. Those little grasshoppers over there, get the hell out of here, don't shoot you to death for a while to make that dead boy bother me. Is this really the Kyuubi, 9 tails fox? Who is the dead boy he was talking about? Naruto. The answer that was guessed after a little guess came to mind, and Kurenai Yuhi Yamato and Tenzo were not calm. Especially our Yamato captain, who has a white face. Yuhi will be white for a while. Not far away, a snow-white elephant Kiba appeared in his eyes. Finally finished the update, the cloud went to sleep, and got up in the morning to continue. Look at the special cat meat. Text chapter 293 _ all that should come and should not come. Danzo, you're really pissing, the young master gave you such a good opportunity, you don't run, you're still poor here. Baidu Interesting Academy. Deadwood Shimmering. Don't yell so loudly, I'm not deaf. It's not like you can't hear a lot of words at your age. The elephant Kiba beside him slammed into the ground, and Liuman lifted the 2 sandballs he dug up. Bring up with the sandball, there is a little black. Needless to say, everyone knows that this is Gaara's unlucky child. Tsunade is coming soon. Secretly estimating the estimated time, he glanced at Danzo, and Liamong turned his gaze to Naruto, or the Kyuubi, 9 tails fox. What happened? He aimed, the rhythm didn't seem right. Boss. A bloody Yuhi's beast pupil returned to its blue color, and Naruto waved his arms in greeting. Liamong opened his mouth in astonishment, and broke his legs in fright. He's aiming, it's a big deal. Is this kid Naruto Uzumaki now, or is he a Kyuubi, 9 tails fox? Naruto, what state are you in? Boss, let's talk about something for a while, or Kurama will be upset, I'll go back first. Finish speaking, his eyes changed color again, and the demon fox dancing with 7 tails rolled his eyes coldly and rushed towards Danzo. A minute and a second passed, and Danzo's forehead saw fine sweat. What the hell is going on? How the Kyuubi, 9 tails people Jinchuriki column force control the demon fox, this is not normal. Who would have thought that Naruto would move Kyuubi, 9 tails with his own life in silence? Even the spiritual body clone left by the 4th Hokage was speechless. What kind of person and what kind of life, like this kind of character who is loved by the worldview, will always make all kinds of strange things. Baidu Interesting Academy. Looked at Kyuubi, 9 tails, who had beaten Danzo into a rolling gourd and wiped his nose, letting go of his thoughts. Looking back, he began to think about how to open the seal. To rescue Anko first. Inch strength breaking fist. Gaba put his 5 fingers together and used a shocking call, and the radiance of the sandball in a punch showed a smile on his face. Sister Anko, welcome back. Fu-kun, it's so nice to meet you. The fist that suddenly exploded, under the gaze of astonished eyes, was in the middle of the lower abdomen, and the coldness in Liamong's eyes was enough to freeze the glacier through. Yamanaka wind, it seems that you don't want to. Fu-kun, what are you talking about? The weak body struggled twice, and Anko's eyes were full of puzzlement. Liamong smiled and waved his fist again, brazenly slammed into another ball of sand. Dai me. Martial arts golden steel shatter. One punch, thousands of sandstones turned into powder, and Anko's eyes flashed with a deep unwillingness. Why would he know? Being calculated by such a small character who doesn't look down on him at all, Liamong's anger grew stronger and stronger. Bad boy, be careful. You are dead. As the inheritor of the secret arts of the Aburame family, Aburame has never been to school since he was a child. With a body that is resistant to nanoscale poisonous insects, it can instantly kill any living thing it touches. Master Ba, who threw it horizontally, clenched his fist. A muffled clap of fists and Aburame laughed. But right away, he couldn't stop laughing. Why? No why. Aburame, who fell to the ring pit, took the root and sprayed out the blood foam that filled the sky. Infection has to be exposed. A ferocious phantom of a tiger's head flickered on his left hand full of energy, and Liamong simply looked down on this method. The ninja's secrets are very dangerous when they are not discovered, and they are nothing if they are discovered. Like the Yamanaka wind, and like Aburame taking root. Welcome home. Stinky boy, you bastard. The raised slap turned into a warm touch, and Mitarashi Enko threw himself into his arms crying. Saw this scene from a distance, trembled, not because of the lack of subordinates, but because of the insight shown by Liuman. How did he know the wind and the ability to take roots? No one likes their secrets being revealed, and Danzo suddenly realizes that choosing to come here is the biggest mistake he has ever made in his life. Does the old man lose his cool? On the verge of desperation, Shimura Danzo is worthy of being a veteran powerhouse, and he thought of a bad move at a glance. Take the hostages. Not choosing to charge Liamong again, Danzo aimed at Kurenai Yuhi and others who retreated far away, and aimed directly at Haruno Sakura. QB, Ninetails, the fox was annoyed. You guys quickly get out of the way, this is a bunch of idiots. Dozen consecutive bites and slaps couldn't stop Danzo's progress. The old guy, who was not afraid of death at all, insisted that Chingshin would not relax. After chasing and fleeing, he came behind him in less than half a minute. Who left Enko and Gaara to Hanada's care, followed, and it was a pursuit that was doomed to madness from the start. Kurenai Yuhi Yamato Tianzang led a few strong men to run in front, Shimura Danzo sullenly chasing behind. QB, Ninetails, Fox slapped Kiba and slashed wildly. But for Danzo, who opened the forbidden technique, it has almost no effect. Run, the old guy is running out of time. You can't run away. The only hope of survival lay ahead, and Danzo had no chance of letting go. Death to the old man. Seven Tails rolled up 4 tree poles and smashed forward. Danzo, who was chasing people, kept being smashed to pieces. But the next moment, he appeared from not far away and continued to run wildly, and came to the back in an instant. Haruno Sakura is terrified. Yuhi Sharingan's pale arms covered with fishy fish grabbed Fanjin, and Yamato Kurenai Yuhi's helping hand was completely useless. Catch her and force QB, Ninetails, Jinchuriki, column force to fight with the Deadwood Liamong, and then take advantage of the fisherman. If this traitor can be dealt with in one fell swoop, that is, QB, Ninetails, can be brought under control, then who would dare deny me this Hokage? Haruno Sakura, come here for this old man. The sudden flash of thunder light pierced through the front's arm, and Danzo, who was only a finger away, was stunned. When he tried to do it again, Sakura was already being protected behind him. The despicable person who covets the blood of the Uchiha family, I will sentence you in the name of the Uchiha family patriarch. Your future is only death. Oh, brothers and sisters, watch the performance of the cloud, there are at least 3 more orders today, come on. Text chapter 294 Is it a calculation or a mistake? Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. The excited Sakura, the surprised Naruto, the frowning Yamato Tenzo, and the appearance of Nisukako attracted all kinds of eyes. The 7th class reunited again, and the twilight followed and killed Shimura Danzo's face turned purple. Senju Tsunade, who had walked out of the shadows, threw off his emerald shirt, and punched his left and right fists on his chest. Snapped. There were 2 muffled noises. Seeing this legendary ninja appear, Danzo's face is no longer dark, he is already white. These guys. He took out a kiba stick and exhaled a sullen breath, and Liuman suddenly had the urge to smoke. Danzo, where are you going today? He's mine. Sasuke first glanced at Liamong, then at Tsunade, and finally at Uzumaki Naruto. Kyuubi, Ninetales, Demon Fox Blood Yuhi, beast eyes flashed with murderous intent, and Uzumaki Naruto, who knew how to watch dramas in the sea, was excited. Hey, Kurama, what are you doing? He's my friend. Dead boy, he's also from the Uchiha family. Stinky fox, don't you just look at them like that. That's right, I wish all of them were dead. He roared angrily, and there were two people Kyuubi, Ninetales, hated most in his life. One of them was named Senju Hashirama and the other was named Uchiha Madara. These two bastards not only toyed with its body, but also annihilated its soul. Back then, the little fox was happy, and the mainland came to pick up money casually. Until they met the dead ghost Madara, the two Sharingans turned it over and were forced to enslave for decades, fighting and killing without paying. Later, I met a dead Hashirama, who smashed the skin to pieces, an eternal, and used her wife to play space. One level was nearly 100 years. Kyuubi, Ninetales, hated them. Eternal, eternal. Everyone in the Uchiha family deserves to die, whoever has the Sharingan has to die. Hey, Kurama, don't lose your temper, okay? Damn boy, get the hell out of here. The old man, the first author of the interesting academy, cleaned up the old man first, and then killed the little one. Tailed beast bomb started the battle, and Kyuubi, Ninetales, suddenly expanded the battlefield by several hundred meters. Mokuden, wood style, wood array. 100 blossoms Nianchi mask. There was a continuous burst of crackling, and the dumped cedar and cypress were all broken into pieces. Standing in the void and shaking his head, Kyuubi, Ninetales, aimed the bloody Yuhi's eyes at Danzo. There's a minute left, and he still has a minute left to die. Grabbing Zephyr's smooth fur with both hands to report the data, Tamari hated Danzo to death. Liamong took out his ears and glanced back. Tsunade's pale golden pupils were dyed with murderous intent. Shimura Danzo has become a favorite, and now not only Kyuubi, Ninetales, wants to kill him, but Ursukuko also wants to kill him, and Tsunade is also thinking of this. Wanfu was unmoved by what he said, and the thick-skinned conspirators simply ignored them. If you want to kill the old man, you must have the consciousness of being buried with him, so let these traitors of Konoha give the old man a burial. Sarutobi, look at these people, this is your weekend, uncontrolled existence must be eliminated. Sake of Konoha, these people must die. Futon, wind style, Shanfang shuriken rise. The high-speed spinning cross dart threw a terrifying whistle in all directions, and Shimura Danzo slammed both hands to the ground. Mokuden, wood style, wood cuttings. This bastard. The wood thorns that broke out of the ground formed thorns one after another, and Senju Tsunade clenched his fists when he saw this move. Sure enough, it still can't be completely controlled, the vitality of Senju Hashirama cells is too tenacious. No one caught the jutsu that was forced to stop after only a few seconds, and Shimura Danzo couldn't help but feel unwilling in his heart. Kill him. One after another, the ultimate move was shot towards the midfield, and the second assistant suddenly turned into a Mangekyo. No, not a normal Mangekyo, but an eternal Mangekyo. Amaterasu. Yuhi's bloodshot eyes overflowed with pale eyes, and all the places where his eyes met were stained by the fire of the sun. Faced with the flames that were enough to burn all, Shimura Danzo struggled twice and turned into nothingness. Seeing that Danzo was dead, everyone didn't look happy, but instead showed a solemn look. The next moment, angry curses resounded through the battlefield. Second assistant, you are such an idiot. Forward with black flames all over his body, Shimura Danzo slammed into Liamong. Choose one of three, of course, to solve the most threatening one. What he aimed at, did the young man dig up your ancestral grave in the last life, or did he wear a green hat for your father? Who can't you choose? You have to choose Mr. Fake. Did you pinch your face when you were a young master? The 5 small colorless crystals shattered, and 3 spheres of lightning flashing suddenly appeared above Liamong's head. Go to hell. Energy-gathering cannon. The laser that was accustomed to the entire battlefield devoured Danzo together with the fire of Amaterasu and dissipated. Looking at the colorful brilliance as thick as a water tank, many people swallowed. Aim, you give me a try again. Thousand lotuses in full bloom, dazzling flowers. Flurry Chiba flower. The two hands clenched fists and the body shook continuously, and shouted loudly with the flowing light. The golden lotus that broke out of the ground was in full bloom, and the flying petals floated like a fairy. A dreamlike brilliance entered his pupils, and Anko Tamari Hinata was completely stunned. Brother, my brother has good interests. When did the brat do this? No, keep an eye on it in the future. It's too easy to provoke little girls. Tamari, hello, Tamari, did you hear? Hu-kun is so handsome. Bastard, what are you crazy about? Pieces of golden lotus dance piece by piece, and the thunder dragon goes out to the sea to reflect the sky. Has Mangekyo, and Liamong also has awakening. Danzo, who had no success in his assault, jumped at Sasuke without even thinking about it. Choose one of three, always kill one. If Liuman can't hold it, Sasuke must be executed. The jet black flame ignited all over the body and rushed down into the air, and Ursuke giggled and opened his eyes. A despicable person, who can never recognize the distance of reality, attacking his master with a technique issued by Sharingan, only an idiot like you would think of it. Mangekyo Susanoo. Completely unafraid of the burning slap of Amaterasu's fire, he lifted Danzo up in the air. Ursuke raised his lips sarcastically. How long do you have? Seconds or seconds? Hide, I want to see. You, how many more times can I die? The old man still has a chance. Once again, his fart turned into blood in the cold. Danzo quietly appeared behind Sasuke, and his goal remained unchanged from beginning to end. Sakura. Smile appeared on his cheeks, and Shimura Danzo pinched Haruno Sakura's snow-white pink neck. Kill him, kill Deadwood Liamong, you two go together, or I'll kill her. Go to update the book, there are still 2 chapters. When I come back, I will work hard to see if I can get more. Brothers and sisters who are interested in The Rise of the Infinite Comprehensive Fat Man, go to see and ask for support. Text chapter 295 _ become the bait. Who do you want to kill? In his empty hands, crows flew up all over the sky, and Shimura Danzo's eyes instantly shrank to the extreme. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. It's Itachi's demonic illusion. You are not allowed to mention him again. You who conspired to murder the Uchiha family are not qualified to say this name. He told you everything. It turns out that he is also a betrayal, but also, since he can betray the family, why can't he betray Konoha? Perhaps, you are the only one he has never betrayed. Shut me up. Bo doesn't care to stand still. Shimura Danzo's voice continues. Itachi always wants you to believe that Uchiha is a proud family in Konoha. He begged Hokage not to let you know the truth, and even made up his mind when he left the village to fight with you. He took stigma as the price of fame, hatred as the price of love, and died generously with a smile of Ju Izumi, who entrusted the Uchiha family to you. Quote. Shut up. It's useless, you can't kill the old man. Once again turning death into a dream, Danzo cast an envious glance at Shuzuonengu. Self-sacrifice is the essence of ninjas, living in the dark without the care of the sun. No matter how hard you work, you will not be remembered by the world. This is the true face of a ninja. Life is not known, and death is not known to Matsuri. Quote. Have you said enough? The purple-black skeleton hand slammed down from top to bottom, and Danzo, who stepped out of the darkness, shook his head slightly. Anger is meaningless, not only your brother Itachi, but also many ninjas. In this world, only rely on the bright side doesn't work at all, thanks to the rest of us who can keep the peace. You misunderstood Itachi's will, and it doesn't agree with you. But since Itachi has told you the truth, it's a betrayal of Konoha. Uchiha clan, as expected, naturally anti-bone. Quote. Shimura Danzo, the matter of the Uchiha family can't be commented on by an outsider. When it comes to rebellion, you are the biggest rebel. If 1 slap does not die, then 10 slaps, and if 10 slaps do not die, 100 slaps. Interesting academy. Futoshiko, who was completely enraged, launched a frantic attack. Die for me. What nonsense are you talking about? Konoha was originally established by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Senju has made you all evil. Why can't Uchiha be in the top position? Itachi is an idiot, and you are a disaster. Susanoo, who was clenched into an iron fist, crashed down with the power of 10,000, and the sand and stones were splashed everywhere. Seconds. Don't let him run away. Tamari, who was shouting in the sky, Senju Tsunade ran to the north and stood still, while Liuman crooked his neck and stopped in the east. The old man is to the south. The 7 tails swept back and forth, Q beat 9 tails. Although Sasuke was upset, he was even more wary of Danzo. Never try to control the old man again. Those who play with the tailed beast will be killed by the tailed beast. There are still seconds. 8 seconds. 6 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Kill him. As Tamari's timer went to 0, Uchiha Sasuke attacked first. I won't give you another chance. Thunder blade slash. Knife behind the oblique insertion slammed out of its sheath, drawing a streamer that reflected the eyeballs, and Ursuke sneered at Danzo, who had a knife and a head. Father, mother, family, and brother, I will avenge your revenge from today. Be careful Sasuke, he's not dead yet. Izanagi reappeared and attacked from the dead, and Sasuke, who was reminded by Sakura, glowed with dark purple brilliance. Something unexpected happened. Danzo didn't attack after being resurrected, but ran away. Chase. Clouds move from all directions, attack from all directions, Liamong, Tsunade, Q beat 9 tails, Sasuke, none of them will let Danzo escape. Are you catching up? Head slightly and glancing behind him out of the corner of his eye, Danzo somehow remembered the past. Hokage rock, tomorrow flower. We are surrounded, the number of enemies is. Using his hands to probe the ground, the second Hokage opened his eyes and looked left and right, and the 6 disciples lined up one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen with an open-minded and lecherous personality, Shimura Danzo with a dark and competitive nature, Homura Mitokado who likes to calculate, Kaharu Utatane with a flexible mind, Uchiha Kagami with a gentle mind, and Akamichi with a gluttony who takes steps. These are the elites of the next generation of Konoha, and they must not be allowed to fold here. Who will take over Hokage's position? Sarutobi, or Danzo? Looks like a final test is needed. Judging by the pursuit ability, it is the Kumogakure Golden Horn troops who are attacking. You know their combat effectiveness. Ambush. Homura Mitokado pushed her glasses. We have 7 people here plus the 2nd generation Hokage-sama. You might be able to break through and escape by surprise, and hide your words before they find out. Impossible. How can you pin your hopes on luck at such a time? There must be someone to contain it, otherwise the entire army may be wiped out. When the bait is sure to kill, who goes? Akamichi took a step and swallowed. Everyone fell into silence. The 2nd generation Hokage Yi looked at these juniors with scrutiny in his eyes. Noticed Senju Tobirama's gaze, lowered her head, her right hand holding her knee trembled uncontrollably. Promise, you've already decided to die like a ninja on the battlefield. Look up and raise your head. Get up to take over the task, look up. Let me do it. There is no righteous cry, and there is no sadness of life and death. Seeing everyone's astonished eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head weakly. Danzo's hands suddenly stopped shaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you. Hey, don't worry, I'm not boasting, I'm the strongest among you, and I won't die as a bait. Danzo, everyone will ask you later. With a slap on his teammate, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Shimura Danzo was sluggish. Why didn't he agree just now? Why did his trembling hands stop? Danzo snapped. A sudden slap slapped his friend's hand to his shoulder. Shimura Danzo stood up in anger. Shut up Sarutobi, I'm about to take on this mission. you can't stand alone, I'll do the bait. This chapter union was written in a lingering way, and I have rewritten it several times, but I am still not satisfied, and I still feel that I am lacking in ability. It seems that I still need to study hard and work hard. It will come to this time accidentally, but the promised 2 updates will definitely be finished. Danzo is really hard to write, take aim. Text chapter 296_ The fox didn't go into the water well. Shimura Danzo suddenly burst out, and everyone was a little surprised. Baidu Interesting Academy. Uchiha Kagami, Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado all widened their eyes. The chubby Akamichi took a step and shrank his head, and said, looking at it, now he can finally eat again, fat brother worships you. Danzo. The half-stretched hand was opened again, and the young old immortal looked up at the sky. My father and grandfather died on the battlefield. Self-sacrifice is the spirit of a ninja. This time the bait. I'll be the bait this time. What? Hokage-sama you. The eyes raised by the brush were all stunned, and Senju Tobarama looked at each other. You are all the heirs of the will of fire, and the village will need you to guard in the future. This task is up to me. No, you are Hokage. You are the most important ninja in the village. How can you? Danzo, you like to compete with monkeys no matter what, but now you have to be united and not quarrel over personal grudges. Lord Hokage. You hesitate to make decisions, but that's normal. Ninjas need to recognize themselves first, stay calm at all times, and know what they're doing. Otherwise, you'll only put yourself and your comrades in danger. You're an adult now. Don't be restless like a child. One day, that time will come, and then hand over this life. Monkey. Lord Hokage. You must protect the people in the village who worship you and trust you, and cultivate a successor who can entrust the next era to him. From tomorrow, you will be the 3rd generation of Hokage. Forehead, and Senju Tobarama's sudden succession of great power shook all 6 disciples. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in astonishment, and it was only then that he realized what he had missed. Sarutobi, do you have to walk ahead of me no matter what, even in death? Today, the old man will follow your footsteps and carry out our unfinished competition to the end. For the peace and stability of Konoha, Baidu Interesting Academy, let these unfavorable factors accompany the old man to hell. 4-way seal. Back at the chasing soldiers behind him, Shimura Danzo shredded his coat and turned around and rushed back. What does he want to do? Not good. Run. He ain't, this old guy was dying. Sister Tsunade, Hubie, 9 Tails, hurry up, and Urzuzi doesn't want to die. Before the words blurted out, the person ran first, and Lu Mang, who was the first to retreat, hit the net, grabbed Tsunade, turned his head, and ran away. Hubie, 9 Tails, a fox who has become a fine for 100 years, flirted with his body as soon as he heard this, only Sasuke slowed down a little. Shimura Danzo smiled, with a gloomy smile. None of you want to run away. The black seal painted all over his chest sprayed countless inks in all directions, and Danzo, who felt that death was near, closed his eyes. Hiruzen, it looks like it's my turn this time, but unfortunately I didn't get to be Hokage until the end. No matter where you go, you can never catch up. You are the leaf that bathes in the sun, and I am the root that hides in the darkness. What do you think of me like this? I'm coming to you for an answer. Mokuden, Wood Style, Liberation. The end of the 4 elephant seals. Leave it all to the old man. Don't give up your life to activate the 1st generation cells. Danzo, who knew that he was going to die, became a desperado at the last moment, not only killing his own life, but also dying along with Tsunade, Naruto, Sasuke. The vines rising from the ground wrapped around the body like a poisonous snake, grabbed it and pulled it into the sprayed ink. It sounds very slow, but in fact it only took 2 seconds. Even if the second assistant who was the first to win the jackpot opened Susanoo, he still dragged the slip. A critical moment, Kekkei Genkei once again made a contribution. Mangekyo Amaterasu. After many years, Uchiha Senju's confrontation was staged again. Life and death, destruction and creation, two opposing energies collided violently. Shimura Danzo is not Senju Hashirama. Sasuke is also not Uchiha Madara. However, their current confrontation has a bit of the brilliance of the Valley of the End that day. This guy really is a lunatic. Back Senjutsunade next to him, let go of the restraints, and wiping his nose with a fluffy glow is all fear. If the reflection was not fast enough just now, and the impression in the memory was deep enough, I am afraid that this old guy would have been poisoned. Just one step away, Urzuzi, who was dragged into the seal by just one step, was sweating and his legs and feet were weak. Danzo was too ruthless at the end. The inside is like the seal, the same returning technique in the same returning technique. This is the secret method of the Uzumaki family, and what happened back then must have something to do with him. Resentful and complicated eyes, Tsunadiheim let out a long sullen breath. The country of the vortex is too jealous, but who can blame this? To get to the bottom of it, it was still her grandfather. If it weren't for the power of the human Jinchuriki column, the countries would not have noticed Uzumaki's. It is because of the poor creatures like Naruto that the country of the vortex has become a thorn in the eyes of all countries. Now that the matter is over, seeing Danzo being swallowed up by trees after his death, Senju Tsunade really doesn't know whether to be happy or disappointed, and she doesn't even understand the complexity. The little devil of the Uchiha family, your eyes. Where's Naruto? ... Looking back coldly, he stared at Kyubi, Ninetales, with a bad expression, the second assistant who opened the Eternal Mangekyo, and was not at all afraid of this beast in the eyes of others. Kyubi, Ninetales, is irritated by this contemptuous look. With one tail, the surrounding tree poles are thrown out. It's this kind of eye again, this kind of look again, Uchiha. Where's Naruto? Another question, the voice lifted a little, and Ursukuko stepped towards Kyubi, Ninetales. The fox's eyes twitched and he groaned twice. Kurama withdrew from the sea of consciousness in a fit of anger, and kicked Naruto out with one kick. The huge fox's legs kicked back, and the screaming yellow-haired boy stumbled, Sasuke. The fox. You mean Kurama. It went back to sleep. Naruto, who was very happy to see his teammates, giggled while scratching his yellow hair. The two basic friends were working on the pair of eyes when Haruno Sakura, who was not interested, ran over, wiped her tears and rushed into Ursukuko's arms. Uzumaki Naruto's heart is full of cracks. Sasuke is the most annoying thing. Hate to die. Then just kill him. Forget this. Damn boy, don't you like that girl? Kyubi, Ninetales, who called Naruto in and closed the door with his two front paws folded together as a pillow, had a bad heart. Listen to the old man, kill that Uchiha boy, that girl will definitely be yours. Really? Done, so sleepy, go to sleep, good night brothers and sisters. Text chapter 297_death is also a big trouble. You have to believe in the experience of a 1,000-year-old fox. The first release of the interesting academy. You are 1,000 years old. Of course. Kyubi, Ninetales, widened his eyes like a cat scratching a mouse. Uzumaki Naruto's face darkened. Stinky fox, no matter how I look at you, you seem to be lying. Damn boy, is it good for the old man to lie to you? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about here, just kill that brat from the Uchiha family. He's my friend. Naruto slumped to the side, pulling his legs into the soft fur. Kyubi, Ninetales, the fox's eyes are green, stay away from me, you idiot. Alright, anyway, Sasuke and Sakura are together, I might as well sleep here, out of sight and out of mind. Damn boy, get out of the way, old man, what if you fart? How can I fart, stinky fox? Stop talking nonsense. You don't fart, you still do less. You fart. Kyubi, Ninetales, felt his nose tingle when he remembered the video of Naruto drinking expired milk and Tenten bombarding the school building when he was a child. Years. Did the tail of the crane fart again today? I heard that the teacher smoked 8. Hey, It is rumored that the students in the same class as him have gone to buy masks. Shall we buy 2 as well? I see, okay. Hulula rushed to the clothing store to order all kinds of masks. Uzumaki Naruto's fart. All released flowers. The fart does not stink. The stinky fart does not make a sound, and the cereal fart stinks and squeaks. Thinking of the past days, this guy couldn't help but let out a few muffled laughter. QB 9 Tails, the fox, was even more depressed. Hurry up and die. As far as your mind goes, you go as far as you can. Sakura. Sasuke. Seeing each other again after many years, the boy and girl couldn't help but think of the past. The cold wind blew through the hair, and the pink Yuhi dyed it towards the heart. How have you been all these years? It's time for me to go. Heihei168.com. Drops of coolness swept across her cheeks, and Haruno Sakura stretched out her hand lonely. Ursukuko paused slightly as she walked towards the shadow. Thank you. These 3 words again. Why do you have to leave? The boy who dragged Chengyun's call and couldn't return, found that Sasuke was leaving, and Naruto didn't dare to pretend to be a dead crab, so he got up and chased after him. The howling cold wind blew up Hunter's clothes, and a snow-white swan fell to the ground. Brother. Fu-kun. Stinky boy. 3 calls accompanied by cries descended from the sky. Liamong opened his mouth, and a touch of bitter joy poured into his heart. Those are the 3 pretty faces of pear blossoms with rain. Those are 3 smiles that have been turned over 1,000 times. Seeing them, he seemed to have a lot of words to say, but he didn't know how to say it. In the end, only Yuhi opened his hands with his eyes wide open. You bastard. Don't go anymore, okay? Don't leave me, brother. She opened her arms to embrace the tearful woman, Liamong enjoying the warmth while enduring the torture. Sister Anko, the way you express your love is always so peculiar. Stinky boy, you bastard. Aiming at the shoulder and biting hard, Anko, who saw the blood of the 2 little tigers Kiba, shed tears. It depends on whether you still run or not. You will remember me wherever you run in the future. Are you really biting? Gently wiping the Kiba seal of Shion Yuhi, Anko cried while wiping. Bite you to death, you little conscience, do you know how worried we are? Hey, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. His hands behind his back and hugged Anko Inada tightly into his arms. Tamari's big black and white eyes flashed a thick smile. Liamong was slightly stunned. Is it still not coming? I can't see clearly when you are close. I want to take a good look at you, so as not to forget you. She bit Silver Kiba lightly and shook her head. Princess Sunagakur seemed to want to engrave the flow into her heart. Hinata looked up. The little girl pursed her mouth for the first time, and Yuhi closed her eyes tightly. Good bloody love drama. You won't be jealous, will you? I'm jealous, I'll be jealous of him. Pushing his glasses arrogantly, Uzumaki Karen rolled his eyes at Shizune. That big bad guy really doesn't know what's good. If I were those women, I wouldn't answer him. Quote. Yo, what would I be if I were? Senior sister, you are bad. Sakura's fat face flashed a hint of teasing, and Shizune circled around Senju Tsunade. Shimura Danzo died, Gaara was banned, and the 5 Shadows Conference was in trouble before it even started. Lee, are you sure we didn't go in the wrong direction? Rumble ran across the wilderness and stopped on the small dirt slope. Might Guy asked his disciple suspiciously. Lee Rock blinked in astonishment. Mr. Guy, don't I follow you all the time? Are you following me? Yeah, haven't I been following you all the time? So, Lee, is this really the way it is? Mr. Guy, youth is not allowed to deceive. His forehead and shedding big drops of cold sweat, Might Guy turned into an ancient stone statue in a blink of an eye. Mr. Guy, what's wrong with you, Mr. Guy? Lee, I have some very bad news for you, Master. What? Master seems to have lost his way again. Backhand stroked the watermelon head. Might Guy looked around blankly. Little Lee was startled and revealed joy. Mr. Guy, is this a new challenge? Aha, you're right, this is a new challenge. Let us master and apprentice run across this vast wilderness, and the 3 wolf mountains will definitely be found. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Let's go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hands behind them, Might Guy and Lee Rock ran towards the sun one after the other. Maybe they will reach the Pacific Ocean tomorrow, cross the Arctic Ocean the day after tomorrow, and reach the Indian Ocean the day after tomorrow. As for where it will end up, only God knows. Lee, we've crossed the South Pole. Teacher Guy. Lee, we've crossed the North Pole. Teacher Guy. Lee, we've crossed the equator again. He ain't, let our teacher Guy die. Karen, is there any way? It's very difficult, I need time. Putting Gaara's statue on the ground to check carefully, Uzumaki Karen pushed open the flat mirror and gave the answer. And Tamari's tight hearts let go a little, and then frowned again. How does this guy deal with it? The existence of Konkuro, Tamari, and Gaara is a threat to the village, and he must be eliminated. Teacher, you are in demonic illusion. No, this has nothing to do with demonic illusion. Gaara has to be dealt with, his presence is a threat. There are 2 more shifts, the cloud is working hard, and it's time to give gifts in the afternoon. Text chapter 298_ impatiently smashing the table and then impatiently smashing the house. Danzo, you're a duck egg, and you won't let people take it easy when you die. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Boom. Poo-kun, you. Don't worry, just stun him to save him trouble. A slap on the back of the head turned Maki upside down, and the speechless Liuman raised his eyebrows. Koto Amatsukami. The most disgusting ultimate demonic illusion in the Uchiha family, it doesn't get any more disgusting than this. Tsukuyomi of Uchiha Itachi can control time and space, and in Tsukuyomi space he is a god. But compared with Uchiha Shisui, it is 108,000 miles away. What is called strong annihilation? Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo is called strong annihilation, directly annihilating the will of others. Unknowingly manipulate the minds of others at will, permanently changing the memory of others. One moment is still fighting for life and death, and the next moment can be loyal. Is there anything more terrifying than this? If it weren't for the 447 cooling time, it would not be an exaggeration to call it an invincible technique. Yigimaji won the jackpot. The teacher who led the 3 Gaara brothers and sisters, and the commander of the Sunagaku village fighting force, became the new victim of Koto Amatsukami. The headache is far more than that. The change of Maki is bound to affect the power tilt of Sunagaku village. Originally, Gaara was not favored by the senior management of the village. Without Maki, a strong backup, it would be tantamount to a major loss of foundation. The most terrible thing is that he can't kill him yet. Tamari and the others will never allow Liamong to do it. Even if they know it's poison, they have to swallow it. Trouble, big trouble. Karen, how long does it take to unlock Gaara's seal? 2 days and 1 night. If you want to unlock this sealing technique, you need to do a lot of trouble and complicated preparations. Let's list the list of materials, let's get it. Interesting Academy. Liamong glanced at the black-red panda. As soon as possible, the time for the 5 Shadows conference is coming soon. What about Kazekage and Hokage? The bifurcated mustache poked upwards, and the 4th generation Reikage Yayui slammed the table again. What number is this? Omoi, you don't care what his first card is, this is not our village. Kurui, you can't say that. According to scientific theorem, destroying other people's finances many times will cause resentment. If resentment is caused, you will not be able to bear it. If you can't bear it, you will find a place to breathe. If you find a place to breathe, it will affect your health and your body. Healthy. Go and eat your lollipop. Is it disgusting for a big man to talk all day and night? I'm long-winded. Am I long-winded? Omoi touched the white hair unconsciously. Samui, am I really long-winded? Go away. The blonde and big breasts roared, and the eldest sister of Killer Bee's 3 apprentices widened her eyes. Ninjas should talk less and do more. It's better to just do and not talk, so as to be cold and cool enough, understand? Don't look like that, women have to be gentle. Kurui, can you be called a woman too? According to scientific theorem, you must have been born with the wrong gender. Damn Niangpao, you fuck me. Man, you are not so fierce, you are a flat-chested. Washboard, airport, princess typing. Oh my, you're going to die for my mother. Yunliu Fujuan. Man, are you really playing? With a bang, the two knives collided, and the lollipop snapped off the half-laden Omoy, heartbroken. Kurui smiled, and her cannibal eyes kept spitting fire. These two idiots. The sound of ping-ping-pong fighting came from the room, and the beauty Jiaoda who was not far from here stretched her waist lazily. Ching, hurry up and let them stop. Mizukage-sama, after all, there are 2 villages. Are you going? Go. Seeing Terumi Mei's face suddenly turning black, how could the one-eyed dragon say nothing? As soon as he turned his head, he gave Chojuro a kick. Didn't you hear what Mizukage-sama said? Hurry up and shut up those guys. Yes, senior, let's go now. Ow! A coquettish shout clapped on the table. Terumi Mei pointed to the door with a black line on his face. Changjiro, stay, you can go by yourself, don't let the children do everything. Mizukage-sama, Chojuro is not too young. You mean I was wrong? This what? Don't hurry up. Yes. Extremely helpless, he stood at attention, and before leaving, the one-eyed dragon glared at Jiro Kanchan. As a senior, I was actually sent to do such a boring thing. I am a senior, do you understand? Seniors should support juniors, and juniors should listen to seniors. Changjiro, you dead boy, wait for me, and I will kill you if I come back. Squeak pushed open the door and left the lounge. As soon as Ao, who had an onion-shaped brain, went out, he saw Tsuchikage and his 2 guards, Kuretsuchi, coming from the opposite side. The little girl Kurathashi has a quirky long head, Xiaomo has short hair that matches her ears, and she has a bun face like a hill, and her forehead is no more than half a finger from the roof of the shed. Looking at the 3 generations of Tsuchikage, if you put aside the age, it really looks like a baby just born between the 2. 3-inch Ding, dwarf, and setback are his truest portrayals. Ching was watching. The 3rd generation of Tsuchikage didn't know what to do. Haha fell a somersault, and almost snatched Yuhi's nose off. Kurathashi immediately became anxious. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Grandpa, get up quickly, Grandpa. It's a bird, terracotta, Grandpa is going to hang up, we're going to be a rookie, or let's run away. Kuretsuchi. Grandpa, you're all right, Grandpa, I knew that Grandpa would definitely do it. You let go first, let go, and if you don't let go, Grandpa will hang up. Are you going to hang up, Grandpa? Are you really going to hang up, Grandpa? Oh, Grandpa, how can you hang up when you're swollen, Grandpa? A series of grandpas hit the forehead like a machine gun, and Qingfeng remained in place until the 3 of them walked out of the distance and remained there in a daze. Grandfather. I hate Grandpa. Ching, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you go to me quickly? The water cup that was thrown out burst into pieces, and the pirate captain quickly ran to the direction where Rakage and others rested. After slashing for a long time with real knives and real guns, Kurui and Omoy, who were out of breath, stopped. The 4th generation Rakage Damascus sat in the ruins, his eyes spitting out fire. What the hell is going on with Konoha and Sunagakur? Today is the 5th day. Asshole, bring me a new table, I'll keep smashing it. Boom. The 1st watch, the 7th watch today, is open. Text chapter 299_ you can hold back if you have an opinion. Sasuke. Baidu Interesting Academy. 2 strides pulled the tree pole and turned forward, and Uzumaki Naruto stopped Ursukako. The rustling linfeng set off the fallen leaves, and the 2 young men, one black and one yellow, looked at each other from a distance. Go back. Why did you choose to leave? Naruto stared at Sasuke, and Ursuke raised his hand and tugged at the collar. there is only darkness in front of me, and there is no one to rely on for revenge. Sakura will be handed over to you in the future. Quote. But the person she really likes is you. Naruto turned around and grabbed his companion who was about to pass by. A look of anger flashed in Naruto's eyes. Urzuzi firmly pushed away the pull. I know, but I can't give her what she wants. In the dark, my future is not bright. For revenge, I have already risked everything. Is revenge so important to you? Naruto, you and I are different, and the paths we choose are different. I have no dreams in the future, and my dreams only stay in the past. Go back and take good care of Sakura. I'll help you. I said, I'll help you. Slowly looking back at her former sunny partner, Ursukako's eyes suddenly changed color. What happened? Some so-called things. With his back against the tree pole, Naruto sighed, and Naruto reached out and grabbed a fallen leaf. The fallen leaves are somewhat withered and yellow, and there is a gap, which does not look beautiful at all. The only person Sakura likes from the beginning to the end is you. I don't want to make her sad. Sasuke, whether it's revenge or paying Konoha, I'll do it for you. But don't implicate innocent people. There is nothing in the world that is not innocent. I beg you, as a friend. Naruto looked at Sasuke firmly. Father, this is the last thing my son can do for you. Civilians are innocent. Don't take anger on others. You've changed. You won't be like this before. Sasuke also grabbed a leaf, and today's leaves seem to be ugly. Baidu Interesting Academy. Have I been stupid before? What do you say? Clenching his fist in the air, Naruto smiled at Sasuke. What about Sakura? She will choose to go with you. Maybe we should build a new village, just like the first generation and your ancestors. Naruto, you really don't look like you now. Glancing at his friend angrily, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly wanted to beat him. 3 days passed in a flash. Might Guy's cloak and snow ran to the Three Wolf Mountains. Before anyone arrived, the iconic loud voice shouted first. Ahahaha, Konoha 6th Hokage, the real Might Man with boundless love, the never-ending blue beast Might Guy is here Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Mifune-sama, is that the shadow of Konoha Hidden Village? Hi, my name is Might Guy. Before speaking, he was still at the foot of the mountain, and after speaking, he was in front of him. This guy with mental problems is very strong. Lord Hokage, please, I'm the general of the Iron Kingdom, Mifune, the 4th generation, Raikage, and the 5th Mizukage, who have been waiting for a long time. Aha, they're so early. Early, is this early? His forehead was full of black lines and he turned sideways, and Mifune really wanted to cut Guy with his knife. Shasha's footsteps came from afar, and suddenly looking back, a line of black shadows smashed through Feishui. Lord Kazekage. I'm very sorry for the delay of a few days to go out and fix something. Shimura Danzo. He's already dead. There was nothing to hide and no need to hide. Hearing Danzo's death, Mifune's face darkened instantly. Might Guy standing next to him wasn't much better. Anyway, that was the Hokage candidate nominated by Konoha Hidden Village. Who killed him? Me. Hua lifted the kabuto hat, and a familiar yet unfamiliar face shook her hair. Might Guy was stunned. Kill the old guy for my share. Another cloak was taken off, and the stunned crowd was surrounded. And me, and I have one too. Although this princess didn't do anything, it's still one. Senju Tsunade. How could it be her? What the hell is going on here? If the first 3 teenagers are just shocking, the last one is a breakdown. Maikwan, who was shocked to the point of death, tugged at his collar, and after being shocked to the extreme, he looked away. Why am I nervous? Please come in, distinguished guests. It's a big deal to let you demolish the house and replace it with a new one. The 5 shadows gathering talks started, and an extremely unfriendly atmosphere permeated the venue. The 5-color flag of wind, fire, water, soil and thunder hangs in the air, and 5 stone chairs under the flag form a semicircle. 5 generations of Kazekage, Gaara. 6 generations of Hokage, Might Guy. 5 generations Mizukage, Terumi Mei. 3 generations of Tsuchikage, 2-day scale Onoki. 4th Reikage, Night Moon Eye. A boy, a beast, a beauty, an old man, and finally a violent man with a bad temper. The 5 shadows in a half circle, you look at me, I look at you, no one likes it, and everyone wants to fuck the guy. 3 generations of Tsuchikage 2-day scales Onoki and the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder have a relationship, and Konoha is not much better. The 4th generation Reikage Yayui has a strong personality and has been preparing for battles in recent years, so naturally no one looks down on it. 5th generation of Mizukage Terumi Mei village was destroyed without help, and also hated the other 4. The 6th generation Hokage Might Guy is a newcomer. He has a history of resisting the invasion of the 4 major powers in the past, and naturally he has no good temper. The last 5 generations of Kazekage Gaara are good to talk about, but now they also have a quarrel with Konoha. All of them were angry, and all did not speak. From entering the door to sitting down, the 5 shadows, male or female, old or young, all became mute and silent, staring without speaking. 2 days, Anamu sneered at Yayui. At Might Guy. Might Guy looked at Gaara. Red Panda folded his hands and looked at Terumi Mei. According to the big beauty, she simply stared at the 4 of them viciously, and no one was bad, blowing incense and waxing. Bitter Turtles Mifune sat on the main seat, looked at this from the left, and looked at that from the right. The opening speech that was originally prepared was stunned and could not break a word. The 5 shadows are fighting against each other, and the rest area on the 2nd floor is nowhere to be found. The most people came from Konoha, far exceeding the designated number, but the Kingdom of Iron did not dare to interfere. Not to mention the scourge of the dead wood, the fact that Senju Tsunade went to that station left them speechless. These people are the attendants of this princess, you can hold back if you have any opinions. 7th and 2, the cloud worked hard, squinted up and continued, aiming woo. Text chapter 300_talks that turned into porridge before it even started. Domineering, arrogant, take it for granted. Interesting academy. Not that Liamong has never seen Tsunade Harry in the past, but it was only today that he understood just how big this ant was. Compared with her, where is he? There are opinions. Look at what these words say, how domineering and powerful, I have to do the same in the future. The power of role models is infinite, and without knowing it, Senju Tsunade stared down at him. The 5 shadow hearts, who were fighting a grudge, felt something, and raised their heads one by one. Look at what this princess does, what you should do, this princess is here to watch the show. Brushing his fixed eyes, Tsunade made people angry with just one sentence, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage snorted and turned his head. I didn't expect the chattering slug princess to be alive to this day. You're not dead, how could this princess take the first step? This is the 5 shadow talks, what are you doing here if you don't belong to any village? The scenery of the Iron Country is beautiful. This princess is here to enjoy the snow, do you have any opinion? Enough. Bang. With a fist smashing the stone table, the 4th generation Reikage suddenly stood up. I don't care about the mess between you. That kid over there, you are Uchiha Sasuke, where is the shadow guard, let me catch him. What trouble, Lord Reikage is angry. Ninjas don't need nonsense, Omoi executes orders, understand. Let's go, Captain, we're enough to deal with a kid from the Uchiha family. Don't underestimate him. A folded machete appeared in his pupils, and Samui said strangely, Tarui, when did you take the initiative to draw a knife when you were not motivated? No way, who asked Reikage-sama to speak? Although I really want to sleep, it's better to deal with him first. Tarui, with white hair, a big knife, bangs covering his left eye, and a dark brown skin with a tattoo of the word thunder engraved on his left shoulder, walked slowly to the front. As the sole successor of 3 generations of Reikage Black Raiden, Thunder style, he has a very high status in the village of Kumogakure. Sasuke, What the hell did you do? My business is none of your business. Hey, now we are companions, okay. Your business is mine. After a moment of silence, Fuziko said in Naruto's puzzled eyes, I killed their Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force. Toad. You. The left looked at Kumogakure, whose face was blue and black, and the right looked at his friend next to him, Uzumaki Naruto Sparta. Your sister, it's so cruel to use it, it's too human, it's too deadly. Sir Rakage. Shut up Lao Su if it's not thunderous. Lao Su will execute him now, what are you waiting for? Let Lao Su do it right away. Yunliu Fujuan. Yunliu Lijian. Cloud Flow Knife Flash. Return our master's life. 3 ninja knives, 3 directions, Omui with a lollipop in his mouth stuck to the ground and went straight to his legs. Kurui with fiery hair jumped up in the air and went straight to his forehead, and the electric sword cut straight at the center of the card. Ruyi's chest trembled. Look at them, those 2 groups of fat are really big. Hu-kun, what's big? Nothing big. Stinky boy, you are not good. Brother. Farewell, Enko, let go of your hand first. If you don't let go, I'm angry, I'm really angry. Brat. Enko pinched Liamong's waist and Liamong took out Enko's chest, and shouted, Hinata Tamari come to block, don't let other people take advantage, this is my wife. You bastard, when are you going to be serious? Serious, what's wrong with me? Eating my wife's tofu is not serious. This is a big task to pass on the 8 classics. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Raiden Thunder Style, 5-finger flow. The 5 electric Jinchuriki column that came from the top shot to the front through the gap in the shadow, and Kurui shouted angrily, don't do these dangerous actions, we are enough. Die. With 3 slashes, Susanoo, who was as purple and black as ink, blocked everything. Ridiculous attack, in front of these cursed eyes, you're nothing but child's play. Bastard, what are you talking about? Yunli Ulixia 3 flashes. The blade that was dyed with lightning flashed a divine flower like the dawn of the dawn, and it was 3 strokes. The second assistant didn't move, not even his eyes, because he didn't need it at all. Karui was stunned when the blade snapped lightly in his hand. What happened? Today is not the time to start. I need to confirm some things. If you don't want to die, leave me. Cut, that Sasuke guy is still as stinky as before. Won't you help? Shino, do you care about him anymore? Companions after all. Just him. Inazuka Kiba glanced at Ursukuko and shook his head, I never thought of him as a companion. Whoever caused the trouble will solve it, let's not get involved. Okay. He should be silent for a while. Rakage, who was watching the battle below, became impatient and turned on his elbow. Death to Lao Su. Raiden Thunder Style Recurrent Storm. The elbow tip protruding forward slammed into the dark mechanic Gundam, and countless debris fell from the rumbling conference room. Si Ying, who didn't move his nest, turned dark, and 10,000 grass and mud horses ran out of his heart. Take him. Hey, are you bullying people by doing this? Even if there is something wrong with Sasuke, you shouldn't be. Go away boy, or I'll cut you with me. The broken blade that almost opened his chest slid across his chest, and Naruto swallowed his saliva and retreated to the side. Kyuubi Ninetails, who was lying in the spiritual sea, was angry. Can you be careful, you bastard, if you die here, this old man will be very troublesome. Kurama, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Fart, the old man will care about you. Like a cat stepping on its tail. It didn't matter that Kyuubi Ninetails the fox was angry. That breath is a tailed beast. Stronger than the master. Kyuubi Ninetails people Jinchuriki column force. The spirit body roars through the seal. As soon as the aura of Kyuubi Ninetails demon fox came out, all the others were stunned except for those who knew the truth. 6th Hokage, what are you doing with such a dangerous thing? Etc. What's the matter? Half of the eyes are bloody Yuhi, and half of the eyes are blue. Uzumaki Naruto's state at this time is like a hammer in Raiko's hand, and a chisel in Dianmu's hand. You can actually control Kyubi, 9 tails. On the 7th day of the 3rd, the cloud continues to work hard, and Happy Christmas Eve.